Waking cold. Travis Mayfield had a way of making broken things feel less final. The people behind the south wall knew him by the steady rhythm of his boots on the gravel path before sunrise, by the red tool bag swinging from one hand, by the habit he had of checking every hinge and latch even when no one had asked him to. In a settlement where every mistake had teeth, that kind of care became more than usefulness. It became comfort. Mothers trusted the water pump because Travis had replaced the cracked housing with a piece stripped from an old combine. Children slept through storms because he had climbed the watch posts in bad rain and tightened the braces before the wind could tear them loose. Old men argued less when he stood nearby because Travis spoke softly and listened long enough to make anger feel like a waste of breath. He was not the leader of Haven Ridge, though people looked at him when the leaders hesitated. He was not a soldier, though he had stood on the wall with a rifle across his chest and the dead pressing against the outer fence below. He was not anyone's father, not anymore, but boys missing fathers drifted toward him in the workshop, and girls with grease on their fingers watched the way he could make a dead generator cough itself awake. He had lost people before the walls went up, the way everyone had. He carried those losses in quiet habits. He patched things before they failed. He kept spare batteries labeled in pencil. He never left a gate bolt hanging loose. On the morning of the breach, he woke before the bell and lay still for a few breaths, listening to the settlement breathe around him. The old school building had been cut into sleeping rooms with plywood walls and scavenged doors. Somewhere down the hall, a baby fussed, then settled. Rain tapped along the tin patch over the west stairwell. The air smelled of old dust, boiled oats, lamp smoke, and the faint sour bite of bleach from the infirmary. Travis sat up, pulled on his boots, and looked at the folded photograph tucked beside his cot. The corners had gone soft with handling. His wife, Elise, smiled beneath a summer sky that no longer seemed real, her hair caught in a breeze, her hand raised as if she had been about to tell him to stop taking pictures and come eat. He touched the photograph with 2 fingers, not as prayer, not exactly, but as a promise to keep moving. Then he tucked it back, stood, and went to work. The supply run had been planned for 3 days. Haven Ridge needed antibiotics, welding rods, canned fuel, and any working radios that could be stripped for parts. The nearest town, Marrow Creek, had already been picked over twice, but the pharmacy storage room had collapsed during the first winter after the outbreak, and no one had cleared the back half. Travis had argued for a smaller crew. Smaller meant quieter. Quieter meant fewer eyes watching from alleys and fewer mouths calling from boarded houses. Captain Roan, who still wore the title from a sheriff's department that no longer existed, wanted 6 people and 2 trucks. Travis talked him down to 4 and 1 truck with a trailer. By sunup, they rolled out through the east gate. The gay crew opened only enough for the old pickup to squeeze through, then sealed the gap behind them with a heavy groan of iron. Travis sat in the passenger seat with his rifle across his knees, watching the wall recede in the mirror. The settlement looked smaller from outside, a crowded patch of roofs and watch platforms wrapped in steel sheets, tractor trailers, chain link, and desperation. Beyond it, the world had gone wide and hungry. Roney drove with both hands locked on the wheel. Beside the rear window, Mina crouched with a shotgun and a canvas pack. Caleb, the youngest on the run at 19, rode in the truck bed with his back against a fuel drum, trying to look calmer than he felt. Travis could see his knuckles from the mirror. They were white around the grip of his spear. "You checked the west generator again last night," Roney said. It was making a bad sound. It always makes a bad sound. This one was new. Roan gave him a tired glance. "You ever sleep?" "When things stop breaking." Mina snorted from behind them. "Then you died awake 3 years ago, and nobody told you." The joke should have landed harder, but the road kept eating the sound. Abandoned cars lined the highway in long, crooked scars. Grass pushed through cracked asphalt. A school bus lay on its side in the ditch with black handprints on the windows. Rain had washed old blood into rust-colored stains that never fully faded, no matter how many seasons passed. They drove around a place where the pavement had collapsed, past a church with its bell tower burned hollow, and slowed when 3 infected wandered between the lanes. The dead looked almost ordinary from a distance. A man in a torn suit, a woman with one shoe, a boy in a soccer jersey too small for his ruined frame. Then the truck rolled closer, and the ordinary shapes broke apart into gray skin, slack jaws, and hands that clawed the air with blind need. Roan did not waste ammunition. He eased around them. The infected turned toward the engine noise, mouths opening, but by the time they lurched after the truck, the crew was gone. Marrow Creek waited beneath low clouds, all water-stained brick and broken glass. Travis hated towns more than open road. In the open, danger announced itself with motion. In towns, danger held still. It hid behind curtains, beneath counters, inside closets, under stairwells, behind doors that had no reason to be shut except that something terrible waited on the other side. They parked 2 blocks from the pharmacy and moved on foot. Travis led because he knew the route and because Rowan trusted him to notice what others missed. He stopped twice, once to listen to a dragging sound inside a laundromat, once to test a board over a storm drain. Caleb almost stepped on the loose board before Travis touched his chest and shook his head. "Eyes down as much as eyes up," Travis whispered. Caleb swallowed. "I saw it." "Next time, see it earlier." The boy nodded, embarrassed but grateful. Travis patted his shoulder and kept moving. The pharmacy front door had been smashed years earlier. Inside, shelves leaned like drunk men. Greeting cards lay scattered across the floor, their bright colors faded beneath dust. Someone had painted "Help Us" on the back wall, but the letters were old and dry, written by people who had stopped asking. Mina and Rowan cleared the front, while Travis and Caleb pushed into the storage corridor. The collapse section had left a sloping pile of ceiling tile, insulation, and splintered beams across the rear room. Travis studied it, then pointed to a gap near the bottom. "We can crawl through slowly, one at a time." Caleb looked at the dark space. "You first." "I will go first." Travis went belly down and dragged himself beneath the broken beam. The air under the collapse smelled of mildew and mouse droppings. Dust filled his throat. On the other side, he rose into a cramped storage room stacked with plastic bins and metal cabinets. No dead. No movement. He tapped twice on the beam, and Caleb crawled after him. For 30 minutes, the run felt like luck. They found sealed antibiotics in a locked cabinet that Travis opened with a pry bar and patience. They found gauze, alcohol wipes, children's fever syrup, batteries, and 2 handheld radios sealed in blister packs beneath a fallen shelf. Caleb's fear softened into excitement. He kept glancing at Travis, waiting for approval, and Travis gave it in small nods. Then the rain strengthened outside, drumming on the roof, and a door slammed somewhere in the back of the building. Everyone froze. The sound came again. Not a slam this time, but a clap and rattle, wood striking metal in the wind. Travis turned his head slowly. At the far end of the storage room, half hidden behind stacked boxes, a service door stood open by 2 inches. Each gust pushed it wider, then let it swing back. A strip of gray light cut across the floor. Rona's voice came faintly through the corridor. "What is your status?" Travis lifted a hand to keep Caleb still. "Loose door," he called back. "Hold your position." He should have left it. He knew that, later with a clarity that would punish him for as long as memory remained. They had what they came for. The door opened to the alley, and an open alley meant noise, rain, scent, and invitation. If they did not secure it, infected might drift in behind them while they crawled back through the collapse. It was a simple task. Cross the room, pull it shut, slide the bolt. Travis moved toward it with his rifle raised. The first mistake was the stack of boxes. They blocked the left side of the room, creating a blind pocket near the door. The second mistake was the rain. It covered the wet scrape of bare feet on concrete. The third was the shadow, fast and low, moving not like the slow, ruined things on the road, but like something still carrying a memory of being alive. It came from behind the boxes. Travis fired once. The shot cracked inside the storage room and tore through the infected man's shoulder, spinning him, but not stopping him. Caleb shouted. Travis brought the rifle down, but the thing was already inside his reach, all cold weight and snapping teeth. They hit the shelves hard enough to shower plastic bottles across the floor. Travis drove his forearm beneath its jaw and held it off as its mouth clacked inches from his face. Its breath smelled like rotten meat trapped in a hot car. Its fingers tore at his jacket, ripping fabric, finding skin. "Travis, stay alive," Caleb screamed. "Stay back." The infected twisted with sudden strength. Travis lost his footing on spilled bottles. His shoulder struck the floor, and the rifle skidded away. He got one hand around the dead man's throat and the other against its cheek, pushing, muscles burning, while its mouth snapped closer. For one breath, he saw what had been left of the man's face. One brown eye filmed white, a wedding ring sunk into swollen flesh, rainwater dripping from hair plastered to the skull. Then the teeth found him. Pain flared near his wrist, savage and bright. Travis did not yell. The sound that came out of him was lower, almost angry, as if part of him refused to give the world the satisfaction. Mina's shotgun thundered from the corridor. The infected jerked and collapsed across him. Its skull opened across the concrete. Blood and darker matter spread beneath its head. Caleb grabbed the dead weight and dragged it aside. Rowan appeared with his pistol sweeping the room. Mina stood behind him, pale and breathing hard. Travis sat up slowly. Rain blew through the open door. The service door clapped once more against its frame, then hung there like a cruel joke. No one spoke at first. Caleb's eyes had dropped to Travis's arm. The jacket sleeve was torn. Beneath it, the skin was broken where the teeth had caught him. Blood welled between ragged half-moons. Mina covered her mouth. Roan looked at Travis, and in that look, Travis saw every rule they had ever lived by rise between them. The bite changed the air. It made the room smaller. It made every gun heavier. "It barely got me," Travis said, though the words sounded foolish as soon as they left him. Roan holstered his pistol with shaking care. "Wrap it?" Caleb was crying without sound. "I should have moved. I should have helped." "You stay back like I told you," Travis said. "That was right. We have to cut it out or burn it or something." Mina shook her head, tears bright in her eyes. "Caleb, listen. No, we have to do something." Travis pressed a clean cloth from the medical bag against his arm. The cloth bloomed red. He looked past Roan to the corridor, then toward the way out, measuring distance because measuring was easier than fear. "We go home." Roan nodded once. He could not meet Travis's eyes for more than a second. "We go home fast." The return to Haven Ridge took half the time and felt endless. Travis sat in the truck bed now, not by order but by silent agreement. Caleb sat opposite him, clutching the medical bag as if it might still become salvation. Mina kept turning from the rear window to look at him. Roan drove too hard, tires slipping on wet pavement, engine growling through the ribs of the old pickup. Travis watched the blood soak through the cloth. The pain had already changed. It was no longer bright. It had become deep heat moving under his skin. His fingers tingled. Rain cooled his face, and he realized he could not remember the last thing Elise had said to him before she died. He remembered the angle of her body against the kitchen cabinets. He remembered the red smear her hand left on the floor. He remembered carrying her into the yard because he could not stand the thought of her waking hungry inside their home. But he could not remember her last words. That frightened him more than the bite. When the wall came into view, the watchman saw the way Rowan drove and rang the warning bell. People gathered before the truck reached the east gate. They saw Travis in the bed. They saw the cloth. The news traveled through faces before anyone said it. The gate opened, and the truck rolled inside. No one reached for him. That was the moment the betrayal began, not with cruelty, not with shouting, but with the space that opened around him. People who had eaten at his table stepped back. A woman whose roof he had fixed pulled her son behind her skirt. Old Mr. Voss, who had once called Travis the hinge that kept Haven Ridge swinging, lifted his rifle, but could not point it yet. Dr. Celine Hart pushed through the crowd with a medical mask hanging loose around her neck. She was small, gray-haired, and hard-eyed from too many impossible choices. She looked at the bite and closed her eyes for 1 second. "Isolation," she said. "Right now." Travis nodded because arguing would only make them more afraid. As they walked him toward the infirmary annex, he heard the gate shut behind the truck. The iron sound rolled through him like weather. He had walked out that morning as the man people trusted to keep the walls standing. He came back before noon as the crack they feared might spread. The isolation room had once been the principal's office. Before the outbreak, children had probably sat outside it with scuffed shoes and nervous hands, waiting to be scolded for fighting or skipping class. Haven Ridge had turned it into something harder. The old windows were replaced with layered glass salvaged from a bank. The door was reinforced with steel bars and 2 exterior locks. A cot sat against the back wall. A bucket stood in the corner. A camera with a cracked plastic housing watched from above the door, its cable running through a hole in the wall to the nurse's station. Travis had helped build it. He remembered hauling the glass with 3 other men. Remembered telling Roan the hinges needed another plate. Remembered testing the door by throwing his shoulder into it until everyone laughed and told him he was going to break himself before he broke the room. Now he stood inside while Dr. Hart cut away his sleeve, and the room seemed to recognize him with a terrible kind of patience. "Set," she said. He sat on the cot. Rowan stood outside the open door with his pistol lowered but ready. Caleb hovered in the hallway until Mina pulled him back. Travis wanted to tell the boy again that it was not his fault, but his mouth had gone dry. Dr. Hart cleaned the bite with alcohol. The sting should have made him flinch. Instead, it felt distant, as if the pain belonged to a man sitting several feet away. She noticed. Her hands slowed. "Can you feel that?" "I feel some." "How much is some?" "Less than I should." She wrapped the injury, then checked his pulse at the throat. Her fingers pressed harder, searching. "Your heart is racing." "That seems fair. Do not make jokes." "I was trying not to panic." Her face softened, and for a moment he saw Celine instead of Dr. Hart, the woman who had once shared coffee with him at midnight because the water heater had exploded and soaked half the infirmary. "Travis, I am going to do what I can. You know that." "I know. But you also know what happens next." He looked past her to Roan. "I know what usually happens." The word usually hung between them. Everyone wanted a crack in the rule when the bitten man was someone they loved. Everyone wanted an exception with a name in history and useful hands. The dead had never cared about names. The infection had never respected character. Dr. Hart gave him fever reducers, antibiotics, and water. She drew blood with shaking fingers and sealed the vial in a plastic tube. Then she stepped back. Roan closed the door. The first lock slid home. The second followed. The sound was heavy, certain, and ugly. For the first hour, people came to the glass in quiet waves. No one wanted to stare, but no one could stay away. Travis saw his light reflected in their faces. Nina from the kitchen cried openly and pressed her palm to the glass. He lifted his hand to meet it, and she fled before their reflections touched. The fence crew came in together. 6 men and women who had worked beside him through storms and raids. They stood shoulder to shoulder, as if honoring a casket. Old Mr. Voss took off his cap. Caleb came last, his face blotched red, and would not move until Roney ordered him away. The fever arrived near dusk. It began behind Travis's eyes. Heat gathered there first, a pressure like bright wire. Then it poured down his neck and spine, filling his arms, his chest, his legs. He gripped the edge of the cot and bent forward until his forehead almost touched his knees. Sweat ran down his temples. His teeth chattered despite the heat. On the other side of the glass, Dr. Hart wrote notes she would never want to read again. "Travis," she said through the speaker, "tell me what you feel. Like my blood is boiling. Any confusion?" "No confusion yet." "Do you know where you are?" "In the room I told you not to paint gray because it would make scared people feel buried." Her pen stopped. "Do you know my name?" "Celine Hart." "You hate canned peaches. You cheated gin rummy and pretend you forgot the rules." Behind her, Rowan looked away. The second hour was worse. Travis vomited until there was nothing left. His muscles locked. He felt bones in his hands grind as his fingers dug into the cot frame. At some point, the lights flickered and the old generator coughed through the wall. Even fevered, Travis counted the rhythm and knew cylinder 3 was misfiring again. The thought made him laugh, then choke. "What is funny?" Dr. Hart asked, alarmed. "Generator," he rasped. "Still sounds bad." The third hour brought cold. It did not come gently. It dropped through him like lake water in winter, swallowing the fever with a force that made him gasp. Steam rose from his sweat-soaked shirt in the cool room. His skin tightened. His heartbeat, which had hammered for hours, slowed until the pauses between beats stretched too long. The monitors outside began to chirp. Dr. Hart said something Travis could not hear over the rush in his ears. He looked at his hands. The color had changed. Not dead gray, not fully, but drained as if warmth itself had been pulled out of him. The veins beneath his skin darkened into fine blue lines. His nails looked almost white. He touched his face and felt skin too cool beneath his fingers. The speaker clicked. "Travis, look at me." He lifted his head. Dr. Hart staggered backward from the glass. Rone raised his pistol. Travis saw himself reflected faintly in the reinforced pane. His eyes had clouded. The brown was gone beneath a milky veil. Not blind exactly, because he could still see the room, the doctor, the gun, the faces gathering behind them. But the reflection staring back at him did not look like a man. It looked like one of the things outside, wearing the memory of a man. "No," someone whispered in the hallway. Travis stood too fast. Roney shouted. 3 rifles came up beyond the glass. Travis froze with his palms open. "I am here," he said. No one answered. He stepped closer to the glass, slow enough that they could follow every movement. His voice sounded rougher than before, scraped around the edges, but the words were his. "Celine, ask me something. Anything." Dr. Hart's face had gone bloodless. "Travis, please, ask me." Her lips parted. For a moment, she seemed unable to choose between science and terror. "What did you fix the night the North Tower caught fire?" "The pump line," he said. "Not the tower. Everyone remembers the tower because flames look worse. But the pump failed because the intake valve jammed with leaves. We would have lost the cistern if Mara had not seen the smoke." Mara, standing behind Rowan, sobbed into her hand. "What did Elise call you when she wanted you to stop working?" Dr. Hart asked. The question struck deeper than the fever had. Travis closed his eyes, and for one breath he could almost smell summer grass. "She called me stubborn man." Not as 2 words, like it was my given name. Dr. Hart lowered her clipboard. "I am still me," Travis said. The sentence fell into the room and broke nothing. That was the cruelest part. He had expected relief, argument, some rush toward hope. Instead, the words seemed to make the watchers more afraid. If he had snarled, if he had thrown himself against the glass, they would have known what to do. They had built their world around knowing what to do when teeth took skin. But a bitten man with white eyes and memories and grief was a question no one wanted. Night came. They kept the lights on inside the glass room. Travis sat on the cot while the cold settled into him. He no longer shivered. His breath no longer fogged the pain. When he pressed 2 fingers to his wrist, the pulse was there, but slow, patient, and wrong. Hunger twisted low in his stomach. Not the clean hunger of a missed meal. This was darker, older, searching. It woke when Dr. Hart brought a tray and slid it through the outer slot. Beans, stale bread, water. Travis tried to eat. The beans tasted like metal shavings. The bread turned to paste in his mouth. The water helped, but only with dryness. The hunger remained, prowling through him. Near midnight, Caleb returned. He slipped past the nurse's station when Rowan stepped away. Travis heard the boy before he saw him, not because Caleb was loud, but because Travis's senses had sharpened in uneven ways. The whisper of a shoe sole against tile, the faint salt smell of tears, the pulse under young skin. That last part made Travis grip the cot frame until the metal bent slightly beneath his fingers. Caleb came to the glass. "They said I could not see you." "They were right. I don't care." "You should." The boy shook his head hard. "You are talking. You know me. You know everything. That means they can fix it." Travis wanted to believe that so badly he almost lied. Instead, he forced himself to look at Caleb's reflection rather than the warm life in his throat. "I do not know what it means." "You saved me. I told you to stay back. You listened. If I had shot faster, it would not have got you." "You are 19, Travis said, keeping his voice gentle. "You were scared, and you still stayed on your feet. That is more than many grown men do." Do not turn my bad luck into your chain. Caleb pressed both hands to the glass. You are not dead. No, I am not. Then I am not letting them treat you like you are. Footsteps sounded in the hall. Roan appeared and caught Caleb by the shoulder. Step out. He is still Travis. Out, Caleb. The boy fought him for one angry second, then sagged. Roan led him away. Before he vanished around the corner, Caleb looked back. Travis lifted 2 fingers in farewell, and the boy's face crumpled. Roan remained after Caleb was gone. He stood before the glass, older than he had looked that morning. You should sleep, Travis said. Can you? I do not know. Roan nodded, then rubbed both hands over his face. I keep thinking about that door. Do not. You would not have checked it if I had not pushed to get every cabinet cleared. I checked it because it needed checking. That is the damn problem with you, Travis. Everything needs checking. A tired smile almost touched Travis's mouth. You all benefited from that until today. Roan looked at the pistol on his hip as if it had become heavier. What do I do with you? You do not ask me that. I'm asking because I need you to tell me you understand. The hunger shifted again at the smell of the man's fear. Travis leaned back, frightened by his own body. I understand more than you think. I also understand that I'm speaking to you right now. And if that changes, then you do what you always said you would do. Roan swallowed. And if it does not? Travis looked at the glass, at the thin reflection of his clouded eyes. Then you will have to decide whether fear is stronger than memory. Roni had no answer. By morning, the settlement had one question and no mercy large enough to carry it. The council met in the cafeteria while Travis listened from the glass room to the old heating vents. Before the world fell, children had eaten lunch under paper banners and bright posters about kindness. Now, the long tables were scarred by knife marks, rifle oil, and the burns of lanterns set too close to wood. The people of Haven Ridge filled the room until their whispers became a low storm. Travis sat on the cot with his hands folded between his knees. He had not slept. He had not dreamed. He had spent the hours watching the lights hum and feeling his body settle into its new wrongness. The cold in him did not fade. It became familiar in a way that frightened him. His skin no longer prickled at the chill of the room. His fingers felt strong, too strong, but the strength came without warmth, like power stored in a machine left running in winter. From the vent above the door, voices carried in pieces. He answered questions, Dr. Hart said. He recognizes people. He remembers details no infected subject has ever retained. His motor control is intact. The speech is intact. His reasoning is intact. His eyes are white, Mr. Voss replied. His pulse is wrong. His temperature dropped below what a living man should survive. I am not disputing that. Then what are you disputing? A chair scraped. Rone's voice came next, heavy with exhaustion. We do not have a rule for this. We have one rule that matters, Mara said. A bite is a death sentence. He is not dead, Caleb shouted. Several people spoke at once. Travis closed his eyes. The hunger was quieter this morning, but sound carried too sharply through the walls. He could pick out fear in their voices, grief under anger, anger covering shame. He could hear Nina crying. He could hear someone pacing near the kitchen doors. He could hear Caleb breathing fast, probably standing with fists clenched, ready to fight a whole room with nothing but guilt and love. Dr. Hart tried again. Listen to me. We have a chance to understand something that has never happened here. If we throw him away because he frightens us, we throw away knowledge that could save lives. Or we keep him and he kills people in their sleep. Mara snapped. He is locked behind reinforced glass. Glass breaks. Locks fail. People get tired. Children wander where they should not. Then we improve procedure. Procedure did not stop my brother from turning in 6 hours, a man said. Procedure did not stop him from biting 3 people before we put him down. Silence followed. Everyone remembered that night. Travis did too. He had helped carry the bodies. Roni spoke softly. Celine, can you promise he will not change further? Dr. Hart did not answer quickly enough. Can you promise, Rowan repeated, that what is still Travis today will still be Travis tomorrow." "No," she said at last. "I cannot promise that. Can you treat him?" "I do not know." "Can you explain why the dead ignore some smells and chase others? Can you explain why he is cold but thinking? Can you explain whether he can infect someone if his blood touches theirs?" "No, I cannot." Mr. Voss's voice sharpened. "Then you are asking us to gamble every child in this settlement on a miracle you do not understand." The room murmured approval, and Travis knew then. The verdict had not arrived with a vote. It had been in them since the bite. The meeting was only a way to make fear sound responsible. He stood and walked to the glass. The hallway outside was empty except for 2 guards posted 10 steps away. They would not look at him. He could break them, he realized with a sick turn of thought. Not easily, not without bullets tearing him apart, but his hands had bent the cot frame during the night. If he hit the glass enough times, perhaps it would crack. If he rushed the door when they opened the slot, perhaps he could get one arm through. The thoughts came practical and cold. They did not feel like fantasies. They felt like measurements. That scared him more than the guns. He stepped back from the glass and sat down again. The meeting lasted another hour. Dr. Hart argued until her voice went hoarse. Caleb pleaded. Rowan said little, which meant the decision was already pressing against him. In the end, Haven Ridge chose the wall over the man who had kept it standing. They came for him after noon. Rowan led them. 6 guards, Dr. Hart, Mr. Voss, and Mara. Caleb was not with them. Travis was grateful for that until he saw Caleb at the far end of the hall, being held by Mina and 2 others. The boy fought hard enough that one of them nearly fell. "You cannot do this," Caleb shouted. "He saved us 100 times. Rowan flinched but kept walking. Dr. Hart stopped at the glass. Her eyes were red. "Travis, listen. I heard. I tried. I know." Her mouth trembled. "They will not execute you. That is the generous word for exile." No one answered. Mr. Voss looked at the floor. Mara looked at the gun in her hands. Rowan stepped forward. "We are giving you a pack with food, water, ammunition, and tools." Travis almost laughed. Food tasted like metal now. Water did not touch the hunger, and the people he had protected were proud of not shooting him in the head. But he saw Rowan's misery and could not spend his last words on cruelty. "Which gate?" Travis asked. "North Gate. That puts me toward the timber road." "Yes, that is the route. You cleared the dead there last week." Rowan nodded. "It gives you a chance." "Against what?" Again, no one answered. The locks opened. Every weapon rose. Travis lifted his hands and walked out of the glass room one careful step at a time. The guards backed away from him as if his shadow carried infection. He could smell their sweat. He could hear the tiny metallic clicks of fingers tightening on triggers. One mistake, one startled breath, and the hallway would explode. Caleb tore free. He ran past Mina and slammed into Travis, wrapping both arms around him before anyone could stop him. Rifles jerked upward. Rowan shouted for everyone to hold fire. Travis stood frozen, hands raised, feeling the boy's living warmth against his chest. The hunger woke fast and violent. It flooded his mouth with a taste like copper. His hands shook from the effort not to clutch Caleb closer, not to turn his face toward the pulse hammering beneath the boy's jaw. "Let go," Travis said. Caleb held tighter. "No, I cannot." "Let go now." The hardness in Travis's voice made Caleb look up. What he saw there frightened him at last, not because Travis wanted to scare him, but because he loved the boy enough to show the danger. Caleb released him slowly. Travis stepped back. "Do not follow me. I can help." "You cannot." "I owe you." "Then live." Caleb's face twisted. "That is not fair." "Nothing has been fair since the first sirens." Travis kept his voice low. "Listen to me. You did not cause this. You are not paying for it. You will not throw yourself outside the wall, because guilt has a loud mouth. Stay alive and learn. Help Rowan when he is being too stubborn to ask. Keep the generator clean. I do not know how to do half of what you do. Then learn half first." Mina came and took Caleb by the shoulders. This time he did not fight. He only stared at Travis as if trying to memorize him against his will. They walked him through the settlement. That was the part Travis had not expected to hurt so much. He had imagined the gate, the guns, the empty field. He had not imagined passing the places where his hands remained after he was gone. The patched roof over the kitchen, the pulley system at the well, the greenhouse frame he had welded from bed rails, the playyard where he had built a swing from rope and a tire because the children needed something in their lives that moved for joy. People watched from doorways and windows. Some cried. Some hid. Some looked relieved, and that relief cut deepest. The settlement did not hate him. Hate would have been easier. They were afraid of him, and fear made them strangers. At the north gate, Rowan handed him the pack. It was heavier than Travis expected. Someone had packed carefully: water, dried beans, jerky, a bedroll, a hatchet, matches, a knife, a coil of cord, 2 boxes of ammunition, a sewing kit, and Elise's photograph sealed in a plastic sleeve. Travis looked at Rowan. "Caleb took it from your room," Rowan said. "Said you would need it." For the first time since the bite, Travis nearly broke. He slid the photograph into the inside pocket of his jacket. "Tell him thank you when he can hear it." Rowan nodded. The gate crew opened the narrow man door set into the larger iron frame. Beyond it lay the north field, brown grass bending under a cold wind, the timber road cutting toward black trees. Far off, one infected wandered near a fence line, too distant to hear them. Dr. Hart stepped close enough that the guard shifted nervously. She held out a small notebook and a pencil. "Write down what happens to you," she said. "Symptoms, changes, anything that matters, if you ever find a way to get it back to us. You want research notes from your exile?" Her eyes filled again. "I want proof that we were wrong." He took the notebook, because refusing would hurt her more. "Celine, wait." "Yes, Travis. Do not let them call this mercy." She looked down. "I will not." Rowan lifted his hand. The guns rose behind him, not pointed at Travis's chest, but close enough. "Go north until sunset. Do not come back to the wall. If you approach, the guards have orders." Travis looked at the man who had been his friend. "Would you shoot me?" Rowan's throat worked. "Do not make me find out." There was nothing left to say. Travis stepped through the gate. The man door shut behind him. The bolt fell. Then the larger inner brace came down with a sound that rolled across the field, final and hollow. He stood on the outside of the wall he had repaired 100 times and listened to the settlement hold its breath without him. The infected knew the fence turned its head. It should have started toward him. It should have opened its mouth and followed the scent of living meat. Instead it looked through him and wandered away. Travis stared after it until the truth of his new life settled colder than the air. The dead no longer recognized him as prey. The living no longer recognized him as safe. Between those two verdicts, there was only road. The first night beyond the wall, Travis slept in the shell of a feed store and learned that loneliness had its own temperature. Wind slid through holes in the roof and stirred the dust along the aisles. Torn sacks of grain lay hardened by damp. A faded sign promised salt blocks, fence staples, and veterinary syringes to customers who no longer came. He pushed a metal shelf across the front door, not because the infected seemed interested in him, but because habit was stronger than evidence. He sat behind the counter with the pack beside him and Elise's photograph in his hands. The plastic sleeve caught the moonlight. His fingers looked pale around it, almost bloodless. He remembered her calling him stubborn man. He remembered her laugh when the truck would not start, and he cursed at it like it could be shamed into obedience. He remembered the day the first infected came down their road, moving wrong through the heat shimmer, and how Elise had stood beside him with a kitchen knife because neither of them understood yet that courage and preparation were different things. "I am still me," he whispered to the photograph. The room gave back nothing. He tried to eat at dawn. The beans were worse, cold. He forced down 3 spoonfuls and gagged on the 4th. His body wanted something else. The hunger did not speak in words, but it had direction. It pulled his attention toward old blood on the floorboards where some animal had been butchered years before. It made him smell the mouse under the rear shelf, warm and tiny, heart racing in the dark. Travis stood so fast the stool fell behind him. The mouse ran. He heard it skitter through trash and vanish into the wall. His hands had curled into claws without permission. He stared at them until he could open his fingers again. "No," he said. "That is not happening." He left the feed store before the thought could grow roots. By midday, he had confirmed the first rule of his new body. The infected ignored him. Not always completely. Some turned their heads when he passed close, drawn perhaps by sound or motion, but the hunger that drove them did not fix on him. He walked along a county road while 6 dead figures drifted from a ditch and crossed within arm's reach. One brushed his sleeve. Its skin was cold and loose. It gave no sign that his flesh meant anything. Travis stood still among them, every instinct expecting teeth, and watched them move past toward the south, where Haven Ridge hid behind iron and fear. It should have felt like a gift. It felt like banishment written into his bones. The second rule came when he cut his palm on a piece of broken glass while searching an abandoned camper. The cut bled, but slowly. The blood was darker than he expected and thick at the edges. It clotted fast. Pain arrived late and dull. He wrapped it anyway because he did not yet trust any rule that made him careless. The third rule was the most important. He could still die. He learned that near an old grain elevator, when 2 men stepped from behind a delivery truck and pointed rifles at him. They were gaunt, bearded, and wild-eyed, wearing mismatched armor made from tire rubber and taped magazines. They had seen his pack. They had not seen his eyes until he turned. The taller one flinched. "What the hell are you?" Travis kept his hands away from his weapons. "Passing through." "Dead man talks," the shorter one said. "Dead men do many things now. Best not to test which ones." It was mostly a bluff. The hunger inside him stirred at the scent of their fear, but the rifles were real, and his strange endurance would not stop bullets from opening him. He saw the taller man's finger tighten. Travis moved before thought finished. He dropped behind the truck as the shot cracked over him, punched through metal, and filled the air with rust flakes. The sound brought infected from the elevator shadow. 6, then 9, then more, drawn by noise and living scent. The raiders cursed. Travis stayed low while the dead rushed past him and slammed into the men. Gunfire shattered the afternoon. The shorter raiders screamed once, high and wet, before the sound drowned beneath feeding snarls. The taller man fired until the rifle clicked empty, then ran toward the road with 2 infected on his heels. Travis could have helped. He did not. He crouched behind the truck, listening to the man die, and hated himself for the relief that came with survival. When silence returned, he searched the truck with shaking hands. He found canned peaches in the glove box. The absurdity nearly undid him. He sat in the dirt with the can in his lap, remembering Dr. Hart's hatred of them, remembering Haven Ridge kitchens, remembering ordinary complaints. The hunger wanted the bodies behind the elevator. It painted pictures in the back of his mind, not with thought, but with sensation. Salt, heat, tearing, fullness. Travis shoved the can into his pack and walked until the smell faded. The stray dog found him at dusk. It was medium-sized, yellow-brown, all ribs and caution, with 1 torn ear and a crooked tail. Travis first saw it trotting along the ditch 30 yards behind him. When he stopped, it stopped. When he moved, it moved. Unlike the infected, the dog saw him clearly. Unlike the living, it did not lift a weapon or step back in disgust. It simply watched with the practical suspicion of an animal that had survived by never trusting too fast. "You picked a poor traveling partner," Travis said. The dog sneezed. "That is your opinion." It followed him to an abandoned farmhouse and waited outside while he cleared the rooms. The house had been empty long enough for vines to climb through a kitchen window. Family photographs still hung in the hallway, faces silvered with dust. Travis checked closets, under beds, and the pantry. In the back bedroom, he found a child's drawing taped to the wall. 3 stick figures, a sun, and a dog larger than the house. The sight made him stand still for a long moment. When he returned to the porch, the stray sat at the bottom step. Travis opened the can of peaches. The smell was syrupy and wrong to him, but the dog lifted its head with sudden interest. "Do dogs eat peaches?" he asked. The dog thumped its crooked tail once. That is not a medical opinion." He poured a few slices onto the porch boards. The dog crept forward, snatched one, retreated, chewed, then decided risk was worth sweetness. Travis watched it eat. He expected the animal to recoil when it came close enough to smell him. Instead, it licked syrup from the boards 2 feet from his boots and seemed more concerned that he might take the peaches back. "Unfazed," Travis said. "That is new." The dog glanced up. "Fine, that can be your name until you object." The dog did not object. That night, Unfazed slept at the foot of the stairs, and Travis sat in the living room with the notebook Dr. Hart had given him. He wrote by lantern light. Skin cold. Pulse slow. Eyes clouded but vision functional. Food difficult. Infected do not hunt me. Living men still shoot. Animals uncertain. Dog accepts proximity. He paused, pencil hovering. Then he wrote the truth he did not want Dr. Hart to read. Hunger, not normal. Strong reaction to blood and raw meat. Possible danger to living people if control weakens. The pencil tip broke under his grip. He stared at the snapped point. The house creaked around him. Unfazed snored softly near the stairs. Outside, infected moaned somewhere in the fields, distant and aimless. Travis listened to them and felt the awful kinship of being ignored by their hunger while sharing something of their cold. He found a new pencil in a kitchen drawer and wrote one final line before sleep finally took him in pieces. "I have not lost myself yet, but I can feel something waiting for the moment I stop watching." Unfazed woke him before dawn, with a low growl that was too serious to be hunger and too controlled to be fear. Travis opened his eyes to the dim blue of morning and the dog standing rigid at the hallway entrance, nose aimed toward the fields behind the farmhouse. For a moment, Travis did not move. He listened. At first there was only wind and the soft tick of rain dripping from the eaves. Then, beneath it, a human sound cut the distance. Not a scream. A scream would have been simple. This was a broken, breathless shout, the kind a person made after running too long and realizing the world still had more road than their legs had strength. Unfazed barked once. Travis was already on his feet. He took the rifle, the hatchet, and the knife. Then he stopped, looking down at the weapons with sudden frustration. Guns could save a life or summon every dead thing for miles. The hatchet could kill quietly but required closeness. His body, whatever it had become, could walk among infected without drawing their hunger. That made him the safest and most terrible tool he had. "Show me," he told the dog. Unfazed bolted through the back door, and Travis followed across wet grass. The land behind the farmhouse rolled down toward a creek choked with fallen branches. Beyond it stood an old orchard gone wild, rows of apple trees twisted by neglect. Mist hung low between the trunks. Travis saw movement there, infected shapes, maybe a dozen converging on a narrow deer path. The human shout came again, closer now, and he heard the crack of a branch, the thud of stumbling feet, and a child's voice gasping, "Get back! Get back for me!" A boy burst into view between the trees. He was small for his age, maybe 11 or 12, with dark hair plastered to his forehead and a jacket too large for him. He carried a sharpened piece of rebar in both hands. Blood speckled one sleeve, but he moved like he had not been bitten, only scraped and hunted. A peck bounced against his back. He swung the rebar at the nearest infected and caught it across the face. The blow knocked it sideways, but did not drop it. 2 more came from the left. Another stumbled from the creek bed behind him. The boy turned and saw himself ringed in. Travis started running. The infected did not turn toward him. They kept reaching for the boy, drawn by heat and panic and living breath. That invisibility, if that was what it was, hit Travis with a savage clarity. He could enter the circle where no one else could. He could do what a living rescuer could not. "Get down," he shouted. The boy looked toward him. His eyes widened, not with relief, but astonishment. For one dangerous second, he forgot the dead around him. "Down now." The boy dropped as Travis hit the first infected from behind. He did not swing the hatchet like a man chopping wood. He drove the blunt back of it into the skull with controlled force. Bone gave. The body folded. He kicked another in the knee hard enough to bend the joint backward, then grabbed its collar and hurled it into two more. They toppled in a thrashing heap. The boy scrambled beneath an apple tree, clutching the rebar. "What are you?" "Busy," Travis said. An infected woman lunged past him for the child. Travis caught her by the back of the neck and slammed her face first into the trunk. Bark split. Her hands clawed at the wood. He struck once with the hatchet, clean and hard, then turned before she finished falling. The hunger inside him stirred with every broken body. Not for killing, exactly. For the red evidence of it. He clenched his jaw until it ached. The dead pressed around the boy but not around Travis. That gave the fight a strange, ugly shape. He moved through them like a man wading a river, untouched unless he chose contact. He shoved one aside, crushed another skull against a low stone wall, and used his shoulder to drive through three at once. One grabbed his jacket by accident. Fingers tangled in fabric, but it did not bite. It looked past his face toward the boy under the tree. Travis tore free and put it down. Then the creek bed erupted. 5 more infected climbed the bank, drawn by the boys shouting. The child backed into the tree trunk, rebar shaking. Unfazed darted in, barking and snapping at dead ankles, fearless in the reckless way of dogs who had chosen their people without asking permission. One infected swatted at him and missed. Travis felt a cold anger sharpen through him. "Leave the dog," he growled. The boy blinked. "Is he yours?" "Apparently he is." Travis moved faster than he believed he could. He crossed the space between trunks in 3 strides, caught the nearest infected by the throat, and drove it backward into the others. They fell down the muddy slope together. He landed among them, boots sliding, hatchet rising and falling with grim rhythm. Mud splashed. Dark blood spread through creek water. His arms did not tire the way they should have. His breathing stayed even. Each time he struck, something in him wanted to stop fighting and feed. He did not let it. When the last infected lay still, the orchard went quiet except for rain and the leaves, and the boy's ragged breathing. Travis stood in the creek, spattered dark from coat to boots. He looked at his hands and forced them open. Then he climbed the bank slowly, keeping the hatchet low. The boy had not run. That surprised him. Most adults would have fled the moment the path cleared. This child stared at him with mud on his face and wonder in his eyes. "Your eyes are white," the boy said. "I know. And they did not try to eat you." "I know that too. Are you one of them?" Travis stopped 6 feet away. Unfazed trotted to the boy, sniffed his hands, then sat between them as if mediating. "I was bitten. I changed. Not all the way. That is the coolest thing I have ever seen." Travis stared at him. "That is not the correct reaction. Maybe not for boring people." The boy's voice shook despite the brave words. He was close to collapsing, but stubbornness held him upright. Travis recognized that kind of defiance. It was what children used when terror was too large to carry openly. "What is your name?" Travis asked. "My name is Emmett." "Did you say Emmett?" "No, just Emmett, like light. My mother said she spelled it that way because I came out yelling like a flare gun." The sentence struck Travis with unexpected tenderness. "Where is your mother?" Emmett looked away. The answer settled into the space between them before he spoke. "They are gone." "Anyone with you?" "No one now." "Were those the only dead behind you?" "There were more back, near the road. I lost them, then these found me." Travis scanned the orchard. The mist made every trunk look like a figure. "We need to move before the noise carries." Emmett lifted the rebar again, trying to look ready. "Where do we go?" "Farmhouse. 1/2 mile. You can rest there." The boy narrowed his eyes. "Are you going to eat me?" Travis appreciated the question more than trust. "No, I will not." That sounded honest but not happy. It was both. Emmett considered him, then looked at unfazed. "The dog likes you. The dog likes canned peaches. His judgment is uneven." A small laugh escaped the boy, startled and thin. It almost became a sob, but he swallowed it. Travis turned away first, giving him privacy without making a ceremony of it. They walked back through the orchard. Travis kept ahead, clearing the path. Emmett followed with unfazed at his side, trying not to limp. Twice the boy stumbled. Twice he pretended he had not. Travis let the first pass. At the second, he stopped. "How long have you been running?" "Since night before last." "From the dead?" Emmett looked toward the road behind them and his face changed. The wonder faded. Something older and harder took its place. "From men." Travis felt the air tighten. "How many?" "Enough to matter." "Are they close?" "They were yesterday. I cut through the creek so dogs would lose me. Then the dead got between us." Men with dogs meant organization. Organization meant a camp, vehicles, food, weapons, and rules, cruel enough to make a child flee alone through infected country. "Did they see which way you went?" Travis asked. "Maybe they did." "Do they know your name?" Emmett nodded. "Do they want something from you?" The boy's mouth pressed flat. "They want everyone." Travis did not ask more while the child still had to walk. Some truths needed a fire and a blanket before they could be spoken. At the farmhouse, he checked the perimeter, then brought Emmett inside through the kitchen. The boy almost fell when the warmth of shelter touched him. Travis guided him to a chair without letting his hands linger too long on living skin. Unfazed, jumped onto the porch and shook rain from his coat. "Your dog is rude," Emmett said. "He has been employed less than a day. Standards are still forming." That earned another tiny laugh. Travis opened his pack and set water, crackers, and a strip of jerky on the table. Emmett stared at the food but did not touch it. "Eat," Travis said. "You first." "I do not need it the same way." "That is not comforting." "No, it is not." Emmett studied him, then picked up a cracker and ate like his body betrayed him into honesty. Once he started, he could not stop. Travis turned away to give him dignity, and because the smell of warm blood beneath scraped skin made his own hunger shift again. Outside, the rain thinned. Somewhere far off, a crow called from the orchard. Travis stood at the window and watched the tree line. He had been outside the wall for less than 2 days. Already the world had handed him a dog, a starving child, and men with dogs behind him. The road had not made him less responsible. It had only removed the walls that once told him where responsibility ended. Emmett slept for 14 hours and woke with a knife in his hand. Travis had expected it. He had slept badly himself, sitting in the hallway outside the bedroom with his back against the wall, rifle across his knees, listening to the boy's breathing and to the distant movements of infected in the fields. Near dawn, Emmett's breath changed. His fingers moved under the blanket. The small blade came from somewhere inside his sleeve, a trick practiced often enough to be memory. When the bedroom door creaked open, Travis did not raise the rifle. "Morning," he said. Emmett froze with the knife held low. His hair stuck up on one side. His face still carried the dirt to the orchard, though Travis had left water and a rag by the bed. "You stayed there all night?" "Most of it." "That is creepy." "So is waking with a knife." The boy looked at the blade as if surprised to find it. "It is habit." "Keep it. Just do not cut the dog by mistake." Unfazed, lying belly up near the stairs, opened one eye and thumped his tail. Emmett lowered the knife. "He really does not care what you are. That makes one of you." "I care. I just think it is amazing." Travis rose slowly. Amazing is a word people use before they understand cost. Emmett leaned against the doorframe. The forced bravery faded around the edges. "Does it hurt?" "Not much now." "Do you want to bite people?" Travis could have lied. It would have been easy to say no, to make the boy feel safer and himself feel cleaner. But trust built on lies would collapse under the first hard day. "Sometimes my body wants things I do not want. I am stronger than it so far." "So far is not great. It is honest." Emmett nodded, as if filing that away among other survival rules. "Then I will not sneak up on you." "That is good. And if you get weird, I will yell your name." Travis almost smiled. "That is your plan. You said you are still you. Names are good at finding people." The simplicity of it touched something deep in Travis. Fair enough. They spent the morning making the farmhouse less temporary. Travis showed Emmett how to check window frames for rot, how to wedge a chair under a door without making it impossible to escape. how to hang tin cans on cord low enough to trip sound, but high enough that rats would not set them off all night. Emmett learned quickly when pride did not get in his way. When it did, unfazed, usually interrupted by stealing the rag or nosing through the pack, and the boy's attention reset. While they worked, Travis asked questions in pieces. The men chasing you, do they have a name? Emmett tied a knot too tight, then had to pick at it. People call them the chain road. Because they move people? Because they chain everyone they take and march them along the highway. They say it is safer than settlements because nobody argues when orders are simple. Who leads them? The boy's finger stilled. Silas runs the crew that took us. There are others above him, I think. He acts like he owns everything, though. How many in his crew? Maybe 20. Sometimes more when they meet with traitors. Travis kept his voice even. Where were they holding you? Old road camp. Fences, trucks, cages. They move when the dead get too thick or when they hear about people hiding nearby. Your family? Emmett pulled the cord hard enough to snap it. Travis waited. The boy picked up the broken length, stared at it, then sat on the floor with his back against the wall. Unfazed, went to him immediately and rested his chin on Emmett's knee. The boy's hand found the dog's head. My dad traded with him once, Emmett said. He did not know what they were. They came with canned food and medicine and smiled a lot. Silas smiled most. He told my mother she had kind eyes. My father did not like that, but we needed fever medicine for my little sister. Travis sat across from him, leaving space. They came back at night. Not to trade. They had more men. They had floodlights on the trucks, so bright the whole yard turned white. My father got shot before he reached the porch. My mother hid me and Liza in the root cellar. Liza was 6. She kept making this tiny breathing sound because she was scared, and I put my hand over her mouth, not hard, just enough to tell her quiet. Then the door opened. His voice thinned but did not break. That was worse than sobbing. It meant he had told himself the story too many times inside his own head. Silas found us. He grabbed Liza by the arm. My mother hit him with a shovel. He laughed. He actually laughed. One of his men hit her, and she fell. I had the cellar knife. I stuck it in his leg and ran because my mother yelled run, and Liza was screaming, and I thought they were right behind me. I thought everyone was behind me. Emmett covered his eyes with his dirty hand. I left them. Travis felt cold rage move through him, cleaner than hunger and twice as dangerous. You were a child being told to run by his mother. I am still a child. Yes, you are. Emmett looked up, startled by the answer. Travis leaned forward. You are still a child, and that means the adults who hurt your family own the blame. Not you. Not your fear. Not your legs. Them. That does not bring them back. No, it does not. Then what does it do? It keeps you from carrying their crime for them. Emmett's face twisted, and this time he cried. He did it silently at first, shoulders shaking, mouth clamped shut, as if sound might bring Silas through the door. Travis stayed where he was. The hunger noticed tears, salt, life, trembling skin. Travis noticed too, and hated that he noticed. He pressed his palms flat to the floorboards until splinters bit his skin. Unfazed, crawled halfway into Emmett's lap. That broke the boy open. He hugged the dog and made a small strangled sound that became a real sob. Travis looked toward the window and gave him as much privacy as the room allowed. When the storm passed, Emmett wiped his face with his sleeve. Do you think I am weak now? I think weak people do not run for 2 days and fight infected with a piece of rebar. I got cornered. Everyone gets cornered. What matters is what you do before the teeth arrive. Emmett breathed out. You say things like, a teacher. I was a mechanic. Same thing if the machine is stupid. This time Travis did smile. It felt strange on his cold face. By afternoon they searched the farmhouse for anything useful. Emmett insisted on helping despite exhaustion. He found a jar of buttons, 3 candles, a fishing line, and a paperback western chewed by mice. Travis found a box of 22 rounds, a rusted hand pump, and a cracked map of the county tucked behind a drawer. He spread the map over the kitchen table. Emmett leaned over it. We should not go near the state road. Because of the chain road. They patrol it. They like places where people have to pass. Bridges, gas stations, crossroads. Government camps? Emmett shook his head hard. No government camps. You know something about them? Only stories. People go in and do not come out, or they come out wearing tags and saying where they are assigned. Maybe some are good. Maybe not. I do not care. Big places get big rules, and big rules turn people into cargo. Travis studied the map. Before the bite, he would have thought about Haven Ridge first. He would have considered taking Emmett back, arguing for the boy, asking Dr. Hart to explain his usefulness. The thought died quickly. Haven Ridge had not known what to do with one changed man who had repaired their homes. They would not open their arms to a child hunted by slavers and guarded by that same changed man. Then we avoid big places, Travis said. Emmett watched him carefully. Just like that? Just like that. Adults usually explain why my ideas are bad before doing what they wanted anyway. I am not collecting authority for sport. I want to keep you alive. The boy tapped the map with one dirty finger. Alive where? Travis looked at the thin blue lines of creeks, the green patches of state forest, the empty spaces between roads. Somewhere small, far from patrols. Water nearby. Soil that can grow beans and potatoes. Trees for cover. Enough open ground to see trouble before it reaches us. A farm? Maybe a farm. With a fence? Eventually, yes. And the dog? Unfazed, had fallen asleep under the table. The dog seems to have appointed himself inspector. Emmett nodded, as if this settled a legal matter. I can fish. Not great, but I can. Lisa was better. She was patient. I got bored and scared the fish. You can learn patience. You can learn to eat crackers. Do not get reckless with your insults. Emmett grinned, then looked surprised to be able to grin. The moment did not last. Near sunset, Travis found tracks beyond the creek where the ground had softened. Not infected, but boot prints from 3 men at least, maybe 4, moving north to south the previous day, and 1 dog. The animal's prints were deep, large, and purposeful. A search pattern, not wandering. Emmett saw Travis crouched over the mud and stopped smiling. Is that them? Maybe it is. They are still looking. Yes, they are. The boy hugged himself. Silas does not like losing things. You are not a thing. He thinks everyone is. Travis stood and looked toward the darkening trees. His body felt cold and strong. His hunger prowled. His mind remained his own, and inside that mind a decision settled with the same quiet certainty he used to feel when tightening the last bolt on a gate. Then we teach him he is wrong, Travis said. Emmett looked up at him. How do we do that? By staying free. The boy nodded slowly. The dog came to stand between them, nose lifted toward the wind. For the first time since the gate closed behind him, Travis felt something other than exile pull him forward. It was not hope yet. Hope was too bright a word for a cold man, a hunted child, and a stray dog in a rotting farmhouse. But it was direction. They left the farmhouse before sunrise because staying had become a gamble with bad odds. Travis packed only what they could carry without slowing him it. The boy argued for the fishing line, the candles, the paperback western, and a chipped blue mug because it had a picture of a smiling trout on it. Travis allowed the line and 2 candles, refused the mug, and watched Amit hide the paperback inside his jacket, as if subtlety were a skill he had invented. The book weighs more than the mug, Travis said. Emmett looked offended. The book improves morale. Does it? It has a cowboy who solves problems by glaring. I am studying leadership. Then do not glare at the dog. He outranks both of us. Unfazed trotted ahead with a strip of cloth tied loosely around his neck so Travis could grab him if they needed silence. The dog disliked the arrangement but tolerated it with the weary dignity of a creature who had survived worse human ideas. They moved north through tree lines and drainage cuts, avoiding roads when possible. Travis set the pace by Amit's breathing. The boy tried to hide pain and fatigue, but Travis heard both. Every scrape of boot, every swallowed gasp, every heartbeat carried too clearly now. It made lying harder around him. It also made the world overwhelming when he forgot to narrow his attention. Birds in wet branches, infected moaning a quarter-mile away, water under stone, Emmett's pulse beating whenever a twig snapped, unfazed sniffing every story written in mud. At mid-morning, they reached a ridge overlooking the state road. 2 trucks passed below, moving slow, their engines rough and loud. Men stood in the beds with rifles, scanning the woods. The trucks were painted a dull gray with strips of chain hanging from the bumpers. A dog barked from the lead vehicle, deep and eager. Emmett flattened himself behind a fallen log. Travis crouched beside him. Is that Silas's crew? Maybe. The chains are theirs. Stay down. I am down. I am almost part of the dirt. The attempt at humor could not hide the tremble in his hands. Travis rested 2 fingers on the log near him, not touching the boy, just close enough to anchor the moment. Below, the truck stopped at the bend. A man climbed out and walked to the shoulder. He wore a long coat patched with leather and carried something over one shoulder that looked at first like a shepherd's pole. Then it unfolded slightly, metal glinting, a curved catch at the end wrapped in dark barbs. Emmett stopped breathing. Travis felt it. Is that Silas? The boy nodded once, tiny and sharp. Silas was too far away for details, but distance did not soften him. He moved with ownership, as if the road, the trucks, the men, and the trees had all been placed there for his use. He spoke to the dog handler. The handler pointed toward the creek line south of the ridge. Silas looked into the woods for a long time. Travis knew he could walk down there and the infected would ignore him, but armed men would not. He counted rifles. 9 visible. More inside the trucks. Too many. The cold strength in his arms meant nothing against a burst of gunfire. Silas lifted his head suddenly, almost toward their ridge. Emmett pressed his face into the leaves. Travis stayed motionless. After a long minute, Silas returned to the truck. The convoy rolled on. Emmett did not move until the engine noise faded completely. When he finally sat up, anger had replaced fear because anger felt less helpless. I should have stuck the knife deeper. Maybe you should have. Maybe I should have. You were escaping a cellar in the dark. You did damage and lived. That counts. He still has my sister. The words landed heavy. Travis looked back toward the road. You said she was taken. You did not say you knew she was alive. Emmett's jaw tightened. I heard her 2 nights after, at their camp. I was hiding under a culvert. They stopped nearby. She cried for my mother. Silas told her quiet children, get fed first. Then they drove away. How long ago? 9 days. Maybe 10. Travis closed his eyes. A child in a cage. A sister used his bait without even trying because love already did that work. He understood then that Emmett's flight had never been pure escape. It had been failure in the boy's mind, a retreat from the person he most wanted to save. Why did you not tell me? Travis asked. Because adults hear a lost little sister and get heroic in stupid ways. Then they die. You thought I would rush the road camp. Would you? Travis opened his eyes. The trucks were gone. Not today. Emmett studied him. But someday? If she is alive and we can find her without throwing your life away, we try. The boy's eyes shone. Do not say that because I am sad. I am saying it because it is true. I will not promise success. I will not promise fast. I will not lie to dress fear up as hope. But I will help you look. Emmett rubbed his nose with his sleeve. That is the nicest awful promise anyone ever made. I specialize. They kept moving. By noon, they found a creek narrow enough to cross on stones. Travis went first, then guided Emmett across. The boy slipped on the last rock. Travis caught him by the back of the jacket and lifted him one-handed onto the bank. Emmett stared. You lifted me like a sack of flour. You are lighter than flour. That is rude. Eat more. You first. The words were playful until they were not. Both of them felt the silence after. Travis released the jacket and stepped back. They made camp in a collapsed hunting blind hidden by cedar trees. It was too early to stop, but the ridge had drained Emmett, and Travis needed time to think. He set snares along a rabbit trail, more for the boy and dog than himself. He taught Emmett how to rub mud and crush cedar on his boots to confuse tracking dogs, how to walk in shallow water without splashing, how to choose ground that did not hold prints. Emmett listened with fierce attention. "Who taught you all this?" the boy asked. "Different people, hunters, soldiers who passed through Haven Ridge, and mistakes that taught louder than either. Mistakes teach loud, if they leave you alive." Emmett nodded, then looked toward the trees. "What was your place like?" "The one that threw you out." Travis tied off his snare and did not answer immediately. It was crowded and loud when the generators worked, too quiet when they did not. People complained about food, chores, watch shifts, children making noise, old people telling the same stories. Everyone wanted more room and fewer rules until the dead came close. Then they wanted walls and someone else to stand on them. "Do you miss it?" "Yes, I do." "Even after what they did?" Missing a place and forgiving a place are not the same thing. Emmett considered that. "Do you hate them?" Travis looked at his pale hands. "Sometimes I do, and then I remember how afraid they were. Then I hate that fear was enough. I would not have made you leave. You say that because you met me after. I say that because you saved me. That changes how you see me. Good. Maybe they should have remembered who saved them before they looked at your eyes." The boy's loyalty was fierce and dangerous, untested by long years of fear. Travis wanted to protect it without letting it make him foolish. People are not simple, Emmett. Good people can do cowardly things. Hurt people can hurt others and still love them. Fear can make a whole room vote against its own memory. That sounds like an excuse. It is a warning. If we build anything someday, we have to build it better than that. Emmett leaned back against a cedar trunk. "Build what?" Travis almost said a shelter. He almost said a farm. Instead, he looked at the boy, at the dog asleep with one ear twitching, at the wet green world closing around them. A life where nobody gets thrown away because they became difficult to understand. Emmett went quiet. The rabbit came near dusk. Travis killed it fast, cleaned it by the creek, and gave most of it to Emmett in unfazed, after roasting it over a careful smokeless fire. The smell nearly drove him from camp. Cooked meat was tolerable in thought and brutal in scent. The rabbit's blood on his hands was worse before the fire changed it. His mouth watered in a way that made shame burn colder than fever. Emmett noticed. Of course he noticed. Children who survived slavers noticed everything. "You are hungry," he said. "I am managing. There are some left. Not for me." "Because it is cooked?" Travis looked at him sharply. Emmett held his gaze. "I saw your face when you cleaned it. I am not stupid. I did not say you were. Does raw meat help? I have not tested it. Because you are scared. Because I am not sure where the line is." The boy lowered his skewer. "What line?" Travis took a long breath. Though breathing had become more habit than need, the line between feeding a changed body and becoming something that lets hunger make decisions. Emmett stared into the small fire. "My mother used to say being good is not about never wanting bad things. It is about telling your hands no when your anger says yes." Your mother was smart. She was scary smart. She once talked her trader into giving her 2 bags of rice for a broken radio by convincing him he was lucky to own a mystery. Travis smiled faintly. I would have liked her. Everyone did, except people she knew were lying. The fire snapped softly. Unfazed gnawed a bone with intense concentration. Emmett picked at the rabbit meat, then held out the smallest cooked piece. You do not have to eat it. But you should decide because you decide, not because you are afraid to know. Travis took the piece. It smelled wrong and right at the same time. He put it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. His stomach cramped, rejecting it. He kept it down through force of will and pride. Terrible, he said. Emmett nodded solemnly. My cooking has range. They left quietly, and for a few seconds the dark around them felt less complete. Later, under a sky clearing into hard stars, they made the pact. It was not formal at first. It began with practical rules spoken between watch shifts. They would avoid government camps, large settlements, road patrols, and anyone flying fresh flags over old cruelty. They would look for Lisa only when doing so did not hand Emmett back to Silas. They would head toward water and farmland, not cities. They would keep moving until they found a place that could be defended without becoming a prison. Then Emmett held out his hand. "My mother said deals matter more when people are tired," he said. Travis looked at the small hand, dirty and scratched and alive. He hesitated because touching living skin still woke the hunger, but some fears could not be allowed to write every rule. He took Emmett's hand carefully. "I keep you safe," Travis said. "You tell me when I start acting less like myself. We do not lie about danger. We do not give Silas or anyone like him another chain." Emmett squeezed his cold fingers. "And we keep the dog." Unfazed, lifted his head as if the claws were obvious. "And we keep the dog," Travis agreed. The handshake ended. Nothing in the world changed. The dead still wandered. Silas still hunted. Haven Ridge still stood behind its walls without him. Travis still felt cold inside his skin, and hunger still waited. But a promise had been made in the dark, and sometimes that was the first post in a fence no one else could see yet. By the third day together, Travis understood that survival was not a single skill. It was a language, and Emmett had learned pieces of it in the harshest classrooms. The boy knew how to sleep lightly, hide food, read an adult's mood from the set of their shoulders, and wake without speaking. He knew how to run when told and how to keep crying silent. What he did not know were the slower rules, the ones that kept panic from choosing bad ground and hunger from choosing bad people. So Travis taught him. They moved through a patchwork of old farms and second-growth woods, traveling at dawn and late afternoon, resting when the sun was high enough to make shadows short. Travis explained why they avoided ridgelines when the sky was clear, why they crossed open fields near fence breaks instead of gates, why smoke on a still day could betray a camp farther than shouting. Emmett listened while pretending not to be impressed. Unfazed, listened to nothing except birds, squirrels, and the possibility of dropped food. "Rule 1, Travis said as they crouched beside a washed-out road. "The fastest route is often the route someone else expects." Emmett peered across the road toward a gas station with broken pumps. "That place has supplies. That place has sight lines from 3 directions, old cars for ambush cover, and 1 easy driveway. So no supplies. Not today. Your rules are very anti-snack. My rules are pro-breathing." They skirted the gas station through a drainage ditch. 10 minutes later, 3 infected stumbled from the garage bay, drawn by a flock of crows arguing over something behind the building. Emmett looked back at Travis. "Fine," the boy whispered. "Breathing is useful. You will come to appreciate it." The next lesson came from water. Emmett wanted to drink from every clear stream because thirst made all moving water look honest. Travis showed him how to look upstream for carcasses, chemical sheen, algae mats, and places where the banks had too many tracks. He made a filter from cloth, sand, charcoal, and gravel packed inside a cut plastic bottle. Then he boiled the filtered water in an old tin cup until Emmett complained that patience was becoming the villain of his life. "Bad water can kill you without chasing you," Travis said. "That is rude of it. Most dangers are rude. Are you going to make a rule for jokes?" "Yes. Rule 2. Jokes are allowed unless they make you miss what can kill you." Emmett grinned. "That is a good rule. You only like it because it permits jokes." "That is correct." Travis found himself speaking more than he had in years. At Haven Ridge, people came to him with problems and expected solutions. With Emmett, explanations mattered. A boy could obey a command and still die later if he never understood the reason behind it. Travis taught him how to judge footprints by edge sharpness, how to tell infected wandering from human tracking, how to mark a trail so lightly that only someone who knew what to seek could follow it back. He taught him how to hold a knife without cutting his own hand, how to strike and move away, how to never admire a hit until the threat was finished. The fight lesson came because Emmett asked for it with too much anger in his eyes. They stopped in a clearing ringed by birch trees. Travis gave him a stripped branch the length of his rebar and took another for himself. "I want to learn to beat Silas," Emmett said. "That is not the first lesson. It is the one I care about. That is why it is not first. Anger cares about endings and skips the part where you stay alive long enough to reach them." Emmett swung hard without warning. Travis caught the branch on his own and turned it aside. The boy stumbled. "Again," Travis said. Emmett attacked with a child's fury, fast and messy. Travis blocked without striking back, letting him spend fear as motion. The branch cracked against branch. Leaves shook loose. Unfazed watched from the shade, unimpressed. After several minutes, Emmett's breath became ragged. "You are not even trying," the boy snapped. "I'm trying to teach. That is different from winning. Then teach me something useful." Travis stepped inside the next swing, hooked Emmett's branch with his own, and twisted it free. The boy's weapon flew into the grass. Travis tapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Useful," Travis said, "is not letting a stronger person decide the shape of the fight." Emmett glared, humiliated. "Again, please. Pick it up." This time Travis slowed the lesson. Feet first. Balance before power. Watch shoulders, not eyes, because eyes lie and shoulders move. Never swing so hard that missing leaves you open. Never fight fair against someone who came to own you. Dirt, noise, running, biting, hiding, all of it was allowed if survival was the question. Emmett absorbed every word like dry soil taking rain. When he finally landed a light strike against Travis's ribs by feinting high and stepping low, surprise lit his face. "I got you." "You did." "Did you let me?" "Less than before." "That is a terrible compliment." "It is an accurate one." Emmett tried not to smile and failed. They stopped before exhaustion made pride careless. Travis made him stretch his hands and drink water. The boy sat with his back against a birch trunk, flushed and alive. That warmth called to the changed part of Travis, but less violently than before. Maybe familiarity helped. Maybe responsibility built a barrier. Hunger had to climb. He did not trust it, but he noticed. That evening they found an abandoned ranger station near a dry creek bed. Its roof had partly collapsed, but one office remained intact. A faded map of the county forest still hung on the wall behind a desk. Travis studied it by lantern light, while Emmett fed unfazed bits of cracker and pretended not to be sleepy. There were old cabins north of here, Travis said. Too exposed for long, but maybe useful for supplies. The river bends east after that. If we follow it, we can stay off the roads. Away from Silas, for now. Toward Liza. Travis looked at him. The boy's voice was careful, but hope trembled beneath it like a match cupped against wind. Toward information, Travis said. If the chain road moves people, someone has seen them. We ask quietly. We do not charge blind. Emmett nodded, disappointed but not defeated. Toward information is better than away from everything. Yes, it is. And the farm. Still the goal. Water, soil, distance, visibility. A place where we choose who enters. Emmett leaned his head back against the desk. I want chickens. The statement was so ordinary that Travis looked over. You want chickens? Eggs. Noise if something comes close. Feathers for unfazed to chase when he gets too proud. The dog perked at his name. Chickens complicate stealth, Travis said. So do half-dead mechanics and dramatic dogs, but here we are. Travis shook his head. We will put chickens under review. That means yes later. That means under review. Emmett smiled to himself and closed his eyes. After the boy slept, Travis stepped outside. The night was clear and cold. Stars spread across the sky with cruel beauty, indifferent to walls, bites, slavers, and boys who wanted chickens. Infected moved somewhere beyond the trees, their groans thin and wandering. Travis could have walked among them like fog. He could have vanished into that cold fellowship and left human needs behind, water to boil, children to comfort, dogs to feed, promises to keep. Instead, he stood guard. Near midnight, the hunger rose hard. It came without warning, triggered by the rabbit remains wrapped in leaves inside the pack. Emmett had saved a small portion for breakfast. The meat was cooked, but the blood at the bone had not fully dried. Travis smelled it through cloth, leaves, leather, and distance. His mouth filled. His fingers twitched. The world narrowed to a single point behind the office door. He walked away from the station fast, then faster until he reached the dry creek bed. He knelt among stones and gripped one in each hand. The hunger pressed images into him, the rabbit first, then the dog, then the boy. Travis bent forward and made himself say their names. Unfazed is not food. Emmett is not food. The words sounded monstrous because they needed saying. Shame nearly bent him double. He pressed the stone so hard one cracked in his palm. I am Travis Mayfield, he said. I fixed the south generator. I built the tire swing. I loved Elise. I saved the boy. I keep the boy safe. I do not feed on what I protect. The hunger did not vanish. It never did. But it loosened enough for him to breathe through it. A small voice came from the bank behind him. Travis, are you there? He turned too quickly. Emmett stood above the creek bed with his knife in one hand and terror in his eyes. Not fear of Travis exactly. Fear for him. You should be asleep, Travis said. You left. Go back. Are you getting weird? The question, asked in the language they had made together, almost saved him by itself. Travis looked down at the cracked stone in his hand. Yes, I am. Emmett swallowed. His knife trembled, but he did not run. Do I yell your name? You already did. Did it help? Travis closed his eyes. The boy's heartbeat was loud. The hunger heard it. So did he. Yes, it helped. Emmett climbed down into the creek bed, but stopped 10 feet away. Smart boy. Brave boy. Not reckless enough to come closer. Tell me the rules. What rules? New rules for this. Travis forced himself to think. Rules made shape. Shape fought chaos. You do not touch me when I leave camp at night. You wake the dog before following me. You keep distance. If my voice changes and I tell you to come closer, you run instead. If I ever chase you, you lead me toward infected, not people. If I ever stop knowing your name, you hide and do not argue. Emmett's face crumpled with each rule, but he nodded after each one. And your rules. I leave camp before the hunger gets near you. I tell you the truth when control is bad. I do not handle meat alone until I understand this better. I do not pretend pride is safety. And if I yell your name... Travis opened his eyes. I listen. Emmett nodded once. Then listen now. You are Travis. You are getting weird, but you are Travis. You promised chickens were under review. You cannot break a farm promise before we even get the farm. The laugh that came from Travis was rough and nearly a sob. That is your strongest argument. I am tired. My better arguments are asleep. The hunger retreated another inch. They stood in the creek bed under the stars until the worst passed. Emmett did not come closer. Travis did not ask him to. When they returned to the ranger station, Unfazed met them at the door with an offended look, as if secret midnight misery was unacceptable without his supervision. In the morning, Travis threw away the rabbit remains before Emmett could offer them. The boy did not protest. They packed in quiet agreement and moved before sunup. The road ahead curved through timber and old farmland, toward danger they could not yet name and sanctuary they had not yet found. Travis walked first, cold eyes scanning the trees. Emmett followed with his rebar across his shoulder and the paperback western tucked into his pack. Unfazed ranged between them, tail crooked, nose busy, utterly unimpressed by apocalypse. New rules would not make the world gentle. They would not undo the bite, reopen the gate, resurrect the lost, or break Silas's chains. But they gave the 3 travelers a way to keep moving without lying about what moved inside Travis. For now, that was enough. For now, Travis was still himself. For now, the boy believed him. The morning after the creek bed, Travis chose distance before kindness could make him reckless. He walked ahead of Emmett and unfazed by almost 50 yards, close enough to hear the boy if he called, far enough that the smell of warm skin and camp sweat did not sit in Travis's throat like a lit match. Dawn came thin and colorless through the trees. Frost silvered the dead grass in the ditches, and every breath Travis took made no mist at all, while emits rose behind him in little white clouds. That difference bothered the boy more than he wanted to admit. Travis could feel his eyes on his back. He did not need to turn around to know Emmett was counting breaths again, watching for proof that the man in front of him was still a man. There had been a time when Travis might have found that funny in a sad way. Now he understood it as survival. A child alone in the broken world could not afford to love the wrong creature. They left the ranger station behind and followed an old state road through timber where the pavement had cracked into islands. Saplings grew from the center line. Vines pulled down telephone wire, and the poles leaned toward the ditch like tired men listening for bad news. The farther they traveled, the more the woods opened into a valley of abandoned farms and low, misty fields. Somewhere past the hills stood Ashford, a town big enough to have a grocery warehouse, a farm supply store, and a medical clinic, and dangerous enough that anyone sensible had avoided it for years. Travis had seen the town on an old county map in the ranger station office. He had memorized the streets by lantern light while Emmett slept with one hand on his knife and unfazed snored shamelessly at the foot of the desk. Ashford sat at the crossing of two highways, which meant evacuees had bottlenecked there when panic still had gasoline. Bottlenecks had become feasts. Feasts had become nests. Nests became places where the dead crowded together until a single noise could make the whole town roll like dirty water. Emmett caught up when they reached the first ruined billboard. It showed a smiling family advertising a fall festival that had died with everyone else. A strip of peeling paper ran across the mother's eyes. "You are thinking about going in there," Emmett said. "I am not thinking about it. I already decided." "That sounds worse." Travis looked toward the rooftops beyond the fields. "We need food that does not spoil. We need winter clothes that fit you. We need medicine, nails, lime, salt, jars, and anything that can turn an empty farm into more than a dream. Ashford has all of that. Ashford has dead people. It has dead people who do not care about me." Emmett rubbed both hands over his face. He had slept badly and pretended otherwise. "They care about me. That is why you are not going in." The boy's mouth tightened. He hated being protected almost as much as he needed it. "I can help Carrie." "You can help by staying alive. Those are not the same job today." Unfazed trotted between them, sniffed the base of the billboard, sneezed, and moved on as if every tactical decision required his approval. Travis followed the ditch north until they found a culvert under the road. He set Emmett behind it, screened by briars and a fallen sign. From there the boy could see the town edge through a narrow gap, but would remain hidden from anything moving along the highway. Travis unloaded the pack they had emptied for scavenging. He checked the straps, the seams, the buckles, and the little row of ties he had made from torn shirt cloth. He left Emmett the rifle with only 3 rounds, because ammunition did less good in frightened hands, but nothing at all in a pack. Then he crouched and looked the boy in the eye. "You hear gunfire. You do not come after me. You hear me yell. You do not come after me. You hear anyone using my voice. You do not come after me unless I say the creek rule." Emmett frowned. "The creek rule is my name, then the chicken promise, then the number of windows at the ranger station. That is good. If you forget a window, I leave you. If I forget the windows, you trust your legs over your heart." The boy looked away. "That is a rotten rule. Most useful rules are rotten at first." Travis wanted to put a hand on his shoulder, but after the night at the creek, he kept his hand on the strap of the pack. Emmett noticed. He pretended not to. Both of them were getting better at that kind of mercy. Ashford's first street had been a neighborhood once. Mailboxes stood crooked along both sides of the road. Curtains hung in windows, with the sad patience of things that did not know their owners, were never coming back. A tricycle lay overturned in a driveway, its plastic wheels faded pink. Travis moved down the middle of the road with no attempt at stealth. He had learned that the dead trusted the truth of scent more than the lie of sight. They turned their cloudy eyes toward him. They opened their mouths. A few swayed closer, uncertain, drawn by motion but confused by what their ruined bodies could not name. He walked through them. The first one brushed his sleeve. A woman in a cracked nurse's shoe leaned near his cheek, teeth clicking softly. Her face held no thought. Her hands rose, then drifted down again. Travis kept moving, and she let him pass. Another, taller and broader, stumbled into his path and stood there with its jaw hanging open. Travis gripped its shoulder and turned it aside with a pressure that would have made a living man curse. The dead man only shifted, obedient to force, because hunger had no pride. From the culvert, Amit saw enough to rise onto his knees. Travis caught the movement at the edge of his vision and gave one hard shake of his head. The boy sank back down, but awe brightened his face even across the distance. Travis hated that awe. It made danger look like magic. The grocery warehouse sat behind a row of shops, its loading dock doors bent outward from old raids. The front had been stripped bare, but Travis was not interested in front rooms. People took what they could see first. The useful things survived in back offices, in maintenance closets, behind false panels, under counters, and inside the dull places panic did not bother to search. Haven Ridge had taught him that. Years of keeping a settlement breathing had taught him more. Inside the warehouse, the air was damp and sour. Rats scattered in the walls. The dead stood in aisles where spilled grain had once drawn them by the dozens, their feet trapped in softened cardboard, their fingers hanging like broken roots. Travis moved among them with a crowbar in one hand and a canvas sack in the other. He found salt in a manager's office, still sealed in blue bags. He found canned tomatoes behind a collapsed display wall, dented but good. He found a case of dog food high on a shelf and almost laughed when he imagined unfazed, pretending not to care. A bell tinkled somewhere near the front entrance. Travis froze. The infected did not set bells as alarms. Living people did. He lowered the sack without a sound and listened. A second bell answered the first, faint and tinny, followed by a metallic scrape. The trap was simple once he saw it. Fishing line strung ankle-high across the aisle, tied to a row of cans, and a rusted handsaw hung from a shelf. Anyone moving fast would trip, crash, bleed, and bring half the town through the doors. Travis crouched beside it. The line was newer than the dust. Not today new, not even week new, but placed after the first chaos. Ashford was not only crowded with dead, it had been worked by hands that expected visitors and did not wish them well. He cut the line and coiled it into his pocket. Anything useful belonged to survival now, even a trap meant for him. Then he searched more carefully. He found another line near the pharmacy counter, this one tied to a deadfall of bricks. He found a shotgun shell rigged under a hinged board in the manager's hallway, crude and ugly, meant to turn a curious hand into red mist. He disabled it with patient fingers and a face that did not sweat. By noon, the pack had grown heavy. Travis carried it to the culvert and set it down without stepping too close. Emmett opened it with the reverence of a child looking into a holiday box from another world. "Salt," the boy whispered. "Real salt. Do not eat it by the handful." I was going to show restraint for at least an hour. Travis placed a pair of boots beside him. They were scuffed, but the soles were better than the split shoes Emmett wore. "Try those." Emmett's expression shifted from excitement to something smaller. He touched the boots with 2 fingers. "You went looking for my size." I estimated. "Your feet complain loudly when you walk." "Feet do not complain." "Yours do. They are dramatic." The boy tried to smile, but had to look away first. He pulled off one old shoe and slipped into the boot. It was a little large, which was better than small. He flexed his toes, and the smile finally came. "I can run faster in these," he said. "You can run farther, which matters more. You sound like a lesson even when you are giving me boots." "That is because boots are a lesson." Unfazed, shoved his nose into the pack, found the dog food, and gave Travis a look of deep professional respect. Emmett laughed quietly. The sound was worth more than anything in the town. Travis went in twice more before evening. The second trip brought blankets, a sewing kit, nails, a small axe, and jars from the ruined general store. The third brought medical supplies from the clinic, along with a coil of copper wire and a hand pump from the farm supply shop. The dead brushed him, crowded him, breathed their spoiled breath against his neck. He moved through them like a cold rumor. Once, A child infected with a blue ribbon still tied in her hair took hold of his coat and stared up with milky eyes. Travis had to close his hand around her wrist and ease her away. When he returned the final time, Emmett was standing despite orders, staring past Travis toward the town. A cluster of infected had followed at a distance, not hunting, only drifting. They stopped when Travis stopped. Their heads tilted. For a terrible moment, the road looked like a congregation waiting for a sermon. Emmett's awe had drained away. That is what they think you are. They do not think. You know what I mean. Travis did. He glanced at the dead and felt the old ache of being seen by the wrong side of the world. They know I am not food. That is not the same as knowing me. Emmett looked down at the boots. I know you. The hunger inside Travis listened to the warmth in those words and stirred, jealous and eager. He gripped the pack strap until the cloth creaked. Then keep knowing the rules, he said. They left Ashford before sunset with more supplies than they had carried since the gate closed behind Travis. Emmett walked better in the boots. Unfazed, padded proudly beside the dog food. Behind them, the infected gathered in the street and watched without understanding. Their empty faces turned toward Travis as if a piece of winter had passed through their town, wearing a man's name. The supplies changed the shape of their days. Hunger no longer made every decision by itself. Emmett ate canned peaches for breakfast with the stunned silence of someone afraid flavor might vanish if he spoke too loudly. Unfazed ate from a dented tin plate and then tried to bury the empty can beneath leaves, perhaps saving the smell for a future in which miracles repeated themselves. Travis sat outside the circle of camp and watched the morning through bare branches. He had eaten nothing since the rabbit remains by the creek. Before the bite, that would have meant weakness, headache, trembling hands, and a sour temper he tried not to show. Now it meant something stranger. His body did not ask for bread or beans. It did not care about peaches. The thought of cooked food felt distant, like a memory of a language he used to speak. The thought of uncooked flesh arrived sharp enough to make his fingers curl. That was why he decided to hunt while Emmett was still smiling over peaches. They had found a strip of pine woods beside a creek that bent south through low ground. Deer tracks crossed the mud near the water. The animals had returned to places people once owned, growing bold in the absence of engines and porch lights. Travis studied the prints with a steadiness he did not feel. The lesson should have been ordinary. Track, wait, strike, clean, cook, feed the boy, feed the dog. Prove that life could still be built from hands and patience. I can come, Emmett said around a mouthful, then swallowed quickly. I mean, I can watch from far back. You stay with the pack. I watched in Ashford. Ashford could not smell your breakfast from here. Animals can. You can smell it too, can't you? Travis looked at the creek instead of the boy. I can smell too many things. Emmett lowered the peach can. Bad today. Different today. That answer did not satisfy either of them. Emmett wiped his spoon on his sleeve, thinking with the grave seriousness that made him seem older than 12 and younger than 12 at the same time. Do I do the rules? Not unless I ask. What if you forget to ask? Then you decide for me. I hate deciding for adults. Adults hate it too. They just use longer words. Emmett considered that and nodded as if it explained the entire collapse of civilization. Travis took the small axe, the coil of line, and the old hunting knife he had found in Ashford. He left the rifle with Emmett again. Every step away from camp helped, though not enough. In the woods, the world narrowed to tracks, air, and restraint. Travis moved silently because silence had become easy. Leaves did not complain under his feet. Brush slid around him. The cold in his muscles held patience like water frozen under a pond. He followed the deer prints down the creek and through a gap in fallen cedars, where tufts of hair clung to bark. The smell came before the sight. Warm animal, mud, fear, and life moving under skin. A doe stood in a clearing beyond the cedars, nose down in winter grass. She lifted her head when a crow called, ears turning. Travis froze. The old Travis would have drawn breath and held it. His body did not need that ritual, yet he found himself pretending, as if mimicry could keep him human. He had no gun. Noise would bring risk. Instead, he used the line and patience. It took nearly an hour to move around the clearing, set the loop in the right place, and dry the dough with a thrown stone and a sudden rush from the brush. The animal bolted, struck the snare, and went down hard. Travis was on it before it could thrash free. Killing had never been clean, not when done close. Anyone who claimed otherwise had only watched from far away. The doe's body kicked beneath him. Its heat came through his sleeves. Its eye rolled toward him, black and wet and terrified. Travis drove the knife where mercy required, and the clearing filled with the copper-rich scent of fresh blood. The urge hit so hard that he nearly fell forward. It was not hunger as he had known it. It was command. Every thought collapsed toward the red opening beneath his hand. His mouth flooded. His jaw ached. The white haze at the edge of his vision sharpened the world into meat and motion. He saw the dough not as food to cook, not as a life taken with regret, but as permission. He saw his own hands slick and imagined lifting them to his mouth. "Stop," he said aloud, but the word sounded too small. The forest did not answer. The dough twitched once and grew still. Steam rose from the torn place in the cold air. Travis drove the knife into the dirt beside him, buried both hands in dead leaves, and held himself there as if he could root into the earth. He thought of Emmett's new boots. He thought of the boy standing 10 feet away in the creek bed, brave enough to stay back and kind enough to call him by name. He thought of the chicken promise, ridiculous and sacred. He thought of Elise on a summer day before the world broke, telling him that tenderness was not weakness unless a man used it as an excuse to do nothing. The hunger did not vanish. It retreated by inches, snarling without sound. Travis cleaned the deer with mechanical care. He did the work slowly because speed belonged to the wrong part of him. He wrapped the meat in cloth from the Ashford store, tied it tight, and washed his hands in the creek until the water ran clear. It did not matter. He could still smell the blood beneath his nails. He could smell it in the folds of his coat. He could smell it inside his own head. When he returned to camp, Emmett stood immediately. His face brightened at the sight of the wrapped bundles, then changed when he saw Travis's expression. "You got one," Emmett said. "A doe. Are you all right?" "I am useful. That is the answer I have today." Emmett looked at the bundles. "That is not the answer I asked for. It is the answer I can give without lying." The boy accepted that with a maturity that hurt to watch. He cleared a space by the fire ring. Travis placed the meat down and stepped back at once. "You will cook it," Travis said. "I will tell you how from over there. I have never done that part. You will learn." "Because of the bad smell thing?" "Because I do not trust myself close to it uncooked." Emmett's face went still. Unfazed, incapable of respecting emotional gravity, tried to inch toward the bundles. Emmett caught his collar. "Not yet, greedy king." Teaching the boy how to cut and cook meat from a distance became one of the hardest things Travis had ever done. He sat beside a pine trunk with his hands under his knees, giving instructions in a voice he forced to remain steady. "Cut across the grain. Keep the blade away from your thumb. Smaller pieces cook faster. Do not let the dog steal anything that has not touched flame. Smoke carries scent, so build the fire low and hot." Emmett listened. He made mistakes. He cursed under his breath when he nicked the side of his finger, then immediately hid the finger behind his back. Travis turned his face away before the smell could catch him too fully. "Let me see," Travis said. "It is nothing. Let me see from there." Emmett held up the finger. A little blood beaded near the nail. Travis dug his own fingernails into his palm. Pain helped only because it belonged to him. "Rinse it. Wrap it. Keep working after it stops bleeding." Emmett obeyed, though his eyes did not leave Travis. "You can say it is hard. It is hard. You can say you hate it." Travis swallowed against teeth that felt too present in his mouth. "I hate that feeding you makes me dangerous." The boy wrapped his finger with a strip of cloth. "You are not dangerous because you tell me. Dangerous people hide the part that hurts others. Sometimes hiding is what keeps others safe. Sometimes telling is." The fire popped. Fat hissed on the pan. Travis clenched his hands harder. Emmett cooked the first strips until they were nearly charred, then offered some to Unfazed, who accepted the tribute with theatrical dignity. The boy ate slowly, hunger overcoming worry bite by bite. Travis watched the food enter him and felt a different satisfaction, a clean one, rise beneath the filthy urge. This was why control mattered. Not because Travis wanted to think well of himself, not because he needed the world to forgive him, because a child could sit beside a low fire and eat meat enough to sleep without his stomach folding in on itself. Night settled over the pines. Emmett wrapped the remaining cooked meat in clean cloth. The uncooked portions stayed in a separate bundle, sealed in one of the jars with salt packed around them. Travis did not touch it. He would not touch it. Later, when Emmett slept, Travis walked to the creek and scrubbed the knife until his fingers stiffened. The water moved black over stone. He saw his reflection between ripples, pale skin, white-filmed eyes, a face that could frighten strangers away from camp with a glance. He opened his mouth and looked at his teeth. They were still human teeth. For now, he closed his mouth, cleaned the knife again, and returned to camp before the hunger could turn solitude into permission. Emmett slept curled beneath the new blanket, one hand resting near unfazed ribs. The dog's ear twitched as Travis approached, but he did not rise. He only opened one eye, saw Travis, and closed it again. Travis sat on the far side of the fire until dawn. He did not sleep. He did not eat. He listened to the boy breathe and held the line inside himself, one cold inch at a time. For 3 days they traveled through country that seemed almost gentle if a person looked at it from the wrong distance. Fields rolled beneath pale winter's sun. Deer moved like brown shadows along fence lines. Old barns sagged under ivy, their painted signs fading into the grain of the wood. A creek flashed silver in the hollows, and sometimes the wind came across the grass with no rot in it at all. Emmett began to believe the valley might let them pass without taking anything. Travis did not believe in that kind of mercy. He used the quiet days for lessons. At first, Emmett complained because complaint was the one luxury he could afford. Travis let him spend it. The boy complained about walking without speaking. He complained about burying trash. He complained about learning which berries were safe, which roots might help fever, and which mushrooms were better left alone unless he wished to die regretting dinner. He complained about rubbing mud and crushed pine needles over his boots to confuse scent. He complained about waking before dawn to move camp, then complained at dusk when Travis made him map the day from memory. "You are training me to be miserable," Emmett said one evening as he crouched beside the fire ring they had not lit. "I am training you to be alive. Misery is just extra practice. You could train me with slightly more joy. Joy leaves tracks." Emmett narrowed his eyes. "That sounds like something adults say when they have no answer." "It is exactly that." The honesty startled a laugh from him. It came out rusty from disuse, then warmed into something real. Travis found himself smiling before he remembered what his smile looked like now, and lowered his face toward the snare he was tying. Emmett saw the movement. "You do not have to hide smiling. I am not sure it helps the face. You look terrifying either way. You might as well be terrifying and pleased." Unface thumped his tail once, endorsing the argument. Travis looked at the dog. "You stay out of this." The dog yawned. They made a practice camp in a stand of young pines, not because they planned to sleep there, but because Travis wanted Emmett to understand what a good camp looked like before exhaustion made bad decisions persuasive. He made the boy choose a site. Emmett picked a hollow near the creek. "Water close," Emmett said. "Trees around us. Soft ground. Also flood marks on the bank, 2 game trails crossing behind you, and no sight line to the road. Anything coming down either trail reaches camp before you stand. Anything human on the road can watch the smoke rise while you're still feeling clever." Emmett looked offended by the landscape. "The ground tricked me. Ground does that. Pick again." The second choice was better. A low rise screened by pine but with a view of the creek approach and an old stone wall behind it. Travis showed him how to clear leaves without leaving a bright scar of fresh dirt, how to break dead branches by twisting them inside a blanket to muffle the snap, how to carry water in 2 trips rather than 1 heavy trip that made a person stumble. He taught him to sleep with shoes tucked under the blanket so they did not freeze, stiff or vanish to raccoons. He taught him to keep a knife in the same place every night, because panic had no time for searching. Emmett learned fast when pride stopped getting in the way. He had sharp eyes and a memory built by fear. He could recall the shape of a boot print after one look. He could tell when birds went quiet and when they were only changing trees. He could lie still for longer than Travis expected, though his toes twitched when he was thinking. At dusk, Travis finally let them build a fire no bigger than a man's hat. They set it below the rise, screened by stones, and fed it twigs shaved thin so it burned hot without smoke. The light painted Emmett's face gold and left Travis at the edge of the circle, where the dark suited him too well. "Tell me about Haven Ridge," Emmett said. Travis was cleaning the small axe. "What about it?" "Before they made you leave. I know they were scared. I know they were wrong. That is not the same as knowing what you miss." The blade paused across the whetstone. Travis considered ending the lesson there. Some memories were easy to carry only because he never set them down, but Emmett had shared his dead without asking for pity. A fair man paid trust with truth. "I miss the workshop," Travis said. "It was an old bus garage. In winter, the roof leaked in 6 places, and in summer the metal walls turned it into an oven. But there was a bench by the east door. Morning light hit it first. I could spread parts across it and almost pretend the world still made sense." Emmett listened with his chin on his knees. "I miss coffee that tasted bad but was still coffee. I miss people arguing about chores because chores meant tomorrow existed. I miss a girl named Tessa who used to bring me broken toys and stand there as if I could fix the whole world if I could make a plastic horse keep its leg. I miss Dr. Hart telling everyone to wash their hands even when water was short. I miss Roan acting like he did not care and then leaving extra blankets for old people when no one watched. Do you miss the ones who pointed guns at you?" Travis turned the axe over. "Some of them. That is stupidly generous." "It is not generous. It is inconvenient." Emmett picked at a thread on his sleeve. "I miss my mother yelling at me to shut doors. I used to think she liked doors more than me. Then one day I left one open, and she said the whole world entered through carelessness. I thought she was being dramatic." Travis looked toward the dark between trees. "She was right. I know. That makes it worse." The fire made a soft collapsing sound. Unfazed, shifted closer to Emmett until his head rested on the boy's boot. "Tell me about Silas," Travis said. Emmett's face closed so quickly that Travis almost regretted asking. The name had been a shadow between them since the boy first spoke of chains and trucks. Shadows grew if left unnamed. "He was not the leader at first," Emmett said. "There was a man named Kroll who owned the guns and the food. Silas watched him. He learned what made people obey. Then Kroll got sick, and Silas made everyone afraid of helping him. After that, Silas had the keys. How many people? Depends. Some stay. Some get traded. Some get buried. Maybe 30 fighters when I ran. More workers. Kids too, because kids can crawl into places adults cannot." Travis kept his voice even. "How did you get away?" Emmett stared into the tiny fire. "My father had hidden a file in his boot. Not a big one. The kind for sharpening small tools. He worked on the chain every night under the blanket. When Silas found out, he made everyone watch what happened. My mother screamed at him and he laughed because he liked that she was brave and could not use it." The boy's jaw flexed. "Later, she gave me the file with blood on the handle. She told me not to waste what my father bought." Travis felt the cold inside him move differently. Not hunger this time. Anger, clean and old, filled the spaces hunger had tried to claim. "You used it." "Not right away. I was scared. I waited too long. By the time I ran, she was gone. You were a child in a cage. Waiting was not betrayal." Emmett's eyes shone, but he did not let tears fall. "You do not know that. I know enough. She told me to run if I could. I did. That should feel like obeying, but it feels like leaving." Travis set the axe down. The old instinct to move closer rose in him. He kept his body still. Comfort had rules now. Leaving can be the last thing love asks. It can still hurt like guilt. The boy pressed his fist under his nose and breathed through it until the tears went back where he wanted them. Do you think they are still looking? Yes, I did. You did not even soften it. Soft lies make hard roads. Another adult sentence. A useful one. Emmett gave a tired nod. Then teach me more. So Travis did. He taught him how to listen for pursuit without imagining it in every snapping twig. He taught him how to scatter ashes, how to step on stone when crossing wet ground, how to leave false tracks that suggested two adults instead of a boy, a dog, and something the dead ignored. He taught him to keep one secret place in every camp where a small bundle could be hidden in case they had to run without packs. Near midnight, Emmett finally slept. Travis stayed beside the low coals, too far away to be a blanket, near enough to be a wall. He watched the boy's face relax in pieces. In sleep, Emmett looked young enough to make the world seem obscene for hunting him. Travis lifted one hand and studied the pale skin across his knuckles. It did not heal faster than human skin. It simply did not tire the same way. Scrapes stayed dark. Bruises moved slowly. The cold gave endurance, not invincibility. Bullets could still open him. Fire could still destroy him. Enough hands could tear him down. Silas had men, weapons, and practice hurting people. The thought should have frightened Travis more than it did. Instead, it clarified him. He could not become the dead. He could not become the thing the dead wanted him to become. There was a boy sleeping by a careful fire who needed a future big enough to grow inside. Travis did not know how to build that future yet, but he knew how to start. Tomorrow they would move before dawn. They would find higher ground, read the road, and keep away from every settlement large enough to own a flag. They would learn. They would vanish. And if Silas followed, then the man would find not a frightened runaway and a monster losing himself, but a boy with rules and a cold-eyed guardian who had remembered what anger was for. The first sign came in a clearing where there should have been nothing but deer tracks and rainwater. Travis found the boot print beside a rotting stump at mid-morning, pressed deep into mud that had only softened during the storm 2 nights before. The heel carried a crosshatch pattern, the kind made by heavy work boots issued in bulk. One print could belong to anyone. 3 prints in a line meant travel. The small crescent of ash beside the stump meant a cigarette pinched out by a man who had waited there long enough to be bored. Travis crouched over the mark without touching it. Emmett stood behind him, silent because silence had finally become part of the lesson. Unfazed sniffed the ash, sneezed and looked insulted. "Is it them?" Emmett asked. "Maybe, but I'm not sure. You said soft lies make hard roads." "I said maybe because tracks can lie too." Emmett hugged his arms tight around himself. The new boots were muddy to the ankle, but they had saved his feet from blisters. What do the tracks say when they are not lying? Travis pointed with a stick. 3 men at least. One heavy, one with a limp, one dragging his left toe when tired. They stopped here. The cigarette ash says they were not worried about infected. Either they had a guard posted or they knew the area was clear. Silas's men smoke. A lot of fools smoke. Silas's men also wear boots like that. Travis looked up. Then we treat them as Silas's men until the road proves otherwise. Emmett nodded. His face had gone flat in the way fear sometimes made it, not empty, but locked. Travis had seen adults wear that same expression before raids, before amputations, before burying someone they had promised to save. On a boy, it made him want to break something. They left the clearing without using the game trail. Travis took them uphill through brush that scraped Emmett's sleeves and pulled at Unfazed's fur. The dog gave several pointed looks back, as if civilization had collapsed but basic trail, courtesy should have survived. Travis ignored him. Pursuit changed the value of comfort. Bad ground slowed everyone, but it slowed trained men less than terrified children. Emmett needed to learn that discomfort chosen early could prevent terror later. By noon, they reached an abandoned orchard. The trees stood in rows gone wild, their branches twisted together over grass high enough to hide rusted equipment. Travis chose it because the ground was confused. Old tractor ruts, deer trails, fallen fruit, raccoon prints, and wind-blown leaves made it hard to read clean passage. He moved them through the rows in a weaving path and then doubled back along a stone drainage ditch. Emmett's breathing grew harsh. Are we running? Not yet. This feels like running. This is refusing to be easy to follow. Running is louder. You have many unpleasant categories. Survival is mostly sorting unpleasant categories before they sort you. The second sign came at the far edge of the orchard. Someone had tied a strip of red cloth to a fence post, low enough to be missed by casual eyes, obvious to anyone searching for it. The cloth was not weathered. It had been cut from a shirt or bandana, and one end was dark with dried blood. Emmett stopped so abruptly that unfazed bumped the back of his legs. "That is their marker," he whispered. Travis scanned the field beyond the fence. Tall grass moved in the wind. A ruined farmhouse waited on the opposite rise. Windows black, roof partially collapsed. No figures. No birds. That bothered him. "Tell me," Travis said. Emmett swallowed. "When they send search crews, they leave marks. Red means trail found or likely. Yellow means danger. Black means bodies. Silas says maps get stolen, but fear can be tied to a post." Travis cut the cloth free, folded it, and put it in his pocket. "Why keep it?" Emmett asked. "Because I want to know what they think they know. Can we leave a wrong mark?" Travis looked at him. Pride nudged the edge of his mouth despite everything. "That is a good question." They spent 15 minutes making the wrong answer. Travis took a strip from an old feed sack in the collapsed barn, smeared it with mud darkened by crushed berries, and tied it to a fence post leading toward the creek bottom. Emmett watched closely. The fake was not perfect, but men moving fast often saw what fear told them to expect. Then Travis led the boy and dog in the opposite direction across a line of flat stones that would hold little sign. The third sign was not meant for them at all. They found the camp near dusk, tucked beneath a highway overpass where the concrete still held heat from the day. The fire was cold but recent. 3 bedroll shapes marked the dust. A pile of bones lay near one pillar, cracked for marrow. Travis moved through the site while Emmett waited at the edge with the rifle. The boy's hands shook, but the muzzle stayed down. That is good. Fear with discipline was not useless. A scrap of paper had been pinned to the concrete with a knife. Travis pulled it free and read the rough charcoal letters. Boy alive. Dog with him. Pale man possible infected but not acting right. Do not engage close. Report to Silas. The words did not surprise him. Their plainness did. Emmett read over his arm and made a small sound. They saw us. At Ashford, maybe. Or the ranger station. Or on the road. Pale man possible infected, Emmett repeated. They think you are a thing to report. They are not entirely wrong. The boy's anger flashed. Do not help them name you. Travis folded the paper. Names matter less than what men do after using them. Silas told them not to engage close. That means he is cautious or curious. Both are problems. He is both. Emmett's voice dropped. He likes figuring out where people break. A twig snapped beyond the overpass. Travis moved before thought could become language. He shoved Emmett behind the concrete pillar and drew the revolver from his belt. Unfazed went low, hackles raised. Another sound followed, a foot sliding on gravel, then the faint click of metal against metal. "Stay," Travis breathed. He stepped into the open beneath the overpass. A man stood 20 yards away among the weeds, rifle half raised, his beard streaked with gray and his coat patched at the elbows. He did not wear the crosshatch boots. He wore old sneakers wrapped in duct tape. His eyes went wide at Travis's face. "Easy," the man said. "I was only passing." "Then pass." "You got food?" "Not for you." The man's gaze flicked toward the pillar where Emmett hid. It was the wrong glance. Travis cocked the revolver. "Eyes here," he said. The man obeyed at once. "I do not want trouble." Then stopped reaching for it. For a moment, everything held. The overpass hummed softly with wind. The man looked at Travis's cloudy eyes, at the stillness of his chest, at the dead pale hand around the revolver. His own rifle lowered by inches. "I saw red cloth back yonder," the man said. "Slavers use red. I wanted away from them, not into you. How many?" 4 today. More behind, maybe. They got a truck running somewhere east. Man with a limp. Big one with a chain around his wrist. Young fool with a laugh like a goat. Emmett sucked in a breath behind the pillar. Travis did not turn. Do you know their names? I did not ask for friendship. Heard one called Grell. Heard Silas named like a curse. The revolver felt suddenly light in Travis's hand. Where east? The stranger pointed with his chin. Old Quarry Road. But I would not follow. Those men do not just kill. They collect. Why, tell me. The man gave a miserable smile. Because whatever you are standing between them and a kid. I used to have one. That is enough religion for me. Travis studied him, searching for the lie. He found fear, hunger, grief, and the thin decency of a man who had lost too much to spend what little remained badly. Take the south drainage line, Travis said. Avoid the orchard. If you find a red mark by the creek, ignore it. You made it. Keep walking. The man backed away, then turned and disappeared into the weeds. Emmett came out from behind the pillar. His face was pale beneath the dirt. Grell was one of them. He howled the dogs when they chased people for sport. Unfazed growled as if he understood enough. Travis looked east toward the hidden quarry road. The line between hunter and hunted had begun to tighten. Silas knew about the boy, the dog, and the pale man. He knew enough to be careful. Soon he would know enough to plan. We move now, Travis said. It is almost dark. Dark hides us better than a cold camp beside their note. Emmett shouldered the pack without arguing. That frightened Travis more than complaint would have. They left the overpass and traveled under a rising moon, staying off-road, crossing fields by stone walls and dry creek beds. Twice, Travis stopped to listen. Once he smelled smoke behind them. Once he heard a distant engine turn over and die. Near midnight they reached a ridge where cedar trees grew thick around a limestone outcrop. Travis made a camp without fire. Emmett crawled into his blanket and stared into the dark. He will not stop, the boy said. Do you mean Silas? He hates losing things. People are things to him. If one gets away, everyone sees he can lose. Travis sat with his back against the rock, revolver across his knees. Then we make him lose carefully. Emmett turned his face toward him. Can you beat all of them? A softer man would have lied. Travis wished he were softer. Not if I fight them the way they want. How will you fight them? Travis looked down at the paper in his hand, at the words possible infected but not acting right. By making them keep guessing what I am until guessing gets them killed. Emmett did not answer. After a long while, his breathing evened out. Unfazed, stayed awake a little longer, pressed against the boy's legs, ears sharp. Travis watched the ridge until the moon slid behind clouds. He did not fear the dead in the trees. They did not want him. It was the living he listened for, the boot on stone, the low order, the breath held before cruelty stepped from the dark. The ridge bought them half a day, no more. By late morning, Travis found cut branches along the slope below their camp, fresh sap bright against gray bark. Someone had climbed part way up in the night and turned back, either because the grade was too steep or because the darkness had made cowardice look like wisdom. The tracks were not Silas's search crew. Wrong boots, wrong spacing, no discipline. Desperate locals, maybe, or road scavengers trailing the same rumor of supplies that had drawn Travis into Ashford. Desperate did not mean harmless. Starving men could become wolves and still cry afterward about the necessity of teeth. Travis woke Emmett with 2 fingers tapping the stone near his hand. The boy opened his eyes without speaking. That was new. Fear was teaching him faster than any lesson. Pack, Travis whispered. Move slow. No metal noise. Emmett rolled his blanket, tied it with shaking hands, and fed unfazed the last broken strip of cooked venison to keep him from whining. Travis led them along the ridge instead of down, using a deer path that passed beneath shelves of limestone. The world below was bright and deceptively open. A stream cut through grassland. Beyond it stood a cluster of houses around an old gas station, the pumps rusted, the sign hanging by one chain. They would have avoided it entirely if the men had not appeared behind them. 3 figures moved through the cedar brake, not careful enough to be professional, not loud enough to be innocent. One carried a shotgun. One had a machete. The third held a pistol sideways because he had learned guns from bad stories and worse men. They paused at the cold camp and bent over the ashes Travis had hidden poorly on purpose. Emmett saw them and pressed himself against the rock. Are they Silas's? No, I did not. Is that good? Different trouble. The shotgun man lifted his head and looked along the ridge. He had a red scarf around his neck and a face gaunt with hunger. We know you are close, he called. Come on out. We only want to trade. The pistol man laughed. The machete man did not. He was watching the ground too well. Travis studied their positions. He could shoot one, maybe two, before the third fired blind. Bullets did not care whether his blood ran warm. Emmett was pressed behind him, trapped by rock and drop. A fight here would be loud, ugly, and unnecessary unless pride demanded it. Pride had killed more survivors than infection. Stay with the dog, Travis said. What are you doing? Trading fear for distance. That is not a comforting sentence. It was not meant to comfort. Travis stepped out from behind the limestone shelf and walked down the ridge in full view. The 3 men froze. Even at 50 yards, his face changed the conversation. Pale skin, white clouded eyes, coat stained from travel, body moving with the unhurried certainty of a dead thing that had remembered purpose. He did not raise the revolver. He let his hands hang empty at his sides. You wanted to trade, Travis called. The pistol man's smile died. The shotgun man lifted his weapon. What are you? Not hungry for what you have. You bit. Yes, I did. The machete man took a step back. Rafe, we should leave. Rafe, the shotgun man, licked cracked lips. Hunger and greed fought fear in his eyes. If he ain't turned, he might be worth something. People pay for strange now. Travis kept walking. People also die for mistakes. Rafe aimed center chest. Stop there. Travis stopped. The distance was still long enough for the shotgun to spread, close enough to hurt. He looked past Rafe to the infected shapes wandering near the gas station below. 6 of them, maybe 8, drawn by voices. They moved slowly uphill, not toward Travis, but toward the living men whose sweat and fear were beginning to sour the air. Your noise is bringing company, Travis said. Rafe did not look. Men with guns often mistook aiming for control. You got a kid with you. We saw the tracks. Send him down with the packs, and maybe nobody gets shot. Behind Travis, far up the ridge, a small stone clicked. Emmett shifting in anger or fear. The pistol man's eyes flicked that way. Travis moved then. He did not charge the gun. He moved sideways, fast enough to make Rafe flinch and fire too soon. The shotgun blast chewed bark from a cedar and filled the air with splinters. Travis dropped low, rolled behind a boulder, and came up with a stone in his hand. He threw it at the gas station sign. The impact rang like a dinner bell. The infected below turned as one. Their heads lifted. The sound gave them a direction. The living men's shouts gave them a reason. You idiot, the machete man hissed at Rafe. Travis stepped from behind the boulder again, closer now, face empty of mercy because mercy for these men would be danger for Emmett. Last trade. You leave your extra shells, your canteens, and your pride. You walk south fast. The dead follow noise, and you have made more than I have. The pistol man fired. The bullet cracked past Travis's shoulder and struck stone behind him. Travis did not blink. Not because he was brave, but because the part of him that should have startled no longer worked right. The effect on the men was useful. The pistol man's hand began to shake. The first infected reached the lower slope. Then another. Then 3 more. Their mouths opened at the smell of living panic. Rafe looked from Travis to the dead and back again. He is calling them. I am not calling anything, Travis said. You are. That broke them. The machete man dropped a small pouch of shells and ran first. The pistol man followed, cursing and slipping in the grass. Rafe backed away with the shotgun still raised, then thought better of dying for posture and fled after them. The infected changed course toward the running men, their ragged feet scraping through dead grass. Travis waited until the scavengers had crossed the stream and vanished behind the gas station before he returned to the ridge. Emmett stood with the rifle tight in both hands. His face was furious. They were going to take me. Yes, I did. You did not kill them. No, I did not. Why would you do that? The question carried more than anger. It carried all the names Silas had taught the boy for weakness. Travis picked up the dropped pouch and checked the shells before answering. Because you were watching. Because they ran. Because bullets are expensive. Because killing men who are already leaving teaches the wrong thing. Pick the answer that helps. Emmett's jaw trembled. Silas would say leaving enemies alive lets them come back. Silas says that because he wants a reason to enjoy it. Sometimes he is right. Travis accepted the hit. Sometimes monsters borrow true sentences. That does not make them teachers. The boy looked down at the rifle. I wanted you to make them scared forever. I did. For men like that, alive and scared last longer than dead. Unfazed nosed the shell pouch and sneezed. They moved on before the infected lost interest in the gas station. The encounter left grit in the air between them. Emmett walked hard, swinging anger through his legs until exhaustion slowed him. Travis let the silence work. A boy who had survived chains did not need every emotion corrected the moment it appeared. He needed room to discover which feelings belonged to him and which had been planted by the men who hurt him. Near dusk, they reached a narrow bridge over a flooded creek. A van blocked half of it. The other half had collapsed, leaving a gap where water rushed brown and cold beneath broken concrete. A hand-painted warning covered the side of the van, toll or blood. Subtle, Emmett muttered. Travis almost smiled. Stay back. Again with this. If I get shot on a bridge, drag me nowhere and run. I like the lessons with berries better. A voice called from inside the van. Pack on the ground. Weapons too. Then you cross. Travis looked at the windshield. A rifle barrel rested in the cracked opening. One shooter. Maybe more under the bridge. The road behind them offered little cover. The creek roared too loudly to hear careful movement. We have nothing worth your life, Travis called. That is my line to decide. You alone? A laugh. You think I answer that? You already did. Travis walked forward with his hands open. The rifle barrel tracked him. Emmett whispered something behind him, likely a complaint or a prayer. At 10 yards, the shooter saw his eyes. The barrel dipped, then jerked up again. Back away. You built a toll on a road the dead still use. Back away, I said. A low moan drifted from under the bridge. The shooter swore. Travis turned his head slightly and saw fingers curl around the broken concrete below. 2 infected had been trapped beneath a span, perhaps drawn by previous victims. The toll keeper knew they were there. He had used the bridge anyway. Travis stepped to the side of the van, seized the rusted door handle, and pulled. The lock held for half a second before the metal screamed free. The shooter fired inside the van. The blast flashed against the windshield and punched through the roof. Travis reached in, grabbed the rifled barrel, and yanked it from the man's hands before he could cycle another round. The toll keeper scrambled backward, young, filthy, terrified. Not a warlord, not a monster in command. Just another desperate fool with a gun and a bad idea. Travis bent the rifle against the edge of the door until the stock cracked. Run west. Do not stop at the gas station. The man stared at him. What are you? The warning you should have painted. He ran. Emmett crossed the bridge after Travis cleared the van and put down the trapped infected with the axe. The work was messy. Travis made the boy look away, and this time Emmett did not argue. There was enough blood on the concrete to turn the creek foam pink in little threads. On the far side, Emmett walked beside him instead of behind. You scared off 5 men today and broke a gun. 6 if the bridgeman counts as a man. He counts as an idiot. Idiots can still kill. Emmett glanced up at him. You could have killed him too. Yes, I did. But you did not. No, I did not. The boy nodded slowly, wrestling with something. I do not know how to be angry right. Travis looked at the darkening road ahead. Most people never learn. We can work on it together. Are you angry right? Not yet. That is honest, at least. They camped that night in the loft of an old hay barn with the ladder pulled up after them. Travis sat near the loft opening and watched the fields. Emmett lay awake longer than usual. "If Silas catches me," the boy said into the dark, "he will make me watch him punish whoever helped me. That is how he makes running feel selfish." Travis kept his eyes on the field. "Then he has misunderstood me." "How exactly?" "I was punished before I met him. He has nothing new to teach." Emmett was quiet for a while. "That sounds brave." "It is mostly cold. Cold can still help." Below them, unfazed, turned twice in the hay and settled with a huff. Outside, the road disappeared in the black. Somewhere behind them, living men carried stories of the pale thing with a human voice. Somewhere ahead or behind, Silas's searchers would hear those stories and make plans. Travis welcomed that, in a grim way. Let them plan for a monster. Let them plan for a saint. Let them plan for a corpse with manners. The truth was harder. The truth was a man walking a narrowing road with a boy he refused to surrender. Rain found them 2 days later and stayed. It came first as a patient mist, then as a steady gray curtain that erased distance and made every tree drip. The road softened into mud. The fields became shallow mirrors. Their blankets took on a damp weight that no shaking could fix, and the little tinder they carried had to be guarded inside a jar as carefully as medicine. Hunger returned with the rain. Emmett handled it better than Travis expected and worse than he pretended. The boy rationed without complaint for one meal, jolts through the second, then grew quiet by the third. His cheeks seemed sharper in the wet light. He gave unfazed crumbs from his own portion when he thought Travis was not looking. The dog accepted them with moral conflict lasting less than a heartbeat. They had food, but not enough to waste, and not enough to hide from the truth. The salted venison was almost gone. The cans from Ashford had to stretch for weeks if they were serious about finding a place to settle. Travis could walk through hunger without weakening, but Emmett could not. The child's body was warm, growing, breakable. It needed food in a way Travis's altered body had begun to reject and crave at the same time. On the third rain evening, they found a farmhouse with a collapsed porch and a smokehouse still standing behind it. The house had burned from the inside years earlier, leaving only black ribs and a chimney. The smokehouse door hung crooked, but the stone foundation was sound. Travis checked it for dead things, snakes, and people. It was empty and dry enough. Emmett crawled inside with a sigh that sounded older than him. "I could marry this floor." "Do not make promises during rain." "The floor understands me." Unfazed, shook water across both of them, ending the romance. Travis set snares in the hedgerow before dark. Rain helped hide his scent and hindered sound, but it also made the ground treacherous and the world close. He placed 3 loops near a rabbit run, one heavier snare where feral hogs had rooted beneath a persimmon tree, and a noise line of cans across the rear approach. Emmett watched from the smokehouse door, wrapped in a blanket. "You said you should not handle meat alone." "I said until I understood better." "Do you?" Travis tied the last knot and pulled it tight. "No, I do not." That answer was not reassuring. "You asked for the truth, not comfort. I would like a menu where both are available." "So would I." The boy studied him through the rain. "Then wake me if something gets caught." "I will wake you after it is dead and safe." "That is not the same." "It is the part you get." Emmett wanted to argue. Travis saw it gather in his face, then dissolve under fatigue. "You promise not to pretend pride is safety." The words struck where Travis could not dodge. He looked at the snares, at the rain, at his own hands. "I did." "Then do not." He nodded once. "If the hunger gets close, I wake you from outside the door. You do not come out unless I say the creek rule. And if you do not say it, you take the pack, the dog, and the rifle. You go north until you find stone ground, then follow water east." Emmett pulled the blanket tighter. "I hate every version of that answer. I hate needing it." The first snare triggered after midnight. Travis heard the wrestle through rain before the cans moved. A rabbit, small but enough. He stood inside the smokehouse, listening to Emmett breathe in sleep. The boy had curled near, unfazed with one hand under the dog's neck. Travis could wake him. He should wake him. That was the rule. Then the rabbit screamed. The sound was thin, high, and alive. It cut through the rain and entered Travis like a hook. His mouth opened before he knew why. The hunger surged up with such force that the smokehouse wall seemed to bend. Not cooked meat, not salted strips, not careful distance. Warm blood nearby, struggling, calling to the dead part of him in a language older than thought. He backed out into the rain. The rabbit kicked in the snare beneath the hedge. Travis approached with the knife drawn. Every drop of water carried scent upward. The animal thrashed, eyes wide, body hot beneath wet fur. Travis knelt. His hand shook for the first time in days. "Quick," he whispered. "Do it quick." But his body wanted slow. He killed it as cleanly as he could. The blood spread over his fingers, hot even in rain. He clamped his jaw shut so hard pain flashed through his temples. The hunger told him that no one would know. Emmett slept. Unfazed slept. The rain would wash everything. A little surrender could be hidden. A little blood could be taken. A man could fail in secret and still walk back wearing control on his face. That was the lie that almost got him. Travis lifted the rabbit. His fingers tightened around it. His head lowered by an inch. A can rattled behind him. He spun, snarling before he formed a word. Emmett stood 10 yards away in the smokehouse doorway, with the rifle braced badly but bravely against his shoulder. The rain had soaked his hair flat to his skull. His face was white. "Creek rule," Emmett said. Travis could not answer. The boy's grip tightened. Travis Mayfield. Chicken promise. Ranger Station had 4 front windows and 1 broken side window with cardboard over it. You said my feet were dramatic. The hunger recoiled from the names and the absurdity, but not far enough. Travis dropped the rabbit into the mud and staggered back as if it had burned him. "Go inside," he said. His voice came out rough, scraped, almost unrecognizable. Emmett flinched. He did not go. "Say my name." Travis pressed both hands over his mouth. Rain ran down his sleeves. He could smell the cut on Emmett's finger from days ago, healed over but not forgotten by whatever lived inside him. He could smell the boy's fear and courage, mixed so tightly they became one scent. "Say my name," Emmett repeated, louder. The shape of it was there. Travis knew it. He could see the boy in every memory since the culvert, in new boots, beside the tiny fire, reading tracts with a stubborn lower lip. But the hunger crowded the doorway of his mind. He drove his own hand against the stone foundation hard enough to split skin over the knuckles. Pain opened space. "Emmett Clayton," he said. The boy almost dropped the rifle from relief. "Say it again." "Emmett Clayton." Travis bent over, one hand on the stone, the other clenched against his stomach. "Go inside, Emmett. Please." That last word did what the snarl had not. It made the boy obey. He backed into the smokehouse, but did not shut the door. Unfazed appeared beside him, growling low, confused and loyal, and ready to be foolish. Travis stayed in the rain until the hunger broke against exhaustion. It took a long time. He did not touch the rabbit again until dawn, and when he did, he used a forked stick to lift it into a sack and carry it far from camp. He buried it beneath stones without taking a bite. When he returned, Emmett sat just inside the smokehouse with the red eyes and the rifle across his knees. Unfazed, lay between them, head on his paws, watching Travis with stern disappointment. "I am sorry," Travis said. Emmett rubbed his face with both hands. "I know. That is not enough." "I know that too." Rain ticked from the smokehouse roof. The world outside had gone pale with morning. Travis sat in the doorway, but not inside. "The rule changes. I do not set snares that catch live animals unless you are awake and ready. We focus on canned food, fish traps, and anything that does not bleed in front of me. If hunting is necessary, you handle the first cuts after it is cooked or after I am far away." Emmett stared at the floor. "I do not want to be your guard." "You should not have to be." "But I am." The words hurt because they were true. Travis had taken the protector role as if responsibility moved in only one direction. The road had corrected him. The boy was not simply cargo to be carried toward a farm. He was a person walking beside a man with a monster leaning against his ribs. "You are not responsible for saving me," Travis said. "You hear me? My choices are mine. My hunger is mine. If I had slept, you might have done it. Maybe, but I am not sure." Emmett's eyes lifted, hurt by honesty but steadied by it. "What happens if you eat it raw?" "I do not know." "Do you think it makes you worse?" "Yes, I did." "Do you know that?" "No, I did not." "Then we need to know things. Guessing is bad." "You say that all the time." Travis almost smiled at having his own lessons turned like a knife. Knowing could cost too much. Not knowing is already expensive. They sat with that as the rain slowed. Emmett opened one of the cans from Ashford, beans and cloudy sauce, and ate without enthusiasm. He offered none to Travis, which was both kindness and fear. Travis accepted both. By noon, they left the smokehouse. Travis dismantled the snares and kept only the fishing line. The road beyond the farm led into cedar lowland, where fog pooled between trunks and every sound came flattened. Their food was lighter. Their trust was not broken, but it had changed shape. It was no longer the simple faith of a boy who thought his half-turned protector was cool. It had become harder, more adult, and more fragile. As they walked, Emmett stayed 10 feet behind him, the exact distance from the creek bed. Travis noticed. He did not blame him. Late in the afternoon, they found another red cloth tied to a cedar branch. This one had 3 knots. Emmett stared at it. His voice went thin. 3 knots means close. Travis looked into the fog, where the trees stood like bars. The hunger inside him had quieted after the rain, but another instinct lifted its head. Pursuit, trap, and men waiting where sight failed. "How close?" he asked. A branch cracked somewhere ahead. Emmett raised the rifle. Travis drew the revolver and stepped in front of the boy. "Close enough." The cedar lowland swallowed distance. Fog drifted between trunks in slow sheets, turning the world into pieces. A branch slick with rain, a patch of black mud, a strip of red cloth moving without wind. Sound behaved badly there. A drip 10 feet away seemed distant. A crow beyond the road sounded close enough to touch. Travis hated it at once. He lifted one hand, and Emmett stopped behind him. Unfazed, lowered his head and sniffed, then gave a small, uncertain whine. That frightened Travis more than a growl would have. The dog understood scent better than any of them, and whatever he smelled did not fit cleanly into dead, living, or animal. "Back the way we came," Travis whispered. Emmett did not argue. They took 3 slow steps in reverse. A child began crying somewhere to their left. The sound broke Emmett's discipline like a hammer through glass. His head turned. His feet shifted toward it before thought caught him. Travis caught his sleeve. "Not real. You do not know that. I know enough." The cry came again, thin and terrified. "Help me. Please help me." It was a recording. Travis heard the tiny crackle beneath it now, the mechanical repeat hidden by fog and distance. But Emmett had lived in a world where children in cages cried until adults stopped hearing them. His face twisted with a cruel arithmetic of survival. "It could be," he whispered. "That is why they use it." A shot cracked from the right. The bullet struck the cedar beside Travis's head, blasting wet bark across his cheek. He shoved Emmett down and fired twice toward the muzzle flash. Men shouted. Unfazed, bolted forward, then spun back at Emmett's call. Another shot snapped through the fog. Travis felt it tug his coat near the ribs, but not under flesh. "Move," he said. They ran low through the cedars. The ground betrayed them at once. Mud sucked at boots. Hidden roots grabbed ankles. The crying recording kept looping from the left, now warped by distance. "Help me, please help me, help me." It filled the fog with false children. Travis aimed for higher ground, but the hunters had planned for that. A line of cans exploded into sound ahead, not theirs, strung between trees at knee-height. He cut left. A weighted net dropped from above, missing him by inches, but catching the edge of Emmett's pack. The boy cried out as the net jerked him sideways. Travis turned, sliced the cord with his knife, and hauled him free. Figures moved in the fog. Men with masks over their mouth. Men with rifles. Men with hooks and chains and the patient confidence of people who had done this before. "Pale one," a voice called. "Silas wants you breathing, if you breathe at all. The boy comes with us either way." Emmett's face went bloodless. "That is Grill." The big man emerged between cedars with a chain wrapped around one forearm and a shotgun in the other. He was broad through the shoulders, thick in the neck, with a beard braided into 2 ropes. A scar pulled one side of his mouth into a permanent sneer. Behind him, 2 more men spread wide, trying to angle around Travis. Travis put himself between Grell and Emmett. "Leave now." Grell grinned. "It talks. You heard me. Silas said you might. He said not to let the dead eyes fool us. Said you were still thinking under there." Grell lifted the shotgun, thinking things can suffer longer. Travis fired. Grell jerked behind a cedar, and the round tore bark where his face had been. The 2 flankers fired back. Travis pushed Emmett behind a fallen trunk as bullets snapped through fog. One struck Travis high in the shoulder, not deeply enough to drop him, but hard enough to spin him half around. Pain flared hot, then went cold beneath a strange numbness of his body. Emmett screamed his name. "Stay down," Travis said. Blood ran under his coat. The dead would have ignored it. The living men would not. He had told Emmett bullets could still kill him. Now the boy saw proof. Unfazed, launched from behind the log and tore into the leg of the nearest flanker. The man shrieked and fired into the ground. Travis crossed the distance in 3 strides, struck the man's wrist with the revolver butt, and heard bone crack. He drove a knee into the man's ribs and threw him against a cedar hard enough to silence him. Grell charged from the fog with the chain swinging. Travis ducked the first strike. The second wrapped around his forearm, links biting through his sleeve. Grell yanked, trying to pull him off balance. Travis stepped in instead, headbutting him with a crack that would have stunned a smaller man. Grell staggered, laughing through blood. "There he is," Grell said. Silas was right. "You can hurt." The recording changed. The child's cry cut off, replaced by a whistle from deeper in the fog. Every slaver moved at once. Smoke bombs rolled through the cedars, homemade canisters belching thick gray clouds that turned fog into blindness. Travis could smell chemicals, oil, sweat, Emmett's fear, unfazed wet fur, Grell's blood, and something else, men behind them. The trap had not been in front. It had been a ring. "Emmett, creek line," Travis shouted. The boy obeyed, crawling along the fallen trunk toward a shallow drainage cut they had crossed moments earlier. Travis backed after him, revolver raised. Shapes flickered in smoke. He fired at motion and heard a man fall. Another bullet struck his thigh. The leg buckled, then locked again under him with unnatural stubbornness. Emmett reached the drainage cut. A loop snapped around his chest. He was yanked backwards so violently the rifle flew from his hands. Travis turned and saw the line pulled tight through a pulley fixed to a cedar, dragging the boy across mud toward 2 waiting men. Emmett kicked, twisted, grabbed at roots. Unfazed lunged after him, but Grell's chain swung down and caught the dog across the side. Unfazed yelped and rolled, then staggered up snarling. Something inside Travis went colder than his blood. He moved for Emmett. 3 rifles fired from the fog. One round punched through the meat of his side. Another struck his arm. A third shattered the bark beside his face. He did not fall, but the world flashed white. He understood with brutal clarity that if he crossed the open ground, they would keep firing until even his strange body could not rise. Emmett saw him hesitate. The boy's face changed from panic to understanding, and that was worse than panic. "Do not come straight," Emmett yelled. "Rules, Travis." Then Grell reached him. The big man grabbed Emmett by the back of the coat and hauled him up. Emmett drove an elbow into Grell's mouth. Grell laughed and hit him across the side of the head with an open hand hard enough to make the boy sag. Travis fired twice. Grell turned, using Emmett as a shield without shame. "Careful," Grell called. Silas said alive. He did not say pretty. Travis's finger froze on the trigger. More men closed behind him. He could smell them, hear mud sucking at their boots. He could turn and fight. He could die in the ring, maybe take 3 or 4 with him. Emmett would still be gone. Unfazed, would die beside him. The slavers would drag what remained back to Silas and call it victory. The right choice was so ugly it nearly broke him. Travis dropped low as another volley tore through the cedars, scooped up unfazed by the scruff and harness, and threw himself into the drainage cut. The dog twisted and snarled, trying to get back to Emmett. Travis held him with one arm and crawled through freezing mud under the smoke. "Travis, please," Emmett shouted. The name tore through him. "Creek rule," Travis yelled back, voice breaking. "Chicken promise. 4 front windows and 1 broken side window. I am coming another way." Grell's laugh followed. "Tell yourself that, dead man." Travis crawled until the drainage cut dipped under a tangle of roots. Bullets chopped mud behind him. He dragged unfazed through the gap, rolled down a slick bank, and landed in black water that closed over his face. The cold meant nothing. The pressure did. For a moment he stayed beneath the surface, holding the dog above water with one hand and gripping a root with the other. Men reached the bank above. "Where is it?" someone shouted. "Creek took him." "Silas will skin us if we lose both. We got the boy. The pale one will follow." Silas said he would. Boots moved away. The false child recording hiccuped once more in the fog, then died. Travis waited until the sounds faded. Then he rose from the creek like something dug out of winter. Unfazed coughed, shook violently, and tried to climb the bank after Emmett. Travis caught him. "Not straight," he whispered, more to himself than the dog. "The boy said rules. We obey the boy." Unfazed trembled with rage and pain. Travis checked him with shaking hands. No broken ribs that he could feel, though the strike had raised a swelling along the dog's side. The dog snapped once near his fingers, not to bite but to protest delay. "I know," Travis said. "I know." The fog thinned as the slavers retreated east. Travis followed at a distance, using the creek bed and low ground. Blood seeped from his bullet cuts and mixed with mud. His body hurt in patches, then numbed, then hurt again. None of it mattered. Ahead, men laughed with relief. A truck engine coughed awake somewhere beyond the cedars. Mitt was alive. Captured, hurt, terrified, but alive. That single fact became the narrow bridge over every other darkness. At the edge of the lowland, Travis found the place where they had parked. 2 trucks hidden beneath camouflage netting. One with a cage welded to the back. Men loaded gear. Grell shoved Emmett into the cage. The boy stumbled, caught himself, and looked into the trees. Travis stood in shadow, too far to shoot without risking him, too exposed to charge without dying. Emmett lifted one hand, not high, only enough for Travis to see. Then the truck doors slammed. Engines growled. Tires churned mud. The convoy rolled east through the fog, taking the boy with it. Travis remained under the cedars until the last engine faded. Unfazed pressed against his leg, shaking. The road had changed. The pursuit was over. The rescue had begun. Silas came to inspect the prize at the old quarry road, where the convoy stopped long enough to tighten straps and count heads. Travis watched from a ridge above the cut, flat against wet stone with Unfazed pressed beside him. The dog had stopped trembling, but his eyes remained fixed on the cage truck below. Every few breaths a low sound stirred in his chest. "Quiet," Travis whispered. Unfazed showed his teeth without looking away. Below them, the slavers moved with the loose relief of men who had survived work they feared. They slapped mud from their coats, reloaded rifles, laughed too loudly, and avoided looking into the trees. Grell stood near the cage, dabbing at his split lip and telling the story already, making himself larger with each sentence. Emmett sat inside the welded bars with his knees pulled to his chest. One side of his face had begun to swell. He was awake. That mattered. He was watching. That mattered more. Then the men stopped laughing. A third vehicle arrived from the east, not loud, not hurried. It was an old utility truck, painted matte gray, its front reinforced with welded steel bars. A coil of black hose hung from one side. The driver parked with care exactly where the road widened and left the engine running. The passenger door opened. Silas stepped out. He was not what Travis expected, and that made him worse. He was not huge like Grell, not ragged like the bridge thief, not wild-eyed like men who needed their own cruelty to feel strong. Silas was lean, clean-shaven, except for dark stubble along his jaw, with hair cut short and the long coat belted at the waist. His gloves were well kept. His boots were clean despite the mud, which meant someone else cleaned them or he enjoyed making them clean. He carried no rifle in his hands. Men with power often made other people carry the obvious weapons. He looked first at Grell's face. "You let a child mark you," Silas said. Grell's grin faltered. He kicked like a mule. "Mules are useful. You are supposedly skilled." A few men looked away. Grell's ears reddened. Silas turned to the cage. His gaze settled on Emmett, and the boy's body went very still. "There you are," Silas said almost gently. "You made a long road out of a short mistake." Emmett said nothing. No apology? No story? No attempt to tell me you were stolen by the pale man and meant to return? The boy lifted his chin. "You would not believe me. I believe useful lies all the time. You disappoint me by offering none." Travis's hand tightened around the revolver. The distance was too great, the angle too poor, the bars too close to Emmett. He counted men instead. 9 visible. 2 drivers. Grell and Silas. Maybe more men in the trucks. Too many for a straight fight, especially with bullets already lodged in his flesh and fatigue grinding through his bones. Silas walked to the back of his truck and opened a long metal case. The men nearby went quiet in a different way. Not respect. Anticipation mixed with dread. From the case, Silas lifted a weapon that looked at first like a catchpole used for feral dogs, if the maker had hated both dogs and mercy. A rigid shaft of dark metal extended from a grip assembly fitted with a pressure canister. At the far end sat a crescent clamp lined with dull barbs and wrapped in twisted wire. A hose ran along the shaft to a trigger valve. It was built to seize from a distance, to pin, to hurt without killing too quickly. Emmett saw it and pressed back against the cage. Silas noticed and smiled. "You remember." Grell chuckled. "Should have seen him dance the first time." Silas did not look at him. Do not ruin memory with noise. The chuckle died. Silas tested the trigger. The clamp snapped shut with a hard metallic bite, then opened again when he thumbed a release. Compressed air hissed softly from the valve. "The pale man came close?" Silas asked. Grell spat blood. "Close enough." Took bullets and kept moving. Dead eyes. "Talk like a preacher." "He is not dead," Silas said. "Dead things are easy. They only want one thing. Living things want many things, which makes them available to pressure." He turned toward the trees. Travis knew he could not be seen. He had chosen shadow, height, and rain. Silas still looked toward him as if the air had delivered a message. "Travis," Silas called. Emmett's head snapped toward the ridge, then away again, trying too late not to reveal anything. Silas smiled. "Thank you, Emmett." The boy's face twisted with fury at himself. "Do not punish yourself," Silas said. "People tell me truths with their bodies all the time. It is why spoken lies bore me." Travis did not move. "I do not know how far you followed," Silas continued, voice carrying easily in the wet air. "Far enough to hear me, perhaps. Far enough to aim. Not far enough to win. That is the important distance." One of the slavers lifted a rifle toward the ridge. Silas raised 2 fingers, and the man lowered it. "Do not waste ammunition on trees. He cares about the boy. That means he will come where we can use him." Travis understood the performance. Silas was not merely speaking to him. He was teaching his men what kind of enemy they had. He was turning Travis's restraint into a leash before the real leash touched him. Silas walked closer to the cage and slid the snare through the bars. Emmett pressed sideways, but there was nowhere far enough to go. The clamp snapped around the front of his coat, not flesh, but the barbs caught fabric and held him pinned against the bars. Travis's vision narrowed. Emmett made one small sound, then bit it off. "Brave," Silas said. "Your father tried brave too. It has a short shelf life without leverage." Travis began to rise. Unfazed, pressed his weight across Travis's forearm, growling. The dog, reckless in every other context, understood something that Rage did not. Straight down the ridge meant bullets. Bullets meant failure. Silas released the clamp and withdrew the snare. "Tell your pale friend what happens if he charges." Emmett glared at him. "He is not stupid." "No, I did not. That is what interests me." Silas stepped away and gestured to the trucks. "Move now. We return before dark. Double the rear watch. Grell, if the dog comes close, shoot the ground first. I want the animal driving the man, not dying before it can be useful." Grell looked disappointed. "And the pale one?" Silas laid the snare across his shoulder. "The pale one gets to choose the shape of his mistake. Everyone does, if you give them time." The convoy moved again. Travis followed until the quarry road dipped between cliffs, and the trucks vanished behind a bend guarded by 2 men left as a rear screen. He could kill them. He almost did. Then he saw the wire strung low across the path, the glass tied above it, the rifleman posted not to stop him, but to announce him. Silas wanted him angry. Silas wanted him loud. Silas wanted him proving the lesson. Travis withdrew into the trees with Unfazed resisting every step. They circled east for hours, keeping high ground where they could. The rain stopped. Evening gathered in blue layers. Travis's bullet cut stiffened. He dug one slug from the shallow meat of his upper arm with a knife heated over a tiny, smokeless flame. Not because pain bothered him, but because metal under skin made the arm slow. He packed the cut with cloth and tied it off. He did not use the word that had once meant such damage. He used practical names: hole, cut, tear. Unfazed watched the procedure with grave disgust. "You would do worse with thumbs," Travis told him. The dog's ears twitched. Near dusk, they found the first view of Silas's camp. It occupied an old rail yard at the edge of a manufacturing district. Chain-link fence had been doubled and reinforced with scrap metal. Watch platforms rose from shipping containers at the corners. Flood lamps hung from poles, unlit for now. Smoke lifted from barrel fires. Trucks sat in neat rows near a long warehouse with painted-over windows. Beyond it, Travis could see cages. He pressed the binoculars from Ashford to his eyes and found Emmett in the third cage from the left. He was alive, sitting upright, talking to someone in the next cage, though Travis could not see who. For the first time since the trap, Travis could breathe around the blade in his chest. Then Silas entered the cage yard with the snare in one hand, and every captive went still. Travis lowered the binoculars. The camp was not a place to rush. It was a machine built by a man who understood fear, sight lines, routine, and bait. The road had given Travis advantages because the dead ignored him and fools misunderstood him. Silas had already begun adjusting. That meant the rescue would require more than rage. Unfazed whined softly. "I see him," Travis said. The dog pressed his shoulder against Travis's leg. "We did not go in tonight." Unfazed looked up sharply, betrayal in every line of him. Not straight, not blind, not on Silas's schedule. The dog looked back at the camp. Travis did too. Emmett was a small shade behind wire, swallowed by the machine of the yard. The sight made every dead thing inside Travis want to tear and feed and silence the men who had put him there. The human part did something harder. It counted guards. It watched gates. It memorized lamps. It waited. The snare had shown him Silas's nature. The camp would show him Silas's habits. Between those two, there would be a way in. There had to be. Waiting was a kind of violence when the person you loved was behind wire. Travis spent the night on a factory roof 3 blocks from the rail yard, lying flat behind a rusted ventilation unit, while Unfazed slept in furious little bursts beside him. The roof gave a broken view through 2 gaps in the skyline: the north gate, the cage yard, and the corner of the warehouse where guards went in and out with buckets. It was not enough. It was what he had. He watched until the camp stopped looking like chaos and began to reveal its pattern. 2 guards at the north gate changing every 4 hours. One lazy, one alert. The alert one rubbed his left shoulder when cold, which slowed his rifle raise. A woman with a shaved head checked the fence line after every bell from the warehouse. Grell did not stand watch because men like Grell mistook size for exemption. He spent most of the night near a barrel fire, boasting, drinking, and glancing toward the cage yard as if hoping Emmett would look frightened enough to entertain him. Silas appeared at irregular intervals, which meant either he did not sleep, or he wanted everyone to believe he did not. The captives were counted at dusk, midnight, and dawn. Water went in after dawn. Food came later, and not enough. The cages were welded from rebar and scrapgate panels, raised on skids so they could be moved by truck. Each had a chain latch and a secondary pin. The locks were not complex. The problem was the open ground around them. Emmett sat awake for most of the night. Travis found him again and again through the binoculars, a thin shape with swollen cheek and stubborn posture. Sometimes he spoke to the person in the next cage. Sometimes he leaned his head against the bars and looked toward the dark roofs beyond the yard. Once he lifted 2 fingers against his chest, the sign he had used at the quarry road. Travis answered from the roof, though the boy could not see. 2 fingers to his own chest. A promise made into a useless gesture and a necessary one. Before dawn, Silas walked into the cage yard alone. Travis stilled. Silas stopped in front of Emmett's cage and said something too quiet to hear. Emmett did not answer. Silas crouched, bringing himself level with the boy. The posture might have looked gentle from far away. Travis had learned enough to distrust gentleness used as theater. Emmett spat at him. Silas wiped his cheek with a gloved thumb, looked at the spit, and smiled. Travis's hand tightened on the roof edge until rust flaked beneath his fingers. Silas did not hit the boy. He did not need to. He stood and called Grell over with a small motion. Grell unlocked the cage and grabbed Emmett by the coat. The boy fought. Of course he fought, but hunger and bruising had slowed him. They dragged him into the open yard. Unfazed Rose, teeth bared. Travis caught the dog's collar before he could bark. Stay quiet. In the yard, Silas pointed toward the warehouse wall. Grell forced Emmett to stand facing it. A line of captives watched from cages. Silas spoke to all of them now, his voice carrying in the cold morning. Running is contagious, he said. Mercy is contagious too, which is why both require management. Our returned friend here is going to help with that management. He is alive because I am generous. He is uncomfortable because I am honest. If any person here mistakes generosity for weakness, they should study him carefully. Travis could shoot Silas from the roof. The thought arrived with complete clarity. The revolver could not reach accurately, but the rifle taken from the bridgeman might. Distance, wind, poor light, moving target. The odds were bad. If he missed, Emmett died first. If he hit, Grell might kill the boy before Silas struck the ground. The camp might erupt. Captives might be used as shields. A clean shot in stories was often a lie written by someone who had never held a child's life inside the space between finger and trigger. Silas nodded to Grell. Grell shoved Emmett to his knees. Travis almost broke. Not emotionally. He almost broke physically. The cold power in him gathered to leap the roof, cross 3 blocks, tear fence from posts, and accept every bullet as a tax. He saw it in a bright, terrible line. He saw himself reaching the yard too late. He saw Emmett dead because Travis had chosen rage over rescue. He bit down on the inside of his cheek until blood filled his mouth. The taste nearly ruined him, but pain and horror chained him to stillness. Silas crouched again and took Emmett's chin, forcing the boy to look at the cages. Tell them whether your pale friend came. Emmett's eyes swept the yard. For one impossible second, Travis feared the boy would search the roof and give him away. Instead, Emmett lifted his chin. He is coming. A murmur passed through the captives. Silas laughed softly. Faith, that old disease. You should be scared of it, Emmett said. Grell raised his hand. Silas stopped him. No, I did not. Let him spend it. Hope is more useful when people watch it fail slowly. They threw Emmett back into the cage. He hit the floor hard, rolled, and pushed himself upright before anyone could enjoy him staying down. Travis let out a sound too quiet for even unfazed to hear. The person in the next cage moved close to the bars. Through the binoculars, Travis finally saw her, young woman, maybe in her early 20s. hair cut uneven at her jaw, face thin but alert. She spoke to Amit quickly. He nodded once, then pointed with his chin toward the yard, explaining something. Even captured, even hurting, the boy was gathering information. Travis lowered the binoculars and closed his eyes. "He is alive," he whispered. "He is thinking." Unfazed, pressed his nose under Travis's hand. "We think, too." The rest of the day became a map, built from restraint. Travis left the roof only when the sun rose high enough to expose him. He moved through the industrial district, staying inside buildings when possible. The dead occupied several of them, but they turned away from him, uninterested. He used their presence as cover, walking through a machine shop where 3 infected stood amid rusted drill presses, then through a warehouse where a dozen more shuffled between pallets of ruined fabric. Living scouts avoided buildings full of dead. Travis did not. He found a drainage tunnel running beneath the south fence, barred with welded grate and clogged with trash. Not impossible, but loud. He found a section of fence near the rail spur where metal sheets overlapped poorly. A man could fit through if the bolts were cut. Cutting took time. He found a roof line that approached the warehouse within jumping distance if a person trusted rotten wood too much. He found the guard latrine, which stank badly enough to cover other scents. He found where they dumped ash, where they stored fuel, where they kept the working vehicles, and where they had tied 3 infected to posts outside the west fence as a warning or amusement. That last discovery settled something in him. The dead ignored him, but they did not ignore Silas's men. A camp that used fear as fencing could be taught to fear its own gates. By evening, Travis returned to the rooftop with stolen tools, a length of wire, 2 bottles of lamp oil, a coil of rope, and a guard's schedule scratched onto the back of a shipping label. He had taken a label from a desk while a slaver smoked outside the room, unaware that the pale man stood 10 feet behind him in shadow. Killing the man would have been easy. Letting him live had been harder and more useful. Unfazed sniffed the stolen goods, found nothing edible, and looked offended. "Tomorrow night," Travis said. The dog stared toward the cages. "I know." Night fell cold and clear. The camp lit its flood lamps after sunset, turning the yard into a harsh yellow stage and the surrounding streets into deeper black. Silas understood darkness well enough to deny it to others, but light made shadows too. Every lamp created a blind edge beyond its reach. Every bright place taught the eye to fail when it looked away. Travis watched the guards grow lazy inside brightness. He watched the shaved-head woman make her rounds. He watched Grell drink. He watched Silas enter the warehouse and not emerge for an hour. He watched Emmett speak through the bars to the young woman beside him, then to an older man 2 cages down. The boy's fear had not vanished. Travis could see it in the set of his shoulders, but fear had not emptied him. Near midnight, Emmett looked toward the roofs again. Travis knew the boy could not see him. Still, he raised 2 fingers. This time, Emmett smiled. It was faint, crooked from the swelling in his cheek and gone almost immediately. But it was real. The smile did more damage to Travis than any bullet had. It reminded him that rescue was not vengeance with better manners. Rescue was delivering that smile to a morning beyond wire. Silas wanted him to come straight. Grell wanted him to come angry. The camp expected either a monster at the gate or a desperate man in the open. Travis would give them neither. He lay back beneath the cold stars and built the breach in his mind, step by step. Free the tide-infected first. Draw the West Patrol away. Cut the poor bolts at the rail spur. Use the latrine stink to cross the first open space. Reach the cages during the shaved-head woman's long round. Break the latches without gunfire. Move Amit and any other captive who could run through the ash dump, then south to the drainage tunnel. If the grate held, use the rope through the service gap. If that failed, burn the fuel shed and let chaos make a door. There were too many ifs. Every plan had too many ifs once people entered it. But a bad plan, sharpened by patience, was better than a brave death in the yard. At dawn, Silas came out again and looked toward the city roofs. For a moment, Travis thought their eyes met across the distance. Silas smiled slightly, as if greeting a guest who had not yet knocked. Travis did not move. He let the smile pass over him and become information. Silas suspected he was close. That is good. Suspicion made men tighten the front gate and overlook the drain. Suspicion made them imagine the dramatic attack and miss the quiet hand at the hinge. Emmett was inside the wire. Travis was outside it. Between them stood lamps, guns, locks, men, dogs, habits, cruelty, and one patient enemy with a snare built to catch anything that cared too much. The separation hurt like a blade held under the ribs. Travis accepted the hurt and made it useful. Tomorrow night, he would enter the camp. Tomorrow night, Silas would learn that care was not only leverage, it could also be direction. Emmett learned the camp by smell before he learned it by sight. They dragged him through a ditch filled with stagnant rainwater, over a ripped sheet of chain link, and into a place that had once been a shipping yard. Diesel smoke hung low over everything. Burned barrels stained the air with a bitter black taste. Somewhere close, old grease cooked on a sheet of metal, and beneath it all sat the sour reek of scared people kept too close together for too long. His wrists were tied in front of him with plastic cord. The tie had cut a red groove into the skin by the time the first gate opened. He did not let himself look at it. Looking made pain larger. Travis had told him that. Name the thing. Do not feed it. If your foot hurts, walk with the part of you that still works. If your hands shake, make them carry something. If your head fills with fear, put numbers in it. So, Emmett counted. 4 men at the first gate. 1 old pickup across the entrance, tires flat but hood packed with sandbags. 2 lamps on poles. 1 dog asleep under a trailer, ribs showing, yellow eyes lifting as Emmett passed. A woman with shaved hair and a rifle watched from a platform made of pallets. She did not smile. She did not look away. Beyond the gate, the yard spread wide and ugly. Corrugated steel walls formed lanes. Buses with their windows barred served as barracks. A row of cages sat along the north fence beneath a roof of patched tin. Floodlights faced inward, not outward, because the camp did not fear the dead as much as it feared its captives running. Silas walked behind Emmett with the slow pride of a man who believed every plank and bolt in the place belonged to him because he had made someone else bleed for it. He held the snare in one hand now, folded and latched, its barbed loop dark with old grime. The metal hissed softly whenever it brushed his coat. "Keep your feet moving," Silas said. Emmett did. He did not answer because he knew answering gave people a handle. He had learned that before Travis found him. His father had taught him not to mouth off to mean men. Travis had taught him silence could be a tool, not only a hiding place. A slaver with a split lip shoved him from behind. "Kids deaf or stupid?" "Neither," Silas said. "He is listening. That is why he is still breathing." Emmett hated that Silas understood even a piece of him. They passed a truck with chains welded to the bed. 2 men slept in the back with their boots on and pistols laid across their stomachs. A woman carried a bucket of water under guard. She looked at Emmett only once, and in that quick glance he saw the thing the whole camp was built to make. Not obedience, not even fear. It was the dull, empty habit of not expecting help. That made him angry enough to straighten his shoulders. Silas noticed. Silas noticed everything he thought might give him power. "Brave again?" Silas asked. Emmett kept counting. 3 steps to the oil stain. 7 to the cage lane. 12 cages total if the ruined kennel counted. 6 occupied. 2 empty with chains still hanging. 1 door patched with a license plate. The hinges on 3 looked newer than the rest. The big man at the cages wore a butcher's apron over body armor. His beard was tied in 2 greasy knots. He unlocked the nearest gate, then paused when Silas raised 2 fingers. "Not that one," Silas said. "Put him beside the girl. Let her educate him." The big man grunted and took Emmett farther down the row. As they passed the cages, faces turned toward him. A thin man with a gray beard. A teenage girl with 1 swollen eye. An older woman curled around herself under a tarp. None of them spoke. Their silence had weight. The cage at the end held a young woman sitting with her knees drawn up, hair dark with dust, face pale beneath streaks of dirt. She had a split at the corner of her mouth and a stare sharp enough to cut rope. Her eyes moved from Emmett to Silas, then to the snare, then back to Emmett again. "Company," Silas said brightly. The cage man opened the gate and pushed Emmett inside. Emmett stumbled, caught himself on one knee, and kept his face still. The gate slammed behind him. The lock clicked. Silas crouched outside the bars, close enough that Emmett could see the clean strip of skin where a ring had once been on his finger. His smile held nothing warm. "I was told you had a guardian," Silas said. "A pale man, clouded eyes, cold skin, a thing that walks through the dead as if they are cousins. Is that true?" Emmett looked at him. "You do not have to answer," Silas said. "Your face already did." The young woman shifted beside him, but she did not speak. Silas tapped the snare against the bars. The sound rang through the cage like a bell in a church built from monsters. "I have caught men, infected, dogs, thieves, and once a soldier who thought armor made him holy. I have not caught a thing like your friend. That interests me. I like interesting things." Emmett's throat felt dry. He thought about Travis, crouched in weeds beyond the camp. White eyes, patient, hands steady, every piece of him turned toward rescue. Emmett knew Silas wanted him to show fear for Travis, and that made him clamp his jaw shut. "Look at that," Silas said. "Loyalty is the last currency poor people keep, after everything useful is taken." He stood, nodded to the cage man, and walked away as if he had finished a polite visit. The yard went on around them. Engines coughed. A guard laughed near the cook fire. Far away, something dragged metal across pavement with a shriek that made half the cages flinch. Emmett sat with his back to the bars. He took one slow breath, then another. His hands still hurt. His ribs ached from the shove that had thrown him into the truck earlier. His stomach twisted with hunger and fear. He hated all of it. He hated the cage. He hated the way his own heart hammered like it wanted to give his thoughts away. The young woman watched him for a long moment. "You really have a friend like that?" she asked quietly. Emmett turned his head. Her voice was rough but careful, as if each word had to be smuggled past guards. "Yes," he said. "That was not smart to admit." "I did not admit it to him. I admitted it to you." Her mouth twitched like it had almost remembered how to smile. "I am Maddie. Emmett, you look too young to be dragged in here. Everybody looks too young when they are dragged somewhere." This time the smile arrived, brief and tired. "Fair answer." Emmett leaned his head back against the metal. Through the patched roof, he could see a narrow strip of darkening sky. The sun had not finished leaving, but the camp already felt buried. Maddie followed his gaze. "Do not stare at the roof too much. People do that when they are thinking about climbing. The guards notice hope the way flies notice meat." Emmett looked down. "You have been here a while. Longer than I planned. Did they take you on the road?" "I ran before they could decide I belonged to them." Silas decided it anyway. He does that with people. Makes a story in his head and punishes you for not playing your part. Emmett heard something under the words, an old anger polished smooth by having nowhere safe to go. "He knew you before." Maddie looked across the yard. Silas had stopped near the fire, speaking to a man with a bandaged cheek. Everyone around here knew everyone before things broke. Small towns make that easy. He was strange then. Loud in quiet ways. The kind of boy who smiled when a dog yelped. After the first winter, strange became useful to the wrong people. Emmett did not know what to say to that, so he said the truest thing. "Travis is coming." Maddie studied him again. People say things like that in cages because cages make people need stories. It is not a story. You saw the fence. You saw the guards. Travis saw them too. "Your Travis can be shot?" Emmett's fingers tightened. "Yes. Then he cannot walk through the front gate. He will not use the front gate." Maddie leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Listen to me, Emmett. Hope is not wrong. Hope can keep your mind from rotting in here. But blind hope gets people killed because they stop watching for small chances. If your friend comes, you need to be ready to move. If he does not, you still need to be ready to move." Emmett thought about that. He wanted to argue because the thought of Travis not coming felt like betrayal even inside his own head. But Maddie was not trying to hurt him. She was trying to leave the cage open in every possible future. "I can be ready," he said. "Good, then start with the ground." She shifted her foot, scraping dust away from the cage floor. Under the dirt lay cracked concrete. She pointed to a low place by the back corner where water pooled and dried. When the yard floods, the base rests there. I've been working that section with a nail. It is slow because slow is the only safe speed in a cage. Emmett looked without staring. A strip of metal at the bottom sat darker than the rest. The bolt was not loose, but it was tired. "That is good," he whispered. "It is almost nothing." "Almost nothing is not nothing." Maddie nodded once. "Maybe your friend taught you that." "He taught me to count." "Then count this place. Count guards, lamps, keys, habits. Count what people do when they think no one can change anything." Emmett looked through the bars. The yard was ugly, but ugliness had patterns. Men repeated paths. Lamps created shadows behind everything they meant to reveal. The cook fire drew people at predictable times. The dog under the trailer stood whenever the shaved-hair guard changed posts. The cageman scratched his beard after touching each lock. The camp wanted him small. Counting made him large enough to survive the first hour. Night thickened. The cages settled into their own damaged breathing. Someone cried softly 2 doors down until a guard shouted, and then the crying became quieter but did not stop. Emmett pressed his tight hands between his knees and worked the plastic cord against a jagged patch on the floor, one slow scrape at a time. Maddie pretended not to see. Across the yard, Silas stood under a lamp and looked toward the outer fence, smiling into the dark. Emmett knew he was trying to imagine Travis out there. He also knew Silas was imagining wrong. The first night in the cage did not pass. It crawled. Emmett stayed awake because sleep felt like surrender and because every sound mattered. The camp changed after midnight. Loud cruelty gave way to smaller movements. Boots on gravel. Keys against belt loops. The cough of a generator losing rhythm. Men muttering over cards in the bus nearest the fire. Someone in the far cage whispering a prayer so broken that it became breath more than words. Maddie sat beside him with her back against the bars, and her eyes half closed. She looked asleep until a guard crossed too close. Then her gaze sharpened in the dark. She had a way of becoming still without becoming absent. Emmett wondered how long it had taken her to learn that. "You should sleep," she murmured. "I am counting. You can count in the morning. Morning changes things. Everything changes things." Emmett took that in and kept scraping the cord against the concrete nub between his knees. The plastic had not broken, but it had thinned. Each movement pulled at his skin. He made himself slow down before the scrape became loud. Maddie opened one eye. "That will take forever. Forever's shorter if I start now." "You talk like an old man." "I spent the last few weeks with one." "Your pale friend?" "He is not old. He just talks like everything matters." Maddie turned her head. The moonlight caught the edge of her cheek through the bars. "Tell me about him." Quietly. Emmett looked at her to see if she was making fun of him. She was not. Her face held hunger, not for food, but for something outside the fence. The story, maybe. A reason to place 1 hour after another. So, he told her. He told her about the day the dog found Travis first. Though unfazed would argue he had found Emmett first, if dogs argued with anything besides silence and bad judgment. He told her about the infected pressing around the old drainage ditch, about Travis walking straight through them as if the dead had forgotten to hate him. He told her how Travis had carried him out like Emmett weighed less than a sack of clothes, and then looked embarrassed when Emmett said it was cool. Maddie blinked. "You called him cool?" "Because he was. He looks like the half-dead and walks through crowds of infected, and your first thought was cool." "My first thought was that I was not getting chewed apart." "My second thought was cool." She covered her mouth, not quite laughing because laughter had rules in the cage, but her shoulders moved once. Emmett told her about the ranger station and the creek. He told her how Travis checked every door twice and every can for swelling, how he taught Emmett to smell for bad water and listen for birds suddenly going quiet. He told her about the rule that fear was not weakness unless you let it drive without looking at the road. He did not tell her everything. He did not tell her about Travis's hunger, not because Maddie had not earned truth, but because some truths belonged to Travis first. He did not tell her how Travis had stood in the moonlit creek fighting himself so hard his arms shook. He did not tell her how scared Amit had been and how proud he had felt at the same time. Instead, he told her about chickens. Chickens? Maddie whispered. For the farm. He said goats would be harder because goats think fences are suggestions. Chickens are under review. This time Maddie did laugh, but she tucked it inside her breath. You two planned a whole farm while hiding from murderers. Not a whole farm. We were still discussing goats. Important work. It is important, Emmett said, and the words came out firmer than he expected. If you do not plan for anything good, then the bad things own all your thinking. Maddie looked away. For a while, neither of them spoke. The yard breathed around them. The dog under the trailer rose, turned twice, and lay down again. A guard near the bus scratched a match and lit a cigarette. The flame showed his face for 1 second, bored and mean and tired. My mother had chickens, Maddie said at last. Before all this, she hated them and defended them like family. Every morning she swore she would sell them. Every evening she counted them by name. What were their names? I remember Dottie, Peg, Murder Sue, and Little Pastor. Emmett's eyebrows lifted. Murder Sue sounds like a problem. She was. She pecked my uncle so hard he stopped visiting before noon. My mother said Sue had discernment. Emmett tried to picture a woman with chicken names and morning complaints. It hurt in the good way. Stories could hurt, proving the world it contained ordinary rooms before cages. Is your mother? He stopped before finishing because he hated when people asked questions that forced the answer into the air. Maddie answered anyway. Gone from fever, not the turning kind, but the ordinary kind, that became deadly because pharmacies were empty and roads were unsafe. My father, too, later. He went out for antibiotics that did not exist and came back with 3 strangers chasing him. He made it to the porch. I made it to the cellar. Emmett swallowed. I am sorry. I know. He liked that answer better than a polite thank you. It meant she believed him. Silas was there after? Emmett asked. Not right after. He came months later with a group calling themselves the Restoration Crew, as if painting a decent name on a cruel thing made it clean. They said they were organizing survivors. Work crews, food stores, protection. Some people joined because hunger makes bad promises sound like plans. Then the locks appeared. Then the debts. Then the cages. He wanted you. Maddie's jaw tightened. He wanted the version of me he had invented years ago. The girl who smiled at a store counter because her job required it. The girl he decided was kind to him because he deserved it. When the world broke, he thought all the old rules were gone except the ones in his. Emmett listened carefully. Travis says people tell you who they are by what they do when nobody can punish them. Travis sounds exhausting. Sometimes. But he is usually right. Maddie rubbed at the dirt on her knee. I escaped him once. I made it almost 30 miles before they found me again. After that, he decided hope was contraband. Emmett looked toward the yard. He is wrong. You say that easily. I do not feel easy. Maddie turned back to him. I feel scared, Emmett said, keeping his voice low. I feel like my stomach is trying to climb out of me. I keep thinking about the snare. I keep thinking Travis might get shot because of me. I keep thinking I should have run left when he told me to run right. None of that means Silas gets to be right. The words stayed between them, small and hot. Maddie stared at him for several seconds. How old are you? 12. That is a terrible age to be that clear. I would rather be 12 with chickens. Her expression softened. I would rather you be that too. A guard passed close enough that both fell silent. He dragged a stick along the bars as he walked. The metal rattled from cage to cage, making people flinch for his amusement. When he reached Emmett's cage, he paused. New boy is chatty, he said. Maddie lowered her head. Emmett did the same, not because he felt submissive, but because some battles were not worth spending blood on. The guard leaned close. His breath smelled of smoke and onion. Silas wants you awake tomorrow. Says your friend may come watch you learn manners. Emmett said nothing. The guard rattled the bars again and moved on. Only after his steps faded did Maddie exhale. "He will use you," she whispered. "Silas will use you. If your friend comes, he will put you where your friend has to choose. Travis knows. Knowing does not make it easy. Travis does not do easy." Maddie looked at him almost angry now. "You believe in him like belief can change bullets." "No," Emmett said. "I believe in him like I believe fire is hot. It does not fix everything. It just tells me what is true." Maddie had no quick answer for that. Emmett pulled his hands apart, testing the cord. It held. It went back to scraping. Some time later, the clouds moved away from the moon, and pale light slipped between the tin patches overhead. Maddie leaned close enough that her shoulder touched his. She did not look at him when she spoke. "If he comes, and if we get out, I know a place." Emmett stopped scraping. "Not a rumor," she said. "A real place. My uncle's land. It sits at the end of a road so long you can see dust before people become people. Fields on one side, timber on the other. A creek that runs even in late summer. It would take work. A brutal amount of work. But it could be held." Emmett's chest filled so sharply it hurt. "Could chickens live there?" Maddie gave him a look. "That is your first question." "It is an important question." "Yes. Chickens could live there. If Murder Sue has descendants, they would approve." Emmett smiled for the first time since the ambush. It was not large, and it did not last, but it belonged to him. Across the yard, the generator coughed and steadied. Shadows moved on the fence. The camp remained armed, cruel, and awake in too many places. Emmett went back to work on the cord. He believed Travis was coming. He also believed Maddie was right. Belief did not excuse him from being ready. By dawn, the plastic tie had almost split. Travis spent the day dead in every way that helped him. He lay beneath a collapsed service truck, half swallowed by sumac and trash, one cheek pressed to cold dirt, body still enough that flies lost interest in him. The infected wandered the broken road around him without pausing. One shuffled close, bare feet dragging through gravel, jaw working at nothing. It leaned against the truck for almost an hour, as if waiting for instructions from an empty sky. Travis watched its ankles and did not move. The sun climbed. Heat gathered beneath the truck, but his skin took little of it. Sweat no longer came the way it should. Hunger came instead, dark and patient, waking whenever the wind carried the smell of the slaver camp. Cooked beans, burned fat, human fear, blood dried on canvas, raw meat somewhere in a cooler under failing ice. He closed his eyes and built walls inside his mind. Emmett first, then the dog, then the promise of a farm. Then the shape of his own name is spoken by people who had known him before the bite. Travis, not a thing, not a monster, not an asset. Still Travis. The craving slid its nails along those walls and waited. He waited better. Through gaps in the weeds, he watched the camp breathe through the day. Morning shift at first light. 2 guards at the north fence, one alert, one lazy. The lazy one favored his left leg. The shaved-hair woman walked the inner cage lane every 40 minutes, never exactly on time, always looking up before she looked down. She was dangerous because she still cared about being good at her job. The cage man with the apron carried keys on his right hip and a knife on his left. The knife mattered less than the keys. Knives were everywhere. Keys were a language. Silas came out twice before noon. The first time he inspected the outer fence with theatrical boredom. The second time he brought the snare and practiced opening it near a tide infected at the training posts. Travis had to make his hands stay flat in the dirt. The infected had been a woman once, with silver hair tangled around a face gone slack and hungry. A rope looped around her neck held her to a post. She reached for Silas with a weak, endless insistence. Silas let her fingers brush his coat, then snapped the snare open around her throat and drove her back. The barbed cable bit into gray skin. The woman thrashed. Silas laughed softly and adjusted the pressure with a thumb valve. Travis memorized the sound. Pneumatic hiss. Locking ratchet. A safety latch near the handle. A pressure canister along the shaft. The snare was not just a weapon. It was a system. Systems had failures. When Silas finished, he released the infected and let one of his men put a spear through her skull. Her body folded at the base of the post. The man kicked it aside. Travis felt nothing for the dead thing that had stopped moving. He felt something for the woman she had been. The feeling was clean anger, and clean anger was useful if kept away from the wheel. At midday, Unfazed found him. The dog slipped through weeds with the solemn stealth of an animal who considered stealth beneath him. He crawled under the truck, put his nose against Travis's sleeve, and huffed. "You were supposed to stay back," Travis whispered. Unfazed blinked once. "That is not an argument." The dog settled against him, warm and stubborn. Travis did not push him away. He had sent the dog south at dawn with a strip of Emmett's shirt tied to his collar, hoping scent and habit would keep him away from the camp. Unfazed had apparently considered the instruction, found it weak, and returned to supervise. "Fine," Travis said, "but if you bark I will be disappointed in a way you cannot possibly understand." Unfazed put his chin on his paws and looked toward the camp with professional disgust. The dog became an advantage by accident. Twice, patrols passed close enough that Travis could hear belt buckles and breath. Both times, Unfazed lifted his head before Boots appeared. His ears marked direction. His nose marked mood. Travis learned to trust the small changes in the animal's body. Late afternoon brought wind from the west. Dust moved through the yard. The guards blinked and complained. The generator sputtered. The dog under the trailer inside the camp began barking at nothing, and for 4 minutes every eye turned toward the cook area. Travis marked those 4 minutes. He had counted distances all day. From the drainage ditch to the outer fence, 37 paces if crouched, 29 if running low. From the breach in the culvert grate to the cage lane, 62 paces through trash shadow, then 18 across open gravel. From the cages to the ash dump, 70 paces if the gate by the fuel shed was unlocked. If locked, 12 more to the broken panel behind the old bus. The broken panel could cut skin. Skin no longer mattered except as evidence. He counted people, too. 23 armed adults visible. Likely more sleeping. 6 captives in cages. Emmett and Maddie in the last cage. The older woman in the third cage could not run well. The teenage girl might. The gray-bearded man watched everything with soldier eyes, though his hands trembled. There were captives in the buses, too. Workers, perhaps, less locked, but not free. Travis could not save everyone tonight. The thought came like cold water over a flame. He hated it. Hate did not change math. He could open cages in sequence if the first alarm came late. He could cut the outer lock, free Amit, Maddie, and whoever could move fast, then scatter them toward the drainage channel. But if he tried to empty the camp, Silas would turn the yard into a slaughter chute. Travis pictured himself standing between guns and cages while people screamed behind him, every second widening the chance that Amit died because Travis had tried to become more than one man. One half-dead man, cold and strong, ignored by infected, not bulletproof, and not magic. He pressed his knuckles into the dirt until pebbles bit deep. "I will come back," he whispered, though no one had accused him aloud. Unfazed, lifted his head. "Not tonight for all of them. But I will come back." The dog listened as if judgment required a full record. At dusk, Silas ordered 2 cages opened. A pair of captives were dragged out to carry water barrels from the pump. Emmett stayed in his cage. Travis saw the boy's small shape near the bars, saw Maddie beside him, saw both of them watching without making it obvious. That was good. Maddie had taught him already, or Emmett had taught himself under pressure. Either way, the boy was not frozen. Travis allowed himself one breath of relief. Silas stood near the barrels and spoke to Emmett through the cage. Travis could not hear the words. He saw Silas gesture with the snare toward the outer fence, then toward the darkening tree line. Emmett did not move. Maddie did not move either. Pride hurt. Travis had not known pride could hurt until the boy made it do so. Full dark came in layers. First, the sky lost color. Then the yard lamps took command, bleaching gravel and throwing hard shadows behind tires, posts, barrels, cages. Then the land beyond the outer fence became a wall of black. To living eyes, the dark hid danger. To Travis, it softened edges but did not erase them. His changed sight shrank the little light available and shaped it into gray. Movement mattered more than color. Heat mattered less than sound. Scent arrived in ragged pieces. He moved at the second guard change after moonrise. The lazy North Guard limped toward the cook fire. His replacement stopped to urinate against the far side of the fence before taking position. The shaved-hair woman had just passed the cages, heading toward the bus lane. The trailer dog was asleep. The generator coughed hard enough to cover 2 seconds of metal noise. 2 seconds was a door. Travis slid from beneath the truck. Unfazed stayed because this time Travis pointed at him with such cold seriousness that even the dog accepted the border. Travis crossed the ditch on his stomach, moved through cattails and reached the culvert grate. The grate had rusted at the lower bolts. He had spent the previous night loosening one with a stone and a stolen wrench. Now he pulled steadily. No jerks, no drama. Metal complained under the generator's cough. The bolt gave. He squeezed through the gap and entered the drainage channel beneath the camp. The smell hit him like a hand over the mouth. Rot, waste, oil, mold, old blood, washed thin by rain. His hunger woke hard. The channel had carried scraps. Dead rats. Kitchen waste. Something larger once, long gone soft. His jaw tightened. His teeth ached in their roots. He stopped in black water up to his shins and took out the scrap of cloth Amit had tied around his wrist days earlier. It had once been part of the boy's sleeve. It smelled of smoke, creek water, dog, and stubborn life. Travis breathed through it until his thoughts lined up again. Then he moved. The channel narrowed under the fuel shed, then rose behind a wall of stacked pallets. He lifted the grate there by fractions. Above, 2 men argued over cards. One accused the other of hiding bullets in the bedding pile. The argument grew loud. A chair scraped. Travis used the sound to slide out and flatten himself behind the pallets. He was inside. The camp looked different from within the fence, larger and meaner than it had from outside. Its lights made islands of false safety and oceans of shadow. Men trusted the islands. Travis trusted the oceans. He passed the first patrol close enough to smell onions in one man's beard. He pressed into the black behind a stack of tires while they walked by complaining about Silas keeping them awake for a ghost story. One said no pale freak would come through a camp with 20 guns. The other said Silas did not get nervous for no reason. Travis waited until both sets of boots turned the corner. At the cage lane, the older woman in the third cage saw him first. Her eyes widened. Her mouth opened. Travis raised one finger slowly to his lips. She stared at his white eyes and cold face, then covered her mouth with both hands and began to cry without sound. He hated that too, but hate was not the wheel. He moved toward the last cage. Emmett saw Travis as a shadow before he saw him as a man. One moment the cage lane held only bars, lamp glare, and the tired shapes of prisoners pretending not to hope. The next, darkness thickened beside the older woman's cage and moved with purpose. Emmett's heart leapt so hard he almost made a sound. Maddie's hand closed around his wrist, warning him before his breath betrayed them both. The shadow crossed behind a post, waited while the shaved-hair guard turned at the far end of the lane, then slid into the blind strip between 2 lamps. Travis's face appeared for a second through the bars of light. Pale skin, clouded eyes, dirt across one cheek. Mouth set in a line so calm it frightened Emmett more than anger would have. Maddie went still beside him. That is him, Emmett breathed. I gathered, she whispered, and her voice had lost some of its disbelief. Travis reached the last cage and crouched where the lock hung. He did not grab the bars and whisper names like people did in stories. He looked first at the lane, then the ground, then the roofline, then the cages behind him. Only after that did his eyes meet Emmett's. All the words Emmett had saved vanished at once. Travis touched 2 fingers to his own chest, then pointed at Emmett, then at Maddie, then toward the far darkness beyond the fuel shed. A plan in pieces. Travis, Emmett, Maddie, and the far darkness beyond the fuel shed. Emmett nodded. Maddie leaned close to the bars. Key on the apron man. He sleeps in the chair by the cook wall after midnight. He keeps the ring under his armor when he wakes. Travis gave one small nod and held up a thin strip of metal. Maddie blinked. Or you brought your own answer. The lock was old, but not stupid. Travis worked by feel, shielding his hands with his body. Emmett watched the tremor in his fingers. It was tiny, almost invisible, but Emmett knew him well enough to see strain. Was it hunger, exhaustion, or fear? Travis's face gave nothing away. A guard coughed at the far end of the lane. Travis froze. Emmett counted the guard's steps. 6 forward, a pause to spit. 3 more, then a turn away. The shaved-hair woman crossed the lane, lamp behind her, rifle angled down but ready. Her eyes passed over the cages, the ground, the lock area. Travis had flattened himself beneath the cage's shadow, one shoulder almost touching the dirt. From inside, Emmett could see the impossible closeness of him. From outside, he must have been part of the cage itself. The guard lingered. Maddie's grip tightened on Emmett's wrist until it hurt. Emmett welcomed the pain, because it gave him somewhere to put stillness. From across the yard came a crash. Someone cursed. The trailer dog exploded into barking. The shaved-hair woman turned her head. Under the truck beyond the fence, unfazed, began barking too. Emmett almost laughed with terror. The dog had either ruined everything or saved them all because he refused to be left out of a major decision. The guard moved toward the noise. Travis resumed the lock. The lock clicked. The sound was small enough for a mouse, large enough to change the world. Travis did not open the cage yet. He slid down the row to the next lock, then the next. The gray-bearded man watched him with wet eyes and a soldier's restraint. Travis pointed to the man, then to the teenage girl, then toward the ash dump. The man nodded. The teenage girl covered her mouth. Maddie touched Emmett's shoulder. He is opening more than ours. He said he would come back, Emmett whispered. He did not say he would leave everyone tonight. That is not an answer. It is Travis's kind of answer. At the 4th cage, trouble arrived in the form of the apron man. He came from the cook wall scratching his beard, keys tucked under one hand, half awake and angry at the dogs. He walked into the lane faster than the patrol pattern allowed. Travis was crouched at the older woman's lock, with the metal strip still inside it. Emmett's body moved before thought finished. Picked the loose rusted strip at the base of his cage. Maddie's eyes widened, but she understood instantly. She slammed her shoulder into the gate from inside, making the whole cage rattle. Emmett threw himself against the bars with her. The apron man turned toward them. "Shut it," he snapped. Emmett rattled the bars harder. "Water," he said, pitching his voice toward panic. "She needs water. She is choking." Maddie folded forward and coughed as if dying, harsh and convincing enough that the gray-bearded man stared. The apron man swore and stomped toward them. That brought his back to Travis. Travis rose behind him without sound. For 1 second, Emmett saw both men in a line. The guard with his keys and knife, Travis behind him, like winter-given hands. Travis struck, not wildly, not with rage. One hand clamped over the guard's mouth. The other locked around his throat from behind and pulled him into the cage shadow. The man's eyes bulged. His boots scraped once, twice. Maddie stopped coughing. Emmett stopped breathing. Travis lowered the man to the ground when the struggle ended. He did not make it cruel. That mattered to Emmett, even in the middle of fear. Travis removed the keys, knife, and sidearm. He looked at the pistol for half a second, then tucked it into his belt. Guns were noise. Noise was last resort. Maddie stared at the unmoving guard. "Is he dead?" she whispered. Travis's jaw tightened. Yes. No apology. No boast. Just the fact, heavy and necessary. Emmett did not look away because Travis did not. The guard had helped keep children in cages. He had laughed when people cried. That did not make death clean, but it made the choice easier to carry. Travis opened their gate. Emmett stepped out and nearly fell because his legs had forgotten open space. Travis caught him by the shoulders. His hands were cold, through Emmett's shirt. "You hurt?" Travis whispered. "Not much. Truth. Hands and ribs, nothing that stops me." Travis looked at the plastic tie, now split nearly through. His face darkened. He cut it with the guard's knife. Stay behind, Maddie, as shooting starts. I can move. That is why you stay behind Maddie. Moving is not the same as being hard to hit. Maddie took the knife when Travis offered it hilt first. She handled it like she knew what knives did beyond kitchen work. I know the ash dump route. The panel behind the bus sticks, but 2 people can lift it. The drainage tunnel floods knee-deep in rain. Did it rain upstream? Enough to smell it, Travis said. Then we need higher ground after the tunnel. The south ditch will be mud. Good, then lead when we reach the fuel shed. I lead until then. Maddie gave him a quick, measuring look. You are colder than he described. He is generous. He called you cool. He is also 12. Despite everything, Emmett felt a grin tug at him. Travis moved down the cages. The gray-bearded man came out first. His name was Orlin, whispered in a voice like gravel. The teenage girl was Beth. The older woman could stand but not run. She called herself June and held Travis's sleeve for 1 second, then let go as if ashamed of needing anything. No shame, Travis whispered to her. Only movement. June nodded hard. 2 cages stayed closed. One held a man with fevered eyes who begged too loudly the moment Travis approached. The other held someone beaten so badly he could not sit up. Travis's face changed, not much, but enough that Emmett saw the cost land. We cannot carry him through the lane, Maddie said softly. I know. If the alarm rises, they will use him. I know. Travis opened the fevered man's cage and pressed a hand over his mouth before panic spilled. South fence. Stay low. Follow Orlan. If you shout, they will shoot everyone. Understand. The man nodded too many times. At the last cage, Travis knelt and spoke to the person who could not rise. Emmett could not hear the words. He saw Travis put a canteen within reach, cut the ankle chain, and place the guard's blanket over him. The man inside caught Travis's wrist with weak fingers. Travis lowered his head toward him without using the forbidden word that would trip voice. It was not surrender. It was witness. Then he rose and came back. Emmett saw the pain in him. Not body pain. The other kind. You said you would come back, Emmett whispered. Travis looked at him. You can still come back. For a moment, Travis's cold face almost broke. Then he nodded. Move. They entered the lane in the staggered line. Travis first, Maddie behind him with the knife low. Emmett behind Maddie, Orlan guiding June, Beth nearly silent, and the fevered man bringing up the rear with eyes too wide. The yard opened around them, all light in blind spots. Unfazed barked again outside the fence. The trailer dog answered. Men shouted by the gate. Travis led them behind the cages, to a gap so narrow June had to turn sideways. The tin roof above them popped in the cooling air. A lamp buzzed overhead. Emmett could see the fuel shed 10 paces away, its wall stained black, its shadow wide enough to swallow them if they reached it. A loose piece of gravel rolled under Beth's shoe. It ticked against a metal pan. Everyone froze. The sound should have been nothing. In a living town, no one would have heard it. In Silas's camp, at the exact wrong breath, the shaved-hair guard turned. Her rifle came up. Cage lane, she shouted. Cage lane. The camp woke like a kicked hive. Travis moved before the guard finished shouting. He crossed the open strip between the cages and the lamp pole in 3 strides, faster than any healthy man should have been after a day without rest. The shaved-hair guard fired once. The bullet struck the tin roof behind him with a flat crack and flung sparks into the dark. Travis hit her low, driving her into the post before she could fire again. The rifle spun away. Her elbow cracked against metal. She fought with skill, knee coming up, hand going for the pistol at her side. Travis slammed her wrist against the pole. The pistol fell. Maddie snatched it before it hit the ground. Run, Travis said. That word became the world. Maddie grabbed Emmett's sleeve and pulled him toward the fuel shed. Orlan dragged June behind them. Beth stayed so close she nearly stepped on Emmett's heels. The fevered man bolted in the wrong direction for half a second before Travis seized his collar and threw him toward the group. The yard erupted. Doors banged open along the bus row. Men spilled out half-dressed and armed. Someone kicked over a burn barrel, sending sparks across the gravel like angry fireflies. The trailer dog lunged to the end of its chain, barking hard enough to choke. A bell began clanging near the front gate, struck by someone with panic instead of rhythm. "Ash dump," Maddie hissed. "Keep low." They ran along the fuel shed wall. Bullets struck metal above them, punching bright holes through rusted siding. Emmett ducked because Maddie ducked, not because he had time to understand which sound meant death. A round hit a barrel inside the shed with a hollow boom. Fuel smell thickened. Travis came behind them, moving backward now, the falling guard's rifle in his hands. He did not fire, not yet. He used the gun as a club when a slaver rounded the corner too close, smashing the man's face with the stock and sending him sideways into a pile of pipe. Wood flashed black in the lamplight. The man made a wet sound and did not rise. Emmett's stomach twisted, but his feet kept moving. Maddie reached the ash dump and slid down the slope on one hip, dragging Emmett with her. Cold ash exploded around them. It filled Emmett's mouth and eyes, bitter as burned paper. June stumbled at the top. Orlin hooked an arm around her waist and lowered her rather than letting her fall. Beth jumped, landed hard, and kept moving. Behind them, the fevered man froze at the edge. "Jump!" Emmett shouted. The man looked back toward the lights. Travis appeared through smoke, seized him by the back of his shirt, and shoved him down the slope. The man tumbled, coughing, but alive. Travis followed upright, sliding through ash like he had chosen every inch of it. Maddie pointed toward the bus panel. There. The broken panel sat beneath the rear corner of an old school bus, half hidden by weeds and trash. Maddie and Orlin grabbed the bottom edge and lifted. It stuck. Beth shoved from the side. Emmett jammed his shoulder under the metal and pushed until pain flashed along his ribs. The panel screeched. Too loud. The camp answered with more gunfire. Travis fired twice at last. Not into the dark randomly. He shot the lamp over the cage lane, then the lamp by the cook wall. Darkness crashed over half the yard. Men cursed as their own glare vanished. The sudden black gave the fleeing captives shape and cover. The panel lifted enough for June to crawl through. Beth followed. Orlin shoved the fevered man after them. Maddie pushed Emmett toward the gap. "You first," Emmett said. "This is not manners practice. Move." A bullet slapped a bus above them. Glass rained from a broken window. Emmett dropped and crawled through the gap. Metal teeth scraped his pack. On the far side, weed slapped his face and the ground dropped toward the drainage cut. He turned back. Maddie came through next, pistol clenched in one hand. Orlin followed, then Travis, who had to twist his shoulders and drag the rifle after him. The panel fell behind them with a clang. For 3 breaths, they were outside the inner yard but not free. The outer fence still stood between them and the dark beyond the camp. The drainage channel ran below it through a concrete throat, barred by the grate Travis had loosened. Water rushed black through the opening, higher than it had been when he entered. Maddie saw it and swore under her breath. "Knee-deep?" Travis asked. That was my optimistic estimate. The first slaver reached the bus panel behind them and kicked it aside. Travis shoved the rifle at Orlin. "Can you use this?" Orlan's hands trembled until they touched the gun. Then the tremor became smaller. "Yes. 2 shots only, unless you see a clear target. Save the rest for the ditch." Orlin nodded. Travis dropped into the channel first. Water climbed to his thighs. He turned and took June under the arms as Maddie lowered her. June gasped at the cold, then clenched her teeth and waited. Beth followed. The fevered man slipped and nearly went under. Emmett caught his sleeve. Maddie caught Emmett. Travis caught all of them with one hard pull, and together they staggered toward the grate. Behind them, Orlin fired once. A man screamed. Orlin dropped into the water last. The grate gap was smaller from this side because water pushed against it. Travis braced both feet on the concrete and pulled. Muscles stood out along his neck. For an awful second, it did not move. Emmett saw the hunger pass over Travis's face then, sharp and ugly, fed by blood in the water and fear in the air. It was there and gone, crushed beneath will. "Travis," Emmett said, not loudly, just enough. The grate moved. Travis tore it wider with a sound that was almost a growl, but still human because he made it so. One by one, he shoved them through, June first, then Beth, the fevered man, Maddie, and Amit. Emmett emerged outside the camp into weeds and night, and almost collided with Unfazed. The dog danced backward with a silent, furious wag, then shoved his nose into Emit's stomach as if confirming the inventory. "You idiot," Emit whispered, hugging him for half a second. Unfazed accepted this tribute and turned toward the hole. Travis came through with Orland behind him. The outer camp exploded into pursuit. Floodlights swung toward the drainage ditch. A beam cut through the weeds, white and hard. Emmett dropped flat. Maddie dropped with him. The light passed over them and caught the fevered man, who had stood too high. "Down," Maddie snapped. Too late. A shot cracked from the fence. The man jerked and fell into the mud. Emmett started toward him, but Travis's hand clamped around his shoulder. "He is gone," Travis said. "We have to check." "He is gone, Emmett. Move." There was no time for gentleness. Emmett hated him for one hot second because grief needed somewhere to strike. Then Maddie pulled him and he ran. They fled into the brush south of the camp. Branches whipped their faces. Mud sucked at their shoes. June sobbed with every breath but did not stop. Orland stayed at the rear with the rifle. Travis vanished and reappeared along their flank, not leading now but shaping the pursuit, knocking loose branches behind them, dragging thorny deadfall across their path after they passed. The slavers came with lights and dogs and shouting men. Maddie changed direction without warning, cutting east along a shallow ridge. Emmett followed because he had no spare thought to question her. The ridge turned stony. Their footprints broke apart. Unfazed ranged ahead, then circled back, ears flat. A dog barked behind them, and it was closer. Travis stopped. "Keep going," he said. Emmett turned. "No, Travis. Maddie, take him." Maddie's hand closed on Emmett's shirt. "Come on." "No, he is not staying." Travis looked at him, white eyes catching starlight. "I am not staying. I am making them look the wrong way. There is a difference." Emmett wanted to argue, but Travis had already lifted a strip of bloody cloth from the fallen guard. He dragged it across his own sleeve, then turned north away from their path. The dog behind them caught the stronger scent and veered. Travis disappeared into the trees. Maddie pulled Emmett onward. "Trust him." "I do." "Then run like trust has legs." They ran. Behind them, the woods filled with shouting. A gun fired once, then again. Something crashed through brush. A man screamed Travis's name without knowing it, just a raw sound of surprise and terror. The pursuing dog yelped, not killed, but frightened badly enough to turn back. Emmett kept running because stopping would waste what Travis had bought. The ridge dropped into a ravine. Maddie slid down first, then helped June. Orland covered the top until everyone crossed. Beth moved like a ghost despite shaking so hard her teeth clicked. Unfazed, stayed close to Emmett, body pressed against his leg whenever the boy slowed. At the bottom of the ravine, a culvert carried rainwater beneath an old logging road. Maddie pointed them inside. It smelled of moss and rust, but it hid them from lights. They crouched in the black while pursuit swept past above them. Boots thudding on the road, voices fading east because Travis had bent the hunt that way. Minutes stretched. No one spoke. Then a figure dropped silently at the culvert mouth. Orland raised the rifle. "Do not," Emmett whispered. Travis crawled inside, covered in mud and dark blood that was not all his. He held up one hand to show it empty. Emmett threw himself against him before remembering cold or hunger or anything else. Travis stiffened, then put one arm around him. "You came," Emmett said into his shirt. "I said I would. You also left. I said I would come back from that too." Maddie watched them in the culvert dark. Her face was unreadable, but her grip on the pistol lowered. Outside, the camp's shouts faded into the wrong woods. They were not safe. Not surely. But for the first time since the ambush, there was no fence between Emmett and the sky. They should have stayed in the culvert until dawn. That was the clean plan. Hide while the slavers searched the wrong ridge. Let confusion grow. Move south after first light when the exhausted men return to camp angry and empty-handed. Maddie said as much in a whisper, and Travis knew she was right. Then the bell changed. At first, it had been alarm, frantic and uneven. Now it struck in a measured pattern. 3 hard clangs, pause. 3 hard clangs, pause. Orland's face went gray in the dark. Recall, he whispered. Maddie closed her eyes. Silas. Travis listened. Shouts shifted. Boots that had scattered through the woods began gathering. Engines turned over inside the camp. Not all of them. 2, maybe 3. Fast pursuit vehicles, not the whole convoy. Silas had stopped chasing the ghost story and started hunting the people who mattered. We need distance, Maddie said. We need quiet distance, Orland added. If we break south through the marsh, trucks cannot follow. June was bent forward with both hands on her knees. Beth held one of June's elbows. The fevered man was gone in the mud behind him. Emmett's face was black with ash, his eyes too bright. Unfazed stood at the culvert mouth with one paw lifted, listening. Travis smelled the wind and hated what it told him. Diesel, dogs, and men with fear sharpened into anger. Silas's cologne, faint but real, carried from the road where he had passed earlier with the snare. Silas knows Maddie knows the marsh, Travis said. Maddie looked at him. He might. He does. No one asked how Travis could be sure. Silas collected leverage. Maddie had once escaped him. He would have studied every way she had done it. A truck engine revved to the west. Travis pictured the map in his mind. Culvert under logging road. Marsh south. Stone Ridge east. Camp north. Old quarry access west, choked by cedar and scrap. Trucks could not enter the marsh, but men could. Dogs could. Silas would send one truck to block the old bridge, one to cut the ridge path, men on foot through the trees, and himself where he believed Maddie would choose hope. We go west, Travis said. Maddie shook her head. West is quarry ground. Broken stone, open cuts, no cover after the cedar break. Trucks will avoid the cedar because they think it traps them. Men will avoid it because they think trucks have it covered. And after the cedar. After the cedar, we make noise on purpose. Emmett looked up. That sounds like a bad plan. It is a useful bad plan. Maddie studied him in the dark. You want them looking at you? Not at all of us. You cannot fight a camp by yourself. I do not need to fight a camp. I need to make 6 frightened people into one target they cannot understand. Orland checked the rifle chamber by touch. How many rounds? 5 in that weapon, Travis said. 2 in Maddie's pistol after the lamp shots, unless it was full when she took it. Maddie checked. 4. Better. That is not a lot of better. Enough for choices, not enough for pride. They moved. The cedar brake swallowed them in branches and stale needles. Travis went first now, breaking the smallest path possible. Maddie followed with the pistol. Emmett stayed between Maddie and June, one hand on unfazed collar to keep the dog from ranging. Orland came last, rifle held low, his old soldier eyes returning piece by piece as purpose gave his fear a frame. The first truck hit the logging road behind them 5 minutes later. Its headlights poured through the trees. Men shouted over the engine. A dog barked once, then yelped as someone struck it for pulling wrong. Travis stopped so suddenly that Maddie nearly ran into him. Ahead, through the cedar, a lamp swung low. Not a truck. A man on foot with a battery lantern moving across the path they needed. Silas had sent a cutter through the cedars after all. The man stopped to listen. Travis handed Emmett the edge of his coat without looking back. Hold this until Maddie pulls you. Travis. Just until she pulls you. Emmett gripped the coat. Travis stepped out of it. For a strange second, the shape under Emmett's hand was empty cloth, and Travis was a pale blur sliding between cedar trunks. The lantern man raised his light. Travis hit him from the side, one hand catching the lantern before it fell, the other driving the man silently into the ground. The lantern remained lit. Travis looked back. Maddie understood first. You cannot be serious. Take them to the quarry lip. When the lights come to me, cross below the ridge. Emmett's grip tightened on the coat. No, Travis. Travis took the coat gently from him. Yes, you keep using yourself like bait. Tonight, bait has teeth. That is not funny. I know. The honesty hit harder than any joke. Travis touched Amit's shoulder just once, then lifted the lantern and walked away from them through the cedar, making enough noise to be heard. Maddie pulled Emmett before he could follow. Behind them a shout rose. There. The woods exploded with light and gunfire. Travis ran, not away from the slavers, but across their front, lantern swinging in his hand like a challenge. Bullets tore through branches around him. One struck him high in the shoulder and spun him half around. Pain flared white. It should have dropped him. It did not. His body accepted damage with a cold, stubborn refusal to be impressed. He threw the lantern into a brush pile soaked with leaked fuel from old quarry equipment. Fire climbed fast. For the first time that night, the slavers saw him clearly. He stood at the edge of the cedar break, pale face lit orange, eyes clouded, shirt black with mud, and another man's blood. The bullet had opened his shoulder, but he did not sway. Smoke curled around him. Behind him, shadows of cedar limbs stretched like claws. One of the slavers screamed, "It is infected!" Another fired wildly. Travis stepped into the shot instead of away from it. The bullet missed his head by inches and cut his ear. Blood ran cold along his neck. He smiled without warmth. Men who could beat prisoners and laugh at cages found they were less brave when the dead thing smiled back. 3 broke right. 2 ran left. The truck on the road surged forward, trying to bring headlights onto him. Travis ducked into the smoke, crossed behind a stone crusher, and came up beside the left pair before they realized he had moved. He took the first man's shotgun by the barrel and wrenched it down. The blast chewed dirt. Travis drove his elbow into the man's throat, then shoved him into the second man hard enough to send both into a rusted hopper. Across the quarry lip, Maddie moved the others through the dark below the ridge. Emmett saw pieces between rocks and trees. Firelight. Travis's pale shape, men turning too slowly, trucks blinding their own people, smoke making monsters out of everything. Keep moving, Maddie hissed. Emmett kept moving, but every part of him strained backward. A slaver appeared ahead of them suddenly, climbing from the lower path with a pistol in hand. Maddie fired once. The shot cracked open the night. The man fell backward into brush, grabbing at his chest. June cried out. Beth clamped a hand over her own mouth. Maddie's face went white, but she did not stop. Go. They went. Orland fired from the rear, one clean shot toward the ridge. A man above them dropped his flashlight and rolled out of sight. Orland muttered something that might have been a prayer and kept walking. Travis heard the shots and adjusted. The escape line was nearly clear. That meant his job had changed from attracting pursuit to breaking its confidence. He took the shotgun from the man at the hopper, checked it by feel, and fired into the front tire of the nearest truck. Rubber burst. The truck slewed sideways, slammed into a cedar stump, and threw 2 men from the bed. One crawled. One did not move. Silas's voice cut through the chaos from somewhere beyond the fire. Do not waste rounds. He wants fear. Give him angles. Travis turned toward the voice. There, on the logging road, stood Silas with the snare unfolded in both hands. The fire painted his face gold and black. He did not look afraid. He looked delighted in the way collectors looked upon rare things. Travis, Silas called, using the name like a stolen key. I know that is what the boy calls you. Come out where we can be properly introduced. Travis did not answer. Silas stepped over a fallen branch. You took my cages, my girl, and my prize boy. That is rude, but I admire ambition. Travis moved deeper into smoke. Silas smiled. There is the trouble. You are still trying to save them. That means I do not have to catch you. I only have to catch where you are going. The words were bait. Good bait. Travis let them pass. The last of the escape group crossed the lower ridge. Unfazed barked once, sharp and distant, then went quiet. Signal or insult. Either way, they were moving away. Travis retreated. Not running. Not fleeing. Breaking line of sight. changing ground, leaving enough traces for Silas to believe he could choose the next step. Silas raised the snare, but did not chase. Soon then, Travis vanished into the quarry, dark. By the time the slavers regrouped, the fire had spread through the brush pile, the truck was disabled, 2 lamps were out, 4 men were down, and the captives had become shadows beyond the ridge. The rescue was no longer quiet. It had become a rip in Silas's pride, though Travis would have chosen a different word if telling it aloud. And pride, like blood on leaves, left a trail. They did not stop until the sky began to pale. Maddie chose routes that looked wrong until they worked. She led them through a creek bed, where stone erased footprints, up a slope thick with fern, across a fallen pine slick with dew, and down into a hollow where old storm debris hid the entrance to a deer trail. Every turn cut against what a tired mind wanted. That was why pursuit missed them. June nearly collapsed twice. The second time, Orland tried to carry her and almost fell himself. Travis took over without argument. He lifted June in both arms as if she were a bundle of sticks, and walked at the rear where the others did not have to see how badly the bullet strike had darkened his shirt. Emmett saw anyway. "Your shoulder," he said. "Later. That means bad. That means later." Maddie glanced back but kept moving. "If he can walk, we do not inspect him under trees with men behind us. He was shot." "I saw. Keep your voice down." Emmett wanted to snap at her, but she was right, and being right during fear felt rude even when necessary. Unfazed ranged in tight circles, never more than a few yards away. The dog had ash on his muzzle and burrs in his fur. He looked deeply offended by the entire concept of human rescue operations. At sunrise, they reached a place Maddie called the Sink. It was a low bowl of land surrounded by limestone shelves and cedar. Rainwater had carved channels through the rock, and a cave mouth opened beneath a ledge screened by hanging roots. The entrance was small enough that men would miss it unless they knew where to look. "In there," Maddie said. Orland frowned. "Dead end? 2 exits, if you are not broad in the shoulders. 1 exit, if you are. The back crack comes out above the creek. I hid here 3 days after I ran the first time." Travis lowered June near the entrance. "You trust it?" "I trust that I survived it once." "That is not the same thing, but it is what we have." They entered one at a time. The cave smelled of wet stone, roots, and old animal nests. Light reached only the first chamber. Beyond that, darkness folded close. Maddie found a flat place near the wall and motioned for everyone to sit. No one slept immediately. Escape had filled them with too much motion. Beth shook until June pulled the girl against her side. Orland sat facing the entrance with the rifle across his knees, though his eyelids fluttered. Maddie stood until Travis said her name. "Sit," he told her. She bristled. "I know my limits." "Then sit before you reach them." For a second, Emmett thought she might argue. Then she slid down the wall and pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes. Travis moved toward the entrance. Emmett followed. "No," Travis said softly. "I am not asking. I am telling." "So am I." Travis looked at him, and there in the weak cave light, his face seemed less like a monster than a tired man wearing winter under his skin. His shoulder was torn, shirt stiff with dark blood. The bullet had gone through flesh near the top of the arm and left a deep channel. It looked awful. It smelled worse. Travis stood as if smell and pain belonged to someone else. Mitt swallowed hard. "We need to clean that." Maddie opened her eyes from across the chamber. "He is right. Infection may not turn you twice, but dirty damage can still rot meat." Travis gave her a flat look. "I appreciate the poetry." "You are welcome." These boiled water from Maddie's canteen, a strip torn from a spare shirt, and alcohol Orland had taken from the guard shack during the rush without remembering he had done it. Travis sat with his back against stone while Maddie worked. Emmett held the canteen and tried not to stare at cold skin parted around muscle. Travis did not flinch until the alcohol hit. Even then, it was only a tightening around the eyes. "Does it hurt?" Emmett asked. "Yes." The answer steadied him more than a lie would have. Maddie's hands were efficient but gentle. "Your blood runs slow." I noticed. Color is wrong too. Also noticed. You are not easy to medically categorize. That has been my experience. Emmett almost smiled, then remembered the fallen fevered man and felt the smile die. Travis saw. His name? I do not know, Emmett said. Orlan spoke from the entrance, without turning. Pike, or that was what he called himself. He was taken north of Harlow with his brother. Brother died in the cages last week. Silence settled. Travis closed his eyes. Pike got out of the fence. He died outside it, Orlan said. That matters. June's voice came from the dark behind them, thin but firm. It does. Emmett held on to that because there was nothing else useful to do with guilt. When Maddie finished binding Travis's shoulder, she sat back and looked at him fully for the first time since the rescue. Not quick glances, not battlefield assessment. A real look. The kind that let fear have its say and then checked what remained. How much of you is dead, she asked. Emmett stiffened. Do not ask it like that. Travis raised a hand slightly. It is fair. It is rude, Emmett said. Rude can still be fair. Maddie waited. Travis looked toward the cave mouth. Morning light sharpened the edge of his white eyes. I do not know. My skin is cold. The infected ignore me unless I attack them. I do not age the way I should, at least not yet. Hunger changes. Some smells make it worse, raw meat, blood, and fear sometimes. I can think. I can choose. I can be killed. Maddie absorbed each sentence as if placing stones across a river. Do you crave people? Emmett's anger rose again, but Travis answered before it found words. I crave what the infection recognizes as meat. I choose what I am willing to feed. That is not the same as no. No, Travis said. It is not. The cave seemed to grow smaller. Maddie's hand moved toward the pistol on her belt, then stopped. She did not draw it. Travis noticed. He did not blame her. Emmett noticed both things and felt pulled apart between them. He saved us, Emmett said. I know, Maddie replied. He is still Travis. I am trying to understand what that means when he is hungry. It means he fights it. Maddie looked at the blood-dark binding. Fighting forever is a hard plan. Travis leaned his head back against stone. So is surviving. People keep trying. That earned him a brief, unwilling smile from Maddie. Orlan shifted at the entrance. He could have killed me at the cage if he wanted. Could have left June. Could have run with the boy only. I do not understand him, but I know what he did. June added, People who are fully alive have done worse to me. Beth, who had not spoken since the escape, whispered, He scared them. Travis looked at her. The girl swallowed. In the yard. They were scared of you. I liked it. I know that is bad. It is not bad to be relieved when cruelty runs the other way, Travis said. Beth nodded once, tears sliding silently down her dirty face. The conversation ended not because every fear had been solved, but because exhaustion finally overpowered fear. June slept first. Beth followed. Orlan claimed he would keep watch and fell asleep sitting up. Maddie lasted longer, eyes fixed on the cave mouth, pistol beside her hand. Emmett sat next to Travis, refusing sleep until refusal stopped working. He woke hours later with his head against Travis's unhurt arm. Travis had not moved. Maddie was awake across from them, watching. Emmett lifted his head. What? Nothing. That was a watching kind of nothing. She looked toward the entrance. Afternoon light had shifted. I was deciding whether I still wanted to travel with you. Emmett's stomach tightened. Travis did not speak. And? Emmett asked. Maddie picked up a pebble and rolled it between her fingers. Silas will not stop. Not after last night. Not after losing face in front of his people. If I go alone, he hunts me. If you go alone, he hunts you. If we split, he gets to choose us one at a time. That is practical, Travis said. I am not finished. He nodded. Maddie looked at Emmett. You told me about chickens. That was confidential farm planning. Your farm planning needs land. I know land. Better than land. I know a place that can see trouble coming. My uncle used to say distance was the cheapest wall if you had enough of it. There is a property east of the old county line. One road in, one road out. Long approach, open fields, good soil, deep well, creek in the back timber. The house may still be standing. The barns were metal, so maybe. Travis sat forward slightly. How far? 3 days if we move well. 5 with June. More if Silas blocks the old highway. June, supposedly asleep, said, "Do not make route choices around my pride. Make them around my knees." Maddie laughed softly. It surprised everyone, including her. Orlin woke with a snort and raised the rifle at nobody. Unfazed, sneezed at him. For the first time since the cave held something close to warmth. Travis looked at Maddie. Why offer it? She did not answer quickly. Because I had been running from Silas so long that every place became temporary. Maybe I'm tired of giving him the map of my life. Maybe I want to see Murder Sue's descendants rule a yard again. Maybe I watched you carry June after getting shot and decided the world has stranger standards for safe than it used to. Emmett looked from her to Travis. Travis's face remained guarded, but something in him shifted. A door not opened, but unbarred. "We rest until dark," he said. "Then we move toward your land." "Our land if we make it," Maddie said. Travis considered that. "Our land," he agreed. Outside, far off across ridges and trees, a truck engine rose and faded. Silas was still searching. The camp still stood. Captives remained behind the wire. None of that vanished, because one plan had worked, but the road ahead had changed. For the first time, Travis was not merely leading Emmett away from danger. He was leading him toward a place with a name waiting to be earned. They left the cave after sunset with fewer supplies than hope required and more purpose than fear preferred. Maddie drew the route in dirt before they moved. Not a map with pretty lines, but a survivor's map made of danger and memory. The quarry to the north. Silas's likely search arcs. The marsh he would expect her to use. The county road he would block if he had enough fuel. The old fire break that ran along a ridge no one maintained anymore because maintenance belonged to the dead world. "This is where we go," she said, tapping a crooked line with a twig. "Not because it is easy, because it is inconvenient. Cruel men like roads that flatter them. They avoid paths that make them sweat unless anger is steering. Silas is angry, but he is also proud. He will send others into miserable ground before he soils his boots." Orlin grunted. "Pride is a gate." "Exactly," Maddie said. "We walk through it while he admires the hinges." Emmett liked her more for that. June could travel if they kept a steady pace. Beth would not let go of June's sleeve. Orlin carried the rifle and most of the ammunition. Maddie kept the pistol. Travis carried almost everything else because weight bothered him less now, and because being useful gave him somewhere to put the restless hunger that had sharpened after the cave. Emmett noticed the way he avoided looking at the dried blood on his torn sleeve. He walked beside him for the first mile. "You should eat," Emmett whispered. Travis did not look down. "I did. Beans from the cage sack do not count if you cannot taste them. They count enough." "That is not true." "It is true enough for tonight." Emmett kicked a pebble down the trail. "I'd hidden secrets. Most people do. It still keeps them alive. When we get to the farm, we need rules for you. Not bad rules. Helpful rules. Like if you are getting hungry, you tell me before it gets creek bad." Travis's jaw tightened at the memory. "You are not responsible for managing me." "I know. Do you?" Emmett looked up. "You are responsible for you. But families still tell each other when the roof leaks." The word family landed on the trail between them. Travis walked several steps before answering. "That is a large word. So is generator, and you used to fix those. That comparison needs work." It made sense in my head. Many dangerous things begin there. Emmett smiled despite himself. Ahead, Maddie turned and watched them for a moment. She had the look of someone hearing pieces of a language she wanted to learn but did not trust yet. When Travis caught her looking, she faced forward again. The night trail took them through oak, scrub, and abandoned pasture. The moon hid behind clouds, leaving the world in shades of black and silver. Infected wandered near an old cattle pond. 4 of them caught in the collapsed rail fence, reaching through wire at nothing. Travis walked near them deliberately. They did not react. June crossed herself. Orlin stared. Beth pressed closer to Maddie. Maddie watched Travis pass within arm's reach of a gray-faced, infected man in a seed company jacket. The dead man's fingers brushed Travis's coat and slid away without interest. "That is hard to see," she said softly when they were beyond the pond. "Hard to live with," Travis replied. "I did not mean it as accusation. I did not hear it as one." She nodded, though the movement was tense. "Useful, though." "Yes." "Does usefulness make it easier?" He thought about lying and chose not to. "Sometimes it makes it heavier." Maddie accepted that without comment. Near midnight, they found an abandoned hunting cabin tucked between two ridges. Its roof sagged but held. The door had been forced long ago. Travis cleared it while the others waited in the trees. Inside, he found mouse droppings, a broken chair, 3 empty shelves, and a rusted stove. No infected. No fresh sign. No bodies. "Safe enough for 2 hours," he said. June sank onto the floor with a grateful sound. Beth sat beside her and immediately began picking burrs from unfazed fur, as if keeping her hands busy could keep memories from catching up. The dog endured it with tragic patience. Orland checked the back window, then sat where he could see the door. "I will take first watch." Travis shook his head. "Sleep, because I do not need as much." "That does not mean you need none." "Tonight it does." Orland looked ready to argue, then glanced at Emmett and stopped. "Wake me before dawn. Do not be noble about it. Noble gets people dead." "Agreed." Maddie set the pistol on her knee and leaned against the wall. "I will stay awake for a while." Travis did not object. Maybe because she was stubborn. Maybe because he was tired of telling people to rest when none of them knew how. Emmett sat near the cold stove and unwrapped the last of the hard bread from Travis's pack. He split it into pieces. Travis refused his share. Emmett gave it to Maddie instead. She broke half of it and handed that half back to Travis without looking at him. "I said I did not need it," Travis said. "And I said nothing," Maddie replied. "Take the bread." Travis took it. Emmett watched with satisfaction. Helpful rules had begun. For a little while the cabin was only the sound of chewing, breath, and rain beginning soft on the roof. Then Maddie spoke. "The land is called Harrow's End." "Not officially." "Officially it was Bellwether Farm, then a cattle lease, then my uncle's stubborn retirement project. People called it Harrow's End because the road used to end at the old Harrow property line. The name stuck even after the family left. Harrow's End," Emmett repeated. "That sounds haunted." "Everything sounds haunted now." "Does it have a house?" 2-story farmhouse. White once. Probably gray now. Big porch. Summer kitchen out back. Root cellar under the pantry if no one collapsed it. Barns to the east. Machine shed. Well house. A pond past the second field. Creek in the timber. Emmett built it in his mind until it became too large for the cabin. "Can it be defended?" Travis asked. Maddie looked at him. "That is the reason I thought of it. The approach road runs almost a mile through open ground. Fields on both sides. No ditch deep enough to hide a truck. Timber only at the far edges. If someone comes, you see dust in daylight and lights at night long before they reach the house. The roadbed is raised in 3 spots. Easy to block. Hard to bypass without getting stuck if the fields are wet." Orlin, who was not asleep at all, opened one eye. "Water? Deep well with a hand pump if the handle is still there. Creek for washing. Pond for fish if it has not gone bad." June murmured. "Soil?" Maddie smiled faintly. "Black dirt in the lower field. My uncle grew tomatoes the size of both fists and complained they were too small." "That is farmer talk," June said. "Promising." Beth's voice came small from beside the dog. "People there?" Maddie's smile faded. "I do not know." Travis looked toward the rain-dark window. "If people are there, we do not take it from them." "No," Maddie said quickly. "We ask, trade, and join if they are decent. We leave if they are not." Orland sat up more fully. "And if Silas follows?" The cabin changed temperature without changing air. Maddie's fingers tightened on the pistol. "Then the road gives us warning." "Warning is not victory," Orland said. "No," Travis said. "But warning lets us choose ground." Emmett looked at him. The fire from the quarry still lived in his eyes, not as light, but as decision. He was already placing traps along a road he had never seen. He was already measuring what he would do if Silas came. "We are not just running there," Emmett said. The adults turned to him. "We're building there," he continued, feeling embarrassed but not stopping. "That means we do not think of it only as the place we hide. We think of it as the place we keep. There is a difference." June nodded in the shadows. "There is." Maddie leaned her head back against the wall. "You really are 12? "Unfortunately. You should be put in charge of chickens and speeches." "I accept chickens. Speeches are under review." A soft laugh moved through the cabin. Not much. Not enough to erase anything. Enough to prove laughter had not died in the cages. Travis watched them laugh, and for a moment the hunger inside him loosened its grip. These people had seen his cold skin, his wide eyes, his terrible strength, and the ugly truth of what he craved. They had not stopped being afraid. They'd also not run. That was not forgiveness. It was not trust in full. It was the first board across a broken place. Near dawn, engines sounded far to the north. Everyone woke or pretended they had not been asleep. Travis stepped outside into the rain. Maddie joined him under the sagging porch roof. The sound came again, faint and uneven. Trucks moving on distant road. "Silas," she said. "Likely. He will go to the marsh first, then the highway, then any place my old roots touch. That buys us half a day if he is angry, less if he is thinking. He thinks when anger feeds the thought." Yes, rain threaded between them. In the gray before sunrise, Maddie looked younger and older at the same time. Dirt streaked her cheek. Her split lip had darkened. Her hands held steady, but Travis could smell exhaustion in her skin. "You do not have to come," he said. She gave him a sideways look. "That offer is late." "It remains true. If I leave, where do I go? Back to running in circles around a man who thinks obsession is ownership. Back to hiding in creek beds until winter handles what Silas does not. No, I am going to Harrow's End. If you and the boy come too, good. If June and Beth and Orland come, better. If your dog judges the property unworthy, we may reconsider." Unfazed appeared in the doorway behind them as if summoned by disrespect. Maddie pointed at him. "See, he knows his role." Travis almost smiled. Maddie saw the almost and softened. "Emmett trusts you completely. He should not have to." "That is not what I said." "I know. I do not trust you completely," she said. "You should not. But I trust what I saw. You could have left us. You did not. You could have made yourself the only thing that mattered. You did not. Silas makes people smaller. You made a cage door into a road. That counts with me." Travis looked out at the rain. "I am still dangerous. So is fire. We still use it. Fire does not choose. Then you are better than fire when you keep choosing." He had no answer ready for that. Inside, Emmett began explaining to Beth why goats were not yet approved in the future farm plan. Beth asked whether goats could be trained to attack slavers. Emmett admitted research was incomplete. June suggested geese would be meaner. Orland said geese were proof civilization had made mistakes long before the dead rose. The cabin, for one brief minute, sounded like people. Maddie extended a hand. "Not for romance. Not yet. Not anything simple. A pact, perhaps. A bridge. Harrow's End," she said. "We get there, we decide together what comes next. No owners. No cages. No one gets left outside a gate because fear needs a target." Travis looked at her hand. He thought of the glass room, the wall, the verdict, the gates closing behind him. He thought of Emmett in a cage, Maddie beside him, June crawling through mud, Orland standing watch though his hands shook, Beth picking burrs from a patient dog. He took Maddie's hand carefully, aware of his cold skin against her living warmth. She did not pull away. "No cages," Travis said. "No owners," Maddie answered. Behind them, Emmett called, "And chickens." Travis and Maddie looked back at him. Emmett lifted his chin. "That is part of the pact." Maddie squeezed Travis's hand once before letting go. and chickens. They left the cabin at first light. 6 people and 1 unimpressed dog moving through rain toward a mile-long road none of them had seen in too long. Behind them, Silas searched the wrong ground. Ahead of them waited land, labor, danger, and the possibility of a future that would have to be defended before it could be lived in. Travis walked first, cold and hungry and still himself. For the first time since exile, he was not alone in proving it. Rain followed them out of the pines like a thing with memory. It slid from branch to branch, cold enough to sting living skin and meaningless against Travis's face. He walked at the front because the road demanded it, because Emmett kept looking to him, because Maddie trusted him enough to let him take the first danger, and because the others had not yet learned how to breathe around what he was, without remembering what he might become. 6 people moved through the wet morning behind him. Maddie with the old map folded under her coat and her rifle wrapped in oilcloth. Emmett carrying a pack too large for his narrow shoulders. June and Beth stepping close enough to hear each other but far enough to keep from stumbling together, Orland limping with stubborn care, and unfazed trotting at the ragged edge of the group as if the world had been invented for his inspection. The dog paused every 100 yards to smell a fern or a fallen branch, then looked back at Travis with the bored patience of a creature who had accepted impossible things and found them less interesting than mud. Travis envied that. The boy had accepted him with wonder. Maddie had accepted him with caution that was slowly turning into something warmer. The freed captives accepted him because he had opened their cages and led them away from Silas. None of that made acceptance easy for the man who had to live inside the cold body. Every step reminded him that he had no heat in his hands, no breath in the air, no ache from exhaustion except a hollow pressure behind his ribs, where hunger gathered and waited. Behind him, Emmett coughed softly into his sleeve. Travis stopped at once. He lifted a closed fist, and the line halted. Rain tapped leaves. Somewhere ahead, a crow complained from the top of a dead oak. Nothing moved on the old logging road except runoff sliding through the ruts. Emmett lowered his sleeve. It was just a cough. I swallowed rain wrong. I can still walk. I know you can, Travis said. That is not the same as knowing you should. The boy made a face that tried to look offended and landed closer to tired. Since the escape, he had been living on pride, stolen sleep, and whatever scraps they could share without slowing too long. Bruises colored his cheek and throat from the camp. Not dark enough to stop him, dark enough to make Travis see red at the edges of his vision whenever he noticed them. Maddie came forward through the dripping brush. She moved with the easy balance of someone who had spent years reading ground before trusting it. There is a drainage cut ahead. We can take 10 minutes under the bank. 10 turns into 20, Orland said from the back. His voice carried the brittle edge of fear that comes from counting every mile behind you. 20 turns into tracks getting cold. Silas will not stay confused forever. Maddie looked at him, not unkindly. Silas is not following the right trail yet. If he were, we would have heard trucks by now. Maybe we do not hear them because of the rain. His trucks complain louder than his men, she said. We would hear them. Travis studied the tree line while they spoke. He trusted Maddie's knowledge of Silas more than Orland's panic. But panic had its uses. It pointed toward weak doors. It checked shadows twice. It kept the living from turning hope into blindness. We stop for 12 minutes, Travis said. Maddie watches the back trail. Orland watches east. June and Beth sit. Emmett eats. I will check the cut before anyone goes under it. Emmett's mouth tightened. You are doing the voice again. What voice? The one where you turn into a wall and expect people to walk where you point. June tried to hide a smile and failed. Beth glanced between them as if watching a quarrel in another family, and not yet knowing whether it was safe to be amused. Travis looked at the boy, then at the wet road. You want to lead? Emmett adjusted the strap on his pack. I want you to remember I am not cargo. That landed harder than Travis expected. He had carried too many things since the bite. Tools, weapons, fear, guilt, the strange charge of one child who believed in him too much. A protector could become another kind of cage if he confused safety with control. Fair, Travis said. You are not cargo. You were still eating. I can agree under protest. Protest noted. They moved to the drainage cut. The bank had undercut itself where years of water had stolen the soil, leaving a shallow dry lip beneath roots and stone. Travis went first, ducking under hanging vines, letting his pale eyes adjust to the gloom. Nothing waited there except damp leaves, beetles, and the sharp smell of fox. He touched the mud. Old prints. No recent boot tracks. No dragged feet from the dead. He stepped back and waved them in. Emmett sat between two roots and accepted a strip of smoked rabbit from Maddie, with the dignity of a prisoner accepting bad court food. Beth took half of a hard biscuit and broke the other half for June. Orland lowered himself slowly, jaw clenched against the pain in his leg. Unfazed, pushed his way under the bank, shook rain over everyone, then settled with his head on Emmett's boot. Dog, Emmett muttered, wiping his face. Unfazed, closed his eyes, perfectly satisfied. Maddie crouched beside Travis at the edge of the cut. The rain made dark tracks through the dirt on her cheek. She had cut her hair short with a camp knife sometime before Silas took her, and the uneven ends clung to her jaw. There were raw places on her wrists where the rope had rubbed, and Travis kept making himself look away from them before the sight carried him back into the yard. "You keep staring at the woods like they owe you an answer," she said. "They usually do." "What are they saying?" "That we are loud, slow, tired, and lucky. That is almost cheerful for you." He glanced at her. "You prefer a lie?" "I prefer useful truth. Harrow's End is 2 hard days if we can keep this pace. 3, if Orland's leg worsens. The old road curves north after the mill, then drops into open pasture. The last mile is a straight approach. That is why the place held as long as it did before people tore themselves apart from the inside. You can see anyone coming, and anyone coming can see us. Only once we are on the road. Before that it is woods, creek beds, and abandoned farms. How many people lived there?" Maddie looked down the cut to where Emmett was trying to convince Beth that a farm defense plan required chickens with aggressive personalities. Her face softened, then closed a little. 23 when I first came through, maybe 30 by the end. Families from 3 settlements, a mechanic, 2 nurses, a couple who knew orchards, a teacher who made children write essays about seeds like the world still had semesters. What happened? Fear did what hunger could not. People started deciding who had eaten too much, who had not worked enough, who should be sent away because supplies had rules, and mercy made math difficult. Then Silas came sniffing around with promises, tools, guards, fuel. Some people wanted in there. Some did not. By the time the shooting started, the place was already broken. I left before he decided leaving meant theft. Travis heard the careful flatness in her voice. She was not telling all of it. Not yet. He understood holding pieces back. Some memories needed more trust than daylight and rain. "You think it is empty now?" he asked. "I think no one has held it. If someone had, we would have heard about it in Silas's camp. Men like him talk about places worth taking. They cannot help themselves." Travis watched rain bead on a fern. "If it is good land, someone else may have found it. Then we talk first. If they shoot first, then we learn faster." That should not have made him almost smile. It did anyway, or as close to one as his face managed now. Some expressions felt stiff since the change, as if the muscles remember the shape but not the warmth behind it. Maddie noticed. She always noticed too much. "There you are," she said quietly. He looked away. Where? Under all that cold. The hunger shifted inside him, ugly and immediate, called by the smell of rabbit grease on Emmett's hands and the iron scent of scratches on Maddie's wrists. Travis rose before it could climb higher. 12 minutes are done, he said. Maddie did not challenge him. She only watched him for a second longer, then stood and helped Beth tighten her pack. They walked until the logging road dissolved into saplings and broken stone. The land rolled downward through cedar and ash, then opened around a mill ruin beside a narrow creek. The building had lost half its roof. Moss covered the water wheel and the old pond lay choked with cattails. An overturned delivery van sat near the gate with its doors open. Someone had painted a warning on the side years ago, But rain and sun had eaten the words until only black streaks remained. Travis held the group back with one hand. "Dead?" Emmett whispered. "Somewhere close." "You smell them?" "I hear them." At first the living heard only rain. Then Beth's eyes widened. A faint scraping came from inside the mill, slow and steady like a broom dragged over concrete. Another sound answered from the pond bank. Wet feet in mud. A thrill working around a sound that was no longer language. "How many?" Maddie asked. "Enough that we do not bring you through the yard." Travis unshouldered his pack. "You stay here." Emmett straightened. "I can help." "You can help by keeping everyone quiet." The boy's protest sat visible on his tongue. Then he looked at Beth, at June, at Orland's bad leg, and swallowed it. "What do I watch for?" "Watch windows, roof line, and the back trail. If something with a pulse comes through the trees, you warn Maddie before you warn me." "Why before you?" "Because I will be in a room full of dead people, and they will not care." "I care." Travis held his gaze. "That is why you watch." He took the hatchet and the long knife, leaving the rifle with Maddie. Guns were for the living and for last resorts. The dead did not react to him with hunger, but noise could still gather them, and gathered dead could still crush, trap, and tear apart anyone warm who had the bad luck to be nearby. The first infected stood under the mill porch with its head bent at an angle that would have killed a living person. Rain had slicked its hair against a skull too thin beneath the skin. It turned as Travis approached, white eyes passing over him without interest. Its jaw worked once, then settled. Travis stepped around it and looked inside. There were 7 in the main room. 2 had been trapped beneath fallen beams and scraped their fingers bloody against the floor whenever sound moved. 3 stood against the far wall, swaying in place. 1 wore a faded delivery uniform. 1 wore a dress with mud up to the knees. The last had been a child once, small enough that Travis had to close his eyes for half a breath before he could make himself look again. They ignored him. That was the horror and the advantage. He walked among them like a ghost pretending not to remember he had once belonged to the living. He killed the first one with the knife through the base of the skull. Quick, quiet, merciful, if that word still had any place here. The body folded. The others did not turn. He moved from one to the next, jaw locked, hands steady. The trapped ones were harder, not because they fought him, because they did not. They scratched at the floor, following old habits of hunger that no longer saw him as food. He ended that too. When he reached the small one, his grip tightened until the knife handle creaked. He thought of children in Haven Ridge sleeping behind walls. He thought of Emmett in a cage, telling a frightened girl that Travis would come. He thought of the world demanding that boys become hard before they grew tall. "I am sorry," he whispered. The infected child did not hear him, or did not know what hearing meant. When he came out, the yard was clear, except for the porch corpse and 2 more by the pond. Travis dragged them into the mill and shut what remained at the door. Rain washed thin red lines from his fingers. Emmett watched from the trees. He had gone pale, but not sick. That worried Travis more than vomiting would have. Children should have limits. The world kept pushing them past those limits, and calling the damage maturity. "Is it safe?" Maddie called softly. "For now." They crossed the yard one at a time. Orland avoided looking at the mill door. June looked and crossed herself with 2 fingers, a small movement done low against her chest. Beth asked no questions. Unfazed, sniffed the porch, sneezed, and decided the pond deserved more attention. Inside the van, they found plastic sheeting, a box of rusted bolts, 3 sealed jars of instant coffee, and a stack of rain ponchos brittle with age, but usable. Emmett held one up like treasure. "We look like walking trash bags," he said once everyone had put one on. "Walking trash bags stay drier than heroic corpses," Maddie said. "That should be on a sign. When you build your chicken fort, paint it over the gate." The boy grinned, and for a few steps the rain seemed less cruel. They camped that night in the upper floor of a collapsed feed store. Travis chose the place because the stairs had broken away, leaving only a slanted shelf of debris he could climb and then pull boards behind them. A living attacker would have to make noise. The dead would gather below and forget why. They kept no fire. Supper was cold beans, hard biscuits softened with rainwater, and careful sips from canteens that were getting too light. Matty took the first watch with him near a window missing its glass. Beyond the frame, the road shone faintly under cloud-covered moonlight. Frogs called from a ditch. The dead made no sound close by. "You do not sleep," she said. "Not much. Can you?" "Sometimes I go still. I drift. I remember dreams after, so maybe that counts." "What do you dream?" He almost answered with the truth. He dreamed of glass. He dreamed of hands raised against him. He dreamed of meat, and woke with his fingers digging into the floor. He dreamed of Elise before the world ended, and those dreams hurt worse than the hungry ones, because they gave him back warmth for a few seconds and stole it again when he opened his eyes. "Old things," he said. Matty accepted the boundary, which made him more grateful than if she had pushed. "I used to dream about Harrow's End after I left. Not good dreams. The kind where you are walking toward a house and it keeps getting farther away. Then Silas found me outside Pickett's Crossing, and the dream stopped. Cages make your head too tired for symbolism." Travis looked at her hands. The rain had cleaned them, but the marks remained. "You escaped him before." "For 9 months. I got careless because I was hungry and there was smoke from a chimney. I thought it was a family. It was one of his bait houses. Bait house. Warm room. Soup smell. A blanket on the porch. You knock because desperation teaches manners last. Then the back door opens, and men come out with ropes. Something in Travis went very still. How many did he take that way? Enough that his men stopped laughing about it and started treating it like harvest. He turned his face to the road, afraid of what she would see in his eyes. "He will not harvest from us again." That is a promise men make when they still think wanting justice is the same as having power. "I know the difference." "Do you?" Her voice softened, not with doubt but with worry. "You walked into that camp and pulled us out. You scared men who thought fear belonged to them. That does not mean you can carry every fight on your back until the world runs out of bullets. I can carry enough, and when enough is not enough." The answer sat between them. "Then I die." He did not say it. Emmett shifted in his sleep across the room. One hand curled into unfazed fur, and Travis could not make those words exist where the boy might hear them even dreaming. Matty turned her head, following his glance. "He thinks you are invincible." "I know. That is dangerous." "I know that too." "Then teach him before the world does." Travis rested his cold hand against the splintered window frame. The wood did not complain beneath his weight. "Every lesson I have for him tastes like fear." "Then give him fear with a future attached. That is different from what Silas gives." He looked at her then. In the weak light, her eyes were darker than the road and steadier than his thoughts. She was not asking him to be less protective. She was asking him to protect better. "You should sleep," he said. "That means you are done listening. It means your hands shook when you loaded the rifle, and you hid it from everyone but me." She let out a breath that might have become a laugh in another life. "You notice too much." "So do you." For a moment the ruined feed store held them in a silence that was not empty. Then Matty reached out, slow enough that he could move away, and placed 2 fingers against the back of his hand. Her skin was warm. His was not. Neither of them pretended otherwise. "Still you," she said. The words did what they had done in the glass room and failed to do there. They found him. They anchored something. He did not know how to answer without making the moment smaller. He simply turned his hand enough that her fingers rested against his palm, careful not to close too tightly. They stayed that way until Orlin woke for second watch and pretended very hard not to notice. The next day, the rain broke. Sun came through in weak gold strips, touching the wet fields and making steam rise from broken pavement. They moved faster without the slick ground fighting every step. Matty led them away from roads where possible, through hedgerows and drainage ditches, past abandoned farmhouses with doors hanging open and curtains breathing in the wind. At noon they found the remains of a roadside market. The sign had once promised peaches, honey, and tomatoes. Now the stand leaned against a tree, its shelves empty except for mouse nests and dust. Behind it, a greenhouse sagged under vines. Travis checked it first and found no dead, no living, and one miracle: seed packets sealed inside a plastic storage tub beneath a bench. Maddie knelt over them, as if they were jewels. Beans, squash, kale, carrots, and onions. Emmett leaned over her shoulder. "Any chicken seeds?" Beth laughed before she could stop herself. It startled her. The sound came out rusty, then brighter. She covered her mouth and looked ashamed, as if happiness were something that might bring punishment. June put an arm around her. "Laugh while you can. It scares the devils." "Not chickens," Emmett said. "Chickens fear nothing." Orlin, who had been silent most of the morning, shook his head. "I hate that I am starting to believe you." They split the seed packets carefully. Maddie wrapped them in cloth and tucked them inside her shirt where rain could not find them. Travis watched her do it and felt the strange weight of possibility. Seeds were not food yet. They were promises that demanded work, water, soil, time, and defense. They were fragile in a way bullets were not, and somehow that made them braver. That afternoon they crossed the first open pasture. Travis hated it immediately. The grass came up waist-high in places, brown at the tips and green below, with only a narrow cattle path cutting through. A rusted fence ran along the south side. Beyond it stood a line of trees too far away for comfort. No cover in the middle. Too many places for someone patient to watch from the edge. "Single file," he said. "Keep low, move slow, and no talking." Emmett gave him a look, but obeyed. The others followed. Unfazed, ruined the military beauty of the line by wandering 3 steps sideways to inspect a grasshopper, then rejoined as if he had been following a tactical plan. Halfway across, Travis smelled smoke. He dropped to one knee and raised his fist. The line folded into the grass behind him. Emmett did it fast now, body remembering drills from the road. Maddie slid beside Travis, rifle already in her hands. "North tree line," Travis whispered. "Small fire. 2, maybe 3 people. Do you think it is, Silas? No engines, no oil, and no camp stink. Then travelers, maybe." "Maybe, but we do not trust maybe." They waited. A laugh drifted from the trees, thin and nervous. Then a man's voice said something too far away to catch. Another voice answered, older, rougher. Metal clinked. Orlin crawled close enough to whisper, "We go around." "Around means another mile in open ground," Maddie said. "Talking means risk." Travis watched the smoke rise. He thought of bait houses, warm rooms, soup smell, a blanket on a porch. He thought of what desperation did to manners and what traps did to trust. "I go alone," he said. "If they are harmless, we pass far right. If they are not, they never see the rest of you." Emmett's whisper carried sharp disapproval. "That is the wall voice again." "This is scouting." Different voice. Same face. "My face has limited options now." Maddie pressed her lips together to keep from smiling. Travis appreciated the attempt and resented the timing. He left his pack, took the knife, and moved through the grass toward the trees. The smoke thickened. He heard 3 people now. One man coughing. A woman murmuring. A child's crying and tired hiccups. Not Silas. Not slavers, unless slavers had learned how to sound small and scared without laughing afterward. He emerged between 2 sycamores and found a family huddled around a fire no bigger than a dinner plate. The man had gray in his beard and a revolver in his lap. The woman held a girl of perhaps 4 under a blanket. A teenage boy stood when Travis appeared, lifting a machete with both hands. Then they saw his eyes, and the fire seemed to shrink. The woman made a sound and pulled the little girl against her chest. The man scrambled for the revolver. The boy froze with the machete halfway raised, terror and bravado fighting across his thin face. "Do not fire," Travis said, keeping his hands visible. "I am not here to hurt you." The man cocked the revolver anyway. His hand shook so badly the barrel moved in small circles. "Stay back." Travis stopped. Rainwater still dripped from his coat, though the sun had been out for hours. He knew what he looked like. Pale skin, clouded eyes, dried dark stains on his sleeves from the mill. A dead man's stillness wrapped around a human voice. "We are passing through," he said. "There are 6 of us. to our children. We do not want your fire, your food, or your trouble. You are bit, the boy said. I was. The man's finger tightened. Then you are dead. Not in the way that matters to you right now. The woman stared at him over the child's hair. Fear did not leave her face, but thought entered it. The dead do not talk. Most do not. Most, the man repeated, his voice cracking on the word. Travis pointed slowly toward the west without lifting his arm too high. There is a mill behind us with dead inside. They are down now. The road south has brute tracks less than a day old. Men with chained tires, heavy trucks, maybe slavers. If you have a place to hide, hide deeper. If you do not, keep your fires small and move before night. The boy lowered the machete an inch. Why warn us? Because someone should. The man did not lower the gun. You with Silas? Travis went cold in a way that had nothing to do with infection. I am not with Silas. The woman heard the answer beneath the answer. He has people on this road. He has people on every road he thinks can feed him. The man finally eased the hammer down. Not all the way, not into trust, but out of immediate murder. We heard about Harrow's End. Thought maybe there was still land there. Travis said nothing for a breath too long. The woman's eyes sharpened. That is where you are going. We are looking. Everyone is looking. That is the problem. Then do not follow our tracks. The teenage boy bristled. You do not own a road. No, Travis said. But I am telling you the truth before it costs you blood. The people with me have escaped cages. They are tired. They are armed. If you come behind us quiet, I may mistake you for hunters. I do not want that. The warning settled around the fire. The man believed him because fear believed, force more easily than kindness. We will go east, the woman said. There is a church cellar near Briar Hill if it is not burned. Travis nodded once. Keep the girl away from windows after dark. Sound carries through broken glass. The woman held the child tighter. What is your name? He almost lied. A name was a door. Then he thought of gates closing behind him, and the person fear had tried to erase. Travis. I am Liana. This is Cole, Ira, and little Rose. The child peeked at him with one round eye over the blanket. Travis softened his voice. Hello, Rose. The girl did not answer. She simply hid again, which was fair. He left them with a water purification tablet from his pocket and returned through the grass. Emmett crawled up on his elbows when Travis came back. Were they bad? They were scared. That does not answer it. It answers most of it. Maddie searched his face. They know about Harrow's End? They heard rumors. They are heading east now. You believe them? I believe they are too tired to chase a dream guarded by a cold man. Orlin muttered, dreams are exactly what tired people chase. Travis could not argue. They pushed on until sunset turned the wet fields copper and the horizon opened wider than it had in days. Maddie stopped at the crest of a low hill. Ahead lay a rivet of road pointing toward distant dark trees, straight enough that it seemed drawn with a ruler. Beyond the trees, barely visible in evening haze, rose the shape of a house roof and an old windmill. Maddie took one breath, then another. Her shoulders lowered as if she had been carrying a door across them for years, and someone had finally taken one side. There, she said. Harrow's End. Emmett stood beside Travis, eyes wide despite his exhaustion. That is it? That is the road to it, Maddie said. The land starts past those cedars. It looks far. It is closer than anything else we have wanted. Travis stared down the mile road. The distance was both gift and threat. Anyone coming would be seen. Anyone defending would be seen too. The approach had no mercy, no bend, no ditch deep enough to hide a truck. At the far end, the old windmill turned slowly in the last of the wind. For the first time in a long while, Travis let himself imagine a morning after danger. A fence mended, a well cleared, Emmett carrying eggs with excessive seriousness, Beth sleeping without bars nearby, Maddie walking the boundary with a rifle over her shoulder and sun in her uneven hair, himself at the edge of it all, not inside a wall, not outside one, but somewhere chosen. Then the hunger stirred again, as if hope had disturbed it. He tightened his grip on the pack strap and began walking. "We make the cedars before dark," he said. "Then we see if the dream has teeth." The cedar brake smelled of resin, old needles, and mouse nests. Travis entered it first while the others waited on the road in the bruised purple light before night. The trees grew tight together on both sides of the cattle gate that had fallen inward, half buried in grass. Beyond them lay a shallow ditch, then the beginning of the farm itself. A wide clearing under a sky finally free of rain. The farmhouse hunched at the far rise, the barn behind it, the windmill turning in tired circles near a stone well. Nothing moved. That was not the same as safety. Travis knew that better than anyone. Stillness could be the held breath before teeth. Empty windows could watch. Grass could hide wire, pits, snares, old traps, or people so hungry they had become patient as spiders. He crouched near the gate and touched the ground. No recent tire tracks marked the ground. Deer, raccoon, and small bird prints pressed into soft soil. Old human prints hardened after rain, edges softened by time. He moved through the ditch, then across the first 30 yards of grass. The dead did not wait there. No smell of rot close by. No boot scrape from behind the barn. The farmhouse door hung closed. One upstairs window had broken, and a curtain drifted in the room behind it like a pale hand. He listened until the living behind him became distant heartbeats, and the farm gave him only wind. Maddie could not wait any longer. She stepped through the cedars with the rifle ready and stopped beside him. Her face changed slowly as the land opened in front of her. It did not become joy exactly. Joy was too simple for a place that held old pain. It became recognition, grief, caution, and a fragile light that hurt to look at. "It is still here," she whispered. "Most places are," Travis said. "That is not always comfort. This one is, a little." Emmett came through next, then Beth and June helping Orlin. Unfazed, darted past everyone, ran 15 yards into the grass, stopped, lifted his head, and looked back as if waiting for applause. "He found the kingdom," Emmett said. "The kingdom has fleas," June answered, but she was smiling. They did not rush to the house. Travis would not allow it. They cleared the land in rings, slow and methodical. First, the cedar edge, then the ditch, then the well yard. Maddie checked a pump with a hand that trembled despite her effort to steady it. Travis opened the well cover and lowered a pebble. A splash came after a long count. "Water," he said. The word moved through the group with more force than a shout. Beth began to cry without sound. June put a hand over her own mouth and looked away. Orlan closed his eyes. Emmett walked to the well and stared down into darkness as if water itself had become a legend he had only half believed. "Can we drink it?" he asked. "Not until we test and boil it," Travis said. "That was not the question I wanted. The answer you wanted can kill you. You ruin miracles sometimes. I prefer miracles with fewer parasites." Maddie made a small sound that might have been a laugh. She set her palm on the stone rim of the well. There was a hand pump in the kitchen, too. Rain catchment behind the barn. A spring down the western slope if the pipe still runs. "We check all of it before dark," Travis said. "Before dark? We do not sleep in a house we have not cleared." Orlin opened one eye. "I was afraid you were going to say that." Fear has good hearing. They left Beth and June near the well with the packs and sent Unfazed into unwilling service as morale. The dog accepted the assignment by lying down across Emmett's dropped bedroll and pretending he had misunderstood. Travis, Maddie, Emmett, and Orlin approached the farmhouse. The front steps had rotted on one side. Someone had nailed boards over the lower windows from the inside. But weather had pried too loose. The porch held a rusted rocking chair, 3 empty jars, and a pair of boots so old they had become part of the dirt. Travis smelled old dust, dry wood, mice, and faint decay far beyond the door, old enough to be bones rather than rot. "Stay behind me," he said. Emmett did not argue this time. The door opened with a long complaint. Travis stepped into a front room where sheets covered furniture like sleeping shapes. A family portrait still hung over the mantel, the faces faded in their frame. The room had been searched before, but not destroyed. Drawers stood open. Books lay scattered. A cracked mug sat on the floor beside a stain that had gone black with age. A noise came from the hall. Emmett sucked in a breath. Maddie lifted the rifle. Orland's hand found the pistol at his belt. A raccoon burst from under a cabinet, hit the wall, bounced off a fallen chair, and fled through a hole where a kitchen window had been. Emmett pressed both hands against his chest. I did not almost scream. I prepared a tactical sound. Keep preparing it quietly, Maddie said. The kitchen smelled better than Travis expected because the air was dry, dusty, and free of heavy rot. The hand pump sat over a deep porcelain sink, its handle stiff but intact. Shelves held empty jars, cracked plates, and one forgotten tin of salt behind a flour canister. Maddie found it and held it up triumphantly. "Salt survive," she said. Emmett looked genuinely impressed. "That is better than gold. Gold does not keep meat from spoiling." At the word meat, the hollow behind Travis's ribs opened. For half a second the kitchen changed. The raccoon's panic scent lingered sharp in the air. Orland's pulse ticked too loud. Maddie's cut wrists, healing now, still carried the memory of blood. Travis closed his fingers against the counter until the wood cracked under them. Emmett noticed. Of course he noticed. "Travis?" "Floorboard gave," Travis said, releasing the counter. It was a bad lie. Maddie saw through it. Emmett saw through it. Orland, worn raw by days of fear, looked as if he wanted not to see and could not help seeing. Travis turned away. Keller next. The cellar door had swollen in the frame. He forced it open and descended first with a lantern in one hand. The steps held. The air below was cool and smelled of earth. Shelves lined the walls. Most were empty. Some held jars whose contents had turned dark and unsafe. 2 crates of canning lids had survived under oilcloth. A sack of rock salt sat hard as stone in the corner. There were mouse droppings, old spider webs, and no dead. Maddie let out a breath. "This can work. The house can work," Travis said. "The land still has to answer." Always the cheerful one. "You said you prefer useful truth." "I'm starting to regret teaching you that phrase." They cleared upstairs next. 2 bedrooms. A smaller room that had been used for storage. Mattresses ruined by mice. Blankets that could be boiled if water held. Clothes and trunks, too, musty for comfort but useful after washing. In the room with the broken window, they found what had made the faint decay smell. An old skeleton under a quilt, curled on the floor near the bed. The skull faced the wall. A rusted pistol lay inches from one hand. Emmett went silent. Maddie lowered her rifle. Her face had emptied. "One of ours?" Travis asked softly. "Maybe," she said. "Maybe not. Harrow's End took people in when it could. Not everyone left a name behind." Orland removed his cap and held it against his chest. "We should bury them." Travis looked at him, surprised by the gentleness. Orland saw the look and stiffened. "What are you looking at?" "I know what cages do. I have not forgotten everything else." "I did not say you had. Your face did." "My face has limited options," Travis said again, and this time Emmett almost smiled. They wrapped the bones in the quilt and carried them outside before full dark. No one had strength for a proper grave then, but they laid the bundle in the shade of an apple tree and covered it with a tarp. June found 3 flat stones and placed them near the head. "Tomorrow we give them better," she said. Whoever they were, tomorrow. That night they slept in the kitchen because it had 2 exits, the hand pump, and walls thick enough to slow a bullet. Travis boarded the broken rear window while Maddie tested the pump. At first it gave only a dry cough. Then brown water spat into the sink, followed by clearer water after long effort. Everyone gathered as if watching a holy ceremony. They did not drink until it had boiled in 2 pots over a small, careful fire in the hearth. The first cup went to Beth. She took it with both hands. Steam touched her cheeks. She drank, closed her eyes, and cried again, this time openly. "I am tired of crying," she said, embarrassed. June put an arm around her. "Then call it leaking. Machines leak when the pressure gets too high." Emmett nodded with grave authority. "Travis can fix leaks." "Not that kind," Travis said. "You listen," June said. "Sometimes that is close enough." They ate the last of the beans and shared half the smoked rabbit. Travis sat near the back door, where the smell would not press too hard against him. Emmett watched him across the kitchen, worry cutting through the boyish excitement. The boy had changed since the camp. He still talked about chickens and fort rules, still argued because arguing meant he believed tomorrow existed. But there was a new tightness around his eyes. He had learned what could happen when Travis was not close enough. After supper, Travis stepped onto the porch. Night settled over Harrow's End and Layers. Frogs sang from the low ground. The windmill creaked. Far out beyond the cedar brake, the mile road lay pale under the moon. No lights moved there. No engines called. For now, the land held them. The screen door opened behind him. Emmett came out carrying 2 cups. He offered one to Travis, then remembered and looked irritated at himself. "You can hold it," Emmett said. "It is warm." "Maybe that helps." Travis took the cup. Heat seeped into his palms, but not far. "Thank you." Emmett leaned against the porch post. "Are we staying?" "For tonight." "That is not what I meant." "I know." "Then answer the question I meant." Travis looked across the yard. "If the water is good, if the fields can be turned, if the fences can be repaired, if no one else has a claim, if Silas does not find us, if winter gives us time, then yes." Emmett stared at him. "That is the worst yes I have ever heard. It is an honest yes. You make hope work too hard." Travis held the cup and wished he could drink from it, wished he could make his body behave like a man's body, long enough to share ordinary warmth with the boy. "Hope that does not work. It's lazy. Lazy hope gets people killed. Maddie said you need to teach me fear with a future attached. She talks too much. She talks the right amount. You make faces when she does. My face has already been discussed." Emmett looked down into his cup. "I thought you would come for me. In the cage. I told Maddie that. But there was a part of me that thought maybe you had died in the woods, and I was being stupid, because believing felt better than knowing." Travis went still. The boy's voice thickened, but he kept it steady with visible effort. "Then you came. I was happy, but now my head keeps showing me the part where you almost did not. Not because you would leave me. Because bullets do not care if dead people ignore you. Because Silas had that snare. Because I heard you hit the ground." Travis set the cup on the rail. "Emmett, do not say it is over. It is not. He is still out there. I was going to say you are right." That stopped him. The boy looked up. "Silas is out there," Travis said. "I can be killed. I can make mistakes. I can be trapped. You need to know that, and I should have said it cleaner before the world taught it ugly." Emmett swallowed. "Then what do I do with that?" "You learn the farm. You learn exits. You learn where weapons are and when not to use them. You learn how to hide Beth if a truck comes. You learn how to run if running saves more than staying. And you learn that loving someone does not mean standing where they fall just because your heart tells you to." The boy's eyes shone. "That sounds like leaving. It sounds like living." Sometimes they wear the same coat. Emmett wiped his nose with a sleeve, angry at needing to. "I hate that sentence." "I do too." For a while they listened to frogs. Then Emmett leaned sideways until his shoulder pressed against Travis's arm. It was not quite a hug. It was something a boy could pretend was accidental if his pride needed shelter. Travis stood very still and accepted the weight. "I am not cargo," Emmett said. "You are not cargo. I still need you. I need you too." The boy nodded once, satisfied and hurt by the truth together. "Tomorrow we check for chickens. Tomorrow we check fences, water, food stores, roof, sight lines, and then maybe chickens. That is a yes wearing work clothes. I am learning from you." Emmett went inside after that. Travis remained on the porch until Maddie joined him near midnight. She carried the rifle and a blanket. She draped the blanket over the rail instead of around herself, as if unwilling to admit the night had turned cold. "He talked to you," she said. "He did. That is good. You told him what to say?" "I told him you listen better when people corner you gently." "That sounds like a contradiction." "You are a contradiction." It seemed appropriate. He looked at her, and the farmhouse behind them made a soft, settling sound in the night. "You came back here for more than land." Maddie folded her arms. I came back because land matters. And? She stared toward the barn. Moonlight silvered the roof holes. And because I left someone here. My brother was 18 and stubborn, and he thought he could talk sense into people who had already chosen sides. I never found his body. Silas used that for a while. Told me maybe he had him. Maybe he sold him. Maybe he was alive and hating me for leaving. Do you believe him? I believe Silas learned early that hope can be sharpened into a hook. I do not know whether my brother died here, ran, or got taken. I came back because not knowing became another cage. Travis let the silence hold that. Then he said, "We will look. You do not have to make every grief a mission." I am not. I am making this one a promise because you brought us here and because your brother deserves a name if we can find one. She looked at him for a long moment. You say things like a man who thinks he has no right to be loved unless he is useful. The words cut with frightening precision. Travis turned his gaze to the road. You say things like a woman who wants to see if I will run from them. Will you? Not tonight. That is not the answer I wanted. It is an honest answer. She stepped closer, not touching this time. The space between them felt warmer than his hands. Then I will take tonight. The next morning broke clear. Sun turned the wet grass bright. Harrow's End revealed itself in full. 40 acres of open pasture sloping to the western creek, an orchard of old apple and pear trees, a barn with one wall listing but still standing, a chicken house collapsed on one side, tree-fenced garden plots gone wild with weeds, and a long road that stretched east through cedars to the world they had escaped. The work began before breakfast because work was breakfast price. Travis assigned tasks and then made himself change assignments when Amit raised an eyebrow at the wall voice. Maddie mapped the boundary. June and Beth hauled usable boards from a shed. Orlin cleaned the kitchen hearth and grumbled with satisfaction when he found a cast-iron pan under ash. Emmett and Travis checked the barn. The barn held old hay gone gray with dust, rusted tools, a cracked saddle, 2 rat-chewed bags of lime, and a row of stalls filled with shadows. In the back room they found jars of nails, 3 coils of wire, a handsaw, and a toolbox whose latch had rusted shut. Travis pried it open. Emmett's face lit like dawn. Real tools. Real dull tools, Travis said, checking a file. But real. Can we fix the chicken house first? We do not have chickens. That is why it will be ready when Destiny arrives. Destiny can wait behind roof repair. Emmett picked up a hammer and tested its weight. Do you think I can learn to build things? You already are. I mean good things. Not traps or hiding places. Things people use because they are staying. Travis took a moment before answering. Yes, you can. But good things are harder. They have to last after fear leaves the room. Then teach me slow. I can do that. They fixed the smallest things first because small victories taught the hands to believe. A hinge on the pantry. A board over the broken window. A loose porch rail. Emmett missed nails, bent too, and swore in language that made Travis turn his head sharply. Where did you learn that? Orlan talks in his sleep. From the yard, Orlan shouted, I do not. Jude shouted back, You absolutely do. Beth laughed again, easier this time. By midday the house looked no safer from a distance, but inside had begun to change. Gear found places. Water boiled. Bedding aired in sunlight. The unknown dead beneath the apple tree received a grave, dug by Travis because the earth barely tired him, and by Orlan because dignity mattered to him more than pain. Maddie carved a marker from a cedar plank and left it blank. For now, she said. They stood around the grave without speeches. Speeches felt greedy when a name was missing. June murmured a prayer so softly the words became more breath than sound. Travis lowered his head, then caught himself. The old gesture had nearly turned into the forbidden word he was careful never to use, the movement priests and mourners made when grief sought shape. He kept his eyes on the cedar marker instead. Afterward, Maddie led him to the ridge west of the house. From there, the land fell toward the creek and rose again and scrubbed beyond it. The water flashed between trees. Deer tracks patterned the mud. Fish moved under the surface like quick shadows. "I was not lying," she said. "Hunt, fish, plant, repair the rain barrels, use the road as warning. It can work, if we can hold it. You keep saying if, because if is honest, maybe. Or maybe if is the last chain they left on you." He looked at her. She kept her gaze on the creek. "Having rich made you into a risk. Silas made people into property. The dead make bodies into hunger. Everyone keeps changing everyone else into the easiest thing to fear. You do it to yourself before anyone else can. What should I call myself instead? Start with Travis, then see what else fits." The simplicity of it made his throat tighten, though his body had forgotten many of the old ways to show pain. "You make it sound easy." "I did not say easy. I said start." A shout came from the house. Emmett stood on the porch waving both arms, not in panic but triumph. "What now?" Maddie called. "Eggs," he shouted. "Old eggs, terrible eggs, historic eggs. Also feathers. Chickens were here. Destiny has evidence." Maddie laughed, and this time Travis did not look away from the sound. For one afternoon, the world allowed them an almost ordinary rhythm. They worked. They argued about priorities. They found a cracked rain barrel that could be patched, a smokehouse behind the barn, and a root cellar whose door had been hidden under vines. The cellar yielded more treasures, empty crates, a sack of beans too old to eat, but perhaps useful for seed if Mercy smiled, 3 jars of vinegar, and a bundle of cloth wrapped around a small box of letters. Maddie took the letters carefully. She did not open them then. Travis did not ask. Some doors needed keys made of time. Near dusk, they gathered in the kitchen with the first real plan spread across the table. Maddie drew the land with charcoal on the back of an old calendar. Travis marked sight lines and weak points. Orland marked where old fence posts could be reset. June and Beth chose the safest room to reinforce if trouble came. Emmett drew a chicken house so fortified that Maddie accused him of designing a prison for feathered warlords. "They will be free range with discipline," Emmett said. "That means nothing," Orland said. "It means they respect the chain of command. Chickens do not respect anything. That is why we need walls." Travis listened from the door, one shoulder against the frame. The room held lamplight, voices, steam from boiled water, the scratch of charcoal, and the fragile architecture of people beginning to imagine next week. He should have been warmed by it. Instead, he felt a strange grief move through him. Not because the moment was false, but because it was real and therefore could be lost. Maddie looked up from the map. "You are doing it again." "Doing what?" "Standing outside a room you were already in." Everyone looked at him then. Emmett with concern, Beth with shy hope, June with a kind of knowing that made him feel older. Orland with discomfort he tried to hide behind annoyance. Travis stepped fully into the kitchen. "Better," Maddie said. He took the pencil and marked the mile road in a dark line. "Tomorrow we build a watch at the cedar break, then a second point near the porch roof. Nobody goes beyond the road alone. Nobody lights a large fire after dark. We keep packs ready until we know whether this place is ours." Emmett raised a hand. "This is not school," Travis said, still raising it. "When do we decide it is ours?" The room went quiet. Travis looked at the map, at the marked road, at the house walls around them. Then he looked at Maddie. "When we are willing to defend it together," he said. Nobody cheered. The answer was too heavy for that. But June nodded. Beth did too. Orland looked down at his hands, then tapped one finger against the map. "Then we start by fixing that gate," he said. "No point calling a place ours if the front door is lying in the grass." It was as close to a vow as he could manage. They slept that night, in shifts. Travis took the hours before dawn because his eyes loved darkness now, and because sleep had become something he visited without trusting. He stood on the porch and watched mist gather low over the mile road. Behind him, the house breathed with living people. In the yard, the blank grave marker waited for a name. Just before sunrise, Maddie came out wrapped in the blanket she had denied needing the night before. She stood beside him without speaking. "You should sleep," he said. "You should stop saying that when you mean you are glad I am here." He did not answer. She leaned her shoulder lightly against his arm. I am glad, too. The eastern sky brightened. The road emerged from mist a little at a time, empty from the cedars to the far rise. For one clean minute, Harrow's End seemed impossible to take. Then, unfazed, lifted his head from the porch boards and growled. It was low, quiet, and certain. Travis straightened. The growl ended before anyone else woke, but it changed the morning. Travis stepped from the porch to the yard, eyes fixed on the mile road. Mist still lay over the low ground in torn sheets. The cedars at the far end stood black against the first light. Nothing moved there. No engine sound. No voices. No birds lifting an alarm. Unfazed, came down the steps with his hackles raised. The dog did not bark. He stared east, body rigid, nose working. Maddie moved beside Travis with the rifle in her hands. What is it? He knows before I do. People? Maybe. Behind him, the house stirred. Floorboards creaked. Emmett appeared in the doorway with sleep-flattened hair and a knife in his hand. He had learned to wake quiet. That made Travis proud and sad in equal measure. Trouble? Emmett asked. Stay inside until we know. The boy looked ready to argue, then saw unfazed and did not. Beth is still asleep. June too. Orland was awake already because he hates comfort. Wake them gently. Packs ready. No panic. Fear with a future attached, Emmett said. Exactly. He went back in. Travis walked to the road. The mist thinned. The cedars slowly sharpened. For several minutes there was nothing to see except empty distance. Then sunlight touched the far rise beyond the trees, and a faint brown smear lifted into the air. It was dust. At first it could have been deer moving through dry ground or wind dragging loose dirt from the road. Then it thickened. It rose in pulses. Not one vehicle, but several. The sound reached them after that, a dull vibration under the morning. Too low to be thunder, too steady to be weather. Maddie went very still. Travis did not need to ask. Her face had already answered. That is Silas, he said. She swallowed. Or men like him. Is there a difference that helps us? Not enough. The others came out one by one. June had a pan in one hand, then seemed to realize it and set it carefully on the porch rail, as if politeness still mattered during disaster. Beth clutched her pack straps. Orland carried the pistol and the old shotgun they had found under the pantry boards. Emmett stood beside the door with his jaw set so hard Travis could see the muscle jumping. The dust grew. How? Orland demanded. You said he was on the wrong trail. Maddie did not look at him. He was. Then how? Because he knows me, she said, and the words cost her. Because I knew this place. Because men like Silas do not need tracks when obsession already has a map. Beth's voice was small. Can we run? The question opened the yard. It made every fence, every tool, every seed packet, every first breath of hope seem suddenly foolish. Travis looked west toward the creek, then north to the orchard, south to the pasture, east to the road. Running was not impossible. It was only brutal. Orland's leg would slow them. Beth would tire. June could move, but not fast with supplies. Emmett would refuse to leave anyone. Maddie might know paths, but Silas had trucks and daylight. If they scattered, some might survive. Some would not. If Silas took one, he would use that one as bait for the rest. We can run, Travis said. We will not all outrun trucks. Beth's lips trembled. June put an arm around her. Orland pointed toward the barn. Then we hide in the cellar, the root cellar, or the woods. He will search, Maddie said. He knows what this place has. He will not drive up, shrug, and leave because the porch looks empty. Then what do we do? Orland snapped. Everyone looked at Travis. He hated how natural it had become. He hated more that he had already begun counting distances. The dust cloud was still far. Vehicles had not reached the cedar break yet. The mile road was their one advantage, and Silas's one warning. If Silas rushed, he would come exposed. If he waited, they would have hours to prepare and a night to fear. We count, Travis said. Emmett blinked. We count? We count vehicles, men, weapons, and timing. We do not spend fear until we know what we are buying. Maddie, roof with me. Emmett, inside with Beth. June, gather every container that holds water and fill them. Orlin, find every round for every gun and put them on the kitchen table. Nobody fires unless I say. Nobody stands in a window. The order steadied the yard because it gave terror a place to go. Maddie followed him into the house and up to the attic. A narrow hatch led to the roof above the porch. Travis pushed it open, climbed through, then helped Maddie up. The shingles were damp with mist. From there, the road stretched straight and merciless through the cedars to the far haze. The first truck emerged 5 minutes later. It rolled slowly through the tree break, not charging, not hiding. A heavy pickup with sheet metal welded along the doors. 2 men stood in the bed behind a plate of scrap steel, rifles resting on the edge. A second truck followed, then a third. Behind them came a boxy delivery van with bars over the windshield. Last came a flatbed carrying something covered under canvas. 5 vehicles. Maddie whispered. How many men? At least 16 visible. More in the van. Maybe 20 total. Maybe more. Travis watched the flatbed. The canvas lifted in the wind, revealing a glimpse of metal poles and square lamps. Floodlights, Maddie said. You are sure? Silas used them on road camps. Blind a place, shoot anyone moving, make the dark belong to him because everyone else is staring at light. Night drive. She looked at him. You heard the name? Emmett mentioned it in his sleep once. I thought it was a nightmare. It is. Silas likes names. Makes cruelty feel like craft. The convoy stopped just beyond the cedar break, still more than a mile from the house. The lead truck idled in the road. Men climbed out, stretching as if they had arrived at a market. One lifted binoculars. Travis and Maddie flattened against the roof. He knows we can see, Travis said. He wants us to. He wants me to. Travis heard the shame under it and turned his head. This is not your fault. I brought you here. You brought us water, land, walls, and a chance. He brought himself. She closed her eyes once, then opened them. The flatbed means he is not rushing. He will study us. He will wait until dark unless he thinks we are weak enough to take by noon. Then we make noon look expensive. A figure stepped from the second truck. Even at distance, Silas carried himself like ownership had weight. He wore a long coat despite the warming day. The pneumatic snare rested over his shoulder, folded but unmistakable, its metal shaft catching sunlight. He lifted one hand toward the farmhouse. Not a wave, a claim. Emmett's voice rose from below before Travis could stop it. I see him. Travis slid to the roof edge. The boy stood in the yard, too far from the porch, staring down the road with hatred too large for his face. Inside, Travis called. Emmett did not move. Silas lowered the snare and pointed it toward the house. Travis dropped from the roof to the porch roof, then to the ground. The impact would have hurt once. Now it only sent pressure up his legs. He crossed the yard fast. Inside, he said again, quieter and colder. Emmett turned on him. He is right there. That is why you go inside. He took me. He took Maddie. He still has people in that van, maybe. We cannot just hide in the kitchen and count. We are not just hiding. We are not giving him a target before we understand the fight. You said I am not cargo. Not being cargo does not mean standing in the road, because anger grabbed your feet. The boy's face twisted. For a second, Travis thought he would yell. Instead, Emmett looked past him toward the convoy, and his voice dropped to something more frightening than a shout. I want him scared. Travis stepped between Emmett and the road, forcing the boy to look at him. So do I. That is why we do this right. Fear that lasts requires patience. Maddie came down from the house, landing less gracefully but with purpose. Emmett, I need you with Beth. She listens to you. If Silas sends someone sneaking around the back, she needs to move without freezing. That is not a small job. Emmett looked at her, then at Travis. The adult words had given him something his anger could carry without spilling. He nodded once. Fine, he said, the word almost breaking, but I am not hiding forever. Neither are we, Travis said. By mid-morning, the farm had become a machine built from panic and discipline. June filled every pot, jar, bucket, and basin with water. Beth tore old sheets into strips under Maddie's direction, hands shaking but working. Orlan counted ammunition aloud, then stopped because the number was not encouraging. Emmett carried boards, nails, and wire between house and barn with unfazed shadowing him. Travis walked the boundary and made the farm confess its weaknesses. The front road was too open for a quiet approach, which was good until Silas used lights. The orchard offered cover on the north side, beautiful and dangerous. The creek to the west could hide someone crawling in the reeds. The barn was useful as a decoy but terrible as a last stand. The farmhouse had thick walls but old glass. The root cellar could protect Beth and June if fire did not find it. The windmill ladder offered height and a clean view, but no cover from rifles. At noon, Silas sent the first message. A man walked halfway down the mile road carrying a white rag tied to a stick. He came alone, hands visible, rifle slung across his back. Travis watched from behind the porch post with Maddie at the window and Orlan in the hall. Emmett crouched inside near Beth, every inch of him furious. The messenger stopped at shouting distance, though shouting distance was still too far for comfort. Silas says, "Send out the woman and the boy," the man called. "Do that, and the rest of you can leave breathing." Travis stepped into view. The messenger's confidence faltered. He had seen Travis in the camp. Men who survived fear did not always get better from it. "Tell Silas," Travis called. "The woman and the boy answer for themselves." The man glanced back toward the convoy, then forward. He says, "The woman belongs to him. Boy belongs to the trade count. You took property." Maddie stepped onto the porch before Travis could stop her. The rifle rested in her hands, not raised, not lowered. Her voice carried clear down the road. "Tell Silas I belonged to myself before he knew my name, and I belong to myself now. Tell him if he wants to hear that closer, he can walk up without men in front of him." The messenger swallowed. "He said you would talk pretty. I learned because ugly men hate it when words do not kneel." Travis felt a dangerous pride move through him. The messenger tried to recover. "You have until sundown. After that, he comes in with lights. No one else has to die if you are sensible. Ask him how Pickett's Crossing smelled after he burned the bait house," Maddie called. The man's face changed. Not guilt, but recognition of the kind that admitted a truth without regretting it. Maddie raised the rifle a fraction. "Ask him how many children he sold from that road. Ask him whether he remembers their names. Lady, I'm just carrying words. Then carry better ones back." Travis lifted his hand, stopping her before fury made the porch too bright. He looked at the messenger. "You have walked far enough. Turn around." The man took one step back, then another. He managed not to run until he thought distance protected his dignity. When he was gone, Orlan exhaled hard from inside the doorway. "We should have shot him." "We do not shoot a messenger today," Travis said. "He will come back shooting." "Maybe they will." But men watching from the trucks saw us refuse a cheap kill. That matters. Orlan stared at him. "You think honor stops bullets. Honor does not stop bullets. I think doubt starts before bullets do. Silas owns men by making them believe everyone else is worse. We do not feed that. And if mercy gets us killed?" Maddie answered before Travis could. "Then it was not mercy. It was a mistake. We will know by dark." The afternoon became a race against the sun. They did not have enough people, enough wire, enough bullets, enough boards, enough time. They had land, work, and desperation that knew how to take instruction. Travis showed Mitt how to string low trip lines across the orchard paths, not to kill, but to make running men fall where noise would expose them. Maddie and Orlan reinforced the kitchen wall with stacked furniture and sand from the old chicken yard. June dug shallow holes near the front approach and covered them with brittle boards and grass. Beth carried stones until her arms shook, then carried smaller stones. "I can do more," she said whenever someone tried to stop her. "You are doing enough," June told her. Enough did not keep the camp from happening. June's face softened in a way that held its own pain. "Nothing we did caused the camp. Do not let them keep working after they are gone." Beth looked down at the stone in her hands. Then she placed it carefully in the pile and picked up another. Travis overheard and filed the words somewhere deep. Do not let them keep working after they are gone. He wondered how many hands still moved inside him because Heaven Ridge had told him he was danger. How many thoughts belonged to Silas because Silas had shown him what cages could do. How much of his hunger was infection, and how much was fear of admitting it had a voice. Near the barn he found Maddie alone for a moment, hammering a brace across a door that would not hold long against a truck, but might slow a man. Her swings were too hard, nails bent. She ripped one out with her fingers and swore under her breath. Let me, Travis said. I have it. You are trying to drive the nail through Silas's skull. The board is suffering for his sins. She stopped, breathing hard. Sweat darkened her collar despite the cool air. I hate that he found this place. I know. I hate that he gets to stand on that road and make us think about him. I hate that Beth looked at the cellar like a cage, even though it may save her. I hate that Amit has to learn strategy because a man with a snare wants ownership more than breath. I know. Say something else. Travis took the hammer gently from her hand. I want to tear him apart. The honesty silenced them both. Maddie searched his face. That scares you. It should. Does it feel like hunger? He looked toward the road. The dust had settled around the distant trucks. Figures moved there, making their own preparations. Close enough that I do not trust it. She stepped nearer. Then do not fight him for hunger. Fight him for the kitchen map, for Beth's laugh, for June's prayers, for Orlin pretending not to care, for Amit's impossible chickens. Fight him because he is trying to make the future smaller. And for you? The question came before he could stop it. Maddie's expression changed. The hard line of anger softened into something more exposed, more dangerous in its own way. Yes, for me too, she said. If you need permission to include me in the living, take it. He held the hammer between them. I do not know what I am allowed to want. Allowed by who, Havenridge, Silas, or the bite? Maybe all of them. They are poor judges. He almost laughed. It came out rough, but not ugly. You are very certain for someone surrounded by trucks. I am certain because trucks are honest. They come where they do not. People are the confusing part. She took the hammer back, but she did not step away. Her fingers brushed his, warm against cold. Not flinching, not testing, but choosing. After this, she said, if after still exists, we talk about what wanting means when nobody owns tomorrow. After is enough, he said. They finished the brace together. By late afternoon, Silas moved again, not forward, but sideways. Two men left the convoy and walked the tree line north of the road, staying well beyond rifle range. Another pair drifted south as scouts, measuring soft ground and blind spots. Travis watched from the windmill ladder, high enough to see their pattern. Silas was confirming the same things Travis had already found: orchard, creek, pasture, house, barn, root cellar, road. Emmett climbed halfway up before Travis heard him. You were told to stay near the house, Travis said without looking down. I am mirrored vertically. That is not how that works. The boy came to the platform below him and wrapped one arm through the ladder. I need to know what you see. Travis considered sending him down. Then he remembered cargo and fear, with a future attached. He shifted enough to make room. 3 scouts north, 2 south. The trucks are staying put. The flatbed has 4 floodlights. Maybe a generator. Silas is waiting for dark. Emmett stared at the distant shapes. Can we stop the lights before they use them? Maybe, but they are hard to reach before night and harder after. You can walk past dead, but not bullets. Correct. Could we bring dead to them? Travis looked at him. Emmett did not sound excited. He sounded ashamed and thoughtful. There were infected near the mill. More on the roads. If the dead ignore you, could you draw some with noise and lead them toward the trucks? That is a dangerous idea. But not stupid. That is not stupid, Travis admitted. It is dangerous but not stupid. I do not like thinking like Silas. That is not his kind of thinking. Silas uses people as tools because he believes they are things. You are asking how to use the world against a man who hurts people. Still dangerous. Different route. Emmett nodded slowly. Can we? Maybe not in time. Maybe later if this becomes a siege. For tonight, the nearest dead we know are too far, and bringing them here risks Beth and June. I thought so. I wanted to check. Travis studied the boy's face. That was good thinking. Emmett tried not to look pleased. I have this sometimes. You have more than sometimes. Below, Unfazed barked once at the ladder, offended by elevation. Emmett looked down. He thinks we are being dramatic. He may be right. They descended together. Sundown approached with cruel beauty. The sky burned orange behind the farmhouse, turning windows to fire. Long shadows stretched from the barn across the yard. The convoy at the road's end became black shapes in a pool of dust and dying light. No one spoke much now. They checked knots, counted water, loaded guns, moved packs into the root cellar, then moved them out again because Beth could not breathe below ground until June sat with her and kept one hand in hers. Travis gathered them in the kitchen before the last light vanished. He did not stand at the head of the table. He stood among them because Maddie had been right about rooms. Silas wants us afraid enough to make mistakes, he said. He will use lights. He will use noise. He may use captives, if he has them. He may offer deals. Every deal is a hook. Do not answer from windows. Do not chase insults. Do not fire at shapes unless you know what is behind them. If the house burns, we fall back to the creek path. If the barn catches, let it burn unless someone is inside. If I tell you to run, you run toward the western creek, not the road. Emmett's face tightened, but he did not interrupt. If I fall, Travis continued, forcing the words through the room, Maddie leads. If Maddie falls, June takes Beth and Emmett through the creek path. Orland covers from the orchard, if he can. Nobody comes back for a body while bullets are moving. The room hated him for that. He let it. Maddie lifted her chin. Same rule for him. If Travis is trapped and reaching him means losing everyone, you move. He is not the farm. He is part of it. There is a difference. Emmett looked from her to Travis. His eyes shone, but he nodded. Say it, Travis said gently. The boy's mouth twisted. I move if moving saves people. Say it again. I move if moving saves people, Emmett said, stronger this time. But I am allowed to hate it. You are allowed. Orland set the shotgun on the table. For what it is worth, I do not plan to fall. My leg hurts too much to make dying convenient. June gave him a sharp look. Nobody is dying for convenience or any other foolish reason. Beth wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. What do I do? Travis knelt so he was not looking down at her. You stay with June. You carry the small water bag. You keep one hand on the rope we tied from the kitchen to the cellar door if smoke fills the hall. If someone you do not know calls your name, you do not answer. If someone says they have your friend, you wait for Maddie's voice or mine before you move. What if they really do? Then we deal with the truth when we can see it. We do not obey shadows. She nodded. Small and brave and far too young for any of it. The first floodlight came on as the sun disappeared. It flashed from the far end of the road, a hard white blaze that carved the dusk in two. Everyone flinched. A second light followed, then a third, then a fourth. The mile road became a bright tunnel, every fence post and weed thrown into brutal detail. Beyond the beams, the fields went black by contrast. The house windows caught the glare and threw it back in fractured squares. Then the generator sound reached them, a grinding growl under the idling trucks. Silas's voice came through a loudspeaker, warped by distance but recognizable in its lazy cruelty. Maddie, he called. You always did like dramatic exits. I brought you a brighter stage. Maddie closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, the fear was there, but it did not own her. Travis moved to the porch without stepping into the light. The beams ended short of the house for now, but the glare made the yard strange. Shadows sharpened under the porch, behind the well, along the barn wall. The darkness outside the light looked deeper than night should be. That gave him an idea. Maddie came beside him. He will move the lights closer by truck. Slow, protected. Men will flank in the black while everyone stares at the road. Then we do not stare at the road. She followed his gaze to the hard dark beyond the beams. "You can move there. Better than they can. They will shoot at anything. Only if they know where anything is." Emmett appeared behind them, staying inside the doorway like he had promised, though every part of him leaned forward. "What are you going to do?" Travis looked at the mile of false daylight and the black edges around it. He felt the hunger stir, but Maddie's words stood in front of it now. Kitchen map. Beth's laugh. June's prayers. Orlon pretending not to care. Emmett's impossible chickens. Maddie, alive, beside him. "I'm going to learn where the shadows start," he said. Silas's voice rolled again across Harrow's End. "Send them out, Travis. You hear me, don't you? I know you hear better than men should. Send off the woman and the boy, and I might let the rest crawl away." Travis stepped back from the doorway before the light could find his face. He looked at Maddie, then at Emmett. "Nobody answers," he said. Outside, the trucks began to move. The night drive had started. The trucks rolled forward under their own white glare, slow enough to feel deliberate and loud enough to shake dust from the porch boards. Silas did not rush. He wanted every yard to feel owned before his men crossed it. He wanted the house to watch him coming. He wanted Maddie, Emmett, and every freed captive inside Harrow's End to understand that distance had only delayed him, not denied him. Travis stood behind the door frame and let the floodlight scrape across the porch without touching him. The beams made the yard look washed clean and wrong, every nail head on the steps shining, every blade of grass casting a harsh little shadow. Beyond the beams, the fields dropped into blackness so deep it seemed painted there. His eyes adjusted to both. The living could not do that. The cold in him made the world sharper at the edges, and tonight that made him useful. Maddie kept to the wall with a rifle pressed against her chest. Her face was pale in the reflected light, but she was not frozen by it. She watched Silas's lead truck as if watching a snake come through tall grass. Emmett stood 3 steps behind her, fingers wrapped tight around the sling of the small pack Travis had made him keep near his feet. The boy's mouth was set hard. He had promised not to run into the fight. He had not promised to look away. Outside, Silas's loudspeaker cracked again. "You made me drive a long way for something that could have stayed friendly. I do not like wasted fuel, Maddie. I do not like people taking what belongs in my camp. Send the boy out first, and I will consider the rest of you confused instead of dead." June made a sound behind Travis, not quite a gasp and not quite a prayer. Beth pressed closer to her. Orlon sat by the parlor window with the shotgun laid across his lap. His bad legs stretched before him and his teeth clenched against pain he refused to name. Unfazed crouched under the kitchen table, ears back, more insulted by the noise than afraid of it. "He is talking because he does not know exactly where we are," Maddie said. "He knows enough," Travis answered. "Not enough to come quiet." The lead truck stopped just short of the first fence marker. 2 more lined up behind it, their floodlights angled wide so the mile road became a white corridor. Men moved in that brightness, climbing down from running boards and truck beds. Some carried rifles. Some carried axes, long hooks, and shields made from scavenged road signs bolted onto wooden braces. Silas had learned from the camp breakout. He had brought men expecting a thing that did not die easily. Travis counted shapes. 4 by the lead truck, 5 around the second, 3 near the fuel hauler with the patched tank, 2 shadows sliding left toward the irrigation ditch. Another pair moving right, staying low near the pasture fence. At least 15, maybe more behind the floodlights. Silas would keep reserves. Men like him never spent their last cruelty first. "How many?" Emmett whispered. "Too many for fair," Travis said. "Good thing we hate fair." The line should have made him proud. It did, in a way that hurt. The boy had learned courage from terror and jokes from grief. Travis wanted to give him fields, chickens, cold creek water, and mornings that did not begin with counting rifles. Instead, he had given him a promise inside a house waiting to burn. Silas's voice returned, smoother now. "Travis, I know you are in there. I saw what you did to my yard. I saw men who did not scare easy, screaming your name. That makes you interesting, not invincible. You can still be put down. You can still be penned. You can still watch people you care about pay for your stubbornness. Maddie's grip tightened on the rifle. Travis turned from the door. The room waited for him. June's eyes were wet but clear. Beth's lips moved silently as she repeated instructions to herself. Orland looked angry enough to stand if anger could rebuild a leg. Emmett looked at Travis with the fierce expectation that had saved them both and endangered them both, because the boy believed Travis would find a path where none existed. "We talked about driving them off," Travis said. Maddie looked at him at once. She heard the change before anyone else did. That was before they saw the road, the house, the barn, the well, the cellar, and the orchard. Travis continued, "If even one of them gets away, he carries this place back to every hungry man with a rifle. Silas has people beyond those trucks. Maybe not many, but enough. They come back with more guns, more chains, maybe fire from a distance. We win tonight or we keep running forever." Emmett swallowed. "So we stop all of them." Nobody corrected him. The silence did that work. June put one hand over Beth's ears, though the girl was old enough to understand more than anyone wanted. "You are talking about killing men who might run. I am talking about not letting murderers carry a map to children," Travis said. He did not soften it. Softness here would be another lie, and he had no room left for comforting lies. "If a man drops his weapon and walks toward the creek with empty hands, we can bind him. If a man runs toward the road or the trucks, he is carrying our graves with him." Orland stared at the window. "I have no problem with that kind of math." "I do," Maddie said. Travis looked at her. Her voice stayed steady, but every word had to pass through old fear. "I have a problem with needing it. I have a problem with Silas making this the shape of the night. I have a problem with a world where Beth has to sit at a kitchen table and learn the difference between mercy and letting wolves go home hungry. But yes, Travis, if they carry this place back, Harrow's End dies. I know what he does to good land." Emmett looked from her to Travis. "Does that make us like them?" The question cut deeper than Silas's taunts. Travis wanted a clean answer. He had none. "It might, if we enjoy it," he said. "It might, if we take more than we need. It might, if we forget they were human before they chose this. Tonight we do what keeps the people in this house alive. Tomorrow we remember what it cost." The boy nodded slowly. It was not acceptance. It was something harsher, a child placing a stone in his pocket because someone had told him he might need to throw it. A shot cracked outside. Glass shattered in the front room, spraying across the floor in bright chips. Beth flinched into June. Orland fired back once from the parlor, not aiming to hit, just to teach the nearest men that the house had teeth. The blast shook dust from the ceiling. "Kellerline," Maddie said to June. June pulled Beth toward the rope Travis had tied along the wall, guiding her by touch away from windows. Emmett did not move. Travis gave him one look. "Kitchen corner," Travis said. "I can see from there. Kitchen corner." Emmett obeyed, furious and shaking, which was still obedience. Unfazed moved with him, belly low, nails clicking on the floor. Travis turned to Maddie. "They have flankers. Left ditch and right pasture. If they reach the barn, they can fire into the kitchen. I have the right pasture." Maddie lifted the rifle. "Do not shoot until they cross the second post. The ditch men are mine. You go out now, he will see you. Not if he keeps making his men stare at the light." She caught his sleeve before he stepped away. The contact was brief and warm enough to feel like pain. "Come back from this as yourself." He looked at her fingers on his coat, at the dark mark still fading on her wrists from Silas's rope, at the fear she refused to let steer her. "Keep them alive while I am gone." "That was not what I asked." "It is what I can promise." Her face tightened, but she let him go. Travis moved through the house without crossing a window. He slipped into the back pantry, lifted the floor hatch, and climbed into the crawl space they had opened during the afternoon. Cold earth pressed against his palms. Dust filled below dark. He dragged himself forward beneath floor joists while the house groaned above him. A bullet hit somewhere near the porch, then another. Silas wanted them firing blind. He wanted Panic to empty magazines before his men reached cover. The crawl space opened behind the smokehouse, through a broken vent. Travis eased the grate aside and slid out into weeds. The floodlights turned the front yard into an exposed stage, but the rear of the house remained nearly black. He crouched there while his senses stretched. He could hear engines. He could hear men whispering in the ditch. He could hear one of them breathing through clogged sinuses, and another chewing on fear until his teeth clicked. He smelled diesel, hot metal, old sweat, gun oil, trampled grass, and blood beneath a bandage on a man's hand. The smell struck the hunger in him hard enough to make his fingers dig into the ground. Not now, he told himself. Not this. Not here. The ditchmen moved closer. They had chosen the left side because the irrigation cut ran deep there, screened by cattails and willow. During the day it looked harmless. By floodlight it looked like a black scene beside the road. Travis had walked it earlier and found where the bank had collapsed. He knew the places a foot would sink. He knew the rusted cultivator half buried in weeds. He knew where the cattails hid wire they had strung low across the path. The first man found the wire with his shin. He pitched forward without a cry, too trained or too scared to make noise. His rifle struck mud. The second hissed at him to get up. Travis was already moving. He entered the ditch from the side, not rushing because speed made sound. The fallen man rolled onto his back and saw a pale face above him, eyes clouded white, skin colorless in the reflected glare. His mouth opened. Travis closed one hand over it and drove the knife in with the other. It was quick, it was necessary, and it was still terrible. The second man turned at the wet sound. Travis rose from the cattails. The man lifted his rifle too late. Travis caught the barrel and shoved it aside as the shot fired into the bank. Mud burst from the impact. The man tried to scream, but Travis drove him backward into the rusted cultivator. Iron tines punched through cloth and meat. The man's breath left in a wet grunt. Travis held him until the rifle slipped from his fingers. A third shape moved at the ditch mouth, young and barely older than Maddie had been, when Silas first decided wanting meant owning. The young man had a pistol in both hands, and those hands shook badly. "Do not," Travis said. The young man froze. His eyes darted to the dead at Travis's feet, then to the house. "Drop it," Travis said. "Walk to the creek with empty hands. Do not look back." For half a breath, it might have happened. The pistol lowered an inch. Then Silas's voice rolled from the loudspeaker behind him. "Coy, if you let that thing scare you, I will skin your brother myself." The young man's face broke. Terror became obedience. He raised the pistol. Travis moved first. He hated himself for being faster. He hated Silas for making the boy choose inside a heartbeat. He hated the world for creating nights where pity had to be measured against a kitchen full of children. The pistol fired once into the dark. Travis struck the young man under the jaw with the knife handle, took the gun, and slammed him into the bank hard enough to drop him senseless. Not dead. Not yet. Travis dragged him deeper into the cattails, bound his wrists with the man's own belt, and stuffed a strip of cloth between his teeth. The choice bought minutes, not safety. It was the most mercy the night allowed. A shout rose from the road. The misfired shot had been heard. Floodlights swung left, slicing the ditch with glare. Travis flattened into mud as white light passed over cattails and dead men. He lay so still that even his lack of breath became another kind of camouflage. "Find them," Silas ordered through the speaker. "Left side has company." Men began firing into the ditch. Bullets tore reeds apart and slapped mud into Travis's cheek. One punched through the coat near his ribs, burning cold through cloth and flesh without taking enough of him to stop him. He waited until the beam shifted again, then crawled backward under the bank and out through the culvert they had cleared that afternoon. Maddie's rifle cracked from the house. A man in the right pasture dropped near the second fence post exactly where Travis had told her to wait. The other flanker threw himself flat. Orland fired once from the parlor and shattered a floodlight on the lead truck. The night snapped back in a wedge of darkness, and men cursed in sudden blindness. Silas laughed over the speaker. It was not joy. It was irritation wearing a smile. "There he is. There is my clever dead man." Travis reached the shadow behind the barn and leaned against the boards long enough to feel the bullet path in his side. Blood ran dark under his coat, slow and cold. He pressed his hand against it until the torn flesh stopped pulling with each movement. He could still be killed. That truth had never left him. It only waited for moments like this to step close and whisper. In the house, Emmett shouted something. Maddie answered sharply, forcing him back from a window. The sound steadied Travis more than rest would have. The boy was alive. Maddie was alive. Beth and June were in the cellar line. Orlan was angry enough to be useful. Harrow's End still stood. A flare arced up from the road and burst red over the field. The floodlight gap filled with bloody color. Men advanced behind road sign shields, using the lead truck as cover while the second truck pushed close behind. The killing floor had begun to close around them, but Silas had not yet stepped fully into it. Travis looked toward the mile road, where the orchard shadows met the glare. During the afternoon he had thought the traps were ugly. Now they looked like arguments he had not wanted to win. He wiped his knife on the wet grass and started toward the next dark place. The afternoon returned to Travis in pieces as he moved through the night, a coil of wire in Maddie's hands, Emmett carrying stakes 2 at a time, because 3 made him stumble and he would rather fall than admit it. Orlan sitting on an overturned bucket near the barn, sharpening fence nails with a file and complaining that no decent farm should have to defend itself before the first beans were planted. June and Beth filling jars with gravel, not because gravel could win a war, but because noise in the right place could pull a gunman toward the wrong shadow. They had built their defense with ruined things: rusted tools, broken harness, dry boards, oil scraped from an old tractor pan, strips of tin, cattle panels, wire, shovel-dug pits, and the patient cruelty of a mile-long road that forced every attacker to announce himself. They had no army. They had no wall. They had one house, one barn, one orchard, a creek path, and a man the dead ignored. That had to become enough. Maddie had drawn the first map in dust on the kitchen table. Not a pretty map. A survivor's map. House, barn, well, creek, orchard, pasture fence, lower ditch, upper ditch, road. Silas would not simply drive straight to the door if he thought the road was watched. He would make the road bright and the fields uncertain. He would send men along both sides. He would test with noise. He would keep his best violins near him until he understood the shape of their fear. "He hates not knowing," she had said, tapping the road with 2 dirty fingers. "So we make him think he knows." Emmett had leaned over the table. "How do we do that?" "We show him the obvious danger," Maddie said. "Then we make the obvious danger only the first problem." Travis had looked at the long straight line of the road. He expects traps. Then he will slow down for them. Slowing down is the trap we can afford. Now, under red flare light and swinging flood beams, that truth unfolded. The lead truck moved again, crawling forward with shields on both sides, and men firing at windows they could barely see. The truck's front tires reached the first buried board. Nothing happened. The driver eased over it and laughed loud enough for the men beside him to hear. Then the second truck hit the same patch with more weight. Nails hidden beneath mud bit through rubber. One tire burst with a flat crack. The truck lurched right. The driver corrected too hard and clipped the ditch edge. Men shouted. A shield bearer stumbled, and Maddie's rifle found the gap between shield and throat. The man fell backward into the floodlight, hands clamped to himself as blood spilled black down his chest. Travis saw Emmett's face in the kitchen window for one bright instant. Then Maddie's arm yanked him down. That was good. The boy did not need to watch every cost. Silas's speaker hissed. "Keep moving. Tires can be changed. Cowards cannot." The lead truck pushed on, dragging the line behind it. They were still too far from the deeper pits. Silas was using the first vehicle to spin the road's anger. It had metal plates welded over the windshield, narrow slits for the driver, and a plow blade bolted low across the front. He had planned for blockades. He had not planned for people defending soil they already loved. Travis crossed behind the barn and reached the orchard. The trees stood in uneven rows, old apples twisted by neglect, branches heavy with green fruit not yet ready. The floodlights hit the outer trunks and left the spaces between them black. That suited him. He entered those spaces and became another upright shape among many. 2 slavers came through the orchard from the far side, keeping low. They had wrapped cloth around their boots to quiet their steps. One carried a shotgun. The other carried a hatchet and a jar with a rag stuffed through the lid. It meant fire. Silas had sent them to burn the barn or the house from behind. Travis let them pass the first tree. Then the gravel jar Beth had hung with trembling pride tipped from a branch as their shoulder brushed the trip line. Stones rattled into a tin pan below, loud in the darkness. Both men spun toward the sound. Travis stepped from the tree behind them. The man with the fire jar smelled him before he understood. His head jerked around. Travis caught his wrist and squeezed until glass fell. The jar hit the ground and broke without lighting. Fuel spread over leaves. The man with the shotgun fired at the noise, blasting bark from a tree where Travis had been half a second earlier. Travis drove the first man into him. They collided hard. The shotgun fired again into the sky. In the flash, Travis saw their faces, not monsters, not demons, just men who had let Silas make choices smaller and smaller until cruelty felt easier than fear. Then the dark came back, and he stopped them. It was not clean. The hatchet man fought with the panic of someone who knew he deserved no gentle ending. He bit Travis's forearm and recoiled at the cold taste, eyes going wide. Travis struck him against the tree. The shotgun man tried to crawl toward the fuel jar, maybe to finish the job, maybe to find a weapon, maybe only because crawling was all fear left him. Travis kicked the jar away and ended him with the knife. The hunger rose with the blood smell. It came fast enough to blur the orchard. Travis saw the throat of the fallen hatchet man, the wet shine there, the warmth leaving. His hands twitched. His mouth filled with a need so vile it made shame feel like a physical chain. He backed away until bark pressed against his shoulders. He dug his fingers into the tree and forced himself to count what mattered. Amit in the kitchen. Maddie at the window. June guiding Beth through smoke if smoke came. Orlen cursing death like a personal insult. Unfazed waiting under the table with faith simpler than any prayer. Harrow's End. The well. The orchard. The garden rose they had not planted yet. The future he was not allowed to eat. The hunger did not leave. It crouched lower. A whistle cut the air from the barn loft. 2 short notes and 1 long. Amit had insisted on signals because shouting gave too much away. Maddie had resisted till the boy made a chart and explained it with such stubborn seriousness that even Orlan had laughed. 2 short and 1 long meant movement near the well. Travis moved. The well sat between house and barn, capped with boards and ringed by stones. During the afternoon they had tied rope from the well to a fence post, low enough to trip a running man, high enough that a crawling one might pass under it. They had smeared mud over the rope and scattered hay across it. A simple thing that killed when fear made feet careless. 3 men rushed toward the well, under cover of gunfire from the road. 1 carried a ladder. 1 carried an axe. The 3rd carried a bundle of cloth wrapped around glass bottles. More fire? Orlan fired from the barn loft and missed the lead man by inches. The shot was not meant to kill. It made them run faster. The rope did the rest. The ladder man went down first. The axe man fell over him. The one with the bottles tried to stop, slipped in mud, and dropped the bundle. Glass shattered. Fuel splashed over all 3. Maddie fired from the kitchen window into the ground beside them. Sparks jumped from stone. For one awful second Travis thought she had lit them. Then he saw she had struck the metal head of the fallen axe. A warning shot placed so close that the men understood what she could have done. Her voice carried from the house. Leave the fire and crawl west. Empty hands. The ladder man raised both palms. The axe man followed. The 3rd hesitated, eyes wide with the mindless calculation of terror. From the road, Silas saw the hesitation too. Maddie is soft, Silas called. That is why she always needed me to explain the world to her. The 3rd man grabbed 1 bottle that had not broken and struck it against the well stones. Flame bloomed blue and orange along the rag. He drew his arm back toward the kitchen window. Travis reached him before the throw. He came from the side, caught the burning bottle, and drove it down into the mud. Fire spread across fuel at their feet. The man screamed as heat licked up his sleeve. Travis dragged him clear by the collar and slammed him unconscious against the well cap before the flame could climb higher. The other two tried to crawl west. Orland's shotgun held them honest. June appeared at the back door long enough to throw out a coil of rope. Her hands shook, but her voice did not. "Tie yourselves together and keep your faces in the dirt," she called. "You move wrong, the old man in the barn will make noise again." Orland muttered from the loft, "Old man, is it?" "Useful old man," June called back. Even through the gunfire, Emmett laughed once. It was too bright for the night, and gone too quickly. The lead truck reached the second marker. Travis ran toward the road's edge, keeping low through grass. The plow blade struck the chain hidden beneath loose dirt. For half a second the chain held. Stretched between two buried tractor hubs, they had rolled into shallow pits. The truck's rear rose. Metal screamed. Then one hub tore free and slammed into the undercarriage with a crash that bucked the whole vehicle sideways. Men scattered. The driver fought the wheel. The truck did not flip, but it stopped hard enough to throw two shield bearers off their feet. The floodlights on its roof swung wildly, blasting white arcs across the field. One beam found Travis. Shouts rose. Rifles came up. He dove behind the low stone wall at the edge of the kitchen garden as shots ripped over him. Stone chips snapped against his coat. One struck his cheek and opened a cold line under his eye. He slid along the wall until the beam passed, then lifted a broken mirror shard they had placed there before dusk. He angled it toward the house. Maddie saw the signal. She fired at the second floodlight on the lead truck. Glass exploded. Darkness swallowed half the road. Orland fired at the third and missed, then cursed, loud enough to be heard from the house. Emmett's smaller rifle cracked from somewhere he was absolutely not supposed to be. The third floodlight died. "Emmett," Travis hissed. The boy had moved from the kitchen to the narrow pantry window, the one Travis had not thought to forbid because he had not imagined Emmett could squeeze behind the flour bins. The shot had been good. Too good. It had also put him in Silas's attention. Silas's speaker crackled with delight. "There you are, little rabbit. I wondered where the dead man kept you." A volley hit the pantry wall. Wood splintered. Maddie dragged Emmett down. Travis heard the thud of both bodies hitting the floor and the boy's angry cry that he was fine. Fine meant alive. Alive was enough. Travis crawled to the next shadow, heartless body trying to remember panic. He could not afford anger at Emmett yet. That would come later, if later survived. The disabled lead truck sat half across the road now, one working light turning and turning like a mad-eye. The second truck tried to pull around it, but the burst tire dragged the rear sideways. The fuel hauler stayed back, protected by men with shields. Silas had built his attack around machines, light and fear. The road was taking the machines first. He adapted fast. The shields formed a moving wall, leaving the trucks behind. Men advanced on foot, stepping over the nails, marking pits with thrown rags, keeping low when Maddie fired. Silas had not survived by being stupid. Cruel, yes. Proud, yes. But not stupid. They're past the first traps, Maddie called from the house. 8 coming center. 2 left, maybe more in the dark. Travis lifted 2 fingers from behind the garden wall where she could see them, then pointed toward the orchard. She shifted aim without asking. Partnership did not need long speeches and gunfire. The center line reached the oil patch. It did not look like much. Damp dirt where Travis and Orland had poured the old tractor oil and covered it with dust. The first shield bearer crossed without trouble. The second slipped but caught himself. The third, burdened by a road sign shield too wide for his stance, went down hard. The line compressed behind him. Maddie fired into the tankle. The first man screamed. Another tripped over him. Orland fired from the loft, and the sound turned the stalled advance into confusion. Travis came over the wall then. Not at the whole line, only at the edge. He struck one man from behind, took his pistol, and shoved him into another. The shield wall bent. Bullets answered, but the men were too close together, too afraid of hitting each other. Travis used that fear, like a handle. He moved inside their reach, cold hands breaking grips, knife working only when it had to. He did not stay. Staying would let them surround him. He cut the edge ragged, then vanished toward the well before the floodlight could settle. Behind him, Silas stopped laughing. That silence mattered more than the taunts. A horn sounded from the rear truck, not a car horn. A hand horn, deep and harsh, blown 3 times. The advancing men dropped flat at once. Travis did not understand until the fuel hauler's side hatch opened, and 2 men dragged out a squat metal tube on a tripod. Not a cannon, not quite, but close enough in a world of scavenged machinery. A pressure launcher, built from farm pipe and ugly imagination. They loaded something round and dark into its mouth. "Down," Travis shouted. The launcher coughed. The projectile arched toward the house, trailing sparks. It hit the porch roof and burst into burning liquid. Fire spread across the shingles in a hungry sheet. Beth screamed from inside. June pulled her down the cellar stairs. Maddie fired twice at the launcher crew. 1 man fell. The other ducked behind the fuel hauler. Orland shifted in the barn loft for a better angle and cried out as his bad leg betrayed him. Emmett shouted his name. The porch roof burned. For a moment, every trap, every plan, every cold calculation shrank to that orange light eating their shelter. Travis ran for the house. He crossed open ground because there was no time to be clever. Bullets followed. 1 hit his shoulder and spun him half around. Another tore through his coat near the hip. He hit the porch steps, grabbed the rain barrel they had left under the eave, and shoved it over. Water sloshed across the boards, not enough for the roof. He climbed the porch post as flames spat down at him. Heat had not worn his skin the way it should have. That made it more dangerous. He could burn before pain told him he was burning. Maddie kicked open the upstairs window and threw him the hooked pole they had used for shutters. He caught it, jammed the hook into the burning bundle on the roof, and dragged the mass down into the yard. It burst apart when it hit the mud. Fire crawled in broken patches. He stamped them out, coats smoking. "Travis," Maddie called. He looked up. Her eyes were fixed past him. The shield line had used the fire to move. They were almost at the yard. Travis dropped from the porch and turned. The men halted when they saw him fully in the firelight. It was not bravery that stopped them. It was the sight of him, white eyes, smoke rising from his coat, blood dark on his face, no breath in his mouth, no fear that looked human. 1 man whispered, "Cold Jesus." Travis hated the words. He used their fear anyway. "Go home," he said, voice low enough that only the front line heard it. "Silas will not save you from me." For 1 second, the line wavered. Then Silas stepped into the glow near the disabled truck, holding a long shape at his side, the pneumatic snare. Even at that distance, Travis knew it by the memory of Emmett being torn away in the fog, by the hiss of pressure and the barbed catch at the end. Silas lifted it so the men could see. "That thing bleeds," Silas called. "That thing burns. That thing can be dragged like anything else. Anyone who runs from it answers to me. Anyone who brings it down eats double for a week." Hunger was a language Silas spoke well. The line steadied. Travis stepped backward into the porch shadow as the fire guttered in the mud. The setup had hurt them. It had slowed them. It had killed some, trapped some, scared more. It had not broken Silas. The night was shifting from trap to hunt. Silas brought the rest of the night with him. The floodlights changed angles all at once. Men at the trucks hauled chains, swung mounts, and turned the remaining beams away from the road and directly onto the house. White lights slammed across the porch, through the broken windows, over the barn doors, and into the orchard rows. Shadows vanished where they had been useful, and deepened where they had not been mapped. The world became hard edges and blindness. Maddie cursed from upstairs. Orland fired and missed again because the light took his depth from him. Emmett shouted that he could not see. June's voice answered from the cellar, telling him to crawl backward and keep his head low. Beth sobbed once, then tried to swallow the sound so hard Travis heard the effort from the porch. The night drive was not just an attack. It was a way of stealing the defender's senses. The beams forced living eyes to shrink. The engines filled the ears. The speaker filled the mind. The trucks rolled forward in short bursts, stopping and starting, making distance hard to measure. Men shouted from places they were not. while others moved in the black seams behind light. Silas spoke through the loudspeaker as if narrating a game. "You see, Maddie, a place like this teaches people the wrong lesson. Big view. Long road. Makes them think distance is safety. Distance is only time, and time belongs to the people willing to spend bodies." Maddie answered with a rifle shot that clipped metal near his speaker. Static screamed. The voice cut out, then returned with a wet chuckle. "There she is. I missed that temper." Travis crouched behind the porch steps. The light struck the yard so hard he could see dust moving through it like pale insects. He could not cross to the barn without being seen. He could not reach the road without passing through at least 2 beams. His advantages were changing. The dead ignored him, but Silas did not. Darkness hid him, but Silas had brought manufactured daylight and was moving it where he pleased. The hunger liked the light. That was the worst discovery. It liked every shape made simple, every living throat marked by shadow, every heartbeat pounding under skin. Travis could smell fear from the shield line near the well, blood from the men in the ditch, oil smoke from the porch roof, and the raw red promise of bodies not yet still. The cold infection inside him did not care about right or wrong. It cared about meat and motion. He pressed his forehead to the porch boards until splinters bit his skin. "You are not hungry," he whispered. "You are needed." A boot scraped near the far side of the steps. Travis rolled under the porch as a slaver leaned around the rail and fired into the spot where his head had been. The muzzle flash strobed the underside of the boards. Travis reached through the gap, caught the man's ankle, and pulled. The slaver hit the steps hard enough to crack teeth. Travis dragged him under the porch and clamped a hand over his mouth. The man's eyes bulged in the reflected light. He was older than Travis expected, with gray in his beard and a scar cutting through one eyebrow. He smelled of tobacco and terror. "How many behind the barn?" Travis asked. The man tried to shake his head. Travis tightened his grip on the ankle until bone shifted. Not breaking. It was a warning. The man's breath burst hot against Travis's palm. "How many?" "4," the man rasped when Travis gave him room. "4 and the tank boys. Please, I only drove." "Then stop driving." Travis struck him once, hard enough to empty his eyes but not his life. He took the man's knife and crawled from under the porch as the shield line reached the yard. The first assault hit the front of the house while the flank moved behind the barn. That was the shape. Make the defenders fire forward, then burn or breach from the rear. Silas had seen the pantry shot. He knew Amit was inside. He would try to split Travis from the boy. Maddie fired from the upstairs room, then shifted before return shots tore through the wall. She was doing everything right. That only meant she had not yet run out of places to be right from. Orland's shotgun boomed from the barn loft, followed by a pained curse as he dragged himself to another firing slit. June had Beth in the cellar and still found time to pass fresh shells up the rope bucket they had rigged near the kitchen door. Emmett was supposed to stay with her. Instead, he crawled through the hall with a water sack and a face set so hard he looked older in every bad way. "Get down," Travis shouted through the broken parlor window. Emmett flattened as shots chewed the wall above him. "Maddie's low on cartridges. June can send them. June has Beth. Beth is shaking too much to let go." Travis almost ordered him back. Then he saw the boy's hands, steady despite the fear, carrying what needed carrying. Not cargo. Never cargo. "Crawl only," Travis said. "No windows. No pantry hero work." "I know. You did not know 10 minutes ago. I know harder now." "That would have to do." The shield line struck the porch. The first man swung an axe at the door. The second jammed a pry bar into the frame. Travis rose outside the broken parlor window and fired the captured pistol into the porch floor near their boots. They stumbled back. Maddie shot one through the shoulder from above. He screamed and fell into another. Travis hated the sound because it was human and because the hunger liked it. Silas's floodlights swept again. Travis ducked, but not fast enough. A bean caught his back and pinned his shadow huge against the farmhouse wall. "There," Silas shouted. No speaker needed this time. Garden side. Gunfire chased him along the front of the house. He dove through the broken parlor window, rolled over glass, and came up beside Orlan's ammunition box. Orlan was not there. He was in the barn. Travis had 1 second to realize the parlor was empty, before a slaver outside threw a hook through the window and caught the curtain rod. The rod tore down. A smoking bundle followed. Fire again. Travis grabbed it in both hands. The fuel soaked into his gloves. Flame ran up his sleeves. He threw the bundle back out through the window and smashed his arms against the floorboards until the flames died. The smell of burned cloth and cold flesh filled the room. Pain arrived late, dull and distant. That delay scared him more than agony would have. Emmett saw from the hall. His face changed. "Do not look at that," Travis said. "I already did." "Then remember, I am still moving," Maddie shouted from upstairs. "Rear barn. They're lighting something." Travis ran through the kitchen and out the back, staying low until the house shadow took him. The rear yard was chaos. The barn loomed black against the glare beyond. 4 men were trying to drag a burning hayrake toward the side wall, using it like a torch wide enough to spread flame along dry boards. Orlan fired from above them, but his ankle was bad and pain it slowed his aim. One of the tank boys near the road pumped pressure into the launcher. Another round would hit soon. Unfazed burst from the kitchen before anyone could stop him. The dog shot across the yard, not toward the men, but toward the chickens Emmett did not yet own, or perhaps toward whatever his brave, ridiculous mind decided needed biting. He hit one slaver behind the knee and clamped down. The man screamed and kicked. Unfazed held, growling through fur and fury. "Dog," Emmett yelled from the doorway. Travis crossed the yard like a thrown shadow. He reached the hayrake as the men turned. The first swung a club. Travis took the hit on his forearm and drove his shoulder into the man's chest. Ribs gave under the impact. The second raised a pistol. Orlan shot him from the loft, and the man spun away trailing blood across the dirt. The third tried to stab, unfazed. Travis caught his wrist and broke it against the rake handle. The fourth ran. He ran toward the road. "No survivors," Travis had said. Then, Maddie's warning returned inside him. "Do not enjoy it. Do not take more than needed. Do not forget they were human." The man was armed. The man had tried to burn a barn with children nearby. The man was running toward Silas, toward trucks, toward word of the farm. Travis threw the captured knife. It struck between the man's shoulders. He fell before reaching the light. Emmett saw that too. There was no protecting him from every truth. The thought was a grief, but not an excuse. Travis lifted unfazed with one hand and shoved him toward Emmett. "Inside now. Both of you." The dog limped but could move. Emmett grabbed his collar and pulled him in. The boy did not argue. That frightened Travis more than any argument. The pressure launcher coughed again. This round hit the barn roof. Burning liquid spread along the edge above Orlan's loft. Orlan shouted and tried to crawl away from the fire. His shotgun clattered down the ladder. Maddie fired at the launcher crew and missed as the floodlight blinded her. The barn roof began to burn in a line. Travis looked from the barn to the house, from the house to the road. It could not be in both places. Silas had forced the choice. Then June appeared at the kitchen door with Beth behind her, both carrying wet blankets from the rain barrel. June's face had gone fierce in a way Travis had not seen before. "House is yours," she said. "Barn is ours." "No," Travis began. "Do not waste the word. Move." She ran to the barn with Beth beside her. The girl's fear transformed by the simple fact of being given a task. Emmett followed with unfazed, despite Travis's order, carrying the water sack. Maddie saw them and shifted fire to cover the yard. Orlan dragged himself from the loft window, coughing as smoke curled behind him. Travis hated the risk. He also saw the truth. A family was not people waiting for one man to save them. A family moved because each person held one piece of survival. He turned toward the road. The launcher crew loaded again. Silas stood near them now, using the disabled lead truck as a shield. He had taken off his hat, and the floodlight made his hair shine like bone. The pneumatic snare rested across his shoulder. He was smiling toward the house, but his eyes searched for Travis. Travis did not give him the angle. He entered the black strip between two beams, where the light was so strong on either side that the center seemed like a cut in the world. Maddie had named those spaces by accident earlier, shadows made by brightness. Silas had brought them, and Silas did not yet understand what he had given away. A slaver with a shield moved into the same strip, peering toward the house. Travis caught him from behind and lowered him silently. Another turned at the sound of the shield settling into grass. Travis was already gone. He moved from shadow to shadow, not attacking the army, only taking away the men who made the machines work. The first tank boy died with one hand still on the pump. The second saw Travis and swung a wrench. Travis stepped inside the ark, drove him into the side of the fuel hauler, and felt the metal ring with the impact. The launcher stood loaded, pointed toward the farmhouse roof. Travis dragged it sideways before anyone noticed. The next round fired into the ditch. Flame burst among the cattails instead of the house. Men shouted and scrambled back as the ditch fire revealed bodies Silas had not known were there. For the first time that night, the slavers saw how many of their own had vanished into the dark. Fear moved through them like wind through dry grass. Silas felt it. His smile disappeared. He lifted the snare and pointed toward the fuel hauler. "Hold your line," he roared. "It is one dead man and a handful of runaways. Hold your line, or I start taking payment from your families when we get home." There it was. The leash. Not loyalty. Not belief. Hostages behind the men with guns. Brothers, wives, children, debts, hunger, all tied to Silas's hand. Travis saw the shape of it and understood why some men had fought when mercy was offered. It did not forgive them. It made the night uglier. Maddie fired from the upstairs window. The shot struck the loudspeaker mount and tore it loose. The speaker fell, squealed, and died under the truck's tire. Silas turned toward the house with murder bare on his face. "Maddie," he shouted, voice naked without metal to carry it, "I was going to let you live long enough to apologize." Maddie leaned out just enough for him to see her. "I used up all my apologies escaping you." Silas raised the snare toward her window. It was not a gun, but the gesture did what he wanted. Maddie ducked back. Shots struck the wall around her. Travis started forward. A hand caught his coat from the ground. The young man from the ditch, Coy, had worked himself partly free of the belt. Blood ran from his nose where Travis had struck him. His eyes were wild. "My brother," Coy rasped around the cloth he had spit out. "He has my brother. He keeps him in the lower cages. I run, he dies. I stay, I die. Tell me what choice that is." Travis looked toward the house. The front line was regrouping. Toward the barn, June and Amit beat at flames while Beth hauled another wet blanket with both hands. Maddie was pinned upstairs. Orland was half out of the loft, smoke behind him. Silas was still standing. There was no time for full mercy. There was time for a piece of it. "Lie still until this ends," Travis said. "If you pick up a weapon, I stop you. If you stay down, I remember your brother." Coy laughed once, bitter and broken. "You are really going to win? I am going to make him lose." That was enough for Coy. He let go. The barn flames guttered under wet blankets. Emmett and June had slowed the burn. Beth was crying and working anyway. Unfazed barked hoarsely at smoke as if threatening it. Orland slid down the ladder with a terrible scrape, landed in hay, and somehow kept hold of the shotgun. He looked more furious than hurt. The front line charged the porch again. This time, they made it to the door. Wood cracked under axes. Maddie fired from the stairwell. Emmett shouted from the backyard. June screamed for Beth to get down as bullets punched through barn boards. The night collapsed into overlapping danger. Travis could not cover all of it by reacting. He needed to change the board. He looked at the fuel hauler. It sat 30 yards behind the lead truck, engine running, tank patched with plates and old sealant. Not full, judging by the way it rode high on its springs, but full enough. Too dangerous to shoot near the house. Too valuable to waste if they survive. Too protected to ignore. Then he saw the answer under it. The drainage rut from the road. Dry near the crown. Slick where it ran into the lower ditch. During setup, they had dug that rut deeper and hidden its edge under loose straw, hoping to tip a smaller vehicle. The hauler had stopped just above it. Travis moved to the driver's side through the shadow strip. The driver had both hands on the wheel and both eyes on Silas. Travis opened the door, caught him by the collar, and pulled him out. The man hit the ground and reached for a knife. Travis kicked it away and struck him once. He climbed into the cab. The inside smelled of stale smoke, fear, and diesel. He had driven tractors, trucks, anything Haven Ridge needed moving. His hands knew old machines. He released the brake and gave the hauler just enough throttle. The truck lurched forward. Men shouted. Silas turned. Travis aimed the hauler, not at the house, not at the trucks, but at the hidden rut. At the last second, he jammed the wheel and jumped from the cab. The front tire dropped. The rear swung. The half-loaded tank tilted with a groan of metal and sloshing fuel. The hauler did not explode. It did something better. It fell sideways across the road, blocking the retreat line behind the disabled lead truck and the crippled second truck. The convoy was trapped in its own light. The men closest to the fallen hauler reacted like animals, suddenly finding the trap under their own feet. Two sprinted for the pasture without waiting for orders and crashed into the loose wire strung between the broken posts. One fell flat, rolled, and stayed there with his hands over his head. The other tried to cut himself free with a belt knife while staring at the house, not the grass around him. Matty saw the knife and shot the dirk beside his hand. The blade vanished into the mud as he shoved both palms up. Orland fired from the barn loft. Not at the surrendering men, but at a rifleman raising his weapon behind them. The shot took the rifleman sideways and dropped him against the wheel of the disabled truck. Orland's voice carried through smoke and glare. Hands empty means hands empty. The next clever fool gets less warning. June reached the barn door with her hair loose from its tie and soot streaked across one cheek. She had one arm around Beth, who still carried the soaked blanket even though it dragged in the dirt behind her. Emmett stood between them and the yard with the small rifle pointed down, because Matty had finally shouted him into remembering where the barrel belonged when he was not ready to shoot. Unfazed, planted himself in front of all three, limping, filthy, and convinced he was the size of a bear. Travis saw them through the road, glare, and felt something inside him twist away from hunger, not leave. The hunger never truly left. It waited behind every scent and every pulse, but the sight of them pulled another part of him forward. That family had not existed when the sun rose. It had been patched together from escape, grief, fear, and impossible loyalty. Now it stood in the dirt of a farm that had not yet given them one harvest, defending a home as if roots could grow in a single day. A shield bearer near the porch looked back and understood that the road was blocked. His shield sagged. Another man grabbed him by the collar and shook him, trying to force him toward the door. They argued without words, mouths moving under the engine noise. The second man pointed at the house, then at Silas, then at the blocked convoy. His meaning was plain. Forward was death, backward was Silas, and staying still was only a slower form of both. Matty could have shot them. Travis saw the clean line from the upstairs window. She did not take it. Instead she shouted, "Drop the shield and crawl left. Keep your face down." The first man obeyed. The second did not. He raced his rifle toward Matty's window, not because he had a clear shot, but because anger needed some place to go. Travis fired the captured pistol once. The shot struck the rifle stock and spun it from the man's hands. Matty fired a breath later and put him down through the thigh. He screamed, clutched himself, and rolled off the porch steps. "You live if you stop," she yelled. "You keep coming. You end here." That sentence moved across the yard faster than any bullet. Men heard it. Men believed it because bodies lay in every bright place between the road and the house. They began to separate into the ones who wanted to survive and the ones Silas still owned more than fear of death owned them. Silas saw the separation too. He turned on his own men with the snare raised. Nobody kneels to them. Nobody crawls. Stand up. One of the pasture men stayed flat. Silas fired a pistol into him from 30 yards away. The shot cracked across the farm and ended every illusion about who Silas had come to save. The man jerked once and went still. The others stared. Even some of the slavers who had kept fighting looked at Silas now. Not with loyalty, not even with fear alone, but with the beginning of calculation. A leader who spent his own men too openly became another danger to escape. Travis used that calculation. He stepped into enough light for them to see him, but not enough for a clean shot. Smoke drifted around his shoulders. Blood darkened his coat. Burned cloth clung to his sleeves. He looked, he knew, like every story terrified men told each other after midnight. "He will kill you for failing," Travis called. "We will bind you for stopping. Choose which man is lying." Silas swung toward him. "You do not get to preach, dead thing. You ate men in my yard." The lie landed hard because it was close to the part of Travis he feared most. His mouth filled with the remembered scent of blood. The urge crouched behind his teeth. For a second, the farm blurred again, and he saw Silas not as a man with a weapon, but as warmth and meat and an end to starving. Maddie's voice cut through it from the house. "Travis, look at me." He did. She stood framed by the broken upstairs window, rifle held low, face lit by fire and floodlight. She did not look away from what he was. She never looked away. That did him more than kindness would have. "He is trying to pull you into his story," she shouted. "Do not help him write it." Silas sneered at her. "Still saving broken things, Maddie?" "No," she said. "I am standing with the ones worth saving." The answer changed the air. Travis felt it in the men nearest the trucks, and the ones who had dropped weapons, and Coy lying bound near the ditch and twisting his head to hear. Silas's power depended on everyone believing there were only two kinds of people, those who owned fear and those who were owned by it. Maddie had named a third kind in front of them. People who chose where to stand even while terrified. The front door splintered again. The shield-bearer who had not crawled away used his shoulder to force the damaged frame. Two others followed because panic pushed them forward. Emmett shouted from the kitchen. June dragged Beth behind the overturned table. Travis could not reach the door from the road in time. Orland could. The old man had left the loft and limped across the barn bridge they had made from planks between the hay door and the house's rear lean-to. Travis had told him not to use it unless the barn was lost. Orland had apparently decided instructions were suggestions for people with better legs. He appeared at the top of the rear stairs, shotgun tucked tight, face gray with pain. "I am tired of people kicking doors," he said. He fired down the hall. The blast took the lead intruder off his feet and threw the others backward into the porch light. Orland sat down hard after the recoil, but he kept the barrel pointed while Emmett scrambled to pull him behind the stair rail. "You are supposed to be in the barn," Emmett said. "Barn got smoky," Orland answered through clenched teeth. "I decided to visit." "You are bleeding." "Then stop noticing and hand me shells." Emmett did. His hands shook, but he did not drop them. Travis crossed the yard during the confusion, grabbed the half-broken shield from the porch, and jammed it across the ruined door from outside. It would not hold long. It did not need to. He dragged the two fallen intruders away from the threshold, checked quickly for weapons, and kicked those weapons into the yard. One man was dead. The other tried to speak through blood and broken breath. "Stop moving," Travis said. "You want to live. Stop moving." The man went still. A new sound rose beyond the overturned hauler. Not engine, not gun, not fire. A low chorus of moans carried from the lower ditch where the burning projectile had painted the cattails with light. The dead had followed the noise from the abandoned road beyond the pasture. They had been too slow to matter before. Now the blocked convoy, the blood, the shouting, and the heat had gathered them into the edge of the battlefield. The first infected came into view behind the fuel hauler, dragging 1 foot, face gray, and empty. Then another appeared. Then 6 more behind the broken fence. They ignored Travis's scent, but they did not ignore the slavers trapped in the road's glare. Living men turned and saw a new line of hunger entering behind them. Silas's control cracked wider. "Shoot them," he shouted. "Shoot the dead first." Men turned from the house toward the infected. That gave Maddie and Orland clean angles on weapons aimed at Harrow's End. Maddie shot rifles out of hands when she could, and men when she had to. Orland fired less often but with brutal patience. June pulled the injured intruder from the doorway by his collar and tied his hands so tightly he cried out. Beth held the knot after June made it, her small fingers white around the rope. Travis moved toward the road again. The dead were not allies. They were weather with teeth. They would tear into any warm body, surrendering or not. If the infected reached the men who had dropped weapons near the ditch, those men would die screaming and rise later. Harrow's End would inherit the aftermath. He stepped between the surrendering slavers and the approaching infected. The dead slid past him, eyes empty, arms lifting toward the living beyond. Travis took the first by the skull and ended it with a knife. Then the second. Then the third. The surrendering men watched and destroyed the creatures that ignored him, and something like awe or horror moved across their faces. "Stay down," Travis told them. "Do not make yourselves interesting." They obeyed with desperate enthusiasm. Coy called from the ditch, voice raw. More behind the holler. 3, maybe 4. Travis looked at him. Coy spat dirt from his mouth. "I am staying down. I can still count." "Keep counting." The dead pressing around the holler forced the remaining armed slavers into the open. One tried to climb onto the truck bed. Another fired wildly and struck the overturned tank, making everyone flinch, but no flame followed. Silas strode through them with the snare raised, shoving men aside, eyes fixed on Travis as if the rest of the battlefield had become scenery. That was when Travis understood Silas's final mistake. Silas did not really want the farm anymore. He wanted to beat the thing that had humiliated him, stolen his captives, and stood beside Maddie after she had refused him. Harrow's End was the prize he named. Travis was the insult he could not leave alive. The house, the barn, the captives, the road, all of it could be used against that obsession. Travis backed away from the dead he had just finished and let Silas see him retreat. Silas smiled again. "Now you understand," Silas called. "Sooner or later, everything learns to back up." Travis retreated another step into the strip of darkness where a floodlight failed to overlap with the next. Silas followed, snare held ready, pistol at his hip, boots splashing through mud and blood. Behind him, his men fought infected, watched the blocked road, and looked for any path that did not run through the pale-eyed figure drawing their leader away. Maddie saw it too. She shifted at the upstairs window but did not shoot. She understood what Travis was doing. Emmett reached her side and tried to look out. She pushed him back without taking her eyes from the yard. "Let him work," she told the boy, loud enough for Travis to hear. "He is bait," Emmett said. "He is choosing the ground." Travis held on to that. He was not bait thrown by someone else. He was a man choosing the ground. For 3 heartbeats, nobody moved. Then Maddie fired from the house. Orland fired from the barn, and the men on the porch realized there was no road behind them. Some broke left toward the ditch. The ditch was burning. Some broke right toward the pasture. The pasture had wire, pits, and Maddie's sightline. Some dropped their weapons. Some did not. The night split men by the choices they made under fear. Travis stood in the shadow of the overturned hauler and watched Silas stare at him across the glare. The slaver leader's face had gone calm. That was worse than rage. He lifted the pneumatic snare in both hands and started walking. Around him, the night drive faltered. Lights still burned. Engines still growled. Men still fought. But the attack had lost its clean shape. Harrow's End had not broken. The road had become a cage. Travis stepped backward into the black edge beyond the nearest floodlight. Silas smiled without warmth and followed. The shadows were no longer cover alone. They were the next battlefield. The black edge beyond the floodlight was not empty. It held weeds bent flat by tires, fence wire laid low under dust, a gutter of cold mud where the road crown fell away, and the breath of men who had believed darkness belonged to them until Travis stepped into it first. He felt Silas behind him before he heard him. The slaver leader moved with more patience than the others, not rushing into the trap because he wanted the kill to be seen, not wasting shots because he understood that Travis was not a thing easily explained by bullets alone. The pneumatic snare made a soft metal clack with every careful step. Its barbed loop drank light from the white glare behind him and returned only thin sparks along the wire. Travis backed deeper into the unlit strip between the road and the pasture fence. The night was different there. The floodlights made a wall of false day behind Silas, so bright that each man who crossed in front of it became a cutout, a black paper shape with no face. The world beyond the beams was thick, blind, and patient. Travis could live inside that contrast. He could hear boots shift in gravel. He could smell fear souring through sweat. He could taste oil smoke, hot brakes, blood, trampled grass, and the metallic tang rising from his own torn sleeve where a pellet had burned through cloth and cold skin. Silas stopped at the edge of the glare and tilted his head. "You keep finding corners," Silas called softly. "That is what frightened men do. They find corners. They tell themselves there is strategy in it. They call hiding survival because the word coward tastes too honest." Travis did not answer. The words were bait, and Silas knew how to dress bait in truth. Travis was hiding. He was also counting. 3 trucks still had working floodlights. 2 more had engines grinding and men shouting around them. 1 vehicle had gone still with its front axle cracked into the trench Matty had disguised with leaves and ash. The western ditch carried at least 4 men trying to crawl out of briars. The eastern pasture held more, running into the wire she had strung low and tight while pretending her hands were not shaking. Emmett was in the root cellar under the kitchen with June and Beth, unless the boy had disobeyed. Travis held that thought so hard it almost hurt. Emmett would want to see. He would want to help. The boy had courage in quantities that made adults look dishonest. But courage was still flesh, and flesh tore. Matty was somewhere near the barn loft with the old rifle across the sill, and Orlin beside her loading rounds with hands that had once sorted seed. Travis had told her to shoot only when she had to, because every flash would mark her position. She had listened without promising obedience. Silas took 1 step into the dark. The shifting light struck him across the cheek and cut his grin in half. "You hear me," he said. "I know you do." Travis let his shoulder brush the fence post at his right. Its top had been carved by rain and heat until it felt like bone under his palm. 2 feet beyond it, under a mat of yellow grass, Matty had buried a spring snare made from hay wire and a bent sapling. It would not kill a man, but it would take his balance and his dignity. Silas was too cautious to step there. One of his men was not. "Boss," a voice called from behind the second truck. "West side is jammed. Riley is caught in something." "Cut him free," Silas said, never taking his eyes from the darkness. "Need a knife. Wire is sunk under him. Then use your teeth if you have, too." The man cursed under his breath and crossed the light with his rifle low. Travis watched him pass Silas, watched his pupils struggle to adjust, watched his boot come down exactly where Matty had wanted a careless foot to land. The sapling snapped upright with a wet hiss through grass. Wire cinched his ankle and whipped him sideways. His rifle fired once into the ground. Dirt kicked up under his own face. He hit the road hard enough to break teeth. The sound pulled every eye. Travis moved. He went under the nearest light bar rather than around it, because men expected a shape to avoid brightness. He crossed the beam low, almost flat to the road, 1 hand catching the truck bumper, the other closing around the hanging cable that fed the flood rack. The casing was hot. The wire inside hummed against his palm. He yanked once and felt insulation split. Sparks burst blue-white and spat against his coat. The rack flickered. A man on the passenger side shouted, lifted a shotgun, and fired where Travis had been a heartbeat before. Pellets shredded the bumper and punched through empty air. Travis rose beside him and drove his shoulder into the man's chest. The impact folded him against the truck door. His breath left him in a thick grunt. Travis took the shotgun, shoved the barrel up, and struck him with a stock. Bone cracked. Blood sheeted down the man's face and blackened in the false light. The wreck died. Darkness slammed down over that section of road. The men who had trusted the light lost the world all at once. They shouted names, orders, curses, prayers. Travis was already gone, dragging the cable with him until it snagged under the tire. He ripped it again. A shower of sparks lit his face for an instant. Someone saw him. "There," the man screamed. "By the cab." Gunfire followed the scream. Bullets tore through the truck door, shattered glass, punched holes through the seat, and killed the man Travis had left half-conscious beside it. His body jerked under his own people's panic. Travis crouched beneath the frame and looked at the blood dripping through the step. The hunger inside him lifted its head. It was not a thought. It was not a plan. It was a pressure behind his teeth, a low animal certainty that the night had become warm and open, and that warm things were meant to be taken in pieces. The smell struck him with brutal clarity: salt, iron, fear, and meat. He closed his eyes and pressed his palm flat into gravel until stones cut his skin. Not for them, he told himself. Not for anyone, and never for Emmett. A boot landed near his face. Travis caught the ankle before the man could pull back. The man looked down and saw a white-eyed face under the truck. Terror broke whatever courage the floodlights had built in him. He started to scream. Travis twisted and slammed him against the step, not hard enough to kill, hard enough to silence. Then he slid out the far side as more bullets chewed the place where his head had been. Across the road, Maddie's rifle cracked once from the barn loft. A man climbing onto the hood of the lead truck spun backward and dropped out of sight. She shifted before anyone could answer, and Travis was grateful that she had listened enough. Silas did not fire. He stood near the edge of the dead floodlight's reach and watched the dark, as if studying a moving river. When men shouted for direction, he let them shout. When one begged him to call the retreat, he ignored that, too. His attention stayed on Travis. "You see what he is doing," Silas said, raising his voice only enough for the closest fighters to hear. "He wants you crowded around the lights. He wants you blind outside them. Kill the engines. Let your eyes come back." The order was good. Travis hated that it was good. One by one, engines coughed down. Flood racks dimmed as generators lost feed. The roar thinned into ringing silence, broken by human pain and the distant barking of men who had found the pasture wire. The sudden quiet changed the battle. Without engine noise to cover him, every step mattered. Without the floodlights screaming over the road, the stars returned in pale scraps between smoke columns. Harrow's End seemed to hold its breath. Then, unfazed, barked from somewhere behind the farmhouse. The sound struck Travis like a hand on the chest. It was not the dog's hunting bark. It was the sharp warning bark he used when strangers came too near someone he had claimed. Travis turned before he meant to. Silas saw the turn. "There it is," he said. "The leash." Travis ran. He cut across the ditch and through the dead wash of a broken light. Men shouted after him, but the road had become a maze of their own ruin. He vaulted the tilted hood of the hauler, dropped between two sprawled bodies, and crossed into the yard. The farmhouse stood as a black block against white dust. The cellar door was hidden under the back porch. The porch itself was half-screened by stacked firewood and a hanging sheet Maddie had soaked in mud to kill stray light. Two slavers had reached it anyway. One had a lantern with the glass wrapped in cloth. The other had a pry bar. Unfazed, stood on the steps with his back arched and teeth out, every scar along his muzzle lifted. He was not large enough to stop two armed men. He did not know that, or he refused to care. "Move, dog," the man with the pry bar muttered. Unfazed, lunged for his wrist. The man cursed and swung. Travis hit him before the bar came down. They crashed through the porch rail together. Old wood snapped around them. Travis drove the man into the hard-packed yard, felt ribs give under him, then rolled as the lantern man fired. The shot tore through the muddy sheet and blasted splinters off the porch post. June screamed from under the boards. Emmett shouted something Travis could not make out. Travis rose in front of the cellar door. The lantern man's courage failed in stages. First his mouth opened. Then his pistol dipped. Then his eyes went from Travis's dead-white gaze to the cold blood on his sleeve and back again. "You are not real," the man whispered. "Leave the door," Travis said. The man fired instead. The bullet punched into Travis's left side with a deep, stunning pressure. He staggered but did not fall. Pain spread cold, heavy, and wrong through him. He could still be killed. He knew that. His body knew that. The man saw that he had hit him and gained just enough hope to fire again. Maddie's rifle spoke from the upstairs window. The second shot never came. The lantern man pitched sideways into the yard, the gun leaving his fingers. The lantern hit the ground and rolled, casting mad circles of weak yellow light across Travis's boots. For one breath, no one moved. Then the cellar door banged from inside. "Travis!" Emmett shouted. "Let me out." "Stay in," Travis said, pressing one hand to his side. It came away black in the lantern glow. "Do not open it for anything but Maddie or me. You got hit. I am still standing." "That is not an answer." "It is the answer you get tonight." The boy went quiet, but not because he accepted it. Travis could hear him breathing through the seam. He could picture him with both hands on the latch, ready to break every rule to keep a promise. That picture steadied Travis more than the fence post had. Above, Maddie called down from the broken window. "Left side of the barn. 4 moving. Maybe 5. They're trying to circle behind us. Can you hold them?" "For a minute," she said. Her voice was tight, but it did not shake. "Maybe 2 if they are stupid. They are afraid. That can make them stupid. It can make them lucky too." A bullet cracked through the upstairs wall and sent plaster dust out the window like pale smoke. Maddie ducked out of sight. Travis took one step toward the barn and nearly went to one knee. The injury in his side pulled at him with each breath. Not blood loss in the old way, not weakness exactly, but damage. Machinery could run cold and still break. Flesh could refuse fever and still tear. Unfazed, pressed his shoulder against Travis's leg. The dog looked up, ears pinned, asking a question with the blunt honesty only animals owned. "I know," Travis said. "I am moving." He tore a strip from the dead man's shirt and bound his side as tight as his hands allowed. The smell of fresh blood rose again. Human blood. Living blood. He tied the knot hard and turned his face away from it. From the road, Silas's voice carried through the thinning smoke. "Bring the boy out, Travis. You are bleeding for him already. You can stop after one more choice." Travis looked toward the lights. Silas stood in the open now. Not because he had lost caution, but because he wanted everyone to see that he had not lost command. Behind him, men were regrouping around the remaining trucks. Some limped. Some carried others. Some aimed at the farmhouse, the barn, the porch, and the dark spaces between. The night drive had failed as a clean strike. Silas was turning it into a grind. Travis understood the next shape of it. Silas would pressure the house to drag him back. He would threaten the cellar. He would threaten Maddie. He would use every living tie like a rope until Travis had to walk where the snare could reach. That was the cruelty of men like Silas. They did not have to know the whole map. They only had to know what you loved. Travis stepped away from the porch. "Maddie," he called. Her face appeared at the broken window, hair loose around one cheek, rifle hugged close. "What?" "When I draw them, move positions. Do not stay in that room. Draw them where?" "Away from the cellar." "Travis." He looked up at her. In the broken dark, with smoke behind him and blood drying across his coat, he saw what she was trying not to say. "Do not trade yourself again. Do not make exile into a habit. Do not decide alone just because you are hard to kill." "I am not leaving," he said. "You always say that right before you walk into something awful. This time I mean it as a direction, not goodbye." The answer hurt her, but it was enough for the moment. She nodded once and disappeared from the window. Travis moved toward the orchard north of the house. The old trees were thin, half dead, and bent by weather. Maddie had told him they had not fruited well in years, but their branches still made crooked bars against the stars. Between them lay pits, rope pulls, broken glass, and a narrow path only the family knew. It was not enough to stop an army. It might be enough to peel men apart. He let the first pair see him. They were coming low through the weeds, one with a carbine, one with a hatchet and a belt full of stolen keys. When Travis crossed the gap between 2 trees, both froze. "There," the carbine man hissed. Travis kept walking, slow enough to insult them. The man with a hatchet lifted it, then thought better and raised a pistol instead. "Put your hands where I can see them." Travis turned his pale eyes on him. "You should run. You should shut your mouth. You came for a child. That was your last sensible chance. The carbine fired. Travis was already behind the trunk. Bark exploded against his cheek. He circled left, letting him hear his steps where he was not, dragging a branch through leaves and then leaving it to sway. The men fired at motion. One round struck the hidden glass jars Maddie had hung from fishing line. They shattered together, a sudden rain of noise to the right. Both men turned toward it. Travis came from the left. He caught the carbine barrel, drove it upward, and shoved the man backward into a pit hidden under brush. The pit was shallow, meant to trap a wheel, not a body, but his ankle vanished and twisted under him. He screamed. The hatchet man fired wild. The muzzle flash painted Travis's face. Travis struck him in the throat with the heel of his hand. The man fell against a tree, choking, dropping the pistol. The hunger surged at the sound of the trapped man's scream. It wanted the open throat. It wanted the pulse. It wanted teeth and heat and the end of choosing. Travis stepped back until his shoulders hit a tree. The man in the pit clawed at the dirt. "Please," he gasped. "Please, I did not touch the kid. I only drove." Travis stared at him. The sentence did not absolve him. Drivers carried cages. Drivers chose roads. Drivers watched chains rattle behind them and called it work. But fear had stripped him of swagger, and what remained was small, filthy, and human. "Crawl south," Travis said. "Past the pasture. Keep going until daylight. If you turn back, I will hear you." The man blinked at him. "You are letting me go? I am giving you one direction. Do not confuse it with mercy." The man dragged himself out, sobbing through clenched teeth, and crawled. Travis let him. The hunger hated him for it. Some colder part of him counted it as proof. A shot cracked from the barn. Then another. Then Maddie shouted in pain. Travis forgot the orchard and ran. Maddie had not been hit clean. Travis knew that before he reached the barn because she was still cursing. Her voice came through the slats, low and savage, followed by the scrape of boots and the thud of a body against wood. She had moved from the loft to the feed room as ordered. She had taken Orland with her. The men circling the barn had found the change too late, but one had gotten close enough to shove a barrel through a gap and fire blind. The shot had torn across Maddie's upper arm, more burn than whole, enough to draw blood and steal strength from her grip. Travis came through the side door with a pitchfork in one hand because it was what his fingers found. The first slaver turned toward him with his mouth open. Travis drove the fork through the man's coat and pinned him against the stall wall, not into the heart, not with killing aim, but deep enough that the man could not follow as Travis moved past. Orland stood behind a hayrack with a knife in one trembling hand and a lantern in the other. Maddie crouched near the feed bins, pressing cloth to her arm while trying to load one-handed. "You said you could hold them for a minute," Travis said. She gave him a look that would have cut a gentler man. "I did?" The minute was ugly. A slaver rose from behind the milking rail with a pistol. Orland threw the lantern. It struck the man's chest and burst, oil splashing across his coat. Flame crawled up cloth. He screamed and staggered into open sight. Maddie fired from the floor. The rifle butt braced against her hip. The man dropped hard and rolled in the dirt, beating at fire that no longer mattered to him. Orland stared at what he had done, as if his own hand had become a stranger. "Look at me," Travis said. The older man dragged his gaze up. "You saved her. Breathe later. Move now." Orland swallowed and nodded. Maddie pushed herself up before Travis could reach for her. "Do not start fussing. You are bleeding. So are you. Mine is quiet. Mine has opinions. For half a heartbeat, something like a laugh tried to pass between them. It failed because the barn shook under another volley. Bullets snapped through boards and sent straw jumping from the floor. Unfazed barked near the house, and Emmett shouted again from under the porch, angry enough that the cellar door rattled. Maddie turned toward the sound. "He is going to kick that door apart." "He will try," Travis said. "June will sit on him if she has to. June is 70. He respects her more than he respects me. That is because she is scarier." This time the laugh almost made it. Then Silas spoke from the road through a hand horn, his voice clear and intimate despite the distance. Maddie Vale. I know you are bleeding in there. I remember you hated being dirty. Come out and I will let the old man keep both hands. Orland's face went gray. Maddie closed her eyes for a fraction of a second, then opened them with a steadier expression. He always did like making people feel seen right before he hurt them. Travis moved to the crack in the boards and looked out. Silas stood beside the center truck. The snare rested against his shoulder. Around him, his remaining men had changed shape, no longer charging in bunches but spreading in pairs, using the wrecks, the ditch, and the dead flood racks as partial cover. Silas had sacrificed speed for control. There were still too many. Not as many as before. Travis had broken lights, disabled trucks, sent men running, and turned the road into a butcher's lesson. But numbers had weight. Ammunition had weight. A single lucky shot still counted the same against a man who did not warm. He is making you choose, Maddie said. He thinks he is. No, she said, stepping close enough that her shoulder brushed his arm. He knows he is. That is what makes him dangerous. Do not pretend he is stupid because you hate him. Travis looked at her then. Her face was streaked with dirt. Blood ran down her sleeve and darkened her fingers. Her eyes were bright, not from fear alone, but from the effort of refusing to let fear decide for her. I do hate him, Travis said. That is good. Just do not let hatred give him the steering wheel. He wanted to touch her cheek. He wanted to tell her that the thought of Silas taking her again made something inside him go colder than death. He wanted to confess that each smell of blood in the barn was scraping and raw, that some starving part of him was pressing against his ribs, begging to make the battle easier by becoming what everyone had feared he was. He did not say all of that. There was no time, and some truths were too heavy to drop in the middle of a gunfight. So he said the one he could carry. If I start to lose myself, say Emmett's name. Maddie stared at him. Travis. Say like an order. Say it like you mean it. Are you that close? He listened to the road. The men, the crackle of small fires, the drip of blood from the bandage at his side, the faint thump of Emmett, fighting the cellar door with all his furious little heart. Close enough to ask, he said. Maddie lifted her good hand and gripped the front of his coat. She pulled him down just enough to meet his eyes without flinching from what looked back. Then listen to me before you go. You are not useful because you are frightening. You are useful because you are Travis, the man who fixed a generator so a neighbor's baby could sleep warm, the man who carried Beth over a washout because she pretended her ankle was fine, the man who made a child believe tomorrow was worth reaching. If the hunger tells you it can win this for us, it is lying. We need you, not it. The words struck harder than any bullet. For a second, the barn, the smoke, the battlefield, and the terrible smell of blood all fell behind the simple force of being known. Travis covered her hand with his cold one. I hear you. Then come back when you are done. That was always the plan. Your plans need supervision. I noticed. He stepped away before the moment could become a promise neither of them controlled. Orland helped Maddie bind her arm tighter. Travis crossed the barn and looked through the rear gap toward the old irrigation shed. It sat 30 yards past the animal pen, low and crooked, with a rusted tank behind it. During the setup, he had filled the tank's base with stones and cut its legs halfway through. A rope ran from the tank to a pulley behind the shed, then through the weeds to the ditch. If pulled at the right time, the tank would fall across the narrow path between barn and pasture. Not a grand weapon, a farmer's answer to men who believed only factory steel could kill. Silas knew about some of the traps now. He would avoid the obvious lane. He would send someone to test the ground. Travis needed to make him impatient. He left to the rear crawl space and moved low through weeds wet with dew and blood. The battle had entered that strange hour when noise no longer sounded constant. Instead, it came in hard pieces. A shot, a cry, an engine trying to restart and failing. The crack of Maddie's rifle. June praying in a voice that refused to be small. Emmett yelling, I can help. Followed by Beth yelling back, you can help by not being foolish. Even in terror, Harrow's End had voices. The slavers had voices too, but theirs were breaking apart. Men called for water. Men accused each other of leaving positions. Men demanded orders that Silas gave sparingly, like coins he did not want to spend. Travis slid behind the irrigation shed and found the rope by touch. A pair of slavers approached from the pasture side. They moved slower now, one sweeping a rifle barrel ahead of his boots, the other watching the barn roof. Their caution would have saved them if fear had not made their focus narrow. Travis waited until the first man stepped past the hidden line, then tugged a smaller cord tied to a bucket of nails above the shed door. The bucket fell and clattered like an army of bones. Both men turned toward the sound. Maddie fired from the barn's lower gap. The first man dropped. The second dove behind the rusted tank, exactly where Travis wanted him. Travis pulled the heavy rope. For a breath, nothing happened. Old Metal groaned. The cut legs bent but held. The second man looked up, confused. Travis wrapped the rope around his forearm, planted one boot against the shed beam, and hauled with all the strength his changed body carried. Something tore inside his side. Pain flashed white. The tank gave a deep, final shriek and toppled. It struck the ground with a thunderclap, crushing the path and throwing dirt high enough to patter across the barn wall. The second man vanished under metal and dust. The fall blocked the lane from pasture to house. It also drew Silas's gaze exactly where Travis needed it. Travis stepped into open sight beside the fallen tank. He did not shout. He did not wave. He simply stood where the remaining floodlight could find him. Silas smiled. "There you are," he said. The road between them was littered with broken vehicles, men crawling, traps spent or waiting, and black bands of shadow. Travis walked toward the center. His side burned with each step. The hunger paced inside him. His vision sharpened and narrowed until every living body seemed marked by heat he could not see, but somehow knew. The smell of blood threatened to become language. Silas lifted one hand. His men held their fire. That control was the real weapon. Not the snare, not the trucks, not the cruelty, the obedience. Men who should have been running still stopped when he lifted his hand. Men who had watched their convoy break still waited for his next command because he had trained fear into shape. Travis needed to break that shape. "You have lost," Travis called. A few slavers shifted. Silas's smile thinned. "Have I? Your lights are dead. Your trucks are trapped. Half your men are down or running. The road took you. The land took you. You came to drag people back into cages, and now your own men are looking at the ditches, wondering which one will hold them." Silas rested the snare shaft across his palms. "And yet the boy is still in that house. The woman is still bleeding in that barn. You are still standing in front of me because I asked you to. That does not sound like loss. It sounds like leverage. You mistake caring for weakness." "No," Silas said. "I mistake nothing. Caring is a handle. Weakness is what happens when I pull." A shot cracked from somewhere behind Travis. The bullet clipped the ground near his boot. Silas did not look toward the shooter. "I told him to miss," Silas said. "That was discipline. The next one can be less polite." Travis did not move. "Your men are watching." "Good. They are watching you spend them." A murmur stirred behind Silas. It was tiny, almost nothing, and enough. Silas's gaze cooled. "You think you can talk them free? I think some already know they can run faster without your chains in their hands. They do not run because they know what I do to runners. You have to live through tonight to do it." The murmur grew by one breath. Somewhere to the west, a man limped away through grass instead of returning to formation. Another followed. The sound was faint, but Silas heard it. His jaw tightened. Travis had made him impatient. Silas moved. He came forward with the snare held low, faster than Travis expected, not charging wildly, but crossing ground in quick, measured bursts. His boots found the safe places with unsettling accuracy. He had been watching the traps as closely as Travis had watched the men. Travis stepped back, drawing him toward the strip where Maddie had set a buried board of nails. Silas angled aside before touching it. "You think I never worked bland?" Silas said. "You think cruelty makes a man soft." The snare flashed out. Travis jerked back. Barbed wire scraped his coat and tore fabric from his chest. He grabbed the shaft with both hands. Silas triggered the pressure valve. The snare snapped tighter with a brutal hiss. The loop clamped around Travis's forearm instead of his neck, wire biting through sleeve into cold flesh. The force yanked him forward. Silas pivoted and drove a knee into Travis's ribs on the injured side. Pain broke the world into white fragments. Travis hit the road on one hand. The snare held him stretched. Silas pressed the shaft down, using leverage to twist the wire deeper. There, Silas whispered, close enough that Travis could smell smoke on his breath. There's the handle. Travis struck upward with his free hand. Silas turned most of it aside, but Travis's knuckles caught his cheek. Blood opened along the bone. Silas laughed, not because it did not hurt, but because pain meant he was close. Maddie's rifle cracked from the barn. Silas hauled Travis sideways at the exact moment. The shot struck the road behind him. His men answered, firing toward the barn. Travis heard wood splinter, Orland shout, Maddie curse again. The snare tightened. The barbs did not simply cut. They held. Each attempt to pull free carved deeper. Travis could break men. He could lift more than he had any right to lift. But the snare was built for strength to make itself bleed. Silas had designed it for creatures that fought straight against pain. Maddie, Silas called without looking away from Travis. That shot almost made me sad. I thought you remembered how this works. Every time you miss, someone you like pays interest. Travis grabbed the shaft again and surged to his knees. Silas's eyes widened for half a breath. Then he triggered the valve a second time. The shaft jerked, and a loop cinched enough to numb Travis's fingers. The device hissed like an angry insect. You are strong, Silas said. I will give you that. Strong things still need joints. Strong things still need direction. He twisted. Travis's shoulder screamed under pressure. His hand spasmed open. Gravel bit into his palm. The hunger rose with the pain, offering fire in a cold body, offering an answer simple enough for the dead. Bite, tear, feed, and stop thinking. Travis looked past Silas and saw the farmhouse porch. The cellar seam moved. Emmett was there, trying to see through the crack. Emmett's voice broke through the dark. Travis. Not a shout. Not a plea. One word inside a longer breath, so full of trust that it cut cleaner than wire. Travis swallowed the hunger down until it became a stone in his throat. Silas heard the boy, too. His smile returned. That is even better. He lifted his free hand and signaled two men toward the porch. Travis strained against the snare. The wire cut and held. His cold blood ran down his sleeve and dripped from his fingers onto the road. Maddie shouted from the barn, Emmett, stay in that cellar. The boy shouted back, He has Travis. I know. Stay in. He has Travis. The two slavers moved toward the porch, wary but eager because the boy's voice had given them a destination. Travis stared at Silas. Silas leaned closer. Now you understand. You are never the prize. You are the door. Travis stopped pulling. For one impossible second, Silas thought that meant surrender. Travis let him think it. He lowered his head. He let his knees sink into the dirt. He let the snare hold his arm as if his strength had left him. Silas's grip shifted. It was not much, but it was enough. Travis threw himself forward instead of back. The move drove the barbs deeper, but it also collapsed the distance the snare was meant to preserve. His shoulder slammed into Silas's chest. They hit the ground together. The shaft pinned between them. Silas lost the pressure lever. Travis heard the click of the mechanism freeing by a fraction. He drove his forehead into Silas's face. Blood burst from Silas's nose. The slaver leader grunted and rolled, keeping the shaft across Travis's arm. He was skilled. Vicious and skilled. He hooked one boot under Travis's leg and used the snare to steer the fall. Travis landed hard on his injured side. The world flashed again. Silas crawled over him and reached for the lever. A shape hit Silas from the side. It was unfazed. The dog slammed into Silas's shoulder and clamped his teeth into the sleeve of the arm, reaching for the valve. Silas snarled and struck him with the back of his fist. Unfazed held on. Silas struck again. The dog lost his grip and hit the dirt with a yelp. that tore something open in Travis worse than pain. Travis surged up. The snare wire rips through more cloth and flesh as he drags Silas with it. He got one hand around the shaft and the other around the pressure housing. He could not free his arm. He could not reach the men heading for the porch. He could not protect everyone from the ground. Then a gun fired from the cellar. Not Maddie's rifle. Not Orland's old shotgun. A small revolver, sharp and close. The first man at the porch spun and fell against the steps. The second dropped flat, screaming. The cellar door cracked open just enough for smoke to curl out. June's voice came from inside, furious and steady. "I said nobody opens this door. I did not say I was helpless." Emmett shouted. "She shot him through the gap." Beth snapped. "Do not narrate, child. Reload." For the first time that night, Silas looked truly surprised. Travis used it. He twisted the pressure housing until metal groaned. Silas grabbed for his knife. Travis slammed the housing against the road. He struck once, then twice. The third strike cracked the casing. Compressed gas shrieked from the split, frosting the metal and spraying dust sideways. The loop lost a fraction of its bite. Not enough to free him. Enough to move. Travis drove the broken shaft into Silas's ribs and threw him backward. Silas rolled, came up with a knife, and retreated just beyond Travis's reach. Blood covered his mouth. His eyes were bright with rage now, but rage did not make him foolish. He signaled sharply, and the remaining men opened fire between Travis and the porch, stitching dirt into jumping lines. Travis dropped behind the dead flood rack, dragging the half-broken snare still locked around his arm. Unfazed, crawled to him, limping but alive. Travis touched the dog's side and felt breath. "Stay," he whispered. The dog ignored him and pressed closer. Across the road, Silas wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. His voice came rough through broken breath. "Enough games," he said. "Burn the barn. Smoke the house. If they want to hide under floors, make the floors hot." The order went through the remaining slavers like a dark blessing. Men reached for fuel cans from the trucks. Others shifted toward the barn and porch, firing to keep Maddie's head down. Travis crouched in the shadow of the dead light with wire sunk in his arm, a bullet injury tearing at his side, and the dog bleeding at his knee. The battle had not ended. It had narrowed to the ugliest shape Silas could make. The answer was fire. Inside the house were Emmett, June, Beth, and the captives they had freed from another cage only days before. In the barn were Maddie and Orland. Around them lay all the work of Harrow's End: the field, the feed, the hay, the tools. The fragile beginning of a life they had not even had a full day to trust. Silas had stopped trying to take it back intact. He would rather turn it to ash than let them keep it. Travis looked at the broken snare. The cracked housing hissed faintly. Gas leaked in cold breaths around the bent lever. The loop still held. The barbs still gripped. It was not finished with him. He was not finished with it either. He wrapped both hands around the wire. Maddie's voice came from the barn, hoarse through smoke and distance. "Travis, say something." He looked toward her voice and saw her shape between slats, rifle ready, injured arm bound tight, face pale but unbroken. "Move everyone to the stone trough," he called. "When the fire starts, use the trough at the north gap. That is not a plan for you. It is a plan for them. Travis." He heard the warning in her voice. He heard the order she had promised to give if she thought he was slipping. Then she shouted the name as an order, the way he had asked. "Remember, Emmett," she called. The hunger recoiled as if struck. Travis closed his eyes. The boy in the cellar. The woman in the barn. The dog pressed to his knee. The people who had begun to believe that a cold man could still be shelter. When he opened his eyes, he pulled. The barbs tore free by inches. He did not scream. He did not have the breath to spend on it. He pulled until the wire cut through sleeve, cold skin, and the last soft fibers of resistance. He pulled until the loop came loose in his hands, slick and bent, no longer a leash. The pain was enormous and clean. It cleared the hunger from him like hard rain. Travis rose behind the dead flood rack with the broken snare hanging from one fist. The men with the fuel cans saw him. Some froze. One dropped his can. Another made the mistake of looking to Silas for permission to be afraid. Travis stepped into the road. Silas lifted his knife and smiled with red teeth. "There he is," Silas said. "There is the monster." Travis looked at the wire in his hand, then at the fuel cans, then at the men who had chosen to carry fire toward children. "No," he said, voice low enough that only the nearest heard. "There is the man you should have left alone." He moved before they could fire. The first fuel carrier died badly because he had enough time to understand that running would not save him. Travis crossed the open road in 3 hard strides, dragging the broken snare behind him like a chain pulled from a gate. The man lifted his pistol. Travis whipped the wire across his wrist. The barbs caught, turned the shot into the sky, and opened the man's skin from knuckle to sleeve. The pistol vanished into dirt. Travis drove his shoulder into him and carried him backward into the side of the truck. The impact dented the door. The man's head struck metal. His knees folded. The fuel can hit the road, rolled, and spilled a dark, sharp-smelling stream under the truck. Travis kicked it away from the nearest flame and turned as 2 more men fired. One bullet tore through his coat without finding flesh. The other struck his thigh and nearly put him down. His leg buckled. He caught himself on the truck hood, leaving a smear of blackened blood on paint gone dusty from the road. Pain climbed through him, cold and patient. He forced the leg to hold. The shooter stared at him over the pistol sights. "Why will you not fall?" Travis threw the broken snare. It struck the man's face and wrapped across his eyes. The man screamed, clawing at wire. Travis reached him before he could free himself and slammed him into the dirt. Not dead at first. Then the man's own panic sent him thrashing against the barbs until he stopped moving. Travis did not watch the end. He had no room left for the kind of attention death demanded. The third fuel carrier ran toward the barn. Maddie fired from the lower gap and missed because her injured arm dragged the barrel low. The man stumbled but kept going. Orlin lunged from the shadows with a rake, caught the man's legs, and brought him down. The fuel can burst open across straw scattered near the door. Flame from the fallen lantern found it with a greedy little sigh. The barn threshold caught fire. "Trough," Travis shouted. Inside, Maddie grabbed Orlin by the coat and hauled him backward. Smoke slipped through the slats. The old wood, dry from years of neglected seasons, began to tick and pop. It would not wait long. Travis turned toward the house. 2 slavers had crossed low through the garden, using the smoke to screen their movement. One held a torch made from cloth wrapped around a fence stake. The other carried a shotgun. They were not aiming for him. They had learned. They were aiming for what made him move. Emmett's voice came from under the porch. "I can see them." "Stay down," Travis shouted. "They are at the bean rows." The shotgun man fired at the porch. Pellets punched through the boards and filled the cellar with screams. Travis felt the sound inside his teeth. He ran toward the garden, but his damaged legs stole speed. The torch man raised flame to the porch screen. June fired again through the cellar gap. The shot caught the torch man high in the chest. He fell forward, and the torch flew from his hand. It landed against the muddy sheet and sputtered instead of catching. Beth cheered once, then immediately began coughing. The shotgun man turned his barrel toward the gap. A small shape burst from under the porch. It was Emmett. The boy came out low, covered in dust, with a rebar in both hands, and terror turned so completely into fury that it hardly looked like terror anymore. He swung for the shotgun man's knee. Metal hit bone. The man screamed and collapsed sideways. Emmett raised the rebar again. Travis caught the boy from behind before the second strike landed. "No," Travis said, lifting him away as the man writhed in dirt. "Not like that." Emmett fought him. He shot into the cellar. He shot at June. "I know. Let me go. Not to become him. I am not him. Then prove it by stopping when the danger is down." Emmett trembled so hard the rebar rattled in his hands. His eyes shone with rage and tears he refused to release. For a second, he looked like every child the old world had failed. Small hands around a weapon, demanding that violence make sense if he could just swing hard enough. The shotgun man reached for a boot knife. Unfazed came from Travis's left, and clamped onto the man's sleeve with a growl so deep it sounded older than the dog. The knife fell. Travis kicked it away. Emmett breathed fast. He was reaching, and now he is not. You would have killed him if I was not here. Travis looked toward the burning barn, the wrecked road, the men still taking aim from behind trucks, and Silas stalking closer through smoke. Maybe, he said. That is why I need you here. The word struck Emmett harder than scolding would have. The boy stopped fighting. His face changed, not softening exactly, but remembering the burden of being trusted. Beth called from inside the cellar. If either of you is done arguing, the room is filling with smoke. Go, Travis told Emmett. Help them crawl to the north gap. Keep June low. Cover their mouths with cloth. Do not come back into the yard unless Maddie calls you. Emmett looked at Silas, then at Travis's bleeding arm and torn side. You have to come too. I will. That is a real promise, not a grown-up answer. It is a real promise. Emmett shoved the rebar into Travis's hand. Then take this. You look awful. Helpful. Also scary, Emmett said. And there was the boy again, cracked, but present. Mostly scary. He ducked back under the porch before Travis could answer. Travis held the rebar and felt the weight of it as if it were a ceremonial thing, not bent construction metal from a dead town. Emmett's weapon. Emmett's trust. Emmett's line between needed violence and hunger. Across the yard the barn fire climbed. Maddie and Orlin emerged through the north gap in a crawl of smoke, dragging 2 packs and the old rifle. Maddie coughed, stumbled, and kept moving. Orlan helped her to the stone trough where rainwater and algae had gathered under a skim of ash. She soaked a cloth and pressed it to her face, then looked for Travis before she looked at the flames. Their eyes met, through smoke. She saw the broken snare in the road. She saw the blood on his arm. She saw Emmett moving under the porch to guide the others out. Her mouth tightened with too many words trapped behind her teeth. Silas gave her no time to choose one. He fired. Not at Travis. At the trough. The shots chipped stone near Maddie's head and sprayed grit across her cheek. She dropped behind it. Orlan fell beside her. Silas advanced with a pistol now, knife tucked into his belt, snare shaft recovered in his other hand, though its loop hung damaged and loose. He had lost the device's perfect bite. He had not lost the habit of using it. This farm is becoming expensive, Silas called. I may have to raise the price on all of you. Travis stepped between Silas and the trough. You are running out of men. Men are replaceable. Reputation is not. If I leave without them, every little runaway with a stolen cup and a sob story thinks he can become free. I cannot have that. You could let them go and live. Silas laughed, then winced because his broken nose punished the motion. That is the difference between us. You think living is a thing that happens inside ribs and lungs. I think living is being obeyed after people know what disobedience costs. That is not living. It is the only kind that lasts. Travis glanced past him. 3 slavers remained tight behind the second truck. 2 more were by the ditch, one dragging a bad leg, the other trying to reload with shaking hands. Another had climbed into the cab of the rear vehicle and was working at the ignition. If that truck started even without lights, it could ram the house, scatter the evacuees, or escape to tell others. Maddie saw Travis looking. From behind the trough, she shifted the rifle toward the rear truck. Her injured arm shook. Silas saw that too. Maddie, he said, you never did learn when to lower your eyes. She rose just enough to aim. You never gave me a good reason. The rear truck engine caught. The sound punched through the yard. Its headlights flickered, one working, one dead, throwing a crooked cone of light across smoke and bodies. The driver revved hard. The truck lurched free of the rut and turned toward the house. Maddie fired. The shot cracked the windshield but did not stop the driver. Travis ran for it. His leg nearly failed on the first step. He forced it again. The truck gathered speed, not much, but enough. Emmett was halfway out of the north crawl space with Beth behind him and June between them. The truck aimed straight for the porch posts above them. Travis reached the side as it passed. He drove Emmett's rebar through the open driver's window and into the steering wheel spokes. The driver shouted and tried to wrench it free. Travis hung from the door, boots skidding, damaged arms screaming as he held on. The truck veered, clipped the porch instead of striking it square, and tore 2 posts away in a crash of timber. The roof sagged. "Move," Travis roared. Emmett shoved June forward. Beth crawled after them. The porch roof collapsed behind her, boards slamming into the cellar entrance with a heavy boom. Dust swallowed the gap. The truck kept rolling toward the field with Travis still on it. The driver punched him through the window. Travis took the blow and drove his cold hand into the man's face, pushing him back. The truck hit a fence post. The jolt threw Travis onto the hood. The driver grabbed a knife and came half out the window. Travis seized his coat and pulled. They rolled off together. The truck, driverless, crawled another few yards and died against the pasture fence. The driver landed on top with the knife raised. Travis caught his wrist. The blade hovered inches from his throat. Human strength pressed down, desperate and wild. Travis could have bitten him. The thought came so fast it almost became action. The man's pulse hammered close to his mouth. Heat poured from him. The hunger opened wide. Emmett shouted from the yard, "Travis, get up." The voice made a path through the dark. Travis turned the wrist until the knife fell. He struck the driver once, hard enough to end the fight, and rolled him aside. He staggered upright with rebar in hand and looked back. Everyone from the cellar had made it to the trough. June sat with a revolver in her lap and ash in her hair, glaring at the world as if disappointed it had not behaved better. Beth held a cloth to her mouth. Emmett stood in front of them with no weapon now. Both fists clenched. Maddie knelt behind the trough, rifle aimed but trembling. Orlan watched the barn burn with tears carving clean tracks through soot. They were alive. For that single heartbeat, alive was enough. Then Silas struck from behind. The snare shaft, broken loop removed, slammed across Travis's back and drove him to one knee. Silas had crossed the yard under cover of the truck's noise. He hit again, this time across Travis's damaged arm. The rebar fell. Silas kicked it away and drove the jagged end of the shaft against Travis's throat. "I am tired of your speeches," Silas said. Travis grabbed the shaft and pushed. Silas leaned his weight into it. They were close enough that Travis could see blood crusted under Silas's nose, the split lip, the hate that had lost its polished manners. "You could have been useful," Silas said. "Do you know that? A thing the dead ignore. A thing men fear. I could have built roads with you walking ahead of my caravans. I could have put a collar on your neck and made kings pay to borrow you. You talk about collars because you know you cannot make men follow without them." Silas pressed harder. "Men follow what feeds them. Your men are leaving." It was true. The slavers by the ditch were gone. One from behind the truck had dropped his rifle and crawled away. Another stood frozen, looking not at Silas but at the burning barn, the broken vehicles, and the white-eyed man refusing to stay down. Silas saw his face and understood the damage spreading beyond fire. "Pick up your gun," Silas snapped. The man did not. Silas shifted his pistol toward him. Travis moved the moment the pressure changed. He drove up under the shaft, slammed his shoulder into Silas's stomach, and carried him backward. They crashed through the remains of the garden fence. Silas fired as they fell. The shot went wild, passing close enough to Travis's ear that sound vanished for a second and came back as a shrill, distant ring. They hit mud. Silas still had the pistol. Travis caught his wrist with both hands. The pistol fired again into the earth. Mud and root fragments sprayed their faces. Silas twisted, trying to bring the barrel under Travis's chin. Travis held him down by strength alone. But strength had limits, and his body had been taking damage since the first light died. Maddie shouted, "Travis!" Silas smiled up at him through blood. "She sounds afraid." "She should be," Travis said. Silas's smile widened. "Not of me." Travis released one hand from the pistol wrist and drove his fingers into the mud beside Silas's head. He found the root he had felt under his knee, a thick one, half exposed, running under the fence line. He wrenched it free with a sound like wet rope tearing from earth and brought it down across Silas's wrist. The pistol fell. Silas screamed, the first raw sound Travis had heard from him all night. Travis kicked the gun away. Silas's free hand went to the knife at his belt. Travis caught that too, but Silas was slippery with mud and blood and hate. The blade came free between them. They rolled. The knife cut across Travis's chest, shallow but hot with pain. Silas drove a knee into the bullet injury. Travis's grip loosened. Silas scrambled back, knife in hand, chest heaving. For the first time, he looked tired. The fire behind him lit the edges of his face. The last crooked headlight threw Travis's shadow long across the field, a monstrous shape with a man's hands. Silas pointed the knife toward the trough. "I will kill them one at a time until you crawl." Travis picked up Emmett's rebar from the mud. "You have said enough." Silas lunged. Their weapons met with a flat, ugly clang, rebar against knife. Silas was faster than he looked, and cruelty had not made him careless. He cut low, then high, testing the damaged side, the injured arm, the bad leg. Travis blocked what he could and absorbed what he could not. Each slice opened cloth and cold flesh. Each drop of blood stirred the hunger. Each breath carried smoke from the barn and the living fear of everyone behind him. Maddie shouted his name, but she did not fire. She had no clean shot. Emmett did not shout now. That silence frightened Travis more. The boy was watching. The boy would remember whatever happened next. Silas feinted toward Travis's side and kicked his bad leg. Travis fell to one knee. Silas raised the knife for the throat. Unfazed, hit him low. The dog took Silas behind the knee and dragged with all the stubborn fury in his compact body. Silas staggered. Travis rose enough to swing the rebar. It struck Silas across the ribs with a crack that bent him sideways. The knife flew from his hand. Travis grabbed him by the coat and drove him against the dead truck. Silas spat blood into Travis's face. "There," he rasped. "Do it. Show the boy. Show the woman. Show everyone why they were right to throw you out." Travis's grip tightened. The hunger answered with a roar inside him. It wanted Silas. Not because Silas deserved death, though he did. Because Silas was warm, bleeding, beaten, and close. It would be so easy to close the last inch and let the monster wear justice like a clean coat. From the trough, Maddie shouted one word inside a full breaking sentence. "Emmett needs you back, Travis." Not the name alone. The reason. Travis froze. Emmett stepped out from behind the trough despite Beth's hand reaching after him. His face was pale, under soot. His eyes did not look away from Travis's. "You told me to stop when the danger was down," the boy said. Silas laughed weakly. Listen to the little judge. Travis looked at Silas, at the man who had ordered cages, hunts, fires, and chains. The danger was not down. Not while Silas breathed and commanded loyalty. Not while he could crawl away and gather another pack. Not while mercy would become a road back to Harrow's End. But there were ways to kill, and some of them fed the worst thing in him. Travis released Silas's coat with one hand and struck him with the rebar, not in the throat, not in the open mouth, but across the side of the head with the terrible finality of a man ending a threat rather than feeding a hunger. Silas dropped to the ground. He did not get up. The yard went quiet in fragments. First, the remaining slavers stopped firing. Then the man by the truck ran. Then another followed. A third knelt with both hands raised, sobbing that he was done. The barn still burned, and the truck still ticked hot metal, and people still coughed behind the trough, but the shape of the night changed. The night drive was broken. Travis stood over Silas, shaking from pain, hunger, and the effort of remaining a man. He wanted to fall. He wanted to run. He wanted to wash the smell of blood from the inside of his head. Maddie came to him instead. She crossed the yard limping, rifle lowered, injured arm clutched to her side. She stopped just short of touching him, giving him the dignity of choosing whether contact would help or hurt. "Travis," she said, "look at me." He looked. Her face blurred, sharpened, blurred again. The hunger hated her voice, because it made him remember. The man in him loved it for the same reason. "Is he dead?" Emmett asked from the trough. Travis looked down at Silas. The slaver leader's chest moved once, shallow and broken. Not dead, not finished. Silas's fingers twitched toward the pistol Travis had kicked away earlier. It lay half buried in mud, close enough for a dying hand with enough spite left in it. Maddie saw it too late. Silas moved with the last reserve of a venomous thing. Travis shoved Maddie behind him and lunged, but the damaged leg slowed him. Silas's hand closed around the pistol grip. A shot cracked from the trough. June stood with both arms extended, revolver smoking, her old face calm as stone. Silas jerked once and went still. Nobody spoke. June lowered the revolver slowly. Now he is. Emmett stared at her. Beth whispered, "June." June looked suddenly smaller, but she did not apologize. He was reaching. Travis stepped back from Silas's body. The final shot had not belonged to him. He did not know whether to feel relief or grief or shame for the relief. Maybe all of them. The night did not sort feelings for the living. A groan came from the road. One of the surrendered men lifted his head. Another crawled out from behind a tire with both hands empty. The surviving slavers were no longer an army. They were pieces. Some dangerous, some broken, some already choosing flight over loyalty. Maddie touched Travis's sleeve with 2 fingers, light enough that he could refuse it. He did not. "The fires," she said. The words brought the world back into motion. The barn was burning too fast. The porch had collapsed over the cellar entrance. The field near the truck had begun to smoke where fuel had spilled. The fight against Silas was over, but the fight to keep Harrow's End from turning into a grave had only begun. Travis forced himself to move. "Dimit," he called. "Take Beth and June to the well. Stay behind the stone. Maddie, get Orlan, and anyone who can carry water. Unfazed, with me." The dog limped it aside as if insulted by the idea of being left out. Maddie gave Travis a look through smoke. "You are barely standing. Then give me something useful to lean on." She handed him the rebar. For the next hour, there was no victory. There was only work. Water hauled from the well. Dirt shoveled onto fuel. Burning boards dragged clear with hooks. Men who had been enemies minutes before forced at gunpoint to carry buckets, because living hands were living hands, and the fire did not care about guilt. Emmett ran messages until Beth caught him by the collar and made him drink. June reloaded her revolver with fingers that shook only when no one looked directly at them. The barn could not be saved. They saved the house. They saved the well. They saved the north field from catching. They pulled Orlan's tool chest from the smoke and Maddie's seed sacks from under a collapsing shelf. They dragged 3 unconscious slavers away from flame, not gently, but alive. Travis worked until his injured leg failed and he went down beside the trough. Maddie found him there near dawn, sitting with his back against stone, the broken snare beside him, unfazed head on his boot. The eastern sky had begun to pale. The road was a ruin of trucks, traps, blood, and men who would never return to anyone's camp. Harrow's End smelled of ash and iron. It also smelled of wet earth where the well water had soaked the yard, and that mattered somehow. Maddie sat beside him without asking permission. "I thought you promised to come back," she said. "I am beside the trough. That is almost back. Your standards are terrible. I've been told my plans need supervision." She leaned her shoulder against his good side. Her warmth passed through the coat slowly, human and impossible. He closed his eyes and let himself feel it without flinching. Emmett came from the well with a dented cup. He held it out. "Beth says you have to drink water even if you are weird. Beth is usually right. June says if you argue, she will shoot near you to encourage cooperation. June is also usually right." Emmett looked at Silas's body under the sheet near the road, then back at Travis. "I thought you were going to kill him." Travis accepted the cup. "I did too. But you stopped. Not enough to save him." "You stopped the bad part," Emmett said. "I saw." Travis looked at the boy over the rim of the cup. Emmett's face was older than it had been yesterday, which was a theft no one could repay. But his eyes still held that stubborn belief, bruised now, not broken. "You stopped too," Travis said. "At the porch." Emmett's mouth tightened. "I wanted to hit him again." "I know. I still kind of do. That may happen. Wanting and doing are not the same thing. The space between them is where we live. Emmett sat on the ground in front of him, exhausted enough not to pretend otherwise. "Is it over?" Travis looked at the ruined convoy. Smoke rose from the barn. Surrendered men sat tied near the ditch under Orland's watch. Others had run into the dark, and not every runner would die before finding another road. Captives might be hidden in the trucks. Supplies had to be searched. The dead had to be counted. Harrow's End had survived the attack, but survival was not the same thing as peace. He did not lie to the boy. "Silas is over," Travis said. "The night is almost over. The rest we handle when the sun shows it to us." Emmett nodded, accepting that because it was honest. Maddie reached across Travis and touched the broken snare with the tip of her boot. "We should throw that thing in the deepest hole we can find." Travis looked at the device that had tried to make him into an animal on a leash. Bent wire, split housing, barbs dark with his blood. "Not yet," he said. Maddie studied him carefully. "Why?" "Because people need to see it broken." Beyond the ruined trucks, dawn touched the mile-long road. The light was not clean. Smoke made it red at the edges. Dust turned it gold where tires had torn the earth. It showed every trap, every body, every splinter, every cost. It also showed the farmhouse still standing. Beth helped June toward the well. Orland sat on an overturned bucket with his head in his hands, while one of the former captives put a blanket around his shoulders. A surrendered slaver cried quietly near the ditch, not from injury alone, but from the collapse of whatever story had carried him here. Unfazed, sighed on Travis's boot, as if the whole affair had been loud and inconvenient. Maddie leaned closer, not caring who saw. "When the sun is up, we search the trucks. Silas never traveled light. If he brought prisoners, we find them. If he brought records, we burn the useful parts into memory and the rest into ash. If he brought maps, we learn what roads not to use. You sound like you have plans. My plans are better than yours. That is becoming hard to argue." Emmett lifted his head. "Do the plans still include chickens?" Maddie looked at Travis, and despite the ash, pain, and dead around them, something like a smile found her mouth. "Yes," she said. "The plans still include chickens." Travis looked down the road where Silas's headlights had tried to turn night into a weapon. The lamps were dead now. The darkness they had attacked from had retreated naturally under dawn, not conquered, just changed by time. Travis felt cold to his bones, colder than the morning, colder than any living man should feel. But beside him were a woman who knew his worst hunger and still sat near, a boy who had seen him almost fail and still brought water, an old dog who refused every sensible command, and a house that had not fallen. The cold had not taken everything, not yet, and because it had not, he would rise again when the sun cleared the smoke. He would search the trucks. He would face whatever Silas had left behind. He would keep proving, hour by hour if he had to, that waking cold was not the same as waking dead. Dawn found Harrow's End without mercy. It did not arrive soft over the pasture, or spilled gold across the long road like a blessing. It came through smoke, dust, and the pale breath of burned fuel, turning the broken convoy into a row of dark shapes that looked less like machines than dead animals left in the lane. Travis stood at the edge of the yard and counted every place where the night had taken something from them. The barn roof was blackened above the loft. The south fence leaned where a truck had smashed through wire and posts before dying in the ditch. The well cover had a bullet hole through one plank. 3 bodies lay beside the road under sheets taken from Silas's trucks, and there were more beyond the pasture where men had run into darkness and found traps, briars, or teeth. Unfazed, limped at Travis's side, offended by the morning and by the fact that no one had fed him yet. The dog had a scrape along one ear and dried blood under his muzzle that did not seem to belong to him. He sniffed Travis's boot, sneezed, and sat in a patch of ash as if the world had failed to impress him. "You look terrible," Maddie said from behind Travis. "That is generous," Travis said. She stepped beside him with the rifle hanging loose in her hand. Her face was gray with exhaustion, and soot made dark lines under her eyes. A strip of cloth was tied around her upper arm where glass had cut her. She had refused to sit down until the cellar door was checked twice. The yard was cleared, and every surrendered man had been moved where Orland could watch him. Even now, she looked as if sleep might be an insult offered by someone who did not understand the day. "I am not being generous," she said. "I am making an accurate report. You look like a man who got dragged behind a truck, shot, nearly strangled, and then decided to stand around pretending mourning is a normal thing. Sit before I push you over." Travis looked down at the blood stiffening his shirt where the bullet had struck his side. His body had gone quiet around the pain, which worried him more than the pain itself. He could feel the hole under his ribs as a weight and a cold pressure. It had not killed him. That did not mean it had done nothing. "If I sit, I may not get back up for a while. Then we will enjoy the miracle of you not moving for once." Emmett came from the porch with 2 canteens slung over his shoulder and a blanket wrapped around his narrow frame. His hair stuck up in every direction. He had ash on one cheek and a bruise darkening near his jaw from where he had struck the cellar ladder in the chaos. He looked too young for the night behind him and too old for the way his eyes searched the road. "June says you have to drink," Emmett said. "She says if you say you do not need to because you are different, I should tell Maddie to hit you." Maddie held out her free hand. "I like June more every hour." Travis accepted the canteen. Water tasted wrong to him now, thin and clean in a way that did not answer anything his body wanted, but he drank because Emmett watched. That had become one of the rules of his changed life. When the boy needed proof that he was still trying, Travis gave it. Across the yard, Orlan had arranged the surrendered slavers in a line near the ditch, with their hands bound in front of them. There were 6 left alive from the attackers who had not fled into the fields. 2 were badly hurt and lay on stolen blankets. One man stared at nothing. Another whispered a prayer over and over, though he stopped whenever Travis looked his way. Beth and June moved between the captives from Silas's camp and the people who had fought for Harrow's End. They did not have enough clean cloth. They did not have enough medicine. They did not have enough hands. The former captives tried to help anyway, though many of them moved like sleepwalkers, still waiting for someone to shout an order or strike them for standing too straight. The first truck waited 30 yards down the road. Its windshield had collapsed into the front seat. The flood rack on its roof hung by 2 cables. Silas had ridden in that truck, not because it was safest, but because it made him visible. Even dead, his pride seemed to cling to the dented metal. Maddie watched Travis look at it. "We should start there." Emmett straightened. "I am coming." "You are not," Maddie and Travis said together. The boy scowled at both of them. "I helped last night. I can search a truck." "You helped because we had no gentler choice," Travis said. "This morning gives us choices. You stay near June. That is not fair. Fair died before either of us met it," Maddie said, softer than the words sounded. "Useful is still alive. Be useful near the house. Count blankets. Count water. Ask every freed person if they know their own name and where they were taken from. Some of them will not answer me yet. They may answer you." Emmett's protest faded. That was the kind of task he could not dismiss, and Maddie knew it. The boy looked from her to Travis, then down to Unfazed, as if hoping the dog might take his side. Unfazed scratched his ear and offered no legal opinion. "Fine," Emmett said. "But if you find something important, you tell me." "We will," Travis said. Emmett leaned closer and lowered his voice. "If you find more kids, do not let them see the dead first. They will look before they mean to." Travis felt the words settle deep. They were not the words of a boy who had been protected well enough. They were the words of someone who knew exactly where eyes went after fear had trained them. "I will remember," Travis said. He and Maddie crossed the yard together. The ground was chewed by tires and boots. Here and there the red-brown soil had gone black where fuel had spilled and burned. Spent casings caught the early light like dull seeds. Travis stepped over the broken pneumatic snare where it lay on a feed sack near the porch. He had placed it there before dawn because he had meant what he told Maddie. People needed to see it broken. People also needed to remember that broken tools could still cut. The lead truck smelled of old sweat, gun oil, rot, and Silas. That last part had no name Travis could give without feeling foolish, but he knew it all the same. Some people left behind a scent shaped by soap or smoke or work. Silas had left control behind him. Leather straps, clean metal, bitter tonic. Fear pressed so hard into cloth that it might never leave. Maddie opened the driver's door with the barrel of her rifle. The body inside had already been removed, but the seat was dark and sticky. A ledger sat under the dash in a waterproof pouch. Beside it was a map case, 2 tins of ammunition, a silver lighter, and a small packet of photographs tied with blue thread. Maddie saw the thread and went still. Travis noticed. "Do you know it?" "I know his habits," she said. Silas liked keeping proof. Sometimes it was paper. Sometimes it was hair. Sometimes it was a button from a coat. He said memory made a man powerful. Memory can also make him honest after he is gone. I do not want honesty from him. Travis reached past her and took the packet carefully. "Then we take it for the people he lied about." Maddie swallowed and nodded once. Inside the pouch, the ledger pages were neat. That made them worse. Travis had expected madness, rants, scratches, the frantic record of a cruel man trying to justify himself. Instead, the pages showed columns for names, ages, trade value, origin if known, escape risk, and notes on behavior. Some had marks beside them. Some were crossed out. Some had small circles around them, as if people had become inventory worthy of special attention. Maddie read over his shoulder until her face changed. She stepped back from the truck and breathed through her mouth. "I thought I knew how bad he was," she said. "You knew what he showed you." "I knew enough." "Enough to run," Travis said. "Enough to live." That was not small. She looked at him then, and for a moment the smoke, blood, and ruin lost their sharpness. "Do not be gentle with me just because he is dead. I may break if you do that. I am not being gentle because you are weak. I am being careful because you matter." Her eyes shone, though no tears fell. "That is worse. I have been told my comfort needs work." A laugh escaped her. It was short, rough, and almost painful. She pressed the back of her wrist to her mouth until it passed. They searched the rest of the cab. In the glove compartment, they found keys labeled in Silas's narrow script. In a toolbox bolted behind the seat, they found manacles, extra wire for the snare, and small brass tags stamped with numbers. Maddie took the tags and held them like hot coals. "Cage numbers," she said. He brought a portable pen in one of the rear trucks. Travis looked down the road at the last 2 haulers. One sat sideways across the lane, its rear doors still chained. The other had rolled into the ditch at an angle, and its side panels were scarred where bullets had found it in the night. From that direction, something thumped. Maddie lifted the rifle. The thump came again, faint but real, followed by a muffled cry. Travis started moving before either of them spoke. The road between the lead truck and the hauler seemed longer in daylight because daylight showed everything. A man's hand protruded from beneath one wheel, fingers curled into dirt. Broken glass glittered near the grass. A shoe lay by itself beside a rut, small enough that Travis did not look at it for long. At the hauler, the rear doors were chained to the handles and locked with a heavy padlock. The chain had been wrapped twice, then fed through a bar welded across the frame. Silas had not trusted fear alone to hold his captives. The thump came again from inside. "Back up," Travis said. Maddie took 2 steps away. Travis gripped the chain. The metal was cold, but not as cold as his hands. He pulled once to test it. The lock bit against the bar. He braced one boot on the bumper, set his fingers around the links, and pulled until pain flared through his side, and the world narrowed to the chain, the lock, and Amit's voice in his memory, asking him not to let children see the dead first. The padlock did not break. The welded bar did. It tore loose from the door with a scream of metal. Travis staggered back, chain in hand, breathing hard though. Breath did little for him now. Maddie caught his sleeve, not to steady him, he thought, but to remind him someone was there. "You are bleeding again," she said. "We handle that later. That word is becoming a problem." He opened the doors. The smell came first. Not death, though death had touched the place. Heat, waste, fear, unwashed bodies, stale water, and the sour breath of too many people kept too long in too little air. Daylight entered the holler in a hard rectangle. Shapes recoiled from it. There were 9 people inside. A woman with silver hair held a girl against her chest. 2 teenage brothers crouched behind a crate with their wrists tied together. A man whose face had been beaten nearly past recognition tried to stand and failed. Another woman covered her head as if light itself might strike her. In the rear corner, a boy no older than Amit stared at Travis with empty, terrified eyes. Travis stepped back at once. Matty saw why. His face, his clouded eyes, his blood-dark shirt, his death-cold skin. Everything about him could become another terror before these people even understood freedom had arrived. She lowered the rifle and lifted her empty hand. "My name is Matty," she said. Her voice shook, but it did not break. "Silas is dead. You are at Harrow's End. We are opening the trucks. No one here is going to sell you, trade you, or put you back in a cage." No one moved. The silver-haired woman whispered, "He said that once." "I know," Matty said. "He said many things. He is dead now." The woman looked past her, at Travis. Matty turned just enough. "This is Travis. He helped kill him. He looks frightening. He is not here to hurt you." The teenage brothers stared at Travis's eyes. The beaten man began to cry, quietly and without covering his face. The young boy in the corner did not blink. Travis stayed outside the truck. He lowered the broken chain to the dirt and sat on the edge of the road, not because Matty had told him to, but because making himself smaller seemed like the first decent thing the morning had asked of him. "There is water at the house," he said, keeping his voice low. "Food, too, though not enough yet. We will find more. If you can walk, Matty will show you the safest path. If you cannot, I will carry you, but only if you allow it." The silver-haired woman studied him. "What are you?" The question had haunted him since the glass room. In the early days, it had felt like an accusation. From her, it sounded practical. "Changed," Travis said. "Not gone." The woman took that in, then touched the girl's hair. "My name is Ruth. This is Lenny." She has not spoken since the second camp. Matty climbed into the holler and began cutting ties with a knife taken from Silas's belt. Her hands were steady now. Purpose had found her like a spine. One by one, the captives came down into daylight. Ruth came first, one hand on the door, one arm around Lenny. The brothers followed with their wrists freed but still held close together as if rope had taught them shape. The beaten man leaned on Matty until Travis offered his shoulder. The man looked at him, flinched, then placed his hand on Travis's coat. "You are cold," the man whispered. "I know. I thought cold meant dead." Travis helped him toward the house. So did I. By mid-morning, Harrow's End had become 2 places at once. One place was the farm Matty had promised, with a well that still drew water, fields waiting for seed, and a farmhouse that had survived more violence than its builders could have imagined. The other place was a field hospital, a court, a graveyard, and refugee camps spread across the yard in uneven circles. Emmett moved through those circles with a notebook made from scavenged paper and a pencil sharpened with a kitchen knife. He asked names the way Travis had taught him to ask for tracks, gently, without crowding the answer. Some people gave first names only. Some offered old towns that might not exist anymore. Some could not speak at all. So Emmett drew a small mark beside their place on the blanket map he had made near the porch. He did not call them captives when he spoke to them. He called them guests. Travis heard him say it to the young boy from the truck, the one who had not blinked much even after water was placed in his hands. "You can sit here with the other guests," Emmett said. "That side gets shade after the sun moves. Unfazed might steal your food if you let him, but he does that to everybody." The boy stared at the dog, then at Emmett. "Is the dog safe?" "Not for biscuits. For people, yes." Unfazed huffed, as if deeply offended by this accurate assessment, and lay down with his chin on his paws. Travis watched from the corner of the porch, where June had finally forced him into a chair and cut away enough of his shirt to clean the bullet hole. June was older than she looked when she moved, and younger than she sounded when she gave orders. Her hair was braided tight at the back of her head, and her hands never trembled unless she thought no one saw. "This should hurt," she said. It does. Not enough, apparently. You keep talking. That may be unrelated. She pressed a cloth against his side harder than needed. Does that feel unrelated? Travis gripped the chair arm. Point made. June's mouth twitched. She worked in silence for a while, cleaning what she could, packing the hole with boiled cloth and a poultice that smelled of bitter weeds. He did not know whether his body would heal like a living man's body. It had closed smaller cuts. It had rejected rot. It had stayed standing after things that should have put him in the ground. But bullets were honest objects. They broke what they struck. Maddie came up the steps carrying Silas's ledger and mat case. She had washed her face, but exhaustion still sat in the hollows under her eyes. She paused when she saw June tying the bandage around Travis. He argued, June said. I assumed. He lost. That part surprises me. Travis looked between them. I am still here. For now, June said. Stay in that chair unless the dead themselves come marching into the yard. Even then, ask politely before standing. They usually ignore me. June stared at him. That was not permission to test it. When she left, Maddie sat on the porch step below him. She set the ledger across her knees but did not open it. For a long moment they watched Amit talk to the freed people. The boy had taken to the work with a grave concentration of someone who understood being missed by the world. He is good with them, Maddie said. He knows what not being heard feels like. So do you. Travis looked toward the long road. The bodies had been moved farther down, away from the house and away from children. Orlin and two of the brothers from the truck were digging shallow graves near the oak line. The ground was hard with roots. Every strike of the shovel sounded too final. I was heard before the bites, Travis said. That made the silence after it sharper. Emmett was overlooked even before Silas found him. Maddie opened the ledger. There are 38 names in here with no mark of death or sale after them. We found 9 in the hauler and 4 in the second truck. That leaves 25 people unaccounted for if Silas kept accurate records. Did he? About things he owned, yes. He liked numbers because they made cruelty look organized. Travis leaned forward, ignoring the pull in his side. Where are the others? Maddie spread the map across the porch boards. Several places had been circled in red pencil: camps, storehouses, routes between towns, a quarry, a bridge crossing, and a place marked only as coal to pen. Some may have been sold before he came here, she said. Some may be at a holding site. Some may be dead and not marked. We need to know. I know. He heard the warning in her voice before he understood it. You think I want to leave today. I think you are already measuring the road. There may be people alive in those camps. There are people alive here. The words struck harder than they should have because they were true. Travis looked out at the yard. Ruth sat with Linny in the shade. Beth was teaching the brothers how to boil strips of cloth. Orlin dug graves while trying not to look too long at the faces of the men he buried. Emmett sat beside the silent boy and drew a map of the farm in the dirt with a stick. These were not a pause between battles. They were the point of them. Maddie rested her hand on the ledger. Silas made people chase whatever pain he pointed at. He built his whole world around that. We cannot build ours by letting his paper drag us away before we know whether Harrow's End can survive another night. Travis did not answer at once. He hated how still he had to be. His body asked for dark, meat, and motion. His mind asked for the road. His heart, if the cold had left him enough of one, asked for the people in the yard to stop looking as if freedom might be a trick. Give me a day, Maddie said. One day to sort the living from the dead, the useful from the poison, the truth from Silas's vanity. Then we decide who goes, who stays, and what can be done. One day, Travis said. Do not say it like a sentence passed on yourself. How should I say it? She looked up at him. Like, you trust me to carry part of the weight. That silenced him more completely than June's cloth. Trust had been easy before the glass room. It had been the air inside the walls. After exile, trust had become a tool he handed out carefully because everything living could be lost. Maddie was not asking to take a mitt from him, or command him, or soften him. She was asking him to let her stand under the same roof beam before it cracked. I trust you, Travis said. Her expression changed by degrees, guarded first, then pained, then warmer than morning deserved. That is good, because my plans remain better than yours. That continues to be a problem. For you. Not for the rest of us. A shout rose from the yard before he could answer. It was not panic, it was surprise. Emmett was standing now, notebook in hand, staring down the long road. The silent boys stood beside him. Unfazed rose with a low growl. At first Travis saw only heat, shimmer, and dust. Then movement appeared near the last bend, where the road met the broken county lane. 3 figures walked slowly toward Harrow's End. One leaned on a branch as a crutch. One carried something bundled against his chest. One held both hands high above his head. Orland dropped his shovel and lifted his rifle from the grass. Maddie stood. Those are not our runners. Travis rose despite June's order. Pain opened in his side, cold and sharp. He gripped the porch post until the first wave passed. The figure with raised hands called out before anyone fired. "We are not Silas's people," he shouted. "Please, we just followed the smoke." Maddie looked at Travis. "The road is already bringing us choices." Travis took the rifle she offered but did not point it. "Then we start by hearing them." The strangers stopped halfway down the drive when Orland ordered them to. The man with raised hands was thin, sunburned, and shaking hard enough that his fingers trembled in the air. The one with the branch crutch was a woman with a blood-soaked pant leg and a jaw clenched against pain. The third was a teenager carrying a bundle that made a soft sound. Travis knew before he wanted to. A baby. The teenager saw Travis and nearly dropped to his knees. "Please do not let him come close." Travis stopped where he was. Maddie walked past him without hesitation, hands open, rifle left behind. "He will stay there. I am coming to you." "What happened?" The thin man lowered his hands, only when Orland told him he could. "We were at Pike's Rest. Silas hit us 3 days ago. Took people. Burned the waterhouse. Some of us scattered. We saw the lights last night, then smoke this morning. We thought maybe his convoy broke down." "It did," Maddie said. "For good." The woman on the crutch made a sound that might have been a laugh if it had not hurt. "Silas dead?" "Yes," Maddie said. "He is dead." The teenager holding the baby began to cry with no sound at all. The baby fussed and turned its tiny face into his shirt. Emmett moved before Travis could tell him not to. He crossed the yard with a canteen from his shoulder and held it out to the teenager. "We have water," Emmett said. "Not lots. Enough for now." The teenager stared at him. "You live here?" Emmett glanced back at the ruined convoy, the torn fences, the smoky barn, and Travis standing pale as winter near the porch. "We are working on it," he said. The question of what to do with Silas's surviving men came after noon, when the sun stood high enough to make every smell stronger and every excuse weaker. They had been given water. June had cleaned the worst of their injuries because she said her hands did not become cruel just because theirs had been. Their weapons were stacked near the porch under Maddie's guard. Their boots had been searched. One man had a knife tucked behind his belt buckle. Another had a lockpick stitched into his coat seam. A third had a child's ribbon folded inside his pocket, and Ruth had slapped him so hard the sound carried across the yard. Now the 6 sat beneath the dead elm near the ditch, bound but not gagged. 4 stared at the ground. 1 glared at anyone who looked his way. The youngest could not stop crying. He was perhaps 17, perhaps older and made small by terror. His name, according to the ledger, was Corvin Pate. Silas had marked him as driver, low discipline, useful with engines. The meeting formed because no one person wanted the decision, and no one trusted Silence with it. Travis stood near the porch because June had threatened to tie him to the chair, and because the people still did not know what to do with him close. Maddie stood beside him with the ledger in her hands. Orland leaned on his shovel. Ruth sat with Linny pressed against her side. The new arrivals from Pike's Rest watched from the shade, too fresh in their loss to offer easy mercy. Emmett stood in front with his notebook hugged to his chest. "They helped Silas," Orland said. His voice scraped like stone. "That is enough for me." The glaring man lifted his head. "We followed orders." Orland spat into the dirt. That was not a defense when the orders came for children. You do not know what he would have done to us if we refused. Maddie opened the ledger to a page marked with a strip of cloth. Your name is Hale Driscoll. Silas listed you as armed collection, field discipline, cage rotation. There is a note beside your name that says reliable when punishment is required. Do you want me to keep reading? Hale's mouth tightened. Ruth's hand covered Linny's ears even though the girl had not spoken in days. Read all of it. Maddie did. She read the names of places Hale had helped empty. She read the marks Silas had made when people tried to run. She read until the young driver bent forward and retched into the grass, until the other men shifted as if words had become more dangerous than rifles. When she finished, the yard seemed larger and colder. There are roads for men like that, Orland said. Short ones. Execution, Beth said, not flinching from the word. Say it plain if that is what we mean. Orland looked at her. That is what I mean. A murmur passed through the yard. Some agreed. Some feared agreement. Some looked at Travis, and he understood why. His body had become a question they could all hide behind. Let the half-dead man decide death. Let the cold thing carry the cold choice. He hated them for needing it, then hated himself for hating them. Maddie turned to him. Do not answer just because they are looking. Someone has to. Someone does. Not only you. Emmett spoke before Travis could. If we killed him, do we have to watch? The question struck everyone silent. Orland's face softened with pain. No, boy, you do not. But somebody does, Emmett said. Somebody has to stand close and do it, and then live in the house after. Hale laughed once, ugly and sharp. Listen to the little saint. Travis moved so fast the closest people stepped back. He crossed the ground between the porch and the elm in 3 strides and crouched in front of Hale, not touching him, not needing to. The man stopped laughing when Travis's white eyes met his. Speak to him again like that, Travis said, and this meeting becomes simpler. Hale swallowed. The hunger in Travis heard the man's pulse. It was fast. It was loud. It ran under the skin like a drum, meant to call him closer. Travis held himself still until the sound became only sound again. He stood and faced the yard. Mercy cannot mean forgetting what they did. It also cannot mean becoming Silas because Silas made the morning hard. Easy for you to say, the woman from Pike's Rest said. Her name was Mara, and her injured leg was propped on a folded sack. Maybe your people are standing here. Mine are missing. My sister might be in one of those places on his map. If this one knows where, I would cut answers out of him if I could stand. No one condemned her. They had all been near that edge in different ways. Travis nodded. Then we begin with answers. Every survivor of Silas's crew tells what he knows about camps, routes, names, and caches. If he lies and we prove it, his chance changes. Chance at what? Orland asked. Living long enough to make repairs, dig graves, clear the road, help undo what they helped make. Then exile if the people here agree. Hale barked another laugh, but killed it when Travis looked at him. You think we are going to build your little farm? Maddie stepped forward. I think your hands are going to blister before sunset. I think if you refuse, Orland gets his short road. I think if you run, Travis follows where the dead ignore him, and you do not get far. The young driver raised his head. Tears had left clean tracks to the grime on his face. I will talk. I will tell everything I know. Corvin, Hale snapped. Shut your mouth, the driver said, surprising everyone, including himself. He left my brother at the quarry because fever made him slow. He said boys are cheaper than bullets. I drove because I was scared. I'm still scared. I'm done pretending it was anything else. The words loosened something in the yard. Not mercy, not forgiveness, a first crack in the wall of fear that had made Silas large. Maddie knelt in front of Corvin. Where's the cold pen? He looked at the map, then at Travis, then at the people who waited as if one word might open a grave or a door. Old dairy plant north of the quarry, he said. Concrete walls. Metal freezer rooms. Silas used it when he had too many people for the road cages. There are guards there. Maybe 12, maybe fewer after last night because he pulled men for the convoy. Mara made a small broken sound. Pike's Rest people. Some, Corvin said. I saw a woman with a red scarf, dark hair. She fought until they put 3 men on her. Mara closed her eyes. That is Sella. Travis felt the road rise inside him again. North of the quarry. Concrete walls. Freezer rooms. Alive people behind metal doors. His body leaned toward it before his mind gave permission. Maddie saw. Of course she saw. Not alone, she said. I can walk through infected towns, Travis said. I can get close without drawing the dead. That does not make you immune to men with guns. We learned that last night. If people are locked in freezer rooms, waiting may kill them. Mara gripped the edge of her sack until her knuckles paled. My sister is there. I am going. You cannot stand, June said. Then drag me. The yard became a storm of voices. Orlin argued for fortifying first. Ruth argued that no one left in a pen should pay for their exhaustion. Beth said the children at Harrow's End needed guards more than heroes. The teenage boy with the baby said nothing, but his eyes stayed on Corvin, as if deciding whether truth had a shape he recognized. Emmett slipped through the voices and came to Travis's side. You are going to go, he said quietly. I may have to. Then I am going too. No, you are staying here. The words were blunt but not alone because Travis forced more after them. You are staying here because this place needs you, and because I need to know you are alive when I come back. Emmett's face hardened. You said that like there's a chance you will not. There is always a chance. That is not helpful. It is honest. Honest can still be mean. Travis looked at him, and some of the cold inside him softened around the boy's anger. You are right. I am sorry. Emmett blinked. Apologies still surprised him when adults gave them without being forced. Maddie raised her voice, cutting through the argument. That is enough. We decide with a plan, not with panic. Corvin draws the dairy plant. Every road, every door, every guard post he remembers. Hale and the others confirm or contradict him, and they do it tied to that elm under Orlin's rifle. Travis rests until dusk because June says he stands between us and an infected walk if he falls in the road. At sundown, a small group goes. Travis, me, Corvin for the approach, and one more shooter. Me, Mara said. June opened her mouth. Mara pointed at her injured leg. I can shoot sitting down. I cannot sit here while Sella freezes behind a door. Do not ask that of me. Travis expected Maddie to refuse. Instead, she studied Mara with a hard kindness. You ride in the wagon until we set position, Maddie said. If you slow us before that, we turn back with or without your blessing. If you panic and fire early, people die. If you can follow that, you come. Mara nodded once. I can follow it. Orlin looked ready to object, then rubbed both hands over his face. I am too old for this many brave fools. Stay here and guard the house, Maddie said. That is not less brave. It is less loud. He grunted. You make it sound insulting enough to be true. As the meeting broke into tasks, Travis remained by the elm and looked at the 6 surviving slavers. Their fate had not been settled. It had only been postponed into usefulness. Maybe that was mercy. Maybe it was cowardice wearing a cleaner shirt. He did not know. Hale watched him with hatred bright in his eyes. You think the people here will love you after this? Hale said softly. They will use you until the fear wears off. Then they will remember what you are. Travis crouched again, slower this time because his side pulled hard. I know what fear does to people. I have had gates closed behind me. Then why save them? Travis looked toward Emmett, who was helping Corvin draw a map in the dirt while still keeping a careful distance from him, because a closed gate is not the only thing people can build. They left at dusk in a wagon that had once carried hay and now carried rifles, rope, water, Mara's anger, and a former slaver who could not stop shaking. Corvin sat near the front with his hands tied loosely enough to hold the reins, but tight enough to remind him that trust had not been granted. Maddie sat beside him with a pistol across her lap. Mara lay in the wagon bed on a folded blanket, injured leg braced between sacks of salvage grain. Travis walked behind them until the farm disappeared under the low line of trees, then moved into the ditch and kept pace where the shadows gathered first. Arrow's End looked smaller from the road. The farmhouse became a pale shape. The barn became a dark tooth against the evening. Smoke still lifted from the burned roof and trailed into the purple sky. People moved in the yard, carrying boards, water, blankets, and the unsteady promise that the place would not collapse while Travis was gone. Emmett stood on the porch with unfazed at his feet. The boy did not wave. Neither did Travis. Waving felt too much like admitting distance. They looked at each other until the road bent and trees took the house away. Maddie spoke without turning. "He will be angry until you come back." "I know." "Then come back." "That is my plan." "Your plans have a way of bleeding. Your plans brought us here. My plans are allowed character flaws. Yours are not." Mara gave a hoarse laugh from the wagon bed. "Are they always like this?" Corvin answered before thinking. "Better than Silas's road talk." Maddie looked at him. "Do not mistake conversation for forgiveness." "I do not," Corvin said quickly. "I only meant he likes silence unless he was the one breaking it." Mara's laugh died. "Do not say his name unless you have to." Corvin nodded and kept his eyes on the road. The infected appeared 2 miles north, scattered to a dead orchard where the trees had been stripped of fruit and most of their bark. They turned toward the wagon at the sound of wheels, mouths opening, hands lifting. Travis stepped from the ditch before Maddie could raise her rifle. The dead saw him and did not see him. Their attention passed over his shape like water over stone. One came close enough for its shoulder to brush his coat. It smelled of damp cloth and old decay. Its jaw clicked twice, confused by the living scent in the wagon and the cold wrongness standing in its path. Travis caught it by the collar and turned it away from the road. It staggered, then wandered after the others when he pushed it toward the orchard. Corvin stared so hard he nearly drove the wagon into a rut. "Watch the road," Maddie said. "They ignore him," Corvin whispered. "Mostly, they ignore me." "Does it hurt?" Travis walked beside the wagon for a few steps. Being ignored? Corvin flinched. Being like that. Mara made a low sound of disgust. "You do not get to ask him personal questions." "He can ask," Travis said. "I do not have to answer." Corvin's face reddened. "I am sorry." Travis looked at the orchard. The dead drifted between the trunks, gray shapes under gray branches, each one a person emptied of choice. "It hurts less than remembering I could have become one of them. It hurts more than I let people see." Maddie turned her head just enough to look at him. He said nothing else. They reached the old dairy plant after full dark. It rose beyond a field of weeds and broken concrete, squat and pale beneath the moon. The main building had loading bays on one side and a rusted sign hanging crooked above the front. A chain fence surrounded the property, but sections had sagged or been cut. 2 lanterns burned near the main entrance. A third moved along an upper walkway where a guard paced slowly with a rifle. The cold pin was real. Travis felt it before he saw the freezer doors. A pressure in the place, as if suffering had soaked into the concrete and learned how to breathe. Corvin guided the wagon into a stand of young pines south of the building. He climbed down when Maddie told him and drew the layout in damp soil by moonlight: loading bay, office, old processing room, freezer hall, guard bunk near the back, generator shed, and pens made from chain panels inside what had once been a storage room. "How many?" Travis asked. "For guards, maybe 8 now, maybe 12. It depends who ran after the fight." "What about prisoners?" Corvin's voice thinned. "Last I saw, 16. Maybe more if they caught people after Pike's Rest." Mara closed her eyes. "That is Sella." Maddie studied the building. "We do not have numbers for a fight. We need fear, confusion, and doors open fast." "We have the infected in the orchard," Travis said. Maddie stared at him. "Tell me that is not your plan." "They follow sound. They ignore me. If I draw them close to the fence and cut an opening, the guards will think the dead are the attack. While they move to the fence, you and Mara take the generator shed. Darkness inside. I open the freezer hall. That is a terrible plan. Is it worse than yours? Mine was still forming. It had time to become beautiful." Mara checked her rifle with careful hands. "Ugly will do if it opens the doors." Maddie looked from Mara to Travis, then to the dairy plant. Corbin stays here tied to the wheel. If he shouts, runs, or does anything heroic without permission, I let Mara decide what happens. Corbin swallowed. I understand. Travis stepped away before the argument could grow. He moved through weeds and cracked pavement toward the orchard, not running, not hiding from the dead because there was no need. The infected noticed the living breath behind him in the pines and drifted that way, but Travis moved between them and the wagon until their attention broke. He found an old metal feed pan near a collapsed shed and struck it against a fence post. The sound rang across the orchard. Heads turned. He struck it again. The infected began to gather, slow at first, then with that awful shared certainty that made them seem less like many bodies than one hunger wearing many skins. Travis walked backward toward the plant, striking the pan, drawing them step by step from the trees. A dozen moved first, then 20 more shapes came from the dark. At the fence, he found the sagging section Corbin had marked. The wire was patched with rusted chain and a board nailed crooked across the gap. Travis pulled the board free and twisted the chain until links gave. The first infected pressed through behind him. It did not touch him. Another caught its shoulder on the wire and tore cloth and skin without noticing. The upper guard saw movement. "Dead at the south fence," he shouted. "Dead at the fence." A bell clanged near the entrance. Men ran. Lanterns swung. The dairy plant woke in panic. Travis slipped away from the infected stream and crossed low behind an abandoned tanker. 2 guards reached the fence and fired into the crowd. Muzzle flashes lit the weeds. The dead fell, but others pressed over them. One guard cursed and backed away. Another called for help from the loading bay. Across the yard, Maddie and Mara moved toward the generator shed. Mara limped despite the brace, but she used the limp like patience, moving only when shadows covered her. Maddie stayed close, one hand ready to steady her, the other holding a knife. Travis reached the side door Corbin had described. It was locked from inside. He pressed his ear to the metal and heard shouting deeper in the building. Boots on concrete. A woman crying. A man ordering someone to load rifles. He drove his shoulder into the door. Pain tore through his side, bright enough that his vision flashed white. The door bent, but held. He hit it again. The frame cracked. On the third strike, the latch tore loose and the door slammed inward. Inside smelled like sour milk that had died years ago and never been buried. Moonlight entered behind him. Ahead, a hall stretched past old offices with broken windows. A guard rounded the corner with a pistol and stopped dead when he saw Travis. "What are you?" the guard whispered. Travis crossed the hall and struck him before he could fire. The pistol clattered away. The guard hit the wall and slid down, gasping. "Changed," Travis said, though the man had not earned the answer. The lights cut out. Maddie had reached the generator. Darkness fell through the dairy plant. It was not complete. Moonlight slipped through high windows. Lantern glow flickered near the fence. Muzzle flashes pulsed outside, but inside the halls, men who knew the building by daylight became strangers to their own feet. Travis moved by sound. A saw behind metal, a chain dragging, a guard breathing too fast in the office to his left. He opened the office door and caught the man trying to climb out a window. The guard kicked wildly. Travis pulled him back, struck his head against the desk, and left him breathing on the floor. The freezer hall waited beyond a double set of swinging doors. The air changed when he entered it, colder than the night, and wet with condensation. 4 freezer rooms lined the corridor. 2 had modern padlocks added through drilled steel plates. 1 had a chain wrapped around the handle. The last had a guard in front of it, rifle shaking in his hands. "Stay back," the guard said. Behind the door, someone whispered a name. It might have been Sella, or it might have been Prayer. Travis walked forward. The guard fired. The bullet tore through Travis's shoulder and spun him half around. He hit the wall, caught himself, and kept coming. The guard fired again and missed because fear had taken his hands. Travis reached him, slammed the rifle aside, and drove him into the freezer door hard enough to make the people inside cry out. The guard slid down and did not rise. Travis took the keys from his belt. The first freezer opened on a smell that almost brought him to his knees. People crowded the back wall, wrapped in sacks and each other. lips dark from cold, eyes huge in the gloom. They recoiled from him until he stepped aside and lifted the keyring where they could see it. "You are leaving," he said. "Follow the wall to the south door. A woman named Maddie will guide you. If you see infected, stay behind me or inside the light from the lanterns. Do not run into the yard alone." No one moved. A woman's voice came from the second freezer. "Is Mara alive?" Mara shouted from somewhere outside, fierce enough to cut through gunfire. "Sella, I am alive, and if you are not out here in 2 minutes, I am coming in to yell at you myself." A sound rose from the freezer room. It might have been grief. It might have been laughter. It was both. The prisoners began to move. The rescue became a chain of hands in dark corridors. Travis opened locks. Maddie appeared at the far door with a lantern and a stolen shotgun, directing people through the safest path. Mara sat behind a concrete block near the generator shed and fired carefully at any guard who tried to cross the yard. Sella, dark-haired and wrapped in a torn red scarf, came out supporting a boy on one side and an old man on the other. She saw Mara and almost collapsed, but Mara barked at her to keep moving, because love could wait until bullets stopped asking questions. The infected pressed harder at the fence. They had found a torn section and spilled into the yard. One guard ran from them and straight into Travis near the loading bay. He saw Travis, saw the dead behind him, and dropped his rifle. "Please," he said. Travis looked at the prisoners stumbling into the pines. He looked at the guard's clean boots and the keys on his belt. "Run west," Travis said. "If you follow us, you die tired." The man ran west. A shot cracked from the roof. Not at Travis. At the line of prisoners. The old man beside Sella jerked and fell. People screamed. The roof guard worked the bolt of his rifle and aimed again. Travis climbed. There were stairs inside, but stairs belonged to men with time. Travis ran up a rusted service ladder bolted to the side of the building. The metal tore at his palms. His injured side burned with each pull. The roof guard heard him halfway up and swung the rifle over the edge. Travis caught the barrel as it fired. The shot went wide into the night. He came over the parapet like something dragged from a grave. The guard stumbled back. I did not know they were prisoners. Travis crossed the roof. You knew they were people. The guard tried to lift the rifle again. Travis took it from him and threw it into the yard. Then he hit the man once, hard enough to end the argument without feeding the hunger that wanted worse. Below, Maddie's lantern moved through the pines. Prisoners followed it. Mara's voice counted them. Sella's answered. Corvin shouted that the wagon was ready. Terror and relief tangled together. Travis stood on the roof as the infected took the yard below. They tore into the abandoned guards who had not run fast enough. Blood darkened concrete. The sounds rose, wet and brutal, and the hunger in Travis rose with them. He closed his eyes. Not mine, he told himself. Not ever. When he opened them, he saw a small face in a high window across the roof. A child, hidden in an office the others had missed. Her hands pressed against the glass. Her mouth moved, but no sound reached him. Travis ran across the roof, found the access door locked from the outside, and tore it open. The child was in a storage room with 2 other children and a woman too weak to stand. The woman had hidden them under coats when the guards started shouting. She stared at Travis as if deciding whether the monster at the door was better than the men who had locked it. "Maddie," Travis shouted down the stairwell. More inside. 3 children and 1 adult. His voice echoed through the dead plant. The woman whispered, "Are you sick?" Travis looked at his blood on the floor, his pale hands, the dead eyes reflected in a shard of glass. "Yes," he said, "but I am still choosing." The woman reached for him. He carried her down first. The children followed with their hands gripping the back of his coat, and for the first time since the bite, the cold in him felt less like exile and more like a strange kind of lantern, terrible to look at, useful in a place no living person should have been able to cross. They reached Harrow's End near sunrise with 22 freed people, 1 stolen wagon, 3 rifles taken from the dairy plant, 4 sacks of grain, a crate of medicine that smelled like dust and vinegar. and grief riding in every space left between them. The old man shot in the yard had died before they crossed the orchard. His name was Tom. Sella had known him from Pike's Rest. She said he fixed shoes before the world broke and still kept a needle behind his ear, as if civilized habits could shame the dark into behaving. They wrapped him in a canvas tarp and brought him back, because Mara said he was not being left under Silas's concrete. Travis walked behind the wagon for the last mile, though Maddie told him 3 times to climb aboard. His shoulder had gone stiff around the bullet graze. His side ached with each step. Dried blood made his shirt crackle when he moved. The hunger had not left him. It had grown quiet in the way a wolf grows quiet when it has learned where the goats sleep. He hated that thought so much he almost stumbled. Maddie dropped back beside him. Dawn silvered her hair at the edges and made the shadows under her eyes deeper. She carried her rifle across both hands. Her knuckles were split. There was a bruise along her cheek where a guard had caught her with the edge of a door before she put him down. "You are doing it again," she said. "You mean walking? Punishing yourself by pretending it is discipline. I am keeping watch. The road behind us has Corvin driving, Mara half asleep with a rifle in her lap, and Sella glaring at anything that moves. The road is watched." Travis looked ahead at the wagon. Corvin did drive like a man who expected judgment from every rut. Mara had one hand on her sister's sleeve, even in sleep. Sella's red scarf moved in the morning breeze like a flag no one had chosen, but everyone noticed. "I heard them at the plant," Travis said. Maddie waited. The infected. When they reached the guards. "I wanted." He stopped before the old word could take shape wrong in his mouth. "I wanted what the dead wanted." For a moment, I did not feel separate from them. Maddie did not flinch. That helped more than any comfort she might have offered. "For a moment," she said. "Moments can open doors. So can people. You opened more doors than hunger did last night. That does not erase it. I am not asking it to. I am asking you not to hand it more power by pretending it is the only true thing about you." He walked several steps with that in him. The road curved gently through a stand of young trees. Birds moved in the branches, small and ordinary, almost insulting in their indifference to men and monsters. "When I carry the children down," he said, one of them held my coat. She was shaking. She did not let go. "Because you were getting her out." Because she did not know yet what I was. Maddie stopped walking, forcing him to stop too. The wagon creaked ahead for several yards before Corvin noticed and slowed. "Listen to me," Maddie said. "She knew you were frightening. She knew you were cold. She knew you had blood on you, and white eyes and a voice like someone talking from the bottom of a winter well. She held on because you were the way out. Do not steal that choice from her after the fact, just because it makes your shame easier to understand." Travis looked at her. "You make kindness sound like a fight. It usually is." He almost smiled. It came slowly and did not fully find his mouth. But she saw it anyway. "There," she said. "Still in there. What is?" "The man Emmett keeps insisting is cool, though I remain undecided on his taste. His taste in dogs is questionable. His taste in guardians is better." They walked on. When Harrow's End appeared, the porch filled before the wagon reached the gate. Emmett ran first, of course, with Unfazed loping behind him and barking as if he had personally ordered the sunrise. June followed with Beth and Ruth. Orlan came from the roadblock carrying a rifle in one hand and a hammer in the other, because in the few hours they had been gone he had apparently decided guarding and building could happen at the same time. Emmett stopped short when he saw the number of people in the wagon. His face changed from relief to understanding to determination. "We need more blankets," he shouted over his shoulder. "And the soup pot. The big one, not the cracked one." June looked at the wagon and muttered a prayer under her breath. Then she started giving orders in a voice that could have organized a hurricane. The yard swallowed the newcomers carefully. People moved aside to create space. Ruth brought water to the children. Beth helped the weak woman from the dairy plant sit in the shade. The silent boy from the first holler watched the new children with solemn attention, then placed his own biscuit near them without a word. Linny, still silent, moved from Ruth's side long enough to pull a blanket over one child's knees. Travis stood at the edge of it, suddenly outside the life he had helped drag home. Emmett reached him and wrapped both arms around his middle before remembering the injuries. He pulled back fast. "I am sorry. Did that hurt?" "A little. I am not sorry enough to regret it. I did not ask you to." Emmett looked up at him, eyes bright and angry. "You were gone too long. We brought people back. That is why I am only a little mad." Travis rested a hand on the boy's hair. "That is fair." Emmett held up his notebook. "I counted everyone here while you were gone. Then I made categories like Maddie said, except I did not make them mean ones. We have people who can dig, people who can cook, people who know plants, people who know engines, people who are too hurt and need sitting jobs, people who need quiet, and people who should not be left alone yet. That is good work. I also counted the slavers. Hale tried to scare me. Orland hit the tree beside his head with the shovel and told him the next swing would be less confused. Travis looked at Orland, who lifted one shoulder without apology. "We need rules," Emmett said. "We do. Not Silas rules. Not Old Wall rules either. Better ones." The phrase landed harder than the boy knew. Old Wall rules. Travis saw again the reinforced glass, the men with rifles, the gates opening just long enough to remove him from certainty. He understood why those rules had existed. He also understood what they had cost. Maddie came up beside them. "The boy is right. Before tonight, every person here needs to know where they sleep, who watches which hour, what happens if infected come, what happens if raiders come, and what happens if someone decides Travis is either a weapon or a curse." Emmett frowned. Who would decide he is a curse? Several people in the yard looked away too quickly. Travis had expected it. He had not expected Emmett to see it so fast. The boy's face tightened. "He saved all of you." "Saving someone does not erase fear," Travis said softly. "It should. It helps. It does not erase." Emmett looked ready to argue, then looked at the children huddled near Ruth and the adults who could not meet Travis's eyes. His anger shifted shape. It did not vanish, but it learned where to stand. "Then the rules should say nobody gets to be cruel because they are scared," he said. Maddie nodded. "That is a start." They held the first meeting of Harrow's End as a settlement that afternoon, beneath the dead elm, the same place where Silas's survivors still sat, tied and watched by Orland. It was not grand. No one had clean clothes. Half the people were too tired to stand. Children fell asleep during the discussion and woke whenever voices sharpened. The dead were not yet buried because there were too many needs in too few hours. Maddie opened with facts. Water from the well was good but had to be rationed until storage barrels were cleaned. Food would last perhaps 9 days if stretched thin and less if more refugees came. The fields could grow beans, corn, squash, and potatoes, but only if planted soon. The road gave them warning, but warning was not defense by itself. The convoy wrecks had to be stripped by sunset. The bodies had to be moved beyond the lower field and burned if they had turned or buried if they had not. The old barn needed bracing before rain. Travis added what he could. The infected would ignore him, but not the settlement. Blood and noise would draw them. Burn pits had to be far downwind. No one traveled alone. No one opened a gate or barrier without a second person watching. If a person was bidden, they would not be murdered in panic. They would be secured, watched, and given a chance to speak until the truth showed itself. That last rule changed the air. Ruth looked at Travis for a long time. "Because of you. Because certainty can become cruelty if it is too hungry," he said. Mara rubbed her sister's hand between both of hers. "And if they turn." "Then we do what we have to," Travis said. "But we do it after we know." June nodded. "That rule stays." Erlang grumbled. "Makes sense. Harder than shooting too soon. Usually the right thing is." Hale laughed from beneath the elm. "Listen to yourselves. A farm full of ghosts and fools writing laws under a dead tree." Sella turned on him so quickly Mara caught her sleeve. "You do not get to speak unless someone asks for rot." Travis looked at Hale, then at the group. "He is trying to make anger easier than order." That was Silas's method. "Do not say his name like you knew him," Hale snapped. Maddie stepped into the center of the circle. "We knew him by what he left on us." That is enough. For a moment, all the broken roads seemed to meet in her, the escaped girl from Silas's obsession, the woman who had led them to this farm, the fighter who had shut down the generator in the cold pen. She did not look untouched by fear. She looked like fear had tried to own her and found no title deed. Harrow's End is not a camp, she said. It is not a market. It is not a cage with nicer words. Anyone who stays works if they can, rests if they must, and follows rules made where all can hear. No one is property. No one is tribute. No one is traded. Children eat before adults, argue about pride. People who bring danger here answer for it. People who are strange are not condemned for being strange. People who are cruel do not get to hide behind being scared. Emmett whispered, "That one is mine." Maddie heard him and smiled without looking over. "That one is Emmett's." A few people laughed. It was not joy, exactly. It was the first sign that breath could leave the body for reasons other than pain. Travis watched the circle and felt the cold in him settle. It did not warm. He did not think warmth was something his body would ever truly remember. But there were other kinds of temperature. Work had one. Trust had another. A room where people argued rules instead of begging guards had another still. At the end of the meeting, Ruth raised her hand. "What do we call ourselves?" she asked. "If people come down that road and ask what this place is, what do we say?" Orland snorted. "Tell them it is a mess." Beth said, "A living mess." Emmett looked at the farmhouse, the torn fence, the broken convoy being stripped into usefulness, the children asleep under patched blankets, and Travis standing at the edge of the circle because he still did not know where to place himself. "Tell them it is a place that opens the door slow," Emmett said, "but opens it." No one laughed that time. Maddie looked at Travis. He looked at the road. In his mind he heard the gate of his old community slam shut again, hard as a verdict. Then he heard another sound layered over it, softer, rougher, made by many hands dragging boards into place, not to keep one frightened man out, but to give the living time to decide with care. "Harrow's End," Travis said. "For now, that is enough." The bell came from the dairy plant, though it did not ring until 2 nights later. It was not a real bell at first. It had been a dented metal wheel rim hanging from a post near the old loading bay, used by Silas's guards to call men to violence or prisoners to fear. Corbin had pointed it out when they searched the plant for remaining supplies. Maddie wanted to leave it. Mara wanted to throw it into a ditch. Emmett, after hearing the story, asked whether bad things stayed bad if good people used them differently. That was how the rim came back in the wagon and ended up hanging from the dead elm at Harrow's End. Orland hit it once with a hammer to test the sound. The note rolled across the yard, harsh but clear, and every freed person flinched. Orland lowered the hammer as if it had burned him. "Bad idea." "Not forever," Ruth said, surprising him. Lenny stood beside her, still silent. One small hand twisted in Ruth's skirt. "Maybe the first sound hurts because the old meaning is still standing close. That does not mean it owns the metal." So they left it hanging. They agreed 1 strike meant meeting. 2 meant infected on the road. 3 meant armed people in sight. Continuous ringing meant everyone to shelter, no questions, no delay. "What if someone rings it by mistake?" Emmett asked. "Then everyone gets practice being annoyed and alive," Maddie said. For 2 days, Harrow's End became a place of hands. Hands stripped tires from ruined trucks and rolled them near the barn for future barriers. Hands carried bodies to the lower field. Hands dug until palms split. Hands washed cloth, sorted ammunition, hammered boards, lifted stones, mended wire, stirred thin soup, soothed children from nightmares, and wrote names on scraps of wood because paper might burn, but carved letters would last longer. Even the surviving slavers worked under guard, dragging wreckage from the road and digging latrine pits beyond the windbreak. Hale resisted until Travis walked with him to the first grave. The grave belonged to a woman from Pike's Rest, whose name no one knew. She had died in the dairy plant before the rescue. Her body had been found in the side room under a tarp, and Sella said she deserved earth even if her name had been stolen. Travis handed Hale a shovel. "Start digging." Hale stared at the grave marker. "I did not kill her." You worked for the man who made her nameless. Start digging. You going to stand there all day? If that is what it takes." Hale looked at the white-eyed face before him, then at Orland's rifle, then at the people watching from a distance. He dug. By sunset, his hands had blistered and split. No one cheered. No one forgave him. The grave closed anyway, and that mattered more than his feelings. Corvin worked differently. He took engines apart under Beth's supervision and explained which fuel lines could be saved. He did not ask to be trusted. He slept tight at night and accepted the rope without complaint. On the second afternoon, Emmett brought him water. Corvin looked at the cup, then at the boy. "You do not have to do that." "I know. I helped take kids." Emmett's face tightened. "I know that too." "Then why bring water?" Emmett thought for a moment. "Because Maddie says rules matter most when you do not feel like following them. Also because, if you pass out, somebody has to carry you. And Travis is not supposed to lift heavy things until June stops glaring." Corvin accepted the cup with both hands. "You are strange. Everybody here is strange. Drink the water." Travis heard the exchange from the barn shade and turned away before Emmett could see his face. Pride was a dangerous warmth. It made the cold feel less absolute, and he did not yet trust any feeling that made him want to hope too quickly. Maddie found him there with a bundle of clothes over one arm. "June says you need a cleaner shirt. Ruth says she can alter this one. I say you should stop wearing every fight like a flag. It warns people. It scares people. Not the same thing. Sometimes useful. So is a shovel. I do not sleep with one beside my head unless I expect trouble." Travis accepted the shirt. It was dark blue, patched at the shoulder, and too broad in the chest. Someone had washed it with lye soap and dried it in the sun. The simple decency of it made him hesitate. Maddie watched him. "What is it?" "I have not put on a clean shirt without wondering whether I would need to run in it." "You may still need to run. That does not mean you have to smell like smoke while doing it." He almost laughed, and she smiled when she saw him fight it. They stood in the barn shade while the settlement moved around them. The romance between them, if that was the name for what had grown in the space between fear and trust, did not arrive like the songs people used to sing before the world ended. It arrived in practical offerings. A clean shirt, a shared watch, a hand on a sleeve when hunger sharpened, a joke delivered because grief had made the air too tight. It arrived as Maddie stepping close enough that others could see and choosing not to step away. "I need to tell you something," she said. Travis folded the shirt over his arm. "All right. When Silas first took me, I thought if I survived him, I would leave people forever. I thought wanting others near was what made a person easy to trap. Then Amit told me about you in that cage. He had no proof you were coming, except that he believed you would. It sounded foolish. It also kept him breathing." Travis looked toward the yard, where Amit was helping Lenny arrange carved name markers in careful rows before they were carried to the lower field. "He has done that for me more than once," Travis said. "I know. I think he did it for me, too, before I had permission to admit it." She took one step closer. "Not much, but enough. I am not saying anything clean or easy," she continued. "I am not promising I will never wake angry or afraid or thinking I hear chains when there are none. I am not asking you to promise you will never feel the hunger or never disappear into your head where none of us can follow. I am saying I am here. I choose that today. I may need to choose it again tomorrow." Travis held very still. The cold inside him had always made stillness simple. This was different. This was stillness because even a breath might mishandle what she had placed before him. "I do not know what I can give back," he said. "Then do not decorate it. Tell me what is true." He looked at her, at the woman who had seen the blood at his mouth and stayed, who had argued him into rest, who had brought people out of a dark building and then returned to sort blankets because survival was not dramatic enough to excuse neglect. "When I think about leaving," he said, "I count you with Amit and unfazed before I count myself. That frightens me because the world takes what I count." Her eyes softened. "Then count anyway." "Maddie, I am trying." "Count anyway, Travis. The world has taken enough without us handing it the rest early. He reached for her hand. His fingers were cold. Hers closed around them anyway. Neither of them kissed. Not then. Too many people needed water, and June was watching from the porch with the expression of a woman who would weaponize tenderness if it delayed medical care. But Maddie squeezed his hand once, firm and real, and for Travis it felt more intimate than any hurried claim could have been. The first true alarm came that night. 2 strikes on the rim. Travis was at the north fence with Orlin when the sound cut through the dark. Harsh metal rolled over the yard. People moved at once because they had practiced. Children were gathered into the cellar. Lanterns were covered. Shooters took places behind the wagon barricade. Ruth counted heads in the kitchen. Beth checked the back door. Emmett ran to his assigned place near the cellar stairs and hated every step of obedience. Travis climbed the wash platform they had built from truck boards against the old oak. From there he could see the mile-long road under moonlight. Shapes moved near the far bend. There were infected, many of them. They were not wandering, they were following. His stomach tightened with a different kind of fear. Behind the dead, far back where the road met the dark county lane, a small flame moved. Then another, and Travis understood that they were torches. Orlin saw them too. People driving the dead ahead of them. Maddie climbed up beside Travis, rifle in hand. Silas had friends. Or enemies who want what he failed to take, Travis said. The infected advanced in a loose pack, drawn by noise from the torches, by scraps of bloody cloth tied to poles, by men clever enough to use the dead as a gatebreaker. The settlement was not ready for another siege. The road was still scarred from the last one. Many traps had been sprung. The new barriers were half built. Half their people could barely stand. The cold inside Travis went perfectly still. How many living? Maddie asked. 6 torches, Orlin said. Could be more without light. Maddie's jaw set. They think we are weaker than we are. They may be right, Orlin muttered. Travis watched the infected. They were still far enough that the settlement had minutes, not hours. If the dead reached the barricade in a mass, panic would do more harm than teeth. If the living attackers waited for that panic, they could shoot into the yard from safety. He climbed down from the platform. Maddie followed. Tell me you are not about to use yourself as bait again. I do not need to bait them. I need to redirect them. The dead ignore me, but they follow sound and fresh blood. Those men are guiding them with both. If I take the cloth poles and turn the pack into the east gully, the dead miss the road. And the living men? You handle them if they come close. That is not a complete answer. It is the answer we have time for. Emmett appeared at the cellar door despite every rule. I heard. Go back down, Travis said. I am not going outside. I am giving you this. He held out the broken pneumatic snare's handle. The barbed loop had been removed. Orlan had cut it down and fixed a hook to the end for dragging wreckage. It was ugly, heavy, and strong. Travis stared at it. Emmett lifted his chin. You said people needed to see it broken. Maybe now they need to see it used for something else. Maddie looked at the boy with something like awe and fear mixed together. Travis took the handle. Silas's weapon felt different without the snare loop, but memory lived in the grip. His fingers closed around it, not as a victim, not as an animal dragged by the throat, but as a man choosing the tool's new meaning. Stay inside, Travis said. Emmett nodded. Come back angry if you have to. Just come back. Travis went over the barricade and into the road. The infected came in a wash of gray bodies, lit from behind by torches that made them into crawling shadows. The living men shouted and clanged metal, driving them forward. Travis walked straight into the pack. Dead hands brushed his coat. Slack mouths turned near his face and then away. He moved through them like cold water through reeds. The first torchman saw him too late. Travis burst from the front edge of the infected, hooked the pole with the altered snare handle, and ripped the bloody cloth away. The torchman shouted and swung a hatchet. Travis drove the hook into the man's belt and yanked him off balance, then shoved him hard toward the gully. The man rolled into weeds, alive but screaming. The infected turned toward the fallen torch. Another torchman fired. The bullet passed through Travis's coat and grazed cold skin. Travis did not slow. He hooked the second pole, snapped it, and flung it down the gully after the first. The dead followed the scent and flame, stumbling over the edge in a tumbling press of bodies. Gunfire cracked from Harrow's End. Maddie and Mara shot from behind the barricade, not wasting rounds, choosing targets by torchlight. One attacker dropped. Another threw his torch and ran. Travis moved in the center of the chaos, taking poles, turning the pack, refusing the hunger that rose with every scream. The altered snare handle became a shepherd's crook for nightmares. He used it to pull scent rags from the road, to trip men who came too close, to shove infected away from the barricade path. Each motion changed the meaning of the tool a little more. The last torchman was smarter than the others. He stayed back with a rifle and aimed not at Travis but at the watch platform, where Maddie had shifted for a clearer shot. Travis saw the angle. He threw the handle. It spun end over end through torchlight and struck the rifle barrel as the man fired. The shot went high, splintering a branch above Maddie's head. O'Arlen answered from the platform. The torchman fell backward and did not rise. Without living drivers, the infected lost purpose. Some followed flames into the gully. Some wandered into the field. A few drifted toward the barricade, where Travis moved among them and turned them aside one by one until the road cleared enough for silence to return. When it was over, he stood alone in the moonlit lane, surrounded by gray figures that did not know him, and living people who did. Behind the barricade, the rim rang once. Not an alarm. A meeting call. Travis turned. People were coming out of shelter, not rushing, not cheering, not safe enough for either. They gathered near the barricade and looked at him in the road. Some still looked afraid. Ruth held Linny close. Mara kept her rifle ready. Corvin stared, as if trying to understand whether redemption could begin, with a cup of water and a night of not running. Emmett stood at the front with Maddie beside him. The boy lifted one hand. Not a wave goodbye. A signal home. Travis walked back through the thinning dead, cold as ever, hungry as ever, changed as ever. But the barricade opened for him before he reached it. No one slammed it shut. The gap stayed open long enough for him to pass through with the last of the road dust on his boots, and the altered snare handle gone somewhere in the ditch behind him. No one reached for a lock. No one lifted a rifle toward his chest. Orlin watched the road over Travis's shoulder, but the old man's stance guarded him from what remained outside, instead of guarding the settlement from what had come home. That difference was small enough for fear to question and large enough for Travis to feel in whatever part of him still answered to mercy. He stepped inside the barricade and stopped because his legs had begun to tremble. The hunger was still there, folded tight under the smell of fresh blood and torch smoke. The cold was still there, deep and patient. Nothing inside him had been cured by a gate opening. Maddie came to his side and slid her arm around his back before he could refuse help. She did not make a show of it. She simply took some of his weight and dared anyone to tell her not to. Emmett took the other side with both hands pressed against Travis's sleeve, too small to carry much and too determined to be told otherwise. The people of Harrow's End watched them cross the yard. Some watched with fear. Some watched with gratitude. Some watched as if both feelings had been braided together, and they did not know which strand to pull first. That was honest enough for the first night. At the dead elm, the metal rim swayed from its rope, still humming faintly from the meeting strike. Travis looked at it and thought of Silas using sound to command terror. Then he thought of Ruth, saying metal did not have to keep its old meaning. Emmett followed his gaze. Does this mean we are really a town now? Travis looked at the patched porch, the torn road, the armed watchers, the sleeping children hidden below the floor, and Maddie holding him upright, as if choosing him had become part of choosing this place. It means we are trying, he said. Emmett considered that, then nodded with the seriousness of a judge. Trying counts if you keep doing it. Then we keep doing it. The cold bell hung above them in the moonlight, no longer only a warning and not yet a promise. Behind it, Harrow's End breathed through another hard night, damaged and crowded and alive. Travis stood beneath that harsh metal note with his strange white eyes open, and for the first time since the gates of his old home had closed, he let himself believe that a door could be more than the shape of rejection. Mourning did not make Harrow's End gentle. It only made the damage easier to name. Sunlight showed every board split by gunfire, every rut torn through the road, every patch of dry grass flattened by bodies and boots. It showed the windows where blankets had been nailed in place after glass failed. It showed the old feed shed sagging at one corner because someone had driven a truck through the support posts in the night. It showed the people too, and daylight was not kind to them either. Travis stood near the well with his hands wrapped around a tin cup he did not need. He held it because Emmett had pressed it into his fingers, and because sometimes a thing could be useful even when it did nothing for the body. Steam rose from the water. He watched it curl around his knuckles without warming them. His skin stayed the same cold shade it had been since the bite. That was not new. What felt new was how many people were close enough to notice and still stayed. Ruth sat on the porch steps with Linny tucked against her side. The little girl had finally fallen asleep after crying through half the night without making much sound. Corbin leaned against the porch rail, arms folded, eyes moving from Travis to the road and back again. Mara had cleaned her rifle before breakfast and now carried it unloaded as an apology and a promise. Orland sat under the dead elm, sharpening a hatchet with slow, careful strokes. Every scrape of the stone against metal seemed to say the same thing. A town was not made by surviving one attack. A town was made by what survivors decided afterward. Maddie came from the house, carrying a ledger that had once belonged to Silas. She had torn out the pages that named people as property and burned those beside the road at dawn. The pages that listed routes, camps, caches, and safe wells were stacked under her arm. She had not slept. Travis could see it in the way her steps took more effort than she wanted anyone to know. June says if we do not hold a meeting, everyone will make their own rules by noon, Maddie said. June has learned our people quickly, Travis said. She has learned people. This place is not special enough to escape that. Fear starts writing laws the moment no one else does. Emmett stood beside the well with unfazed pressed against his leg. The dog had accepted the boy's breakfast and then acted burdened by the obligation to remain near him. Emmett looked from Maddie to Travis with the serious attention of someone who had been included in too many terrible decisions and refused to be excluded from the next one. What kind of rules? Emmett asked. Maddie opened the ledger on the well stones. The paper still smelled faintly of smoke. The kind Silas never allowed. The kind that tell people what we will not become. Travis looked toward the ditch where the surviving attackers sat bound under guard. They were not shouting now. Hunger and daylight had reduced them to men instead of a force. 2 had asked for water. 1 had asked whether they would be shot. 1 had stared at Travis and whispered that Silas had promised to them the cold man could not be real. Travis had not answered. He had no energy left for comforting the people who had come to take children from his porch. If we write laws while angry, they will sound like revenge, he said. Maddie met his eyes. Then help write them before someone else does. They gathered under the dead elm because the metal rim still hung from its rope there, and because the shade gave people a shape to stand around. Nobody called it a council at first. That word felt too grand for a yard full of broken glass and smoke-stained blankets. Yet people came, one by one, carrying cups, bandages, and children. The freed captive stayed near Ruth until she stood. Then they rose with her, not because anyone ordered them to, but because her age and her steady hands had become a small post they could lean against. Mara spoke first, surprising everyone. I raised my rifle at Travis last night. I thought I was protecting us. I was wrong enough that I need to say it before any rule gets made. Fear can sound righteous when it is holding a weapon. No one answered at once. Some people looked away because they had raised weapons too. Some looked to Travis as if waiting for him to accept the apology in public and spare them the effort of making their own. Travis did not want that power. He had been forced outside one gate by people who were convinced power and fear were the same tool. He would not build a second home from the same broken parts. You were afraid, he said. Fear is not a crime. What people do with it can be. Mara nodded once. The movement was stiff but honest. Then the first rule should be that fear does not get the last vote. Emmett's face changed as if he had just seen a door open. Can that be a rule? It can be a beginning, Maddie said. They wrote it down in plain words on the back of one of Silas's maps. June objected to using his paper until Ruth said a cruel man's map might finally lead somewhere decent if they turned it over. That settled the matter. The rules grew slowly. No person could own another. No child would be traded, bartered, hidden as payment, or sent out alone. Food would be counted before it was divided, and children, the sick, and those unable to work would eat first. No outsider would be admitted with a weapon in hand. No one would be thrown out after dark, unless they were in immediate danger and only with more than one witness. Captured enemies would not be tortured. They would work under watch until a safer judgment could be made, and any who had harmed children would face a harsher reckoning once the town had enough hands and daylight to search the records properly. That last rule caused the first true argument. A young man named Pike, one of the freed captives, stepped into the circle with his fists clenched. He had a split lip and eyes that kept returning to the bound attackers. Work under watch? That is what Silas said about us when he wanted a clean word for chains. Maddie closed the ledger slowly. I know. Then do not use his kind of mercy. Mercy is not his. It will feel like his if the same men who dragged us here get soup before sunset. Murmurs moved through the group. The bound attackers heard enough to stare at the dirt. Travis watched Pike's chest rise and fall. He recognized the shape of the Fury. Hunger had a shape in him now, but Fury had always had one. It made everything sharp and simple. It told the hurt part of a person that justice should leave blood on the ground, because blood was the only language pain trusted. You want them dead, Travis said. Pike turned on him. Do not say it like I should be ashamed. I am not saying that. I am asking if it is true. Pike's mouth twisted. Yes, I want them dead. I want them afraid first. I want them to know what the inside of that truck smelled like when the door would not open. I want them to hear someone crying and know nobody's coming. Ruth closed her eyes. Linny stirred against her side. Maddie looked down at the paper because she knew the truth in those words too well. Travis stepped closer, slowly enough that nobody flinched. If we kill them because they are dangerous, that is one decision. If we kill them because fear is demanding payment, that is another. I have to know which one we are making. Pike stared at him. Easy for you to say. You scare everyone now. The words struck harder than Travis expected because they were true enough to hurt. He looked at his hands around the tin cup. They looked almost human in the morning light if he did not look too long. I scare myself, Travis said. That is why I need rules written by people who do not let my fear decide for me. The circle became quiet. Even unfazed, stopped worrying a scrap of cloth between his teeth and lifted his head. Pike's anger did not vanish. It lowered, but it did not leave. That seemed more honest than any sudden forgiveness would have been. What if one of them knows where other cages are? Emmett asked. Everyone looked at him. He gripped his pencil so tightly it might break. If we kill them too fast, we might lose names. Roads had names. Camps held answers. Kids might still be waiting. I hate them too. I just hate the cages more. That ended the argument for the moment, not because everyone agreed, but because no one wanted to tell the boy he was wrong. The morning rule was written after that. Anger could speak. Fear could speak. Neither could rule alone. When the meeting ended, people did not cheer. They drifted back to work in tired pairs and uneasy groups. Some carried the first page of rules into the house so June could copy them. Others went to repair the porch, haul water, dig deeper graves, and sort supplies from the trucks. A town had been named, but the naming did not lift the tools by itself. Travis remained under the elm with Maddie. The metal rims swung above them, quiet for once. That was harder than fighting Silas, Maddie said. Silas only tried to kill us. People we save can ask us what saving means. She studied him with the faintest curve of tired humor at the corner of her mouth. You are becoming dangerously wise. It is irritating. It may pass. I hope not. He looked at her then. She did not turn away. Something had grown between them in the spaces where neither of them had planned for it. Not a soft thing. Not easy. It had grown with blood on their clothes, smoke in their lungs, and children sleeping in cellars. Yet it was real, and that made it more dangerous than hunger in a different way. Maddie, he said, I know. I did not say anything yet. You are going to say you are cold, changed, dangerous, and not fair to stand beside. You were going to give me a speech that sounds noble but mostly lets you run before I can choose. Travis looked toward the road. That is uncomfortably close. Then say something else. He tried. Words that had carried him through repairs, plans, fights, and council arguments failed at the edge of her. He thought of his old community, pushing him out. He thought of the Mitt's hand on his sleeve. He thought of Maddie stepping between him and the fear of strangers with nothing but a steady voice. I cannot promise warmth, he said. Her expression softened. I am not asking you to become a stove. I cannot promise I will never frighten you. You already have. I stayed. I cannot promise the hunger will ever leave. Maddie reached for the tin cup and took it from his hands. Then she set it on the well stones as if clearing space were something more important. Then promise me the truth when it gets bad. Promise you will not hide in the field and decide alone that leaving is kinder. Promise you will trust me with the ugly parts before they turn into secrets. Travis felt the cold in him shift, not leaving but making room around pain. I can promise that. She took his hand. Her fingers were warm. His were not. She did not let go. Across the yard, Emmett watched them for 3 full seconds, then turned away with exaggerated dignity and pretended to be fascinated by unfazed tale. Ruth saw and smiled for the first time since the truck door opened. The morning did not become gentle. The yard still smelled of smoke and fear. The graves still waited. The roads still held prints from men who had come to break them. But under the dead elm, with laws written on the back of a tyrant's map, and Maddie's hands steady in his, Travis understood something he had missed when his old gates shut behind him. A verdict could exile a man. It could not decide what he built after he walked away. The first frost came 3 mornings later, thin as breath over the pasture and bright along the fence rails. It silvered the broken road, softened the scars in the dirt, and made the dead grass look almost clean. For a few quiet minutes before the sun rose high enough to burn it away, Harrow's End seemed like a place painted over rather than a place repaired. Then Orland dropped a crate on his foot, swore with impressive imagination, and the town remembered itself. Work had changed shape after the siege. The first 2 days had been for graves, water, and deciding who could stand without help. The 3rd day belonged to lists. Every blanket, nail, can of food, medicine bottle, length of wire, and useful tire from Silas's convoy was counted twice. Maddie wrote figures in one ledger, while Emmett copied them into another, slower but proud. Ruth organized the freed people into tasks without making the tasks feel like commands. Pike kept asking for the hardest jobs and took offense whenever someone tried to spare him. Mara trained anyone old enough to hold a tool how to carry it without stabbing a neighbor by accident. Travis took the night watch because the dead ignored him and because he did not sleep like the others. He could sit on the roof of the feed shed for hours, listening to coyotes, wind, the low steps of infected drifting through the fields, and the small domestic sounds that meant a settlement was alive. Someone coughing, someone whispering comfort to a child, someone dropping a pan in the kitchen and apologizing to the dark. Those sounds had become precious to him. By daylight, he repaired what his hands could manage. He reset posts, hauled beams, sorted wire, fixed 2 lanterns, and rebuilt the pump handle after it snapped during breakfast. People still watched him, some with gratitude, some with unease. But the watching had begun to change. It was less like staring at a danger and more like learning where a strange tool belonged. Emmett named the roof of the feed shed Travis's cold perch. Maddie told him not to make it sound so proud, or Travis would start brooding up there professionally. Travis said nothing because the description was not entirely wrong. On the frost morning, Travis was mending the outer barricade when unfazed, stood, sniffed the road, and gave a low growl. Every tool in the yard stopped. The dog did not bark at the dead. He rarely bothered. This growl was for the living. Mara moved first, lifting 2 fingers toward the watch platform. The watcher rang the metal rim once, not the full alarm, just the notice. People put down hammers and reached for cover with less panic than they would have shown a week earlier. Fear had not left them, but it had been given chores. Travis stepped through the barricade and onto the road. The frost cracked under his boots. Far down the mile-long lane, a single figure stumbled into view between the fields, one hand raised, the other pressed to his side. He wore a gray coat patched at the elbows and a red scarf wrapped around his neck. Even at a distance, Travis knew the way he moved. Maddie came beside him with her rifle. "Do you know him?" Travis did not answer at once. Memories stood between him and the road like a wall. The men had stood at Travis's old gate on the day they drove him out. He had not shouted. He had not cursed. He had simply held a shotgun with shaking hands and looked anywhere except Travis's face while the gate slammed shut. His name was Elias Rusk. He had 2 daughters, a talent for making bad coffee, and a laugh Travis had once heard from across the workshop when the world still allowed laughter to travel that far. "I knew him," Travis said. Maddie heard the difference. "From before." "Yes, I do." Emmett had come up behind them despite the rule that children waited during road calls. Nobody sent him back, because he was already there, and because he had learned to hear the old hurt in Travis's voice. The man stumbled closer. He saw Travis and stopped so suddenly he nearly fell. His hand dropped from the air. His mouth opened. No sound came at first. Travis waited in the road. Elias finally found his voice. "They said you were dead. People have said many things about me." "Travis, please listen." The name sounded different from a man who had known it before the bite. Emmett looked up sharply. Maddie kept the rifle low, but ready. Elias took one more step, then sank to his knees in the road. Not out of respect. His legs simply failed. Blood darkened his coat near the ribs. Not fresh enough to spray, but not old enough to ignore. He looked past Travis toward the barricade and the people gathered behind it. "Please," Elias said. "I did not know where else to go." For a moment, nobody moved. That plea belonged to the man on the road, but it also belonged to the past. Travis heard his own voice behind glass telling people he was still himself. He heard the gate. He heard the final bar sliding into place. Maddie stepped forward. "What happened?" Elias flinched at her tone, then tried to stand and failed again. North wall failed. Generator blew. Then the east storage caught fire. We pulled people into the infirmary and old schoolhouse, but the dead came through the orchard. We sealed the inner yard. That bought time, not much more. Travis felt the words find old rooms inside him. North wall. The generator room, the orchard, and the schoolhouse were all places he knew. He knew the streets between those places better than he knew the lines in his own changed hands. "How many inside?" he asked. 30, maybe less now. "Children, too. Mara Kells sent me to find help." "Mara Kells held a rifle on me at the gate," Travis said. Elias shut his eyes. "We all did." The words should have been an apology. They were not enough for one. Maybe no words could be. Orland came from behind the barricade, hatchet in hand. "That settlement threw you out?" "Yes," Travis said. Ruth's face hardened. Pike made a low sound in his throat. The people of Harrow's End knew enough of Travis's story to understand the shape of the moment. They did not know the names, the faces, the way a place could be home, until it decided your breath was a threat. Elias looked around and seemed to understand that judgment was not waiting on the far side of the road. It had already arrived. "I cannot fix what we did," he said to Travis. "I will not pretend fear made it clean. I came because children are trapped behind the infirmary glass, and because you know the generator room, and because the dead do not see you the same way. I came because if anyone can cross that yard, it is you." "And if I say no?" Travis asked. Elias swallowed. "Then I will get up and keep looking until I fall. I would deserve that." They would not. That was the first honest thing he had said. The road held its breath. The frost was already melting where sunlight touched it. Water ran in thin lines through the tire ruts. Silas had left. Travis looked back at Harrow's End. Maddie watched him, not asking, not pushing. Emmett's eyes were wide with worry and something like pride already forming before any choice had been spoken. "We owe them nothing," Pike said from behind the barricade. "That may be true," Ruth said. But owing is not the only reason to help. Pike turned on her. They threw him out. I heard. They would have let him die? I heard that too. Then why are you not angry? Ruth looked down at Lenny, who stood beside her with one hand wrapped in her skirt. I am angry. I am also tired of letting cruel choices teach us how to answer suffering. Travis looked at her for a long moment. Ruth had lost more than most, and still spoke as if mercy were a tool with a handle. Heavy, but usable. Maddie came closer. You do not have to go alone. I move faster alone through infected. That is a fact, not an answer. He almost smiled. You are getting very difficult to argue with. I was difficult before. You were distracted. Emmett stepped into the road. I am going too. No, Travis and Maddie said together. The boy's jaw tightened. You said fear does not get the last vote. Fear does not get to send a child into a breach settlement either, Maddie said. I know the difference between hiding and being useful. Travis knelt, though the movement pulled at every healing tear in his side. You are useful here. Elias said there are children. Some may come back with us. They will need someone who knows how to speak without sounding like a guard. That is you. Mitt searched his face. You are not saying that just to leave me behind? I am saying it because you are better at that than I am. That landed where argument could not. Emmett looked toward Elias, then toward Ruth and Lenny. His shoulders lowered. Bring them back, he said. I will try. Do more than try. Travis placed a cold hand on the boy's shoulder. I will do everything I can and still tell you the truth afterward. By noon, the plan was written in charcoal on a board. Travis would go ahead on foot through the infected and open the service path if he could. Maddie, Mara, Orlin, and 2 volunteers would follow in the repaired flatbed with blankets, water, and tools. Elias would ride with them after June cleaned and tied his injury. Emmett would stay at Harrow's End with Ruth and keep the children ready in case refugees returned before dark. Nobody liked the plan. That did not make a better one appear. Before they left, Travis went to the broken snare hanging on the wall of the feed shed. Its barbs had been removed. Its handle was cracked. He took it down and carried it to the truck. Maddie frowned. Why bring that? If the old wall needs a reminder that monsters can be broken, this has served that purpose before. And if they point weapons at you again? Travis looked down the road toward the place that had cast him out. Then they will have to decide whether their old fear is stronger than their need to live. Maddie climbed into the truck beside him. That sounds like a dangerous test. Most true tests are. The flatbed rolled out under the dead elm bell. People stood in the yard and watched them go. Emmett held unfazed by the collar because the dog had decided the rescue was his business and objected loudly to the leash. Ruth lifted one hand. Pike looked away as if he did not want anyone to see that hope had offended him. Travis walked ahead of the truck once they reached the main road. The dead began appearing after the first mile, drifting between cedar trunks and ruined fence lines, turning their ruined faces toward the sound of the engine and then away from Travis as he passed. They smelled him and dismissed him. That old horror had become an advantage again, but today it felt heavier. He was going back to the place that had measured him as a danger. He was returning as the only person who could cross its dead-choked yard. By late afternoon, the old settlement wall appeared through the trees. It looked smaller than memory and worse than fear. Smoke rose behind the north corner. A section of wall leaned outward where the support beams had failed. Infected crowded the ditch and gate, pressing hands and faces against the wood as if they had all come to collect on the verdict. Once past there, Travis stopped at the edge of the tree line. Maddie stepped down beside him. She saw his face and did not speak right away. Beyond the wall, someone screamed. The old gate shook under the hands of the dead. Travis picked up the broken snare handle and started walking. The dead parted for Travis without kindness. They did not welcome him. They simply failed to understand him as prey. Their bodies pressed and shifted around him, shoulders knocking against his arms, fingers sliding over his coat, mouths opening to scents that did not wake the hunger they followed. To the people watching from the trees, he must have looked like a man walking through a river of rot and teeth. To Travis, it felt like punishment shaped into a gift. He could smell them. That had never gone away. Old blood, sour-skinned, wet cloth, dirt packed into fingernails, the copper trace of torn mouths. The hunger inside him stirred at the nearness of so much ruined flesh, confused by what his mind rejected and his changed body recognized. He gripped the broken snare handle until the wood creaked. Not that. Never that. He held those words inside himself like a prayer he had not earned. At the gate, the infected were thick enough that the hinges groaned under their weight. Travis shoved between them and reached the side latch. It was the same latch he had repaired twice in the months before the bite. He remembered the day it froze in winter, the way Mara Kells had laughed because he had cursed the metal more fluently than anyone expected from a quiet man. He remembered sanding the catch smooth. He remembered thinking no gate failed if enough hands cared for it. Then he remembered that same gate opening just wide enough to force him into exile. His fingers closed around the latch. A voice shouted from the watch slit above, "Do not open it." Travis looked up. A narrow face stared down at him through a gap in the boards. Jameson Veo. Younger than Travis by 10 years, old enough to have helped load the last supply truck Travis had ever driven. Jameson's eyes widened when recognition broke through fear. "Travis, is that you?" "Open the inner brace," Travis said. Jameson disappeared. Voices argued behind the gate. The dead pressed harder, not because of Travis, but because they heard the living. Wood groaned. Something snapped high on the right. Travis raised the broken snare handle and jammed it through the latch ring, using it as a lever. The motion tore pain through his side, but the latch shifted. Behind the gate, someone pulled the brace. The opening cracked wide enough for one body. A dead woman lunged toward the sound beyond it. Travis caught her by the coat, spun her into 3 others, and shoved hard. The mass staggered. The gate opened another foot. "Now," Travis called. Maddie drove the flatbed hard from the tree line, horn silent, engine low. Mara and Orlin stood in the back with poles and axes, knocking infected aside as the truck surged toward the gap. The dead turned toward the engine at last. They moved in a wave. But Travis stepped into the thickest part of them and became a stone in their current. He did not fight like a man trying to win glory. He fought like a door hinge refusing to break. He shoved, tripped, kicked knees, drove the snare handle into jaws and wrists and ribs. Dead hands tore at his coat without purpose. Teeth scraped his sleeve and found cold skin beneath. One mouth closed on his forearm, bit, and released as if the taste meant nothing. Maddie saw it from the truck and shouted his name. "Keep moving," he called back. The flatbed smashed through the gap and into the outer yard. Travis followed, dragging the gate half shut behind them. Jameson and another man dropped the brace into place with a heavy thud. The dead struck the outside almost at once, but the pressure eased because the engine had moved beyond their reach. For one breath, Travis stood inside his old home. The yard was chaos. Smoke crawled from the north wall where the generator shed had burned. 2 houses near the orchard had black windows. The old schoolhouse door was barricaded from within. The infirmary, once a seed storage building before the plague, had blankets stuffed along the cracks and white cloth tied to its handle. People moved between cover in short, panicked runs. Others stared at Travis as if the dead had delivered him back as judgment. Maddie jumped from the truck and scanned the yard. "Where are the children?" Jameson pointed toward the infirmary. 7 there, 3 in the schoolhouse, maybe more in the cellar under Gray's. "We lost count when the orchard broke." "You lost count of children," Mara snapped. Jameson flinched. "We lost the yard." An older woman stepped from behind a rain barrel with a pistol in both hands. Her hair was shorter than Travis remembered, but her voice had not changed. Mara Kells had once managed the wall crews with a patience that could humble stubborn men. Now smoke blackened one side of her face, and her eyes carried the exhaustion of someone who had been deciding who lived for too many hours. "Travis," she said. He looked at her pistol. She lowered it, not quickly enough to hide that instinct had put it there. "Mara, listen." The name felt strange. There was a Mara at Harrow's End now, and the old one before him seemed to belong to a story that had not known how it would end. Her gaze moved over his clouded eyes, his pale hands, the dried blood on his shirt. "Elias found you. He found the road. I was on it." Mara closed her mouth, accepting the correction. "The generator room is blocked. We cannot power the infirmary pump without it. The backup battery will not last through night. The East Sally path is full of infected. If we try to move the children across open yard, we lose them." Maddie stepped beside Travis. "Then we clear the Sally path and move them through the flatbed." Mara looked at her. "And you are?" "Someone who did not throw him out." "Keep up." Orland coughed into his fist, hiding what might have been a laugh. Travis did not laugh. He was staring at the glass room across the yard. It had been a storage office before the plague. After the first bites, they reinforced it for quarantine. The glass still shone in one wall, cracked now but holding. A cot lay inside. Chains hung from a bolt where they had tied patients who turned violent. He saw his own hands gripping the edge of that cot. He heard himself saying he was still himself. He saw faces beyond the glass deciding that hearing him would cost too much. A child's face appeared behind the infirmary window, pale and round, watching him. The past folded. The present grabbed him by the throat. "Show me the generator," Travis said. Mara led him and Maddie across the yard. People moved aside. Some whispered his name. Others made signs with their hands. Old habits from the first outbreak, as if warding off infection could work on memory. A man Travis had once helped lift a roof beam stared at him with tears in his eyes. Another raised a rifle halfway, saw Maddie's rifle settle toward him, and lowered it again. The generator shed had collapsed along one wall. Smoke still bled from the roof. Inside, the main unit sat blackened but not destroyed. Travis knew its frame. He had rebuilt a belt housing from scrap and bike chain. He had carved a notch into the workbench near it after burning his hand on a hot bracket. The notch was still there. "Fuel line split," he said after one look. "Belt slipped when the support beam came down. Fire burned the insulation but not the coil. I need wire, pliers, clean cloth, and 5 minutes when nothing tries to eat me." "You get 3 minutes and a prayer," Maddie said. "That will have to do." The infected reached the East Sally path before the tools arrived. 4 crawled through a gap under the fence where the ground had washed out. Jameson shouted. Mara ran. Travis did not think. He crossed the yard faster than any living man should have managed on so little rest. The first infected had been a farmhand once, maybe someone Travis knew, but the face was too ruined to name. It lunged toward a girl carrying bandages. Travis struck it behind the knee, drove it down, and broke its skull against the stones. The second came at Mara Kells. She fired once. The shot cracked through the yard and dropped it, but 2 more pushed in behind it. Maddie took one with the butt of her rifle and shoved it into Travis's reach. He ended it with the snare handle. The other clawed toward the infirmary door where small hands had appeared around the curtain. Travis caught it by the back of the shirt and slammed it into the wall. The skull broke with a wet sound. Blood spread across the boards, dark and thick. The hunger in him flared so suddenly that he locked his jaw hard enough to ache. Maddie saw. Of course she saw. She moved between him and the body, not as if he would harm her, but as if she knew exactly which site to block. "Look at me." He did. "Name 3 things in the yard," she said. "Truck, smoke, glass. Name the boy waiting at home. His name is Emmett. Name the dog stealing his lunch. The dog is unfazed. Name me." His voice came rough. "You are Maddie. Good. Stay with me. You are here. You are not that hunger. Fix the generator." He breathed, though breath did little. The hunger folded back into the dark, still awake, still listening. He turned away from the blood and went into the shed. The work saved him. It always had. Machines did not ask what he was. They asked whether his hands knew where pressure belonged. He stripped burned insulation, twisted wire, tied it with cloth, reset the belts, and used a crowbar to lift the support enough for Orland to shove stone under the frame. Sparks spat when he crossed the contact. Smoke stung the room. Then the generator coughed, failed, coughed again, and caught. The lights in the infirmary flickered on. A sound rose from inside. Not shearing. Something more fragile. Relief before it trusted itself. Travis stepped out of the shed with soot on his face, and his hands blackened. Mara Kells stared at him. She looked older than she had an hour ago. "We put you out," she said. "Yes, I do. You came back. There were children." Her eyes filled. "I am sorry." The words were small against the gate, the glass, the weeks of hunger and road. They could not repair the day they had made. They could not give him back the belief that home was permanent. Yet they were not nothing. "Be sorry later," Travis said. "Open the infirmary. We are moving them before dark." Mara nodded and began giving orders. The evacuation took 2 hours that felt like one long breath held until the ribs ached. Travis crossed the yard again and again because the dead did not follow him. He carried children who clung to his coat after they understood he was not one of the things outside. He carried an old man whose fever made him mutter old songs. He carried a woman in labor from the schoolhouse cellar to the flatbed, while Maddie walked beside him with a blanket raised to hide the blood on the road from her eyes. One child, a boy with a shaved head and a missing front tooth, touched Travis's cheek with 2 fingers while Travis carried him. "Are you dead?" the boy whispered. Travis kept walking. "No, not yet." "Are you alive?" He thought of the glass room. He thought of Harrow's End. He thought of Maddie's hand in his. "I'm working on it," he said. The boy considered this with grave respect. "My uncle says work counts if you keep doing it." Travis almost stumbled. "Your uncle is wise," he said. By dusk, the first flatbed was full. Harrow's End volunteers loaded blankets, tools, and the most fragile survivors. Some from the old settlement refused to leave. Others looked at the broken walls and understood that pride would not hold until morning. Mara Kells came to Travis beside the gate. She held a ring of keys in one hand and the old settlement ledger in the other. "There are more supplies in the south storage. We can hold 2 nights if the north wall is braced. After that I do not know." "Then come with us now," Travis said. She shook her head. "Some will not move unless I stay long enough to make them believe leaving is not surrender. I will bring who I can tomorrow." Maddie watched her with hard eyes. "Tomorrow might be too late." "I know." Travis looked through the gate. Infected pressed at the outer road, drawn by engine, gunfire, and the concentrated scent of living fear. The way out would be worse than the way in. Mara followed his gaze. "The main gate will not survive another rush. Then we do not use it." He led them to the old drainage cut behind the orchard. He had helped dig it before the ground froze in the first year after the world fell apart. The outlet was hidden under brush beyond the wall. He had told them then that every settlement needed an ugly road nobody bragged about. Nobody had listened after he left, but nobody had filled it in either. The flatbed could not fit through the cut. People could. They moved in lines, children first, then the injured, then those who could carry supplies. Maddie led the first group through. Orland brought the truck around to meet them at the far side. Mara and Jamin stayed behind to brace the inner yard until the last group could go. Travis remained at the cut, guiding people into the dark channel one by one. An old man stopped in front of him. Travis knew him, Abel Cross, who had once sharpened every saw in the settlement and told stories so long that people aged while listening. Abel's hands shook around a canvas bag. "I voted yes," Abel said. Travis looked at him. "For what?" "For sending you out. I told myself it was mercy because we did not shoot you. That was a lie that let me sleep." It did not help much. Behind him, the dead struck the gate hard enough to shake the latch. "Go," Travis said. Abel's eyes filled. "I am sorry. Carry someone smaller than you when you get through." The old man nodded and entered the cut. That became the only answer Travis accepted. Sorry was breath. Work was proof. The last group entered the channel under a sky turning purple with evening. Mara Kells came last. But before she stepped down, the gate split. The outer boards cracked inward. Dead hands burst through the gap. Jameson yelled and fired twice. The sounds punched into the yard. Travis grabbed Mara and pushed her toward the cut. "Go now. You cannot hold them all." "I do not have to hold them all. I have to hold them long enough." Maddie shouted from the far end of the drainage cut, but the distance swallowed the words. Travis turned toward the breaking gate. The dead came through in a flood. He stepped into them with the broken snare handle in both hands, and the place that had cast him out watched him become its wall. There was no clean way to fight the dead when there were too many to count. Clean belonged to stories told after people washed their hands. The yard became impact, breathless force, splintered boards, wet strikes, and the hard rhythm of survival. Travis did not swing to kill every infected that crossed the gate. That would have been pride, and pride had built enough graves. He fought to bend the flood sideways. The old settlement yard sloped toward the orchard. He used that. He shoved the first bodies down the grade and let those behind stumble over them. He broke ankles, crushed knees, slammed heads into posts, and used the broken snare handle like a staff, until the wood split under his grip. Dead hands grabbed him and released. Teeth found his coat and skidded away from flesh they did not understand. A living man would have died in the first crush. Travis survived because the infection had made him wrong in a way the dead could not read. That did not mean he could not be torn apart. A heavy infected in a lineman's coat slammed into him from the side and drove him against the rain barrel. The barrel cracked. Old water spilled over his boots. Another seized his shoulder. A third clawed at his face, nails scraping under one white eye. Pain flashed bright. He drove his elbow backward and felt bone give. The hunger roared up, wild with the smell of blood and broken meat. He nearly slipped. For one terrible instant, his mind filled with the urge to bite back, not to survive, not to defend, to feed. The thought came without language, older than conscience, fast enough to shame him after it had already reached for his mouth. Then he heard Emmett in memory. Bring them back. He heard Maddie. Name me. He heard the old gate. He heard the new one opening. Travis turned the hunger into motion and slammed the lineman's head through the rain barrel hoop. At the drainage cut, Mara Kells had not gone. She stood on the lip, pistol raised, face pale with fury. Travis, move. Leave now. I gave that order once. It was wrong then, too. She fired past him, dropping an infected that had crawled around the barrel. Jameson appeared beside her with a pry bar. Behind them, the last children were being lifted out the far side of the cut. Maddie's voice carried now, hoarse with urgency. Fall back. Travis wanted to refuse. Refusal had become easier than trust. But promises had been made under a dead elm, and one of them was that he would not decide alone that leaving was kinder. He backed toward the cut. Mara fired twice more. Jameson swung the pry bar until it bent. When Travis reached them, he grabbed both by their coats and pulled them down into the drainage channel. The dead hit the mouth of the cut above them, clawing at the narrow opening. Dirt rained down. Someone ahead screamed for people to move. The channel was black, wet, and low. Travis had to crouch to fit. Mara stumbled in front of him. Jameson slipped and nearly fell. Behind him, infected forced arms into the entrance and scraped at Travis's back. Keep moving, he said. You are in the way, Jameson panted. That is the point. The channel seemed longer than memory. Roots snagged their clothes. Mud sucked at their boots. The smell of earth and old water crowded Travis's head until the hunger faded under something colder and more human. Claustrophobia had not died with the rest of him. It moved under his ribs like a trapped animal. He thought of the glass room, the cot, the watchers. He forced himself forward because Maddie waited at the other end, and because gates were not the only doors a person could survive. Light appeared ahead. Maddie reached in and grabbed Mara first, dragging her into the brush. Orland pulled Jameson out. Travis came last. The moment he cleared the channel, two infected pushed in behind him. Maddie raised her rifle, but Travis caught both by their collars and slammed them backward into the cut. Orland drove a fence stake through the soil above the entrance, collapsing the edge. Dirt and brush fell in a heavy slide, sealing the narrow mouth. For a moment, everyone stared at the blocked hole. Then the old settlement gate crashed inward somewhere beyond the wall, and the sound rolled through the orchard like a final sentence. Mara Kells closed her eyes. That was our home. Travis looked at the wall. The smoke, the movement of dead shapes inside it. It was mine, too. The words did not accuse. That made them worse. Mara turned toward him, her face folded around grief she had delayed too long. I do not know how to ask forgiveness from someone I failed at badly. Start by helping the people you brought out, Travis said. She nodded, wiping her face with the back of her hand. And after that, he thought of the gate, the glass, the apology the children lifted through the cut. Forgiveness had seemed like a door someone else controlled. Now it felt more like a road that could be walked without knowing if it had an end. After that, keep helping, he said. They moved through the orchard to the flatbed. The rescued people had gathered under the trees, shivering in blankets, carrying bags, tools, jars, and the small pieces of lives that had fit into their hands when the walls failed. Emmett had been right. The children needed someone who could speak without sounding like a guard. Maddie had done what she could, but when Travis arrived, a small shape broke from the group and ran straight at him. It was the boy with the missing tooth. He wrapped his arms around Travis's leg without hesitation. You worked on it. Travis looked down, confused through exhaustion. Worked on what? Being alive. You said you were working on it. A laugh moved through a few people, fragile and startled. Travis placed one hand carefully on the boy's shoulder. Still working. Good, the boy said. I am Ben. You can keep working with us if you want. Maddie turned away, pretending to check the truck so no one would see her face. Emmett would have liked Ben, Travis thought. That thought made him want to get home. Home had changed its direction. The word no longer pointed backward. The trip to Harrow's End took most of the night. The flatbed could not carry everyone at once, so the strongest walked in rotating groups while the injured and children rode. Travis walked beside the rear, keeping to the shadows. Dad followed for a while, drawn by the truck and the scent of so many living bodies, but they slowed when the road widened and the engine pulled ahead. Twice, Travis moved through the stragglers and turned them off the path. Once he had to kill 3 that had caught the smell of a bleeding man named Sutter. He did it quickly and came back without speaking. Maddie walked beside him after that. How bad is it? She asked. The hunger? All of it. He wanted to answer with a number, as if pain could be counted like blankets. Instead, he looked at the dark fields and told her the truth he had promised. Bad enough that I need distance when we get back, not forever and not dramatic. Just a place outside the light until the smell of blood is gone. Then we make one. Not a cage. A place you choose. People may not understand the difference. Then we teach them. You say that as if teaching people is easier than moving a wall. It is harder. That is why we will need coffee. He glanced at her. We do not have coffee. Then we will need the idea of coffee. The absurdity reached him gently. A short breath left his chest, almost a laugh. Maddie smiled without looking at him. Near dawn, the dead elm at Harrow's End appeared against the paling sky. The metal rim hung from it, dark and still. Emmett was awake under it with a blanket around his shoulders and unfazed sitting on his foot. Ruth stood beside him. Pike, Mara of Harrow's End, June, Corvin, and half the settlement waited along the barricade with lanterns shielded in their hands. When Emmett saw the children in the truck, he ran forward despite everyone shouting at him to wait. Unfazed ran with him because rules were for less experienced creatures. The boy stopped short of the flatbed, suddenly careful, and lifted both hands where the newcomers could see them. You are at Harrow's End, Emmett called. Nobody here owns anybody. The dog steals food, so hold your bread high. Ben with the missing tooth looked at Travis, then at Emmett, and nodded as if this was the most sensible welcome the world had offered. The barricade opened. No one asked Travis to stand outside. He did anyway. Maddie noticed before anyone else. Travis, please listen. The blood smell is too strong, he said quietly. I will take the old shed by the north field until it fades. Emmett heard. His face tightened. Are you leaving? No, I am choosing a safe place for the morning. That sounds close to leaving. Travis knelt, despite the ache in his side and the mud drying on his clothes. Leaving means not coming back. This means I come back when I can stand near people without fighting myself every breath. Emmett looked to Maddie. She nodded, though worry held her jaw tight. "Can I visit?" Emmett asked. "Not today. Tomorrow, if Maddie says yes, and if I say yes, both of us have to agree." The boy studied him, hearing the honesty. Both means both. Both means both. Ruth came to the barricade with a bundle of clean cloth and a jar of water. She held them out to Travis. "A chosen door is not exile. Remember that when the cold starts lying." He took the bundle. "I will try." "Trying counts," Emmett said, softer now. Travis looked at the open gate, the people passing through it, the children carried into the yard, the old faces from his first home stepping into the second with shame, hope, and fear, all tangled together. He looked at Maddie, who stood between him and them without turning either direction into an enemy. Then he walked to the Northfield alone. No one locked a door behind him. The old shed smelled of hay, rust, and mice. It had a broken window and a roof that would leak in real rain. Travis sat inside with his back against the wall and the jar of water beside him. Dawn moved across the boards in pale lines. From the yard came voices new and old, arguing about blankets, finding names, counting children, making mistakes, starting over. The hunger paced inside him. He did not pretend it was gone. He did not pretend he was safe, because he wanted to be. He held himself still while the town worked beyond the field, and for the first time, the distance did not feel like rejection. It felt like trust made practical. By afternoon, he slept for almost an hour. When he woke, a tin plate sat just inside the shed door. It held cooked potatoes, 2 strips of smoked meat, and a note in Emmett's careful hand. It said, "Both means both, so I did not come in." Under it, Maddie had added, "I am proud of both of you." Travis held the note for a long time. The cold did not lift. The hunger did not leave. The world did not become clean. But the door of the shed stood open. Winter did not arrive all at once. It tested Harrow's End in small ways first, like a scout sent ahead of an army. Frost lingered longer on the grass. The well rope stiffened before sunrise. Breath clouded in the kitchen until June, threatened to make everyone sleep in the barn with the goats they did not yet own, just to prove how much worse life could become. Wind found every gap in the farmhouse walls and whistled through them at night with the patience of a creditor. People changed under cold. The newcomers from Travis's old settlement learned that Harrow's End did not have enough corners for private sorrow. The freed captives learned that open doors could be frightening after captivity, because open meant choice, and choice could feel like standing at the edge of a roof. The original group learned that kindness required more firewood than speeches. Every extra person meant more hands, more mouths, more memories, more arguments over where tools belonged. Marikelle stayed. At first, she said it was only until the old wall could be reclaimed or the remaining survivors decided what to do. Then the old wall burned after a lantern accident during a failed salvage run, and the decision was made by smoke. She did not weep in public when the news came. She went to the Northfield where Travis was repairing the shed roof and asked for a hammer. He gave her one. They worked side by side for most of an hour before she spoke. "I keep thinking I should say something large." Travis held a board in place while she nailed. "Large words are heavy. Use small ones first." She drove the nail too hard and bent it. Not the forbidden old word, just bent iron in frustration. She pulled it out with the claw of the hammer and tried again. "I was afraid of you," she said. "Not just after the bite. Before it too, maybe. You were the man people trusted when walls failed. That made me feel smaller than I liked. When you changed, fear gave me permission to stop being grateful." Travis listened to the wind move across the field. Dad is more honest than most apologies. It is uglier. Honest things often are. She looked at him then. "Do you forgive me?" The question had followed him longer than she knew. He had imagined answering it with anger, with silence, with some clean sentence that would make the past behave. None came. "Not all at once," he said. "I can work beside you. That is what I have today." Mara nodded, and though disappointment crossed her face, she did not ask for more than he had. "Then I will take today." They finished the roof before dark. The shed became known as the North Room, not Travis's cage, not the cold place, not the exile shed. Maddie made sure of that. She walked into the first person who used a cruel name for it with such calm fury that the man apologized before she finished her second sentence. The North Room held blankets, tools, a chair, a small stove vented through a patched pipe, and a shelf where Emmett began leaving things he thought Travis might need. A pencil, a cracked compass, a folded paper bird that refused to stand properly, a carved wooden dog with ears too large for its head. Travis used the room when hunger grew sharp, or when too many injuries were being treated in the house. He also left it when he could. That was the part that mattered. Every return taught the town a little more. Every chosen distance taught Emmett that safety and love could stand in the same yard. Maddie visited most evenings when work allowed. She always stopped at the threshold and asked, even when the door was open, "Can I come in?" Sometimes he said yes. Sometimes he said not yet. She honored both answers with the same steadiness. That steadiness did more for him than any speech about trust could have. One evening she arrived carrying 2 mugs of boiled chicory root and wearing a coat patched at both elbows. Snow had begun falling in flakes too small to matter and too persistent to ignore. She stamped her boots at the doorway. "June has decided this is coffee," she said. June is wrong, but she is confident. Confidence changes flavor. According to June, it changes complaints into chores. He accepted the mug. The liquid smelled bitter enough to be useful. He could not taste it properly, but warmth from the ceramic pressed against his palms. He appreciated the idea of it. Maddie sat on the second chair. For a while they listened to sleep tick against the roof Travis and Mara had repaired. "Ben asked if you were a saint," she said. Travis stared at her. "That seems unlikely. I told him saints do fewer roof repairs and probably complain less about crooked hinges." "Good answer." Then he asked if you were a monster. The mug stilled in Travis's hands. Maddie's voice softened. "I told him monsters do not ask children to wait outside because they are trying to keep them safe." He looked at the stovepipe, at the thin thread of smoke disappearing through the roof. "Children like simple names. So do frightened adults. What name do you want?" He thought about it. Travis had been a mechanic, runner, wall hand, exile, infected ghost, protector, danger, savior. Each name held a piece. None held him. "I want to be called when I am needed and left alone when I ask," he said. "I want Amit to grow up without explaining me to everyone who visits. I want you to look at me one day without checking whether I am about to disappear." Maddie looked into her mug. "That last one will take time." "I know. Because you do disappear. Not forever. Not cruelly. But part of you goes somewhere I cannot follow." He had no defense against that. "I am trying to leave a trail back." She reached across the small table and set her fingers against his wrist. "Not gripping, not trapping. Just contact. Then I will learn to read it." The first real snow came that night. It covered the road, the graves, the tire scars, the ditch where Silas's trucks had burned, and the shallow ruts made by the refugees from the old wall. By morning, the whole approach to Harrow's End looked untouched, except for the dark line of the barricade and the footprints of the living. Snow made work harder and danger quieter. Infected moved slowly in deep cold, but did not stop. They appeared as gray shapes between white fields, less numerous but more startling because sound carried strangely over snow. Travis patrolled farther now, walking the mile road before dawn and after sunset, reading tracks by moonlight. Deer passed first. Coyote came after. People once, 2 of them, passing west and not approaching. Infected often, sometimes alone, sometimes in small wandering clusters. He liked snow more than rain. Rain made everything smell too alive. Snow muffled the world, until even hunger seemed to speak from another room. Under Ruth's direction, the town planted winter greens in boxes near the kitchen windows and buried seed jars under the pantry floor. It was absurd to speak of spring while the fields were iron hard, but Ruth insisted that people who did not plan for spring had already surrendered to winter. Emmett took this as doctrine. He made lists of seeds, lists of tools, lists of children old enough to help, and lists of jobs unfazed could not be trusted with. Unfazed list was the longest. The romance between Maddie and Travis did not become a public event, though the town tried to make it one through the ancient method of pretending not to notice. June left 2 cups instead of 1 on the porch rail. Ruth began assigning Maddie and Travis tasks that required long walks to count fence posts. Emmett rolled his eyes with the severe disgust of a boy who wanted people happy and also wanted them to stop being embarrassing about it. One afternoon, after Travis and Maddie repaired a sagging section of the south fence, snow began falling again. They stood under a cedar while the flakes thickened around them. Maddie looked out across the field. Before Silas, I used to imagine quiet as something empty. No orders, no engines, no boots outside the cage. Just nothing. And now quiet has too many sounds. The well rope. June arguing with the stove. Emmett teaching Ben how to throw a knife badly. You walking when you think nobody hears. You hear me. Not always, but enough. He thought he should apologize. She would hate that. Instead, he said, I listen for you too. Her smile came slowly. What do I sound like? A person trying to carry a whole roof alone and getting angry at the roof for being heavy. She laughed, and the sound moved through the cedar branches like something warmer than weather. Then she stepped closer. And when I am not carrying roofs? Travis looked at the snow in her hair, the scar near her jaw, the strength in her tired eyes. He could not feel heat the way he once had, but closeness had its own language. Then you sound like home before I believed I could have one again. The answer changed her face. She did not kiss him as a cure. She did not touch him as proof. She leaned her forehead against his chest, over the place where his heart still moved slowly and stubbornly, and he rested his chin lightly against her hair. Cold held them. Snow covered the fields. Somewhere beyond the white road, the dead wandered without names. Inside the cedar shadow, Travis did not feel healed. He felt chosen. That was better than healed, in one important way. It did not pretend the scars had vanished. It simply made room beside them. Spring planning began before winter ended. They marked fields, repaired the well house, moved the chicken coop frame into place, though there were still no chickens, and turned one of Silas's ruined trucks into a plow rig. The broken snare, stripped of barbs and cleaned, was mounted above the meeting table as a reminder. Under it, Amit painted words on a board in careful letters. Fear can speak. It does not rule alone. Mara Kells stood before that board for a long time the day it went up. Then she went to the pantry and helped Ruth sort seeds. Late that night, Travis walked the road under stars sharp as broken glass. He passed the place where Silas's floodlights had first burned through the dark. Snow covered every stain, but Travis remembered. He would always remember. Memory did not have to be a chain if a person learned to carry it differently. At the far end of the road, he found tracks. Not infected, not animal. 3 people had stood there, looked toward Harrow's End, and turned away. Travis crouched, touching the edge of one print. The road was beginning to find them. That could mean danger. It could also mean need. He looked back toward the distant glimmer of the town's shielded lanterns. The bell hung silent in the dark. Soon, he thought, Harrow's End would have to decide not only how to protect itself, but what kind of light it was willing to be. He rose and walked home before dawn. The thaw came muddy and loud. Snow slipped from roofs in heavy sheets. The road softened into ruts that swallowed boots and wagon wheels with equal hunger. Water ran through the ditches, carrying ash, dead leaves, and the last black traces of the siege toward lower ground. Birds returned before anyone trusted them, singing from fence posts as if the world had not spent months trying to kill everything with warmth in it. Harrow's End entered spring with 29 people, 1 unreasonable dog, no chickens, and more plans than lumber. That number changed weekly. 2 old men from the first settlement left to search for kin. A woman named Nessa arrived with a baby, 3 jars of salt, and a knife she would not put down until Ruth sat with her for half a day. A pair of brothers came from the west after seeing smoke from a controlled burn and almost got shot because Pike mistook them for scouts. By sunset, they were helping dig drainage around the garden and apologizing to Pike for frightening him, which confused everyone. The town did not become safe. Safe was too clean a word for any place with barricades, but it became ordered in the way living things became ordered. Not perfect, not still. Roots under soil, beams under roof, rules under fear. Travis remained both inside and outside that order. Children stopped gasping when he passed. Newcomers still stared. He learned to introduce himself before rumor did. "My name is Travis. I am changed. The dead ignore me. I do not eat people. I work the North Watch." That usually answered the first 5 questions and made room for better ones. Ben asked the best questions. "Do you get cold in cold weather, or are you already all the way cold?" "Already cold," Travis said. "That seems efficient." "It has drawbacks." "Can you scare June?" "No one can scare June." Ben accepted that as a law of nature. Emmett grew during spring in ways Travis did not trust because they seemed too fast. His face thinned. His shoulders sharpened. He began waking early to check snares, count seed boxes, and practice with the staff under Mara of Harrow's End until his palms blistered. He also developed the deeply irritating habit of quoting Travis back at Travis whenever Travis attempted to keep him away from danger. "Useful is not the same as careless," Emmett would say. "I know who said that," Travis would answer. "A smart man, probably. A tired one. Same thing sometimes." Maddie enjoyed these exchanges more than she should have. She had taken charge of road policy, which meant every traveler was met at distance, watched from 2 angles, offered water before questions if they carried no visible weapon, and turned away without apology if their story smelled wrong. She did not become softer in spring. She became steadier. Flowers at the fence did not make her forget Silas. They made her more determined that nothing like him would take root near them again. One warm afternoon, Travis found her at the meeting table, sanding the edge of a new sign. The broken snare hung above her. The painted rule board hung beneath it. Sunlight fell across both, turning old metal and fresh letters gold. "Road policy again?" he asked. "Name policy," she said. He looked at the sign. It read, "Harrow's End. No trade in people. No weapons past the bell. Children fed first. Speak plain or keep walking." That may be too many words for a sign. Then travelers can practice reading before they practice lying. He leaned against the doorframe. "Speak plain or keep walking sounds like you. Good. I want the sign to be honest. Where will you put it?" "At the far end of the road." The idea moved through him more deeply than he expected. A sign meant invitation and warning at once. It meant Harrow's End no longer survived by hiding completely. It would still guard itself. It would still choose carefully. But it would not pretend the rest of the world had ended simply because the walls were easier that way. "That is a risk," he said. Maddie kept sanding. "So is being alive near anyone. You've become dangerously wise. It may pass." He smiled. It felt strange and less painful than before. They set the sign 2 days later. The whole town came, which turned a practical job into a ceremony no one admitted was a ceremony. Orland dug the post hole while complaining that ceremonies needed fewer roots. June brought a jar of nails as if nails had never existed before. Ruth carried Linny, who had begun speaking again in words so quiet, people leaned close and became gentler by accident. Pike stood guard with Maracels on the ridge, both pretending not to watch the gathering below. Emmett carried the first stone for the base. Ben carried the second, though it was too heavy and he nearly dropped it on his foot. Unfazed inspected the hole, sneezed into it, and was removed from public works. When the sign stood upright, everyone looked at Travis. He looked behind him to see who had earned that expectation. No one rescued him from it. Maddie hid a smile. "It is a good sign," Travis said. Emmett groaned. "That cannot be the speech." It was accurate. Accuracy is not always enough. Maddie lifted an eyebrow. "He has you there." Travis stood before the sign at the road's far end, facing the town. Beyond them, the mile-long approach ran straight to the farmhouse, the dead elm, the rebuilt barricade, the garden beds, the well, the north room, and the people who had made those things mean something. He had never wanted to lead. Leadership had come to him through broken hinges, crying children, and gates that failed. He still distrusted any speech that made suffering sound useful. Suffering was not useful. People were useful despite it. This road has brought enemies, he said. It has brought the dead. It has brought people who were afraid of us and people we were afraid to trust. It brought me here when I had nowhere else to take a boy and a dog. Unfazed barked once as if recognizing his title. A few people laughed softly. Travis continued, "A road is not good because it is open. It is not safe because it is guarded. It becomes ours because of what we do when someone appears at the far end. We will not be Silas. We will not be the kind of walls that mistake fear for wisdom. We will not be foolish either. We will watch. We will ask. We will protect our children. We will feed people when we can and turn away danger when we must. And when fear speaks, we will make it stand beside mercy before any decision is made." Ruth wiped her eyes. Orlin looked at the sky with great interest. Pike stared at the sign as if unsure whether hope could be trusted when nailed to a post. Emmett looked proud enough to split. Maddie stepped beside Travis and drove the last nail into the sign. The sound rang bright over the road. That evening they held the first meal outside since winter. It was not abundant, but it was shared. Beans, boiled greens, hard bread, a little smoked meat, and one jar of peaches. Ruth had been saving for a reason nobody was allowed to question. People sat on boards, overturned crates, and folded blankets. Children ran until June, threatened to make them haul water if they had that much energy. Markells told a story about Travis cursing a frozen latch years before, and to Travis's surprise, he laughed before he could stop himself. Later, when the stars came out, Maddie found him at the edge of the yard. "You gave a speech," she said. "I regret it already. It was good. Emmett edited me with his face. He has a useful face for that." They stood watching lanterns move between the house and the barn. Music started, if the sound of 2 spoons, a cracked fiddle, and June refusing to sing could be called music. It was terrible. It was beautiful because it was terrible, and no one was afraid enough to stop. Maddie slid her hand into Travis's. "Do you still think about leaving?" He did not answer too quickly. She deserved the truth, not comfort polished smooth. "Sometimes," he said, "when the hunger is bad. When someone new looks at me and sees the thing they fear before they see me. When I remember the glass." Her fingers tightened. "And then? Then I remember the door stays open because I am trusted to walk through it. That helps. Does it help enough?" He looked at the yard, at Emmett arguing with Ben over who had to wash cups, at Ruth teaching Lenny to clap in rhythm, at Markells holding a lantern for Pike while he repaired a hinge, at Orlin pretending not to enjoy the music. He looked at the north room with its patched roof and open door. He looked at the sign waiting at the far end of the road. "Today it does," he said. "Tomorrow I will answer again." Maddie leaned into him. "That is fair." Fair survived, after all? Barely, and we should not overwork it. The next alarm came at sunrise 3 weeks later. Not the full bell. 2 clear strikes. Road notice. Travis was already on the north watch and reached the sign before the second echo faded. Mist lay low over the fields. A figure stood beyond the sign, swaying with exhaustion. Behind her were 2 children, a handcart, and a man pulling it with one arm in a sling. Farther back, 3 infected wandered in loose pursuit, slow but steady. The woman saw Travis and froze. He knew what she saw. White eyes, pale skin. A man too still for mourning. "Read the sign," Travis called. Her gaze flicked to it. Her lips moved silently over the words. The children clung to her coat. "We have no weapons past the cart knife," she called back. "We have food for 1 day. The little one has fever. We can speak plain. We are scared." Travis looked beyond them at the infected. It could clear 3 easily. He also knew people were watching from the ridge, waiting to see what the town would do with its sign on the very first test. Maddie came up beside him, rifle in hand, hair loose from sleep. Emmett arrived moments later with a staff and a face that tried very hard to look older than it was. Ben came behind him until Ruth caught his collar and held him back. "Road policy," Maddie said. Travis nodded. 3 infected. No visible group behind. Cart marks from the west. They are exhausted. You're red? Need first. Risk manageable. Maddie raised her voice. Leave the knife in the cart. Walk to the bell with empty hands. The children come first. The woman obeyed. That mattered. The man hesitated only long enough to glance at the infected. Travis walked past the newcomers and toward the dead. The first infected lifted its face to him and lost interest. The second kept moving toward the children, drawn by their heat and fear. Travis caught it by the collar and threw it into the ditch. The third had once been a woman in a blue coat. He ended her quickly, not because killing the dead had become easy, but because hesitation could still cost the living. When he returned, the newcomers were inside the road line. The sick child was in Maddie's arms. Emmett was telling the older child about Unfazed with the solemn authority of a guide describing local hazards. The woman stared at Travis with tears standing in her eyes. "What are you?" she whispered. The old question. Always new in someone else's mouth. Travis looked toward the bell. Maddie watched him. Emmett did too. The whole town, perhaps. "I am one of the people who live here," he said. The woman blinked, then nodded as if that answer gave her more than the truth of his body. Maybe it did. They brought the travelers in. Days became work. Work became seasons. Seasons became the first fragile shape of a future. Harrow's End planted beans, potatoes, squash, and corn. The chicken coop finally received 5 suspicious hens from a trader who accepted spare tools and 2 repaired lanterns. Emmett named them after enemies until Maddie made him choose less satisfying names. He compromised by naming the meanest hen Silas and arguing that it was educational. The first harvest was small but real. The first birth came in late summer. The woman from the old settlement delivering a girl in the farmhouse kitchen while June ordered everyone in sight to boil water even after there was already too much. The baby's cry carried through the yard, thin and furious. People stopped working to listen. Travis stood by the well with Maddie, unable to explain why the sound hurt in a good way. "That is a future making demands," Maddie said. "It sounds angry. Most futures do at first." They named the baby Hope, which embarrassed Pike so badly he left the room and chopped firewood for 2 hours. Later, he carved her a rattle. Before autumn took full hold, Mara Kells came to Travis with something wrapped in an old quilt. She found him at the north room, splitting kindling with a steady rhythm that made the task seem calmer than it was. Maddie was in the garden arguing with June over whether the squash patch needed more ash. Emmett and Ben were trying to teach Unfazed to pull a small cart, and Unfazed was teaching them that dignity could weigh more than a rope. Mara waited until Travis set the hatchet down. She lit smaller with the quilt in her arms, not weak, but reduced by the weight of whatever she had carried for memory into daylight. "I brought this from the old wall," she said. Travis wiped his hands on his coat. "When did you bring it?" "During the last salvage run before the fire took the east building. I did not know if I should show you. Then I decided hiding it was another way of making the choice for. I have done enough of that." She unfolded the quilt. Inside lay a piece of reinforced glass, no larger than a window shutter, cracked across one corner, but mostly whole. Travis knew it before his mind allowed the knowing to settle. It came from the room where they had watched him change. The edges had been carefully wrapped in cloth so it would not cut anyone. In the glass, the reflected sky looked fractured and pale. For a moment, the north room vanished. He smelled antiseptic and fever sweat. He felt cut canvas under his hands. He saw faces beyond the pain, loving him less with every hour they stared because fear had needed them to make him into something easier to abandon. Mara did not speak. That helped. Maddie saw from the garden and started toward him, but Travis lifted one hand. Not to stop her from coming forever. Just to ask for a breath he could spend alone inside himself. She slowed, then waited beside the gate with June, both watching without crowding. "Why keep it?" Travis asked. Mara looked at the glass. "Because I thought if I destroyed it, I was only trying to destroy evidence. Because part of me wanted to bring it here and ask you to break it where everyone could see. Because part of me thought that was too easy. Breaking things can be useful. So, can changing what they hold. Ruth said that when I asked her. Then she told me to stop haunting the pantry and talk to you. Travis almost smiled. Ruth has become dangerous with advice. She has become impossible to avoid. He reached down and touched the glass with one cold fingertip. The surface carried morning chill, but it still felt warmer than he did. For weeks, he had dreamed of that room less often. Now the memory returned whole. Not as a nightmare exactly, but as a question. What did a person do with the object that had framed his rejection? Emmett approached, slower than usual. Ben and unfazed trailed behind him, sensing by some child and dog instinct that the air had changed. Is that from the place? Emmett asked. Yes, Travis said. The boy's jaw tightened. We should smash it. That was my first thought. What is your second thought? Travis looked toward the small cold frames Ruth had built beside the garden. They were made of scrap lumber and covered with patched cloth to hold warmth over young plants at night. Ruth had complained all week that cloth was a poor substitute for glass. Seedlings had lifted there anyway, fragile green hooks pushing through dark soil. Seedlings need light, Travis said, and protection. Mara drew in a careful breath. You want to use it there? I want that room to stop being only a place where people watched fear win. If the glass has to remain in the world, let it help keep something alive. Emmett considered this with visible difficulty. His anger did not like being redirected. Then he looked at the garden, at the green shoots Ruth guarded like treasure, and nodded slowly. Can we still hate what happened? He asked. Yes, Travis said. Changing the glass does not excuse the hands that put it between us. Mara closed her eyes at that and accepted the pain of it without asking him to soften the sentence. They carried the pain together. Travis held one side, Mara the other. Emmett cleared the path with unnecessary seriousness, ordering Ben and unfazed away from imaginary hazards. Maddie joined them at the garden. She did not touch the glass. She touched Travis's back, lightly once, the way a person might mark a path home. Ruth came out with a hammer, nails, and the fierce expression she wore whenever sentiment threatened to delay work. If we are making symbolism useful, someone hold that frame straight, she said. They set the glass over the largest cold frame. It did not fit perfectly. Nothing important seemed to. Arlen trimmed one corner of the wood. June complained about splinters. Emmett held the nails in his palm and handed them over one at a time. When the pane finally settled into place, sunlight fell through it onto the seedlings below. The cracked corner broke the light into bright, uneven pieces across the soil. Travis stood over it for a long while. Maddie stood with him. Does it help? Not the way people mean when they ask that. How does it help? He watched the green shoots tremble under glass that had once held him apart from everyone. It gives the memory a job. Maddie leaned her shoulder against his arm. That may be the best we can do with some memories. Mara Kells remained near the frame after everyone else drifted away. She did not ask again for forgiveness. Travis was grateful. Instead, she picked up the quilt that had wrapped the glass and shook dirt from it. The seedlings will need the cover when nights get hard, she said. Then leave it with Ruth. I will. She turned to go, then stopped. Thank you for not breaking it just because I deserve to watch it break. Travis looked at the seedlings under fractured light. We have enough broken things. That evening, Emmett came to the north room with a drawing. He had sketched the cold frame badly, making the glass look like a mountain and the seedlings like tiny hands reaching up. Under it, he had written, "Things can change jobs." Travis pinned it to the shelf beside the crooked paper bird. Autumn came with high blue skies and golden fields. The town's sign weathered but stood. Travelers came and were measured. Some stayed. Some moved on. A few were turned away. One group tried to lie about leaving weapons in the brush and found Mara, Pike, and Travis waiting when they returned for them. They did not try a second lie. The dead kept wandering. Hunger kept speaking in Travis. Memory kept opening old doors without warning. Nothing ended neatly because life did not respect endings the way stories did. But one evening near the first anniversary of the bite, Travis walked the mile road alone as the sun lowered behind the fields. The air smelled of cut hay, wood smoke, and rain not yet fallen. Infected moved in the distance near the tree line, gray shapes with no claim on him. He stopped at the sign and touched the weathered wood. Arrow's End. No trade in people. No weapons past the bell. Children fed first. Speak plain or keep walking. Beyond the sign, the world remained broken. Roads led to burned towns, hidden camps, old sins, new dangers, and people still waiting behind doors they could not open alone. Travis knew that. He did not mistake one town for salvation. Behind him, the bell rang once. Not alarm, only supper. Unfazed, Bart from the yard. Emmett shouted something about the dog being a criminal. Matty answered with a laugh. Travis could hear even from the end of the road. He turned back. The dead near the tree line ignored him as he walked away from them. The living watched for him from the gate. It opened before he reached it, not because he had proved forever that he was safe, but because trust was work and they had chosen to keep doing it. Emmett stood in the gap, taller than when Travis had found him, still too thin, still bright-eyed, holding the gate as if he owned some sacred duty. "You are late," Emmett said. The road was long. It is the same length every day. Some days are longer than roads. Emmett considered that and nodded. Matty saved you a plate. Unfazed tried to save it from loneliness. That was generous of him. That is not the word I used. Travis stepped through the gate. Emmett did not move away from his cold shoulder. Matty waited by the well with a lantern in her hand. Ruth sat on the porch with Lenny beside her. Ben chased the hen named Silas away from the garden, while June shouted helpful threats. Mara Kells and Mara of Harrow's End argued over fence repairs as if that argument had become a family tradition. Pike carried baby Hope carefully enough to look terrified, which made him the safest person in the yard. The bell above the dead elm swayed in the evening wind. Its metal was scarred, dented, and remade by meaning. Once, sound had been used to command fear. Here it called people to supper, to counsel, to danger, to one another. Travis paused beneath it. Matty came to his side. "Heart patrol?" It was quiet. "That is not what I asked." He looked at her, then at the gate, then at the road beyond it. "It was hard. I came back." Her smile was small and full of everything they had survived without naming. "That counts." Emmett leaned against Travis's other side. Unfazed, pushed between all three of them because the dog believed every emotional moment required his supervision. Travis stood there with cold hands, wide eyes, and a hunger that had not vanished. He stood with the boy he had chosen, the woman who had chosen him back, the dog who had never cared what he smelt like, and the town that had learned a gate could protect without becoming cruel. The world beyond Harrow's End stayed dangerous. Winter would come again. Strangers would test the sign. The dead would wander. Fear would speak in every meeting, every dark road call, every night when blood scented the air. But fear would not rule alone. The gate remained open until the last light left the road. Then it closed, not with the sound of a verdict, but with the ordinary weight of wood settling into place around a home. Inside, voices rose around the table. Someone laughed. Someone argued. A baby cried, and someone else began to sing badly enough that June threatened exile from the kitchen. Travis entered with Matty and Emmett beside him, and the cold came too because it was part of him. This time, no one mistook it for death. This time, waking cold meant waking to another day.